The old woman got into the carriage and continued on. Ta. Dust rose and the pressure slowly spread. Suddenly, the martial arts grandmasters in the dark felt their vision blur, and when they looked again, the carriage had long disappeared, as expected of Bai Xiaosheng, appearing and disappearing like a ghost, like a celestial spell. Many people sighed. Meng Mei, Hu Haihan, and Medusa were all very low-key. On the other hand, their fame rose because of Bai Xiaosheng, who taught Hu Renong. In addition, Meng Mei had created rumors that Bai Xiaosheng was the main person in the carriage. The shaking of the carriage actually caused the one-armed old man to gradually fall into a coma as if he was extremely tired. Hu Haihan, the little fox, caressed the old woman's face. This one-armed old man has no cultivation at all. She's pitiful. She's only in her 70s or 80s, so she's a mortal. Voila. Hu Haihan began to use his dharmic powers to gradually warm her old body. He continued to sense it. In the early years, there seemed to be an expert who warmed her body. However, she was once seriously injured. It's already amazing that she can live until now as an ordinary person. But she doesn't have many years left. Who is she? Meng Mei could not help but ask Bai Xiaosheng. She did not believe that this aging mortal would be so ordinary. An equivalent exchange. Bai Xiaosheng opened his mouth. The cute girl's face turned black, and she spat out some knowledge. This was what he had accumulated over the years. Although she was a salted fish, it was impossible for her not to study it. These were her core secrets and the results of her research. However, after these few days, they were almost all squeezed out. That was why I wanted to mess with him. Bai Xiaosheng's expression was calm as he slowly replied, Liu Wenjian, the strongest assassin in the martial world, no. One on the assassin's list. He's an ordinary person without any cultivation. Liu Wenjian, a boy's name? Meng Mei's eyes widened and she stood up in shock. Wait, you're contradicting yourself. They say she's the best assassin in the martial world, but how could she be an ordinary person who has never cultivated? Meng Mei's face was filled with disbelief as she looked at the old lady. A normal person who wasn't even a stage 1 warrior, and was even a disabled person with a broken arm, actually the #1 assassin on the heaven roll? How'd she do it? Is this martial arts world crazy? Using ordinary mortals to assassinate Zifu and Dao Palace Grandmasters? One had to know that even a 4th-rank purple mansion would already be considered a powerhouse. In the Magus world, a 4th-rank Magus. The shock waves from the battle could destroy an entire forest. How could mortals be assassinated? This was impossible. If it was the sorcerer world, it might be possible. After all, sorcerers had fragile bodies. However, those grandmasters were breathing like dragons and had tough bodies. Even if they were asleep, ordinary people could not assassinate them. A knife could not even pierce through skin, and an ordinary person would be blown away in a breath. This ordinary woman with broken arm, it must be that piece of paper. Meng Mei's eyes gradually lit up. There must be a heaven-defying secret that could allow an ordinary person, without any cultivation, to kill a 5th Dao Palace. Her eyes were bright, as if she understood the meaning of equivalent exchange. It was indeed worth a celestial emperor. She immediately took out a few pieces of paper that were filled with words. On it, there seemed to be a lot of blacksmith's sword forging techniques. She couldn't understand them at all, only seeing a row of small words. 6 sword. It seemed to be a secret forging manual for some kind of weapon. 6 sword? What is this? The 2 girls, master and disciple, were still in shock as they chattered in the carriage. You mentioned the #1 assassin? his disciple, the little fox Hu Haihan, was shocked. This old woman is the one in the world? Henchu, my dear disciple, do you know him? Meng Mei asked. The number one human slayer in the world, also known as the human slayer assassin. How could I not know him? The most mysterious grandmaster. I don't know if he's male or female. He once roamed the pugilistic world and massacred several sects in his sleep. Many of the top grandmasters at the Dao Palace realm died in their sleep. How come I don't know about him? Hu Haihan shook his head. Teacher, you're always in closed-door cultivation and sleeping. I've seen her once when I was driving around the martial world. It was in a tavern in the south. What left the deepest impression on me was that he always wore a black cloak and didn't have any strong aura. He was just like an ordinary person. It should be known that no expert could perfectly conceal their own aura. They would definitely be discovered, which was why she was the number one assassin in the world. Perhaps the number one assassin, she was really just an ordinary person. There's no aura at all. Meng Mei couldn't believe it. She felt that it was terrifying and unbelievable. She looked at the woman. Hu Haihan continued. It was a golden age more than 50 years ago. At that time, Duan Kanyu, the land immortal, had yet to break through the void. Liu Rentu was the first person to break through the void and step into the immortal world. At that time, the news was all over the place, shaking the entire industry. The assassin waved his sword and shattered the void. He shouted angrily at the sky, "May I ask if there are immortals in the sky?" But it was a pity. In the end, Liu Rentu didn't break the sky. Instead, his long sword was broken and his blood splattered on the ground. He was seriously injured and disappeared. At that time, he had become the topic of gossip. Everyone was glad that he had died and laughed at him for being a moth to a flame, not knowing the immensity of the heavens and earth. Just because of your outstanding talent, you're so treacherous and dare to split open the sky. Liu Rentu was indeed the number one genius in Jianghu. However, he had also fallen. No one has seen his true appearance, not even his gender. At that time, everyone was afraid of the heavens. At that time, the demigod Duan Kanyu was already 200 years old. He had been living in seclusion for 50 years. All the people in the Jianghu were his great-grandchildren by many times. After hearing about this, he seemed to have met the descendant of Jianghu, Liu Rentu. He could not help but sigh. Liu Rentu, if you want to kill others, kill yourself first. He came to the Duan River and stood in front of the broken sword. I've told you before that your body is not strong enough to support everything. You didn't listen. You said, if you hear the Dao in the morning, you can die in the evening. This sentence is very tragic, but I don't know why. But I always feel that it is very beautiful, so beautiful that it moves the soul. He raised his wine cup and spilled it on the ground. I'm 200 years older than you, but I'd like to offer you a cup of wine. I'd like to offer you a toast to your amazing sword. From now on, I'll be sealed in dust. This sentence puzzled the entire Jianghu. Liu Rentu's aptitude was very poor. No one believed that an assassin who could bring darkness to the martial world and make countless people tremble in fear could be someone with extremely poor aptitude. However, a few years later, Duan Qianyu came out of the mountain and was on the Wan River where Liu Rentu used to be. She waved her sword, and the world shook as she pointed her sword at the sky. Dare I ask, is there a heaven? He had cut open the sky, but he did not enter the gate of heaven. Ignoring the shocked immortals in the sky, he turned around and left. It was as if he was fulfilling Liu Rentu's wish and passing on their friendship through space. So, this is the reason why Duan Qianyu opened the gate of heaven? Meng Mei sighed with emotion and looked at the old woman with a broken arm. Could she be Liu Rentu? who had disappeared for a long time back then? The grudges of the pugilistic world and the glints of swords and sabers made her feel a little emotional. The extremely mysterious Liu Rentu was just an ordinary person who had no cultivation at all. Then, how would she be able to rule the entire martial world as an ordinary person? It's strange, too strange. I might have underestimated this martial world. It's already comparable to the mythological era of the Western era, and it's a highly skilled martial world. Perhaps in the future, there will be an amazing martial sovereign who can fight against the celestial sovereigns of the ancient Western era. Now, it's already the era of the secluded Holy Lands, the sacred sects, and a group of geniuses fighting for the emperor. Meng Mei looked at the old woman who had lost an arm. Time had left behind vicissitudes and old age on her body. What secret is she hiding that is worthy of being a heavenly emperor? Tell me everything about her. Meng Mei thought of Bai Xiaosheng, an equivalent exchange. Bai Xiaosheng opened his mouth. Meng Mei's face darkened again. Ta-ta-ta. A horse-drawn carriage traveled on the earth, simple and ordinary. In the Jianghu of the southwest, there were many martial arts sects. Many of them competed with each other, and their combat power was comparable to that of the Western era. Those swordsmen who cultivated to the extreme could cut mountains and break rivers with one sword. In the end, Meng Mei gritted her teeth and gave her price. She was too curious. Xu Ji hid in the mirror image and looked at the guy with great interest. He suddenly felt quite comfortable. He had just tricked someone, and now his heart was in pain. There is only one person in the world who could assassinate all the grandmasters in the pugilistic world and break the gate of heaven with a sword as a mere mortal. He is Liu Wenjian. An indifferent voice sounded from the carriage. It was Bai Xiaosheng who answered the question. As usual, he turned his head slightly and looked out of the window coldly. 80 years ago, in the pugilist world, there was a swordsmithing family, the Liu family. They had excellent swordsmithing skills, but their cultivation levels were not high for generations. They did not have any killing techniques and made a living by forging swords. The clan head of that generation was only at the Divineger realm, but his swordsmithing skills were exquisite. He forged peerless swords and all kinds of divine weapons for the heroes of the world. He was famous, but he had a daughter who couldn't inherit the family business. Liu Wenjian was still weak and sickly. His meridians were blocked, so he couldn't cultivate. He carried the forging hammer and said, however, Liu Wenjian's personality was a stubborn one. As she watched her father leave with disappointment in his eyes, she hated herself for not being a man and not being able to inherit the family business. Even as a woman, she was weak and sickly and could not cultivate. When it came to forging, she was unyielding. She continued to study in the study room and learned everything about her family's sword forging. She was so immersed in it, she had even reached an unprecedented level of swordsmithing. At the age of 23, she had a shocking talent for forging and guided the craftsmen of the Liu family. Even though she couldn't forge personally, it was enough to make the Liu family rise. She had won over a man's body and thought that she had finally made it through and lived through the first half of her difficult life. However, there were villains in Jianghu. A few major sects obtained a piece of meteoric iron, transformed from the heavenly Dao bone armor. It came to control all the men in the Liu family's manor house to forge a divine weapon for them. Then, once the divine was formed, they killed the blacksmith who forged the divine weapon. Only the old, the weak, the women, and the children were left in the Liu family. Liu Wenjian hid among them and escaped from the disaster. Meng Mei and the little fox lowered their heads and looked at the old and weak woman with a broken arm lying in the carriage. They just listened quietly without saying a word. Then, Liu Wenjun turned into a mad demon. Bai Xiaosheng's face was still cold and emotionless. He slowly said she hated herself for being useless, not for a man. She hated herself for studying hard, but she couldn't wield the iron hammer. She hated herself even more for being powerless. Her meridians blocked, unable to cultivate, and unable to take revenge. She wailed hysterically and actually put her arm into the furnace. She was crazy. She used her hatred, despair, and sorrow to wave a small hammer with blood and tears. In the raging fire, she endured the pain and forged her arm. She threw in all kinds of divine gold and purple copper to clear blocked meridians. To forge his own flesh and blood into a weapon? Meng Mei held her breath, and her eyes were filled with horror. She could not imagine the pain and knew the madness and sorrow she had fallen into. Time and time again, she had tried to struggle out of her fate. But she had been shattered by her rough life. She hated herself for being useless. Her meridians were blocked, so she actually wanted to use this method to open up her meridians so that she could cultivate and take revenge. Her path of forging is close to that of a god. After she opened up her meridians, she cut off her own arm and continued forging. She forged thousands of times and condensed cultivator's dantian in her arm. Every hammer strike was marvelous and landed in an unimaginable position, forging the Taoist connotation. She forged her arm into a divine sword. She couldn't cultivate, but she controlled her sword to cultivate. Swords had dantian, so she continuously forged the sword like a mad demon, pouring hot blood into it. Wandering know-it-all lowered his head and looked at the old woman with a weathered face. She called the sword the sick sword to indicate that she was seriously ill. She was a mortal with a mortal body, and she could get sick or catch a cold. With a peerless weapon that could be cultivated and her body strengthened, she could sneak in the shadows and use her exquisite swordsmanship to see through the movement of the other parties. Meridians. She killed him with one strike and then fled far away to slaughter the sect of her old enemy to take revenge. Meng Mei's voice gradually turned solemn. After hearing this, she had already understood some things. She suddenly said, "She is ultimately a mortal who cannot cultivate and has a divine weapon. She will grow old and die of illness. Her body is extremely weak. Once she is hit, she will die instantly. She has no defense and only has extreme attacks. However, because she is immortal and does not have the aura of a cultivator, she can launch sneak attacks in the dark. She is already the strongest assassin." Hu Haihan the little fox continued, "If she's immortal, then everything makes sense." She was most of when she was around 30 to 40 years old. After that, her body aged, and she became as pitiful as a mortal. She had a short life and was like a withered flower. She gradually became powerless and could only rely on her walking stick. Therefore, she wanted to break open the gate of heaven at the most glorious moment, at the age of 40, to leave an eternity for herself. An ordinary person whose battle prowess is as heaven-defying as a cultivator? An extreme sword immortal? However, there were life and death, and the desire to open the gate of heaven before dying of old age. It's a pity that she failed. Meng Mei opened her mouth and looked at the old woman with a broken arm. She sighed. Her sword is broken, and her dream of the pugilistic world is completely over. She has truly become a real mortal, old and decrepit. Duan Kanyu knew her, but after she failed, she could not find this young friend of hers. She knew that she was a stubborn and proud person, unyielding to fate. She disappeared into the vast sea of people, and would not accept her help. Instead, she died of old age in a corner with no one. Therefore, this demigod chose to break open the gate of heaven and pay tribute to this short-lived legend. Her life was like a weapon. She was polished from a rough embryo, constantly burning and suffering, forging step by step, breaking through her own self, and then encountering new difficulties. Thousands of refinements, the edge of a sword was honed from the grinding, the fragrance of plum blossoms came from the bitter cold. But in the end, she still did not win. The heavens are unfair. I have to find time to go back and beat up the heavens. Meng Mei lowered her head and looked at the old lady. Now, she has come to our place. It was hard to imagine that she was really a mortal who had forged a sword with terrifying willpower. She had been plagued by bad luck all her life, but she had struggled all the way. It was simply incredible that she could reach this point with a mortal body. She was already sick, and she hoped that she would not too sick. But in the end, she could not escape this old age. Suji was also sighing. He had not known of this person's existence before, and had almost missed him. This was the lack of matricness of the intelligent subbrain. In her judgment and big data screening, this person was just a low-level mortal. Her intelligence was not high, and she did not have earth-shaking talent. Her aptitude was only above average, and she was not even as talented as the saintess is just now. One was either talented or intelligent. This was a true expert. Perseverance and obsession would allow one to create an incredible path. "Teacher, what should we do?" the little fox Hu Haihan asked. He really admired such a legend. "Of course, we'll follow the previous rules," Meng Mei replied. She looked at the unconscious old lady, then at Bai Xiaosheng, and revealed a strange smile. With Hu Haihan's help, the old lady's body gradually awakened. "You're awake?" Meng Mei's eyes were bright. Liu Wenjian stood up in a daze and looked at the others with his aged eyes. This person's heart had died. Meng Mei looked at her, and her heart sank. Her eyes were cloudy, like the wind and sand of time had clouded her heart. She felt the sadness of in his twilight years, with a hint of death. Liu Wenjian's life had been full of ups and downs. It had been full of suffering, and there had been no sweetness in it. She continued to pursue him, but she kept falling. She had been learning blacksmithing since she was young, and when she finally succeeded, her family was destroyed, and she lost an arm in her madness. She endured hell-like suffering to take revenge, but she was already old and had no joy in life. She wanted to open the gate of heaven, but she was defeated and completely lost her illness and sword. She became an old woman with one arm and lived on the streets for 30 years. She could fail once or twice and continue to climb up from the rough road and rush forward, but she had failed too many times and she could no longer climb up. The most bitter thing in the world was a girl's white hair. "Iren, you want to reforge your arm and regain your youth?" Meng Mei's heart sank, and she suddenly revealed an endless might. A terrifying and heavy pressure pounced over, and she couldn't help but give her confidence. "I am the green vine Mother Earth, the oldest existence in this world." Liu Wenjian was stunned, and his entire body trembled. He had naturally heard of the legend of the green vine Mother Earth. There was Mother Earth first, before Heaven Dao. According to the records of the ancient myths, Heaven Dao was the disciple of Mother Earth, and this majestic, vast existence had actually appeared in front of them. No one would not be excited. "I can regain my youth and repair my broken arm." Liu Wenjian's voice became hoarse. "No, I can't do it." Meng Mei smiled and said, "The celestial emperors in heaven are basically muscle maniacs. It's easy for them to regrow their own limbs, but it's difficult for others. Our mantras can't do this either. Your body is too weak. You're an old woman, and your meridians and flesh are as fragile as a wet piece of paper. They'll break with a touch and can't withstand powerful mantras." According to the understanding of the people, it probably means that the void can't be supplemented. Liu Wenjian's eyes dimmed. Even the celestial emperor of the ancient Western era couldn't make up for the loss of a mortal. But someone can do it. A civilization from a foreign era that likes to study the human body. They're so exquisite that they can probably help you grow another arm. It's normal for you to regain your youth. The cute girl laughed. What civilization? Liu Wenjian asked. I don't know what civilization it's called. Mei smiled and looked into the distance. Perhaps, in our eyes, the world of magic potions can be called. In the demonic world, each of their powerhouses had inherited a part of the chaotic, brutal, and indescribable evil dark aura. The person we are asking for is their supreme demon god, Medusa. She was called by the supernatural world the origin demonic god, where all experts were separated from her body, would return to her body after death. She was the mother of all living things, and also the home of all living things. You can't describe her, you can't look at her directly, you can't listen to her voice, and you can't even try to understand her true body. All of them will go crazy. Liu Wenjian was stunned. This was an ancient existence that she couldn't understand with her current vision. Meng Mei looked at her with a smile and pointed at the scholar beside her. You're here because you know about us. You're choosing a Dao companion for the all-knowing scholar, learning from him every night and obtaining opportunities. You've done what those beautiful saintesses can't do, so do you know what you're going to do next? Liu Wenjian, who had always been calm, suddenly lost his voice. I was a girl since I was young, but I had a man's heart. I've never thought about marriage. I'm already a disabled old woman. Even an old man would not be interested in me. He's still a teenager. It's fine. He's a straight man of steel. He doesn't reject anyone and isn't afraid of men or women. Meng Mei gently blew into Liu Wenjian's ear and teased him. You're only in your 70s. Even to my disciple, you're still a young girl. You're just a young boy. You've worked all your life and have no time to talk about love. The local mother felt that the heavenly Tao was unfair and personally arranged this marriage for you. Bai Xiaosheng didn't despise you, so why don't you try to accept it? Tonight, go to his room and start studying. Liu Wenjian immediately shook his head. Xu speechless. Are you a staff maker? He wanted to kick this bastard away in an instant. It was rare for him to come here, and it could be considered a vacation him while he was studying. Right now, he was also concerned about Liu Yan's matter. After all, it was a new system. He could support it, and it might even bloom into rotten flowers. Who knew that cute girls were full of obscenities all day? Ha ha ha. Meng Mei laughed wildly. I was just teasing you. I thought that your heart had completely given up. I didn't expect it to still stir up waves. That's true. How can true love be produced between two men? I'm only asking you to go over to study every night. You really need to go to the room tonight and ask the God Fiend if he can save you. And at night, Xu sat in a daze in the same room as the old woman, feeling a little awkward. The main reason was not that Xu was embarrassed. After all, he was hiding in the mirror image, and the mirror image was reading by itself. His knowledge was more casual, so he was just curious and came to join in the fun. The one who was embarrassed was the old lady, Liu Wenjian. At this moment, she was a little restless. Xu, however, looked at her confusion and loss, feeling as if she weighed 1,000 tons. He sighed in his heart. Liu Wenjian was young. She had faced difficulties and struggled time and time again. However, after she failed to break open the gate of heaven, she had been muddle-headed for more than 30 years as an old man. Her body was completely old, but was her heart? With Medusa's cold personality, she might not Liu Wenjian. If she saw her appear in her room, she might even kill her instantly. So, how could she avoid this? What if he asked her to help Gyun? Xuji was vexed. He was the creator of this world, but he could not interfere much with it. She was a talent that he could not give up on. At present, Medusa's field of wizardry was the only one that could help her treat her illness. It involved death and rebirth, and only she was best at the wizardry experiments that involved human bodies. Perhaps Ermin could do it too. After all, she was in charge of the life ripple domain, but it was too far away. Medusa looks down on people who have given up on their hearts the most. They might kill her in an instant when they see her. Xuji suddenly picked up his pen and paper, and as if he was trying to comprehend something as robotically as he usually did, he wrote down a passage on the page. Standing alone in the cold autumn, Wan River to the North Shu Continent head, looking at the red mountains, the stained forest, and the blue river. By Xiaosheng, what are you writing? In the inn's mortal world, the lights flickered at night, flickering between light and dark. In the uneasiness, the old woman Liu Wenjian suddenly focused her mind. In the midst of her uneasiness, her turbid and gray eyes flickered as she focused her consciousness on the scholar's brush and ink. It seemed to be a poem by a great scholar. She had seen a lot of them. She was wandering around the world. Her literary talent was amazing. It seemed to be about the scenery. She had never seen such a short and exquisite poem. This was a literary talent that even the great scholars in the world did not have. However, as she read on, her face gradually became touched. The style of the painting gradually changed, bringing with it a certain kind of high-spirited spirit and mind. Hundreds of birds fighting for the stream, eagles soaring in the sky, fish flying at the bottom, thousands of kinds fighting for freedom in the frost. What an imposing sentence. She gradually read on and collected her thoughts, as if it had aroused some heart that had been silent for a long time and fell into a state of dullness. I'm sad and lonely, asking the vast earth, who is the master of the ups and downs? This sentence was wrapped in a terrifying belief. Her mind suddenly shook, as if a scene came into her eyes. It was when she was wandering in the pugilistic world and cut off her arm. As a mortal, she could reach that step, and even dared to open the gate of heaven. Her entire body trembled, and even her old body could not stand still. Her breathing became rapid, like a drunk old woman, her face flushed red, and something seemed to be waking up in her heart. As she continued reading, the scholar's pen continued to write the last sentence. Do you remember hitting the water in the middle stream, and the waves stopping the flying boat? She felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Suddenly, something in her heart was completely awakened. At that moment, Medusa slowly opened her eyes and saw an old woman who was learning from the all-knowing scholar. A fierce look flashed in her eyes. All-knowing scholar was her personal belonging. Suddenly, she became affectionate and asked in a gentle tone that she had never used before. Who are you? Liu Wenjian put down the piece of paper and quickly answered in full detail. Medusa looked at her quietly. Mother Earth Ivy was indeed a smart ancient existence. She knew his character and would definitely be interested in this old woman. However, she didn't know that she was interested in powerhouses and not these former powerhouses. Lord Demon God, if I can't recover my body, then I will. Liu Wenjian hesitated. She was a genius of the entire pugilistic world. It was indeed hard to imagine that a mere mortal could reach such a level. However, she was still filled with respect and fear when facing the most powerful existence in the world. Medusa continued to look at her quietly. At this moment, this limping old woman with a broken arm seemed to be old and in her twilight years. Her eyes were full of dead ash. She had hope, but she felt more despair. It was as if the hot-blooded passion Her youth had been exhausted. It wasn't difficult for such a person to help her recover her cultivation, but to charge into the sixth grotto heaven realm and the profound void realm. Medusa shook her head. In the long 2,000 years, she had never been the most talented, but she was the most hardworking. She had experienced tribulations that far exceeded others, failed, and was suppressed for hundreds of years. She had experienced that kind of depression. However, this kind of person had already been crippled. The edges of his respectful tone had already been ground away. "Won't I just kill her?" She grinned. She had never been a good person. Just as she was about to kill the old woman in an instant, she suddenly looked down at the poem, and her whole body trembled, recalling the past and the years, just like a student's youth, in the prime of his life. With the spirit of a scholar, I am unrestrained, of aura spread out from it. It was by the scholar. But the scholar would never write these things himself, unless it was an equivalent exchange. Was this old woman asking him about regaining his confidence? Only then did he exchange this poem with her? She was pretending? He clearly had such great ambitions. She's pretending to be respectful, pretending to be afraid of me? Take out the real you and talk to me. Medusa stood up coldly and looked at her calmly. If you were young and even dared to open the gate of heaven, unafraid of ghosts and death, why would you be afraid of me? Liu Wenjian was stunned. Medusa looked at the poem, and in an instant, she understood something. The other party had misunderstood. That's right. That timid taste, timid and hesitant, was that me? She tried to recall what had just happened, but she couldn't think of the words she would say. She had been lost for more than 30 years. Perhaps she had completely turned into an old with a broken arm who was wandering and begging in the mortal world. A sharp glint gradually flashed in her eyes, and she bowed slightly to Medusa before saying in a firm voice, "Lord demonic god, I want to regain my youth. If you can help me." "All right." Medusa laughed and looked at the sharp-eyed old woman with a broken arm. "Promise you, I will restore. I will be in charge of the death domain, and I can regrow your broken arm." She gestured for Liu Wenjian to sit down, and her eyes flashed with praise. "Your ambition hasn't changed, and you even asked the all-knowing scholar about regaining your confidence. I think this is very good. I've always thought mediocrity and ignorance aren't scary. The scary thing is not having the courage. Even ordinary and stupid people like us can surpass geniuses. After all, wisdom can be learned. It will grow with time, but courage will decrease with time. Let me ask you again. Is your original heart still there?" Liu Wenjian's cloudy eyes slightly darkened. "If your original heart is no longer there, can you use your pain, your will, your flesh, and your bones to shatter it and reform it?" Medusa asked. Liu Wenjian's eyes gradually became fiery. "I understand." Medusa gradually laughed and grabbed her shoulder, causing Liu Wenjian to faint instantly. When Liu Wenjian woke up again, he found himself lying on an alchemy table surrounded by bottles and jars. There was a round wooden basin in the inn next to him, which was already filled with blood water and all kinds of blood-stained metal knives. "I'm already fine," Medusa said. She stood up and looked at the mirror in a daze. In the mirror, her white hair had turned into black hair, turning into a young girl with above-average looks. She was wearing a washed-out old man's shirt and had a transcendent and valiant aura. "I'm going to find a swordsmithing manor." "Wait a moment, I'll let you reassemble the sword." "I'm very interested sword." Medusa suddenly disappeared from where she was. Liu Wenjian stood in a daze. "I'm back?" She looked at her young and energetic body in the mirror. Her whole body trembled, and her expression changed. She laughed as if she had gone crazy. "I'm finally back?" Her eyes gradually became sharp, as if she was rejuvenated. Her face was gradually covered in tears, and she remembered the past. I was originally a coward. I climbed up again. I have already. Her eyes were as sharp as a sword. No mortal had ever had such an aura. It was as if he was carrying an absolute belief, and was extremely overbearing. This was the real Liu Hentu who had killed countless people. He was a madman who dared to think of ascending to the heavens, opening the gate of heaven with his mortal body. You were helping me just now? She looked at the scholar who was still reading, picked up the piece of paper, and put it away like a treasure. She asked coldly, "Because of that poem, this demon god let me go and chose to help me?" The scholar didn't seem to have any consciousness. He was still sitting at the desk and reading. Did he do it on purpose or on purpose? Didn't he lose his mind? Liu Wenjian was stunned for a moment. Without saying a word, he suddenly knelt down and kowtowed a few times, causing his forehead to bleed, no matter what. He would never be able to repay the kindness of rebirth in his life. You will be my teacher for life. Thump, thump. She continued to kowtow and knelt in front of the scholar. At this moment, she had never thought that she could return to her youth. Do you remember hitting the water in the middle stream and the waves stopping the flying boat? She suddenly mumbled to herself and smiled. She was filled with emotions as she looked at the scholar with a complicated expression. Thousands of emotions were brewing in her heart. Young man, once we find the Swordforge Manor, I'll take you to reforge a new sword. Medusa grabbed her, and the two of them disappeared. The scholar was still flipping through the books, looking as dull as ever. Xuji continued to flip through the book. The gentle sound of the pages flipping rang out, and he said calmly, "The intelligent subbrain is a little ruthless. The knowledge points are so dense that I feel scared after learning for 2 days in place of the mirror image." The two of them left, but Xuji was very calm. He continued to read at the desk, the light flickering. Such an ancient scholar's life was very emotional and cool. In fact, Medusa's character was too ruthless. She did not care about human lives and killed people according to her mood. She hated those who were dispirited and lost their drive. If he did not help her, she was destined to die. He kept flipping through the pages of the book and looked at the moon outside. He smiled. "Liu Wenjian, you've come back to life in this world. I hope you can bring me some surprises and push forward an era for this extraordinary vast world." Medusa was not the only one looking forward to 10 years later. He also hoped that when the two worlds completely collided 10 years later, he would be able to show his most brilliant side and let a beautiful flower bloom. The collision of the two civilizations would be epic. At that moment, in a sword-forged manner, the flames in the furnace continued to burn. La. All kinds of divine gold and purple copper in the world, placed in front of him. Reforge the heart of the sword. Medusa smiled and made an inviting gesture. "All right." The girl smiled and strode forward. Again, she put her fair and delicate arm into the high-temperature flame of the furnace. The intense pain reached the limit of the world, but she waved her small hammer to reforge the sick sword. Clang, clang. She seemed to be born in the flames. She wanted to ruthlessly shatter her bones, her heart's blood, her dreams and pursuits, and then recondense them into a transparent celestial sword and cast herself into it. It contained her beliefs in life, her journey to the peak of the pugilist world, the suffering of the sword immortal sect, and her 30 years of being sealed and lost in the mortal world. The images merged into the bright yellow flame. Clang, clang. Dao voices started to circulate in the sword-forged manner, and they gradually grew louder. The night was dark and an old blacksmith in the villa, instantly shocked. He suddenly stood up and walked out of the house. Someone is forging a peerless divine sword. It's as if there are tens of thousands of gods in the celestial world hammering away at the sword. Ooh. At this moment, in the nearby town, the swords of countless swordsmen on the streets buzzed and made a soft sound as if they were trembling. What a strong sword intent. The king of weapons has a peerless divine sword. Rinkeesi. The broken sword is reforged, and the butcher returns. The cute girl smiled and looked into the distance. Medusa is really an extreme person. She came up to me and asked me to repair her arm, then let me break it again. You're simply an animal. The little fox, Huaihan, looked at his teacher. He did not dare to slander his teacher's name, but he kept saying bad things behind his back. Mengmei's face was filled with longing. As a Chinese, how could she not dream of becoming a sword immortal? The imperial sword comes with the wind, eliminating the demons between heaven and earth. The girl's eyes flickered with a raging flame. This is the true sword immortal, the extreme path. He cultivates the sword and not the body. The body of a mortal is like an ancient blacksmith, sacrificing his own flesh and blood to the sword. He has to endure the pain and use a long sword to cut through the sky with a rebellious intent. The path of a sword immortal was filled with a sense of defiance from beginning to end. It was defiance for mortals to defeat the strong with their weak strength, and it was defiance to endure the severe pain of losing an arm. Bang! Liu Wenjian cut off the arm and continued forging. With blood, flesh, and bones as the core, and divine gold and purple copper as the handle. It was forged thousands of times. He kept hitting the small hammer, turning the red sword embryo. Boom! Gradually, once the divine sword was formed, its sharp intent shot straight into the clouds. In the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty, a white-haired old man, dressed in a black court uniform, was working on a table and arranging documents. 2 disciples followed behind him respectfully. Voila! Suddenly, the lights flickered. Renong suddenly leaped down his official documents and stood up. He walked to the window with his hands behind his back. An extreme sword intent has erupted. It's shocking. A peerless swordsman has appeared, and the swallow emissaries have rushed to the southern region to investigate this matter. Yes, Your Excellency. In the Earth Immortal residence, a middle-aged, elegant man was drinking wine under a tree. Behind him was the ginseng fruit tree and 2 children. He suddenly stood up and laughed. It's her, Liu Hentu. If you want to kill someone, you have to kill yourself first. She's back. Many people sensed this sword essence, but it disappeared in an instant and became a legend in the pugilistic world. A month later, nighttime, a girl with one arm carried a long sword on her back and was studying at the desk. There were 3 people sitting side by side, with wandering know-it-all sitting among them. Medusa was on his left, and Li Wenjian was on his right. They were studying together, as if they were 3 people in a classroom. The 3 of them discussed the Tao. Your teacher is Bai Xiaosheng, not me. He is the best teacher and fellow Taoist for anyone. He is pure and flawless. Medusa laughed. Over the past few days, you have gradually made up for your own deficiencies with his knowledge. Although your body is blocked, you can live in symbiosis with the sword and nourish your lifespan. You can also your life a little. What is a sword? Medusa suddenly asked. The one-armed girl said, everyone says that the sword is a gentleman, but no matter how well it is beautified, the sword is still a weapon, a tool for slaughter. If you want to kill others, you must first kill yourself. If you don't have the determination to kill yourself, it's not good to kill. What is a sword immortal? Medusa asked. The one-armed girl replied, "The sword immortal lineage only fights for the present world. Their lifespans are short. As the beauty of mortal's life, they don't seek eternity in the future. They can battle the heavens and earth and kill all things in the world. They can even kill a celestial error with their mortal bodies cultivated to the extreme." The sword immortal lineage was not limited by realm. This was its most terrifying aspect. For living beings to cultivate, they had to wait for a long time and proceed step by step. The sword had a sword heart, which was also the Danshin, what cultivators often called the inner world. It was also like other living beings who could cultivate and become stronger, such as the Purple Mansion, Dao Palace, Cave. It didn't need to be like living creatures. As long as the energy and materials were sufficient, the sword could reach the level of Celestial Emperor in a day. However, the sword and the man were one. Once the mortal died, the sword would also break. On the path of sword immortal, the sword isn't affected by the realm, but it is affected by the swordsman. After all, like ordinary people, to enter the Grotto Heaven realm, one needs to have the insight of the Grotto Heaven realm to break through. Although you are a mortal, your own sword realm has limited the realm of the sword. What level have you reached now? Medusa said, "Although I'm a mortal, my sword intent has already reached rank 6 Grotto Heaven." The one-armed girl said, "I only need a month. With enough materials and energy, I can reforge the 6th sword and make it reach the 6th rank again." "All right," he said. Medusa smiled as she watched the girl who had lost her arm that night leave. She got up and closed the door. Then she smiled at Bai Xiaosheng and said, "What an extreme way. As long as she reaches it with the intent realm of a mortal, she doesn't need to cultivate for a long time. After all, this is a tool. However, her lifespan is too short. I hope that she can fight with me in her lifetime before she dies of old age." A magus is an equivalent exchange. Her body, arms, and everything else were all lent to her. I will take them back sooner or later, including the knowledge she got from you. She smilingly looked at the scholar who was studying and spoke her heart again. "I want to beat her to death." Several years later, a piece of news spread throughout the Great Zhou dynasty. Year 337 of the Great Zhou dynasty. The great scholar, Hu Renong, turned into a commoner. After experiencing the life of a mortal, he finally opened the divine path and assisted in the reform, absorbing the dragon veins and establishing an official system. With the establishment of an official token and a deity position, the imperial court's strength greatly increased. The great Confucians of the imperial court suppressed an area and prospered everywhere. In just a few years, the cultivation levels of the great Confucians that had stagnated for countless years on the existing dragon veins began to soar. Many Dao Palace realm and even Grotto Heaven realm old monsters appeared. There's a demigod standing in front of us. Can we win? The emperor of the great Zhou Empire murmured in his study. How would we know if we don't try? Hu Renong said. The great Zhou Emperor announced to the world, a hero breaks the rules with his martial arts. All the sects in the world should be put under control and can't act on their own. There will be great Confucians from the imperial court to stand guard and be tried in court. There were many sects in the pugilistic world, and martial arts practitioners of the sects were unconvinced. Swordsmen travel the world with their swords and naturally have a sense of pride. When they see injustice on the road, they will kill the evil. Why should they listen to the jurisdiction of the imperial court? All the major sects formed an alliance of the pugilistic world. The land immortal, Duan Yu, came out of seclusion and became the leader of the alliance. In less than 7 days, the sects were scattered across the land. Hu Renong led the Confucians to break through the various sects, causing heavy casualties. Alliance Master, what should we do? The imperial court is simply the world's largest cultivation sect. They use the commoners as the foundation of their cultivation. The sect masters and leaders of the major sects couldn't help but look worried. Assassinate that dog emperor. A brawny man stood up in anger. Duan Qianyu laughed. The great Zhou emperor, Zhou Chang'an, and the great Zhu's prime minister, Hu Renong, have established the dragon vein. In the future, the people will definitely live and work in peace and prosperity. It will be difficult for the local Confucians to have evil officials. If they are tyrannical and do evil, the local people will be filled with resentment, and there will be insufficient incense offerings. You can see the corrupt officials at a glance. Beside him was a charming woman holding a sword. She laughed and said, "I heard that there's a good system. That's a good policy." Beside him, a big man with a big waist said in a muffled voice, "I didn't read much, but the dog emperor and the prime minister of the great Zhu are indeed good. They reformed the state policies, especially the good reviews from the people. This is the foundation of their cultivation. This way, they can't just take the latrine pit and not do anything. But we still can't surrender," a middle-aged man said in a refined manner. "How can we martial artists defeat those scholars? We've stepped onto the martial path, and we're filled with hot-blooded chivalry. We don't want to be bound by those rules and become the court's dogs." Duan Qianyu sat on a high place and looked at the crowd. Her eyes were firm and she smiled. "As long as I'm here, the imperial court won't be able to bring peace to the sects under the heavens." Most of the disciples of the sects were less than 100 people. Instead of being surrounded and annihilated, Duan Qianyu ordered them to move their sects to the northern border area to fight against the imperial court. One day, the emperor of the great Zhu, Zhou Chang'an, said, "In the northern border of the barbarians, there is a province that is not under the jurisdiction of the imperial court. The people are tough and chivalrous. The dragon vein cannot be extended, and the great Zhu's iron cavalry trampled it. Your subject is willing to go." Renong's eyes were deep as he took a step forward. Zhou Chang'an said, "Duan Qianyu, the legend of the martial arts world. He's the only one who knows the way of the sword. He's the entire pugilistic world. Do you have confidence?" Great Zhu Dynasty, year 338. The imperial advisor, Hu Renong, led an army of 1,000 men and countless Confucians from the imperial court to attack Bayan. The ground trembled as the army swept over. They were a black mass that gave off a killing aura and the smell of golden spears and iron horses. The formation. Hu Renong stepped forward. "Heroes are bandits who have disrupted the imperial court system. They should all be suppressed." With a wave of his sleeve, waves of thunderous Dao techniques formed in the sky and were about to attack the martial arts alliance in front. A swordsman was shocked. This Hu Renong could actually release such a world-shaking might. Duan Qianyu, who was standing on a higher ground, laughed and said, "That Hu farmer slowly advanced, setting up camps and camps at every step. He led a large number of troops, not to fight, but to lay down the dragon's vein along the way and attract the fate of the country to come and fight with me. He is not someone that can be stopped by human strength." People held their breath. Carrying the fate of a country. How prosperous was the fate of great Zhu? How could a martial arts swordsman single-handed take on a country? Of course, Duan Qianyu. As long as I'm here, the imperial court will not be able to bring peace to the sects under heaven. But perhaps this is no longer our era. He slowly pulled out his sword and looked at the old Confucian. The moment he pulled out the sword, thunder rumbled and endless flames rolled up. He collided with the fate of the country. Duan Kanyu, the sword god, and Hu Renong fought each other, and both sides unleashed their emperor-to-be realm. 100 miles away, a one-armed girl was washing her sword with wine in her room. Even though she had a mortal body, she already had the grotto heaven intent realm of an emperor-to-be. Her body was washed by the sword will, and the impurities were removed. She gave off the first faint fragrance of flowers, although she still had the life and death of a mortal, and her body was extremely fragile. Her eyes had become extremely clear and beautiful, making people unable to help but feel close to her. Sword immortals don't cultivate their bodies, they only cultivate their swords. She continued to wash her sword with wine. Suddenly, she looked out of the window, laughed, and strode out. Whoosh! She jumped onto the long sword, which turned into a stream of light, and flew across the clear sky. As a mortal, it was difficult for her to ascend to the heavens, but she could fly on a sword. After flying for a while, she suddenly saw the two groups of people on the ground. He Renong and Duan Kanyu were fighting. He Renong could be considered her senior brother, and they were both Bai Shaoxing's disciples. As for Duan Kanyu, she was his senior in martial arts, and he was indebted to her. Voila! She suddenly jumped up, holding the sword in one hand, and fell from the sky. The wind whistled in her ears, and she slowly swung the sword to the ground. In an instant, the wind and clouds gathered. The massive sword kui immediately condensed into a physical substance. It was as if this sword had cut down from the sky and contained an endless world of flowers, birds, insects, and fish. It was as if it had separated the two, formed a huge barrier. Boom! The ground was split open. It rose up inch by inch, turning into a rugged, towering, and continuous mountain range, cutting off the two opposing forces. This sword was too terrifying. As the sword fell, a huge crack appeared in the ground, turning into an endless abyss. The two sides rose up and turned into a concave, which extended for hundreds of miles and turned into a mountain range. The heaven realm, in the void, was also torn apart. He could vaguely see immortal palaces and pavilions, majestic mountains and rivers, and amazing Dao runes everywhere. A few mighty miracle gods, who were guarding the South Heaven Gate, stood high above in golden armor, as if they had existed since ancient times. Who's in the lower realm, breaking through the void again? Eh? It was a war in the mortal world. In such a long mountain range, there was such an earth-shaking monster in the mortal world. This was the cultivation of an emperor-to-be. However, this power is far beyond that of an ordinary emperor-to-be, and even close to that of an ancient heavenly emperor. However, you should be held responsible for blaspheming the heavenly court, a mighty miracle god murmured. Just as he was about to descend to the mortal world, he saw a cute green-robed girl who was silently eating candied haws among the group of swordsmen. She was clapping and cheering. "It's Mother Earth. Don't provoke them, or they'll make life difficult for us divine generals of Southern Heaven Gate. That mortal is powerful anyway. She doesn't have any cultivation, but her body is strengthened by the divine sword. Unless the heavenly emperor descends to the mortal world, no one is her match. If we go down, we'll be killed instantly." The golden-armored divine generals bathed in the divine light and suddenly felt that there was no one in the mortal world they could provoke. They silently repaired the void and continued to hide in the southern heaven gate. In the horror of countless people, the clouds mixed together, and a girl with a broken arm, a beautiful face, and a calm face, sat on a glass immortal sword suspended in the sky. The sword was like a peerless divine object. The body of the sword was as transparent as a mirror. The body of the sword shone on the entire earth and was actually plated with a layer of gold. Even their clothes were dyed with the glow of the sun, she said indifferently as she looked down at two armies. There should be a cross border between the imperial court and the Shu lands. I cut down 500 li of the mountain range with a single sword strike, making it difficult for us to communicate. This is the Shu path. The path of Shu is sparsely populated and barren. It's hard to pass through. I should set up a celestial gate on Mount Shu. For sword immortals, they can cut off a part of their body and turn it into a sword to cultivate. The person will still be immortal, and there will be life, death, old illness, and death. Cultivating this sword can cut down the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. In addition, our sect doesn't accept martial or Confucian cultivators. We only accept mortals who can't cultivate. His voice instantly resounded through the entire area. Countless grandmasters and even the imperial court were shocked. Who is this woman? One sword to split a mountain range, cross 500 li, and change the world. He cut across the northern Shu lands and guards the Shu road. Sword immortal. A mortal without any cultivation, born and died of old age and illness, but could sever the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers, and even enter the immortal world? Her battle strength is far beyond her peers. No one in the Emperor B realm is her match. Impossible. How can a mere mortal fight an immortal? Countless people were shocked. This sword immortal's existence was too inconceivable and unfathomable. What was even more strange was that she had no cultivation, so she couldn't sense her aura and lock onto her existence. Her sword had amazing power, but it was an inanimate object. It was hidden in the scabbard and had no aura when it wasn't activated. Who could block her sudden sneak attack and sudden sword attack? Sword immortals were assassins. Countless people started to feel down their spines. In the recent 100 years, something seemed to have been suppressed and was constantly exploding. First, there was the great Confucian Hurenong who established the dragon vein and the birth of the divine Dao. Now, there was the sword immortal of Shu Dao and the era. Perhaps it had completely changed. The huge mountain range cut across both sides, and then the fighting on both sides could only stop and fight. 3 days later, the news gradually spread, and mortals came after hearing the news. The huge rugged mountain range that suddenly protruded it out cried when they heard these words in the small town, tears covering their faces. It's actually true. We mortals can also have such great power. This was the suffering of mortals. They couldn't resist and could only accept it. As the eras changed, they would always be at the bottom, going with the flow. Many people did not have the talent to cultivate, and their meridians were blocked. After all, only a small number of people could cultivate. They could have perseverance, determination, and talent, but they could not embark on the path of cultivation to pursue their own dreams and pursuits. For the mortals of the world, open the Shu gate. Martial world. The world. In the inns and restaurants, more and more people were talking about it. A future legendary emperor to be was suddenly born in the mortal world. Suddenly, the whole Jianghu was in an uproar. The imperial court was moved, and even the ancient celestial emperors in the heavenly court began to hear about it. Furthermore, the Mount Shuord sect was on Mount Shu. Mortals like us with blocked meridians can also cultivate and walk the path of sword immortals. Mortals can't live forever, but they can obtain world-shaking power. I don't think it's possible. We mortals have blocked meridians, so how can we cultivate? I remember old Lai's son, who lived next door to our town, went everywhere to find a master, but he was cheated until he lost all his wealth. But I heard that the Mount Shu sword sect only accepts mortals who can't cultivate. I've already found out that the one-armed young lady, sword immortal, was the one-armed old woman who blocked the carriage back then. She's really blessed. Ha ha ha! The saintesses of the big sects were all talented, so wouldn't they go crazy? An old mortal woman had taken advantage of him. What a joke! What a joke! That wandering know-it-all might be an ancient Xiantian existence from the ancient Western era. One of his followers opened up the divine Tao while the other became a sword immortal. It's the place where the world's fate meets, where the wind rises and the clouds surge. There were more and more discussions in the pugilistic world, and the reputation of the wandering know-it-all was getting bigger and bigger. Everyone looked forward to it, thinking that they had just missed an opportunity. However, they never thought that those two people were mediocre. If it was him, would he have any achievements? At this moment, some mortals couldn't help but want to climb Mount Shu and search for the legendary sword immortal destiny on the misty peak. If I don't cultivate longevity, wouldn't it be great if I could control the sword and roam the world? On the rugged and towering Shu Road, many mortals' eyes were burning with passion as they made up their minds. The Shu Road suddenly stretched across 800 miles, turning into a huge mountain range that cut across the Shu land and the imperial court. Ever since then, the Dragon Vein in the northern Shu region had been cut off and was difficult to reach. It was a land of barbarians, where all kinds of swordsmen prevailed and the people were fierce, not under the jurisdiction of the imperial court. The great Zhou dynasty could no longer sweep through the Shu lands. They could only change their direction and send out their Confucians to sweep through the man-eating ancient race. However, there were very few of them and they were all very powerful. They were hidden in the depths of the mountains and were difficult to sweep through. The great Zhou dynasty targeted the sorcerer tribe of the south. Who knew that the descendants of the sorcerer ancestor were all tall and built like the great Zhou dynasty? They established an imperial court, named it the Nanzhao Kingdom, established an official position system, and appointed an imperial advisor. Instantly, their strength was divided into four sides: Nanzhao, the barbarian, the great Zhou, the martial artists of the Shu path, and the ancient race of demons and monsters of the Great Marsh. A new era had arrived. It was an era that belonged to martial arts, Confucianism, and sword immortals. Year 339 of the Great Zhou dynasty. In June, the sect leader of Mount Shu was recruiting disciples. Her voice resounded throughout the land of Shui. The human Tao is boundless. The immortal Tao is boundless. The ghost Tao is joyful. The door of life, the immortal Tao is life. The ghost Tao is death. Summoning the demons and spirits, cutting the 6 ghosts, the Kui of the heavens, my Taoist days will be prosperous. This is the first entrance examination for the Shu faction disciples. If you have the chance, come to Mount Shu. In a day, the Shu Dao traveled thousands of miles. Countless mortals carried their bags and stepped onto the Shu Dao. However, the path of the Shu Dao was truly difficult. There was no limit to one's talent in cultivating to become a sword immortal, but one had to have astonishing willpower. There was the pain of losing an arm, and many people could not even climb up the Shu Dao. They could not endure the hardships. Some people even exaggerated that it was harder than opening the gate of heaven. As such, some people said that the path of Shu was difficult as ascending the robed sword. Lord Immortal Wenjian's name resounded throughout the world. Countless mortals yearned for the rugged and steep Mount Shu mountain range. After more than a year, some sects and the imperial court also began to search for information. That Mount Shu is indeed weird. Their disciples all have broken arms and have to eat coarse grain. In the middle of every month, they ride their swords down the mountain and go down to buy food and vegetables. They, sick and suffering. Even now, some low-level disciples who don't have sword ki to enhance their longevity and are sick actually seek medical treatment from doctors, no different from ordinary people. How can you be so weak, cultivating the sword and not the body? Many holy sects and hidden martial arts sects had entered the saint realm through martial arts. They could break mountains with one punch, and their bodies were indestructible. They were already comparable to the holy lands of the Western era. When they cultivated to the extreme, they gradually didn't have to suffer from the pain of mortals. As long as they didn't consume spiritual ki from immortal roots, they could even abstain from food for months, not eating mortal food, and their bodies would be free of dirt and sweat. On the other hand, the Shu Mountain faction was like an ordinary sect. On this day, at the foot of Mount Shu, countless mortals in the town looked up at the blue sky. A five-colored light flashed by, and someone flew on a sword. A loud laughter resounded through the sky. The imperial sword comes with the wind, carefree in the world. His voice reverberated throughout the Mount Shu mountain range. It was the sect leader of Mount Shu, Li Wenjian. Every few days, she would ride her sword and travel far away to exchange ideas and insights with Bai Xiaosheng. It was not strange for the nearby mortal towns to look up at the sky, and many people were envious. Some of the children held onto their rattle drums as they pointed at the sky and shouted, "I want to be as carefree as her in the future. Sister Sword Immortal is the pride of us mortals. I want to go to Mount Shu. You should call him the sect master of Mount Shu." His mother warned him. It was nighttime at the inn, and the streets were quiet. "I'm here again." Li Wenjian strode forward and sat beside Medusa and the all-knowing scholar. The three of them once again studied together. With the all-knowing scholar as the center, they asked and discussed questions without interfering with each other. "How's my sword intent?" Li Wenjian suddenly asked. "Very good," he said. Medusa lowered her head and flipped through the book, her voice soft and calm. "So what if I want to kill you?" Li Wenjian's eyes lit up as his sword intent soared into the sky. He coldly said, "My teacher, Bai Xiaosheng, I want to invite you back to Mount Shu. I won't enter the mortal world, the celestial world, and definitely can't follow you back to the devil world." She already knew that the demonic realm would open a world passage and invade in less than 10 years. This origin demonic god had already descended and was exploring this land. "You're still not good enough. Don't seek your own death now." Medusa looked at her with a smile. "I cherish you very much. You are a unique mortal, a swordsman in the mortal world. You are sharp and have a short life. Even if I help you once, I cannot help you a second time. Your remaining life will not exceed 100 years. Or Haotzi. Sword cultivation was an extreme Dao. If one cultivated it, then one would not be able to cultivate other things. Blocked meridians would not allow one to cultivate the meridian system, but it would also not allow one to cultivate the meditation and potions extraordinary system of other worlds. Medusa's eyes were filled with joy, as if she had seen a precious jewel. She gently stroked the black hair of this ordinary-looking mortal girl. "You have murderous sword aura and an amazing fighting spirit. You are really a beautiful flower that will disappear in. Flash path is very unique and contains a sense of defiance. Although it is limited by time, it is not limited by time. I hope that before you die of old age, you can catch up to me, who has lived for 1,000 years, and fight me. Don't touch me." The mortal girl glared at her, her eyes filled with ferocity. "All right," he said. Medusa laughed. Medusa's cultivation had actually stopped moving forward. Although she had lived for 2,000 years, when Taoist Changsheng, who had cultivated for less than 300 years, fought against Qi with the real entity of Pangu and shattered the world, his combat strength was already close to her, the evil god of Cthulhu. After Dao Changsheng reached the peak, he also stopped. Hundreds of years had passed since he fought against Dikyuai, but his combat power had also stopped. They were stuck in the demigod realm. No matter how invincible they were in the same realm, they would be caught up by the people who came after them unless they broke through the 8th realm. Only then would they have greater potential and heights to expand. The clash of auras filled the entire room with killing intent. The cute girl and his disciple, who were hiding at the side, started to feel very scared. These two people were actually fighting over a bookworm who had no self-awareness and only knew how to study. As expected, my passion for learning makes me popular. The cute girl muttered to herself. The little fox Hu Haihan felt goosebumps all over his body. Ever since Li Wenjun turned back from an old woman, she's been so fierce. Was this the true human butcher of his youth? It gives me the feeling that it's so overbearing that it even dares to fight against a demon god. But why is Sister Mokuli so happy after being scolded? You're too young. The cute girl lying on the windowsill shook her head. She's a serious masochist. Those who were afraid of her, kneeled before her, or feared her, she would beat them to death. As for those who scolded her, and those who a vice president wanted to beat to death one day, she would laugh very happily. I? The disciple's eyes widened, indicating that she didn't understand the pursuit of the strong. Meng Mei put her hands behind her back and looked at the 3P people who were sitting at the desk and were passionate about learning. My disciple, if you reach the peak of the world one day, you will have the dreams, money, and power that everyone dreams of. You will understand what they are pursuing. Although Meng Mei could understand them now, she couldn't understand them. However, this act was indeed satisfying. As expected, the little fox Hu Han's eyes suddenly sparkled. He admired his master even more and became a curious baby. Then, teacher, you've gone through several mythological eras since the beginning of the world, lived for 1,000 years, and reached the peak of the world. Is sleeping every day your only pursuit? The cute was speechless. My pursuit is to go out and catch up on movies and watch shows, okay? I've only lived for 60 years. She was still a baby. A younger than you who had lived for hundreds of years. Meng Mei, like she had received a critical blow from her disciple. In less than 6 years, another piece of news came. In the Mount Shusu sword sect, Sword Immortal Liu had broken through to the 7th void realm. Before she was weak, the 6th sword was already a divine sword of the 6th realm. Now that the broken sword was reforged, and after 30 years of being a mortal, her state of mind was already at the 7th profound void realm. She could push the 6th sword to the 7th realm. When the sword intent arrived, the realm of the sword could be synchronized quickly. However, she still needed the energy of a celestial emperor and all kinds of precious treasures and divine materials to forge a sword. She traveled to the imperial court and various sects in the pugilistic world, plundering them ruthlessly and instantly gathering all the materials to break through to the celestial emperor realm. The sword immortal lineage is a large resource consumer. Liu Wenjun's expression became calm as he continued to hammer the sword within the flames. It's like a bottomless pit. Furthermore, its battle prowess is heaven-defying, but it's not eternal. It only has the short lifespan of a mortal. The world is fair. I don't cultivate the next life. I only ask for the price of this glory. Then let the world know that I once existed in this world. The Great Zhou Dynasty, year 345. The sect master of Mount Shu, Li Wenjian, broke through to the celestial emperor realm. The heavens and earth shook, and the gate of heaven opened. A mortal becoming a celestial emperor? This is simply unbelievable. The heaven realm and the mortal world violently. A mortal actually had the battle prowess of a celestial emperor? However, no matter what, the sign of the golden age of the Eastern era had appeared. The first unrivaled heavenly emperor who could suppress all the heroes and talents of the world had appeared. An unparalleled emperor had begun to suppress the new era. In the ancient immortal world, all the heavenly emperors and gods descended upon Mount Shu and gave them treasures to celebrate. On the earth, all the major sects in the mortal world, the Confucian Grand Master of the imperial court, and the land immortal, Duan Kanyu, came to congratulate him. Their power was at its peak and unparalleled. Boom! The human Tao is boundless. The immortal Tao is boundless. The ghost Tao is joyful, the door of life. The immortal Tao is life. The ghost Tao is death. On the sword-washing platform of Mount Shu, the ground was paved with green square bricks. It was simple and ancient. Dozens of Mount Shu disciples in long Taoist robes were practicing martial arts with swords in one hand. The momentum was shocking, and sword will soared into the sky. All right. Countless martial artists were watching from the outside. In the inner palace, many ancient existences were discussing. They were the heavenly emperors of the ancient era. A white-robed female sword immortal with a broken arm and a glass divine sword on her back exuded a monstrous killing intent. She was peerless and otherworldly, ethereal and sharp. Celestial Emperor Xu Wei couldn't help but say in admiration, "You only cultivate your combat strength, not your longevity. Your combat strength is actually approaching our level." He would probably surpass them in a few years. However, it's only natural. We're still in our prime, and you've just entered your prime. There was some regret in her eyes. Life was relative. In a sense, they were both heavenly emperors, so they were the same age. Liu Wenjian was in his prime, and so were they. They were about to enter old age. However, in less than 20 years, Liu Wenjian was about to enter his twilight years. In less than 100 years, this sword Tao heavenly emperor with shocking battle prowess would fall. They had long lifespans and were about to enter old age. So there was still a long time before they could do so. The burning sore heavenly emperor was bathed in divine light as he smiled and praised. Such an extraordinary woman, unprecedented in history. What an extreme way to go. Cutting her own body as a sword, defying the heavens. She only seeks for the present world, not eternity. Thank you for the comments, Liu Wenjian replied. After a moment's hesitation, Xu Wei opened her mouth and handed over a book. This is the 9 Revolutions mysterious art that the heavenly Tao has ordered us to deliver. Previously, there were 2 paths to cultivation in the heaven and earth. The first, to gather the meridians and open the sea of consciousness in the mind. The second was to gather the meridians and open the dantian in the lower abdomen. Your sword Tao is to use the method of forging swords and forging weapons to forge your arm and open the blocked meridians of a mortal. Then, you will condense your dantian in your arm and chop it off. Your mind and heart are connected, and you will enter the Tao with weapons. As for the art of the sword, since it's for the arm to form the dantian, perhaps we can also learn from the 9 Revolutions mysterious art. Cultivating the 9 Revolutions mysterious art with the sword can open up 9 heavens and earth within. Fen Teng added with a smile, your combat strength is already heaven-defying. In addition, you have cultivated the Bingi sword of the 9 revolutions mysterious art. You have 9 apertures in your body. Then you can walk your own mortal path. Perhaps, in the future, you will be comparable to the real body of Pengu in his strongest form. The 2 heavenly emperors invited her to stay in the 9 heavens and become a heavenly emperor. This was the ultimate honor for mortals, but she rejected it. She wanted to stay on Mount Shu and continue teaching her disciples. She did not have a long life. Since she was a mortal, she was reluctant to part with the mortal world. After chatting for a while more, the celestial thirds left regretfully and returned to the heavenly palace. Liu Wenjun strode out of the palace hall. The sword flashed. At this moment, Liu Shangfeng, the head disciple of Mount Shu, was fighting against the heaven's favorites from the other sects. Some sects were not convinced. Although the Mount Shu sword immortal could allow mortals to cultivate, it was too extreme. Furthermore, they were only mortals who wielded swords. No matter how strong they were still mortals. Their physical bodies would shatter with a touch. They did not believe that they had strong combat power. In less than a few moves, they were all defeated. Only then did the current sect leaders of the holy lands of the pugilistic world realize how terrifying it was. They looked at the eldest disciple of the Mount Shu sword sect and said, "Although he has a mortal body and is supported by the divine sword, he is still extremely fragile. He will die with a single strike, but we can't hit him." What a marvelous sword technique! One sword can break all techniques. The sword can shatter any Dao techniques or long swords that approach. Even spiritual attacks can't get close to his mortal body. Of course, as long as we break through his line of defense. Even the weakest attack will kill us. Extreme attack, extreme defense. Dun. NBSP. The Sacred Land sect leaders found it hard to believe. The eldest disciple of Mount Shu had amazing talent and was even exaggerated. However, his meridians were blocked. If he were in a big sect, he would be eliminated from the first test. After all, no matter how talented he was, what was the use? It would be a waste if he couldn't cultivate. A mortal's body was destined not to be able to cultivate. Even a powerful expert would not be able to open it. After all, there were tens of thousands of meridians in a mortal's body. How could it be possible to open them up delicately without hurting the body? This is what a precious jade is. As a mortal, he has experienced a lot of pain and has forged himself to be able to bear the pain of losing an arm. He is not ordinary. He is much better than the spoiled geniuses of our big sects. The sect master of Mount Shu, a mortal heavenly emperor, is indeed a peerless existence. As woman, she was able to suppress the entire world as mortal. It's really shameful for us men. The potential of the Mount Shu sword sect is limitless. They sighed. Then, they saw the arrival of the sect leader of Mount Shu and the end of their conversation with the celestial emperors of the immortal world. Who would have thought that a young girl from an ordinary family with above-average looks would have such an appearance? In the entire mortal world, who knows how many people with this kind of appearance would die out? Women, will they ever get married? I wonder who's lucky enough to marry such peerless and beautiful sword immortal celestial emperor. Shh, how could such a person marry a man? They were all discussing. They knew that in every era, there would be a heavenly monarch that suppressed the era. In the West era, there was heavenly monarch Jiquai who suppressed the 12 ancestors of sorcery, heavenly monarch Duan Tian who suppressed the 4 races, and then there was heavenly monarch Dao who shocked everyone. Perhaps at this moment, a new era of the celestial emperor had arrived. As time passed, time continued to flow. In another 3 years, Bing Yijian also cultivated the inner world's 9 revolutions mysterious art. He gradually integrated into the mountains and rivers, entering an incredible realm and taking in many Shu people. An endless world seemed to be contained on the transparent glass body of the sword. One side of the sword was carved with stars, the sun, and the moon, while the other side was carved with mountains, rivers, and plants. One could vaguely see farmers, livestock, and smoke rising from kitchen chimneys. The sect leader of Mount Shu had reached an unbelievable level in the art of sword play. As a mortal, she experienced life and death, needed sleep, and needed 3 meals a day. But she had the battle strength of an immortal. She ruled the world alone, and the world bowed to her. There had never been a mortal heavenly emperor since ancient times. The sword immortal emperor was revered by the entire world as the ancestor of mortals, the founder of humanity. Everyone knew that a new era had arrived. This was the arrival of a new era. Some people started to feel sorrowful. They knew that this era might end soon, so they didn't have a good impression of it. I've heard that this mortal heavenly emperor only has less than 100 years of life left. He has experienced and death, and his lifespan is as short as fireworks. It's a pity. Duan Kanyu and Hu Renong are also in the emperor-to-be realm. Maybe they will break through in 100 years. Their lifespans will become longer and longer, and they will have 900 years, just like those ancient heavenly emperors. Someone laughed bitterly. That's right. What's the use of only fighting for the world? No matter how beautiful and invincible you are, you'll still be a gravestone in 100 years. Duan Qianyu and Hu Renong are the true victors of time. Moreover, Hu Renong cultivates the divine Dao. It's said that when he cultivates to the extreme, his lifespan will be far longer than ordinary celestial emperors, and he may be immortal. Bai Xiaosheng taught 2 people, one has an extremely long life, and the other has an extremely long life. Is there any deeper meaning behind this? Be careful with your words. The line of sword cultivators only fights for the world with a rebellious intent. If I'm allowed to live for 100 years and become a peerless heavenly emperor who can suppress an era, I'm willing to die. The wheel of history finally leaned towards mortals. They no longer needed talent in cultivation, only the courage to seek the sword. If the Western era was the era of deities and ancient gods, then the Eastern era was the era of sword immortals for mortals. It belonged to all living beings. In the later generations, there was a passage recorded in the East era. In the northern Shu sword forging Liu family, there was a mortal woman Hu Wenjian. After many twists and turns, she acknowledged Bai Xiaosheng as her master. Her sword cut the land of Shu and turned it into the 500-mile Shu Dao. She became the sect master of Shu Mountain and ate 5 grains. She died of old age, sickness, and death. Her mortal body could kill the heavenly emperor. The era of mortal-immortal cultivation has arrived. Sect leader of Shu Dao, Liu Henchu. Because of my idea at that time, I actually borrowed Bai Xiaosheng's help. I didn't expect that I would be able to reach this stage after my ambition was stirred up again. Xu Ji was sitting on a chair at the entrance of the courtyard. Even though Li Wenjian was a woman who was innately weak and sickly, she was determined and stubborn. She rose up step by step from a mortal who couldn't cultivate to become the sword immortal emperor. She created the Mount Shu sword immortal lineage and destroyed the Shu Dao with a single sword strike, bringing the era into a prosperous era for the Mount Shu sword. However, she was a mortal who couldn't cultivate, and her meridians were blocked. If she walked the path of the immortal reversal, sword cultivation would be too extreme just by relying on the reverse intent. She would be the shortest-lived mortal celestial emperor in history and would die of old age and illness. Think about it, fate is really wonderful. If I didn't help, history would have gone the other way and the era of Mount Shu wouldn't have appeared. Xu Zi's thoughts stirred. Perhaps a historical wave like this has buried countless heroic figures who have yet to rise. In fact, if it were not for the knowledge of the all-knowing scholar, she would have definitely been able to reach this point. He had casually chosen Li Wenjian. What if he had chosen Duan Qianyu? With this person's talent, he might be able to replace Li Wenjian and become a heavenly emperor in some way if he were to push the fire. This fate. Xu Zi laughed and got up calmly. It's just like when I created the Bugape and casually stepped on many of the animals running in the forest when I entered the Grand Canyon. At that time, I said that this was the survival of the fittest and natural selection. It's also my choice. He got on his scooter and felt that he had acted pretty cool. He drove leisurely along the village path, planning to get some drinks from the small supermarket while enjoying the scenery. When he came back, he looked at the wizard community that his father didn't care about and had ignored since it was built. In the wizard community, the streets and alleys were filled with shops and storefronts. It was very lively, as if it had already become a small virtual town game. The first PvP tournament has entered the finals. A wizarding community welcomed its first golden age. As the god of creation NPC, he should indeed attend the ceremony and not be absent. It was not as if there had not been any combat tournaments before, but they were all privately held. After all, the wizard community had only been open for a month. This was the first large-scale combat tournament, and it was an official one at that. It was only the content that had been updated in Xu Zi's last update, and there were even tournament rewards. The purpose of entering the world of gourmet was to stimulate their passion for liver cirrhosis, which was to meditate madly. After going through countless preliminaries and semifinals, the finals had already begun. If Evolution Sandbox was a game with a small audience, and was only open to more than 300 special players, then the wizard community was a popular game for the public. Each person was online for 30 seconds a day, and a total of 1,000 character accounts could be logged in at the same time. In fact, in 24 hours a day, there were nearly 3 million people who took turns to log in. What did 3 million people mean? It was already equivalent to a very popular online game. There was no doubt that the social and open nature of the wizarding community had become a part of many people's lives. Some foreign players even tried to enter the community game through various channels. There are 3 million people coming in every day. Each of them took 3 hours. With all sorts of scams, each of them took an average of 1.5 hours. The effect is very exaggerated. Xu Zi's expression was calm. I don't even know how many batches of 4th grade wizards have been changed. The strength of the body tissues of the entire Cthulhu evil god pet is now close to that of Medusa's main body, which has been working hard for God knows how long. The degree of liver cirrhosis of a player should not be underestimated. Of course, this was only close. Medusa's body was a grade 6 or grade 7 organization. After all, powerhouses from the magic medicine era had died one after another. On the other hand, Xu Zi's side was a unified grade 4, and they were true Cthulhu evil gods without self-consciousness. The Cthulhu evil god was originally not meant to be compared to Medusa. It was just a mechanical tool pet without intelligence. Xu Zi looked at the wizarding community and stroked the head of his little pet from the dark brown Rubik's Cube orchard. He was holding the dog food happily. It only has its instincts. Every Rubik's Cube creature is emitting chaotic and violent emotions, but it's constantly improving its level. I'm almost done with 1/3 of the 1,000 Rubik's Cubes. Perhaps he would have to increase its size like Medusa and make it 199,000 Rubik's Cubes. However, with that, its body size should be size of a normal person, similar to Medusa. Xuji laughed and said, "When the time comes, I'll make a personal guard puppet." No, forget about the puppets, but the Rubik's Cube motorcycle can even transform into an airplane. What about a mount? No matter what, a creature formed from blocks that could be randomly pieced together and had an internal space. Thinking about it, there were endless possibilities. The sorcerer community was definitely one of the most important parts of the game. Therefore, Xuji had to make a trip to the Sorcerer Community Combat Finals. At this moment, there were 1,000 little lives moving back and forth on this of land that was only 30 square meters in size. They were shouting and shouting around a circular bird's nest building that looked like a football field on the edge. Out of the 3 million players, only 1,000 of them could go online at the same time. Those who couldn't go online at the same time could enter the special competition's guest mode. They could enter the perspective of 1,000 characters, but they couldn't control that character. There were many beautiful women in the venue. They were all wearing exquisite wizard robes and were giving off colorful sorcery energy. They were dancing to the Elysium with sexy steps. Pretty. I was so touched that tears kept flowing down the corners of my mouth. As expected of the big shots of the Community Housing Committee, each of them has superb planning skills. Out of 3 million people, they found a bunch of cute girls who can dance. I'll blow it up. It caused a wave of cheers from the audience. A group of Magus girls danced with all kinds of colorful spells. Such a beautiful opening ceremony would definitely cause many people to be excited. FTK. In visitor mode, we can even watch the dancing girl characters. Ha ha ha. I also realized that I can go over and watch myself dance in first person. While I dance, I can also watch you dumbass audience members. Some people laughed wildly. Does that mean that during the competition, we can watch the players in battle from a first-person perspective? Cool. He was one of the top 8, the top professional fighter among millions of players. Look at how you can freely switch the perspective of the players on both sides. That's what watching a real match is like. The entire game forum was usually dominated by the Evolution sandbox. At this moment, the screen was flooded with this rare golden age. It was full of content in the wizard community. Countless people cheered, as if it was a grand competition in the competitive circle. It's time to go over and take a look. At this moment, Xuji had just returned from the supermarket. He put the electric scooter down at the entrance of the courtyard, picked up a chair at the entrance, and then took out a few apples from the plastic bag in the supermarket. He strode over. The bird's nest building. The host was Bai Xiaojun, the one who had exposed the production team's good intentions. She was also a well-known big shot in the wizarding community. This is a competition hosted by the officials, Bai Xiaojun shouted. I just received news that the god of creation has come personally to attend this competition. In addition, the officials would release Easter eggs and rewards. The officials have always been kind, so they definitely won't be bad. FEK. The god of creation has arrived. Countless people, instantly overjoyed. Bai Xiaojun continued to speak loudly. Cough, cough, cough. I believe most of you already know this. I still have to give you a little bit of information. As you all know, there are 3 million players in the wizard community, but they are subsidiary dungeons of more than 300 special players in the Evolution sandbox. According to the background design of this game, the village chief NPC, the god of creation, is the only existence that can cross the universe. In other words, in terms of setting, he is the highest existence in this game. Blow it up. Countless people were excited. The god of creation, they had never seen it before. Because of the background of the evolution, the 300 people had a special benefit. After all, they were spores in the courtyard of the latitude of creation and had never appeared in the wizard community. The wizarding community is a stepmom's property. Many people had cursed him before. Boom, boom, boomed. Suddenly, while everyone was discussing, a giant with a vast and hazy radiance slowly approached. He was carrying a rattan chair. It's here! It's an epic divine artifact. The chair of the god of creation. Wah! It was a chair dungeon that wiped out all the first beta players. Look at that domineering and heroic posture, and look at that domineering air when he walked over with chair. His sighing eyes, his sexy stubble, that perfect figure. My Prince Charming is actually here. My sister's in the fan club, come quickly. I'm about to faint. Countless people raised their heads to look. The boundless feeling of a giant, the epic magnificence, and the sky-covering feeling was unimaginable. They were all very excited, as if they'd seen their idol. G was speechless. Damn, I'm just here to watch the ceremony. It's like attending some meetings. I'm just here to sit in front and be a judge. Why? So high. He put the chair and sat down. The entire bird nest-shaped arena was built on the edge of the sandpit, so it was convenient for him to carry a chair and sit down. The feet in front of him faced the entire arena. This proportion was like a person sitting on a chair with a round foot washing basin in front of him. Countless people in the bird's nest stadium looked up excitedly. Suji, on the other hand, was sitting calmly in his chair. He was already used to being madly watched by these guys who were making a big fuss. There was no fluctuation in his heart at all, and he even had the illusion that he wanted to put his feet into the foot wash basin in front of him. After some chaos, the first community PvP finals of our wizard community has officially begun. Under the gaze of the god of creation, Bai Xiaojun said loudly, "First of all, thank you for your participation. After all, there are thousands of people working hard for each character. Some are in charge of meditation to improve the character level. Some are in charge of alchemy, exchanging sand coins for materials and making alchemy equipment. Some are fighters to practice fighting skills, and some are wizards to practice all kinds of spells. Now, let's invite the contestants onto the stage. The finals, the top 8 contestants. The first one, Dikai. Along with the applause, Ajiki slowly walked out with his hands behind his back. Please issue your battle declaration. The microphone was handed over. With his hands behind his back, Jiki looked down at the world with a profound gaze. He said, "What's yours is mine, and what's mine is still mine." Voila! The surrounding arena instantly became heated. 666. Big brother, you're awesome. Secretly learning the Celestial Emperor. Number 1 in the world. Diki's face must be full of question marks. Someone's actually secretly copying me? If Diki sees this fake Diki will be beaten to death. Then the next contestant entered the stage. It was actually the recently popular sword immortal Lingjian. She was a beautiful woman who wielded an alchemy longsword. After all, the wizard community had improved a lot. As long as most of the people applied to change their appearance, they could change their appearance by paying a lot of sand coins. At this time, of course, he had to create the latest and most popular mortal heavenly emperor. Sword, immortals are the number one in the world. The mortal heavenly emperor's rebellious intent. The story of this mortal girl has simply pierced my heart. Many people in the audience were making a fuss. One day, I want to enter Mount Shu as well. Forget it, you'll have to cut off your arm. Ha 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 ha! I'm not afraid. I'm most afraid that losing an arm will make this sword immortal not handsome enough. I chose to break my leg to forge a sword. I placed it in a furnace and hammered it over and over again. Then I chopped it off and cultivated it into an immortal sword. Watch as I, a pure yang sword immortal, strike my enemies tens of thousands of miles in the sky. The venue instantly became deathly silent. Many of the lively people turned their heads from their seats and looked at this young man as if he was a pervert. The young man was speechless. It was so embarrassing. He had just realized that he had been too excited and had exposed the depths of his heart. At this moment, one by one, the hot topics appeared. There were countless fans, and they were all shouting and wrangling. Countless people were in high spirits. They felt that this was a golden age for players, and it was rare for them to be so happy. They are indeed talents, but they are combat-type talents. Xuji sat on a high spot and looked down at his feet. He took out an apple he had just bought from the supermarket and began to eat it in big bites. The entire stadium was in an uproar again as they looked at the giant eating the apple. FTK, it appeared. It's a classic scene from the legends, the god of creation eating an apple. Xuji ignored them. He had too much liver cirrhosis and overused his brain. It was understandable that he was not in the right state of mind. The next contestant is... Bai Xiaojun's voice gradually became stiff. She looked up at the god of creation, who was gnawing on an apple. After a moment of silence, she said, "The next contestant, the creator." A contestant who was shrouded in a hazy light walked out shakily. He looked at the sky. The face of the huge giant who was eating an apple was as white as paper. Bai Xiaojun's voice was hoarse and nervous. She stuffed the microphone into his mouth and said, "Contestants, please, state your declaration." This contestant was stunned. The oath that was supposed to blow up the entire audience was now very uncomfortable. He did not expect the god of creation to suddenly appear. He could only take out an apple and slowly put it in his mouth. With an extremely uncomfortable and embarrassed expression, he wanted to cry but had no tears. He secretly looked at the sky. "I am the creator, Apple." Xuji nibbled on the apple and looked at him, speechless young man. "You're on a narrow road." Xuji sat in his chair and ate his apple leisurely. He looked down at the trembling contestant and did not know whether to laugh or cry. These guys are imitating people everywhere. They've even started imitating me. I'm the god, creation. I like to eat apples. When he heard these words, he felt a headache. He was not so narrow-minded. However, in the following matches of the top 8, what made Xuji speechless was that this professional fighter's mental state was instantly unstable and he was eliminated. The entire arena was in an uproar. "I'll throw, Piengxi Shi is a low match. God of creation. You're a piece of trash, leave the group." The crowd was in an uproar. "The god of creation personally came to watch, but you fell. Give me some face, will you?" Even some of the goddess of creation's fans were not convinced. They cursed and said that they would wipe out their guild group tonight. The contestant wanted to cry but had no tears. He was definitely an elite professional fighter, but in a fight, there were many changes in the blink of an eye. The mentality was very important when casting spells. A moment of hesitation would lead to defeat. Xi watched for a while. This final match was a point-based competition. It was divided into 4 rings, and the opponents were constantly changing. 4 of the top 8 were quickly eliminated, and they were now in the top 4. He is indeed powerful. Xuji could not help but smile when he saw this. They were all true combat geniuses, not players like Sandbox Evolution could compare to. After all, those players were biological experts who studied evolution, which meant that they were top students. They basically had no talent for fighting. Even if they entered the sand pit, the racer of Mount Haruna, the cute girl, and the others would find it difficult to be the protagonists of the era. This was the reason why, and these geniuses are the most outstanding professional fighters among millions of people. Behind them, there are geniuses in charge of meditation, helping them to crazily increase their realms. There's a genius who's good at alchemy who can help them make equipment. Everyone here is an all-rounded genius. Meditation, alchemy, and combat were all integrated into one. The level of a 4th-rank wizard is enough to make people feel that the fight is very exciting. As a matter of fact, combat techniques could be improved limitlessly, and the viewing pleasure was also great. This was one of the reasons why the wizard community was so popular as a competitive game that tested one's skills. After all, competitive games had always been a large category of online games on Earth. The real combat in front of them was simply a street above other games such as tower pushing, firearms, and PUBG. No less. At this moment, after the quarter-finals had ended, a system notification rang out. The top 4 contestants will be rewarded with 5 million meditation coins. Voila! The entire was in an uproar. FVT, so many. The game planning team really has a conscience. 5 million sand coins was an astronomical figure. There were nearly 3,000 people standing behind each contestant, and each character was equivalent to a server of the game. There were 1,000 servers in the game. Right now, it could be considered a battle between the district servers. However, if the 5 million were to be split equally, the server player of that character would also be able to get a considerable profit. The top 4 already received such generous rewards. Production team, I'm blowing my own trumpet. Ha ha ha, our Diki district has advanced. Some people were cheering, while others were feeling down. FETK, the Batman district has also been upgraded. That's a server that's basically filled with foreigners. Mother, I'm so angry. This game is at the entry port of our country. Out of 1,000 servers, 8 of them are foreign players. When the 500 new slots were opened for the second beta, those bastards got wind of it and went to the official website to fight for the VIP slots. We have many people and fast hands, but they still managed to snatch some of the slots. Now, their foreign servers are gathered in 8 servers, and they still advanced to the finals. I have to admit that they also have experts. There are only a few people, but there are elites. The professional fighter Casey, who controls Batman, is indeed a monster. He has a terrifying keen sense of battle, and his players call him the Beast Casey. Whoa! Kun Kun from our district has been eliminated in the top 8. Damn it, our creator zone has been eliminated. Some people took off their VR equipment in front of their computers. The district server that everyone worked so hard for had been eliminated. It was like losing a guild war in an online game. They felt a deep sense of loss. However, in the competition, the winner would be happy, while the loser would be disappointed. It was inevitable. At this moment, this wizard community game not only covered social interaction, leisure entertainment, but also competitive games. It had become a global hot trend. After that, there was a half-an-hour break before the top were fighting matches. Suddenly, they heard a notification. The semifinals have begun. The venue has been changed to the storm zone. Everyone in the arena was shocked. Was this the official surprise and Easter egg? Just as everyone was about to say something, the 4 contestants and the host Bai Xiaojun were suddenly swept up by a gust of wind. The wind wrapped around their bodies, and they quickly flew into the sky. Hualala. The 4 of them landed. When they came back to their senses, they found themselves standing on a black platform high in the sky. They were surrounded by strong winds, and there was a scorching sun above their heads. White clouds were swirling in the blue sky. A high-altitude environment. The 4 of were shocked. This black platform was the flying pet of the orchard. It flew into the air. Meanwhile, in the arena, the audience noticed that the 4 combat players had disappeared from the combat ring. In their place was a translucent screen projection showing the 4 players entering the sky. FTK, the battleground has changed. Lousy game producer, come out and get beaten. Can't you inform us of the competition schedule in advance? Wah! It wasn't satisfying to watch from the audience, so I went offline to look at the accounts of the players. They're really in the arena, so cool. I'll go and take a look too. The storm is very strong and will affect the battle. It depends on who can adapt better. At that moment, the team behind the top 4, all the players in that server, including the person in charge, started to worry. The match was held in the air. The 4 starfighters, each of them had an amazing number of fans supporting them from behind. Their fights were also very exciting, with all kinds of desperate turns and even many hidden cards emerging one after another, making people feel very satisfied. After each of them had fought for a round, it was time for the second round, which was the battle between the top 4. At this moment, another message was sent. Change of rain, lava zone. Hualala. A storm engulfed the 4 contestants. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves standing in front of a huge, pitch-black circular ring. Xuji blocked the line of sight outside the black circular ring. Then, he placed the black pan on the gas stove and turned on the fire. The high temperature slowly baked the black round arena. Hot, hot, as expected of the lava zone. The 4 contestants couldn't help but feel that the organizer was very thoughtful. It was another round of competition, and the venue was constantly changing. Gradually, they entered the final venue. Change of venue, waterfall area. Huala. In the blink of an eye, a gust of wind swept through. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself on a piece of land that looked like cement. Isi turned on the tap. Voila. In the sky, there was a vast waterfall and river. Pure white water splashed down from the sky, splashing countless water droplets. The terrain has become more complicated. A huge waterfall makes it hard to see clearly. It's a test of one's spiritual power to sense the terrain. The opponent is hiding in the waterfall and trying to sneak attack me. This is too difficult. It'll be difficult for the others too. At this moment, the 4 of them were still in the competition, but after calculating the points, the top 2 were basically already determined. It would be one of them. Kexi, the player from the foreign server, and the legendary professional player from the Chinese server, the recently famous 18-year-old genius Yuan Qinghua. No one had known that he was so fierce and had emerged as a new force. The 2 of them were competing for the championship. Walala. As the snow-white waterfall sprayed down, the 2 of them crossed each other, as if they were assassins and wizards in the shadows. Drip, drip, hazy. Raindrops fell on the ground. This operation is amazing. Countless people felt as if their hearts were being squeezed. In just a dozen minutes, all kinds of shadows moved forward, assassinating, and the two people's god-level operations were stunning. In the end, Yuan Qinghua defeated the other party by a slight advantage and won the championship. We won. Ha ha ha, we've won. Everyone cheered, and many people in the audience hugged each other. Xu Ji, who was sitting next to him, also showed a faint smile. The wizarding community had never had any rules, and he rarely paid attention to them. He let them develop freely, but he didn't expect it to be so perfect today. The wizard community's first full-service combat competition had finally come to an end. The entire forum was filled with cheers, and many people were excited during the process. There were many comments on the forum, which made people feel emotional. Even after the game, the host did an interview with the players. The creator's face was full of tears. I didn't perform well. I couldn't suppress my excitement when I saw the god of creation. I'm sorry to the players of our server. I had a chance to be in the top 4. I'm sorry, but I can only leave with regret. Then, he interviewed one of them. He was originally the favorite player to win the championship, Noob 052. He was the most likely to win first place, and even the default champion. Everyone had seen his exquisite operation, but in the end, he only got third place. Many people felt that it was a pity and felt that it was not worth it for him. He had not performed well. Otherwise, he would not have let Kexi and Yuan Qinghua, two people who had once lost to him, surpass him. He said, I realized that the competition and the usual are two different environments. I'm a person who is afraid of strangers. When I stand on the stage and face expectations of nearly 3,000 people in the district behind me, that kind of oppressive and torturous sense of destiny makes me very nervous. I hope that the next competition will be better. I will come back. What were your original expectations? Bai Xiaojun asked. I've already thought it through. As long as I'm not in second place, I won't feel like I'm missing out on first place. I can accept it. I can accept that I'm in third place now. He said, mentality is also a type of strength. Without strength, you're a noob. There's nothing to quibble about. In esports, being a noob is an original sin. Countless people were silent, feeling touched. This fighting legend of the wizard community, Noob 0552, a battle monster with a winning record of 173 consecutive wins in the PvP arena and a winning rate of 97.3%, had been pulled down from the elevator. Next, the host, Bai Xiaojun, interviewed Kexi, who was in second place. He said, fighting talent is important, but understanding the opponent is even more important. Our team used big data analysis, reviewed the combat, and analyzed each and every opponent. We studied the combat system and rationality of the characters, and formed our assassin and wizard tactics. However, I cannot deny that you players from the Huaxia server are very strong. There were too many monsters. This is already my full strength. I don't regret not getting first place. Yuan Qinghua, who was ranked first, was very calm. Our server is also studying personal systems and tactics. We also read all kinds of unorthodox fighting styles on forums and Tiba. Even the alchemy equipment fighting style of our 3 Sky Eagle ring is learned from the forums. One by one, the interviews came to an end, marking the end of this golden age of combat. There were 1,000 servers participating, and each server had close to 3,000 players. It was equivalent to a war of 1,000 servers. The players of each server were working hard, hoping that their server and characters would win. In a competition, it was destined that some people would be happy, while others would be disappointed. Even during the closing ceremony, when a group of beautiful and cute girls danced and presented awards, People kept leaving in the middle, directly going offline, and quietly posting on the forum. After all, this was the glory of someone else's victory. They had worked too hard, and it was still a little difficult to accept. In one of the posts, it was very touching. I believe that many people have taken leave in real life to watch the finals of this game. Although this game has only been released for more than a month, I believe that everyone loves the flow of time in it deeply. We can't deny that we have to thank this great game. It had amazing social elements and a mysterious and realistic second life. Although there are only 1,000 people in the community with the same appearance, the souls under each other's skin are different every time I go online. We can abandon our real identities and talk freely, play together, play chess, chat, play Summoner's Rift together, and even go to the arena PvP. There are new experiences every time. There were too many unexpected results in the first fighting competition. I am also a fan of the legendary player Noob052. I had originally been silently writing a celebratory post about him winning the grand finals, but I saw that he was not performing well and made all kinds of low-level mistakes, so I silently deleted the post. To be honest, I'm also very sad. He was actually defeated by Kexi, who he once lost to. A foreign server took the second place. Our gap is big, but his gap is even bigger. Many people are scolding him and bombarding him. I don't think it's necessary. To be honest, Kexi's various tactics are indeed amazing. He's a powerful monster, and his positioning is too coquettish. Fortunately, Yuan Qinghua suddenly emerged and won the first championship of the fighting grand finals. Otherwise, if we let someone from the outer server win, we'll really be slapped in the face. Cray. The post was very moving. There were many analyses and updates from screenshots, the fighting habits of each player, and the alchemy equipment of the team behind the scenes. They were dissected layer by layer and caused a great response. The first wizarding community competition gradually came to an end in this night of joy and sorrow. During the closing ceremony, a group of pretty girls was still dancing and singing on the stage. Xuji was sitting on a chair, munching on an apple. When he saw this scene, he smiled. The wizarding community has been cultivated by them. But it's true that there are all kinds of genius. With more people, there are geniuses in all kinds of fields: combat geniuses, meditation geniuses, alchemy genius. In the future, they can be used as reserve troops. Of course, Xujiji did not care about that at the moment. Geniuses in meditation, combat, and alchemy weren't important. In several worlds, the natives would constantly give birth to geniuses like this. They would rise and be nurtured in each era, and what lacked the most was still species with extraordinary potential. He needed more and more creatures with potential to be projected into the various worlds. This is the most important thing. Hence, his focus had always been on the evolution sandbox. However, the reward still has to be given out. As Xuji thought of this, a piece of news spread throughout the arena of the entire wizard community. The top 3 are Batman, Demon King Bicker, and Patrick Star. The 3 people from the district server have received the reward, entered the food industry. Voila! Instantly, everyone was in an uproar. Entering the food industry was the promised reward. But to let a person a different world, what did this mean? In the wizard community, each character was a game zone. Everyone took turns logging in, and each zone had nearly 3,000 people. In other words, all the players in the same area would enter the other world together. Countless people were breathing heavily. FVTK, it's so cool. Ha 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 ha. One man obtained his chickens and dogs. I once meditated for the big boss in Patrick Star's character area, and it was so cool. Woo woo woo. I'm from the Kingsue mountain area. I want to change districts. I want to change districts. All of a sudden, the people in the bird's nest stadium were shouting and wrangling. Some people were even more distressed and secretly vowed that they would work hard and meditate in the next competition so that their game suits could enter the other world. The wizard community had a total of 1,000 game servers. Now that 3 of them had left them and entered a different world, it would be a lie to say that he didn't feel heartbroken. After all, there were nearly 3,000 players in the entire server. It was equivalent to moving the server to another world. Oh my god, this benefit is too great. Back then, how many Cthulhu had entered? You're blowing up the production team. As expected, you won't let us down every time. This was crazy. The entire wizard community on the internet in pain and envious of the players who won the lottery. After all, how many people had entered the other world until now? They were all big shots and could be counted on one hand. What a colorful second life to live another life. Just the thought of it was something that people could only dream of. It was simply so precious that it could make people go crazy. Not to mention, these people, let alone becoming sport players, they couldn't even get a place to write a thesis. Thank you, Boo. Thank you, Father. Tears running. I love you, Daddy. To all my brothers who didn't make it into the top 3, do you think I'm as happy as you think I am? No. I'm a happiness you can't imagine. Happy. A bunch of people came out to show off their wealth, which made people gnash their teeth in hatred. Did you guys learn to be stoic and not speak? Countless people were so angry that their hearts ached. This was a collective glory. Their own district had lost, but would definitely win it back next year. However, some people also looked forward to it. What kind of world was the food industry? When I heard it, I knew it was a friendly and leisurely world full of delicious food, happy. But thinking about it, something's not right. Esports, no food. This matter isn't as simple as it seems. I don't care. Once we go in, we'll definitely have a good meal. They all looked forward to it and began to cheer. They felt that this was as a reward after the war. The food for the dinner party would not be too bad. Many people even had a good meal that night, expressing that they would enjoy the food in advance and prepare for the opening of the food world the next day. And at this moment, Xu Ji left the small, exquisite sandbox building in the wizarding community and strode back to the living room, ready to eat and take a shower. The finals have come to an end. The food industry that was previously renewed has to continue. Xu Ji was very indifferent. Where was it? Of course, it was in his stomach. Otherwise, how could it be called a delicacy? In fact, this was just a small world of leisure food. Since it was open to the public, the time of living things would naturally not be too fast. It was not 100 years in a day. It was still the time of the sorcerer community, 1 day to 1 year. As usual, they logged in one character alternately. Each person had a time limit of 30 seconds, which was 3 hours in the game. This was a large sandbox, similar to the one in the sorcerer community. He was a level 6 giant. At this time, he had already deduced and opened his 6th aperture. And his inner world was even larger than the previous Daluocean. As for the position of each space, it could be adjusted to connect to a continent. Although the reasonable form of battle stability was the 9-star pearl, otherwise, the internal space was too big. When they were connected, if one space was broken, the whole space would be broken, and he would die instantly. However, Xuji was not going to fight. It was naturally not important. It's a beautiful environment. A mirror image appeared in his inner world. This was the second mirror image that Xuji had just created. The further he went, the more difficult it became. Although it was the lowest level of the heartless mirror image, it would have taken some time. But it could not withstand the all-knowing scholar who loved to learn. However, the sun is still not ready. Xu Zi's head ached, and his expression turned strange. But the rules of the food world have already been set. Perhaps I'll have to rely on the creatures in the world of gourmet, create a gourmet sun. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. The end of the first season was already a thing of the past. Everyone had worked hard for a long time, and the disappointment after the victory had been washed away. Their eyes were focused on the newly opened world of leisure, the world of gourmet. According to the speculations of some big shots, the food industry is not a community. It should be a special small world. But it's enough to experience life in a different world. If the wizard community is just a small social community, then the food industry may be a real online game world, a second life for us. As for the experience, level up by killing monsters? I don't think there's a need to look forward to it. According to the characteristics there won't be any of these. Of course, it's because of this hardcore nature that we feel it's real. There were many speculations, but only 3 people entered. Patrick Star, Demon King Buck, and Batman were the 3 big bosses of the competition. Although they logged in alternately, they had glory and were naturally the first to log in and experience everything in the food industry. It was only natural. Another reason was that these 3 bosses had extraordinary combat power. He let them come in first and explore the unknown food world. Voila! A young man who looked like Batman, an alien covered in green hair, and a pink pentagram appeared in a green forest. They were surrounded by all kinds of incredible beasts, small animals, and plants. Please explore the rules of this world on your own. The 3 of them instantly felt their teeth ache. As expected, he was as stubborn as ever. They could only guess that it was related to food from the name. Just treat it as a decryption hardcore game. Be careful. After all, casual food world. Leisure, Yuan Qinghua smiled. In the previous spore evolution sandbox, I started with a spore. It was also called leisure, but it turned out to be extremely hard. The food industry in front of us doesn't just provide us with good food. It's more likely that they treat us as good food. It's a very cruel world. It's possible. Delicious food. Maybe we're the delicious food. Kexi's face was serious. She felt that the benefits were not that simple. Let's explore the area and ensure the safety of the people who come later. After all, we only have one life. If we die, we'll probably leave this food industry. The noob said. They knew that each person could only be online for 3 hours, and then the next person would come online. The players that came later were not as fierce as them, and each of them was not as strong in battle, even though they were now 4th-rank wizards. In theory, the gourmet world should not be a battle world. 4th-rank wizards were considered above average in the extraordinary world. With the 3 of them working together, they could even fight against a 5th-rank wizard without fear. But they still had to be careful. They explored for 3 hours and explored a large area around them. He found that the species in this world were simply too weak. They were all gourmet plants and animals. The highest level was only at the 2nd rank. The most powerful one was the final chicken. Its poison could kill a 4th rank, but its combat power was weak. Also, the sun in the sky was a little strange. The light it emitted was not soft, it was the unnatural sunlight, and upon closer inspection, it was oval in shape. It looked like a light bulb. Are we seeing things? They looked at the sky in a daze. This is really a leisure food world with low combat power. After a while, the 3 of them heaved a sigh of relief. The time was up, and they silently went offline, allowing the other player to come online. They had been in there for 3 hours, which was only 30 seconds in reality. In the eyes of outsiders, it was equivalent to entering and coming out. Everyone, we've explored the food world once. Unless there are some terrifying creatures that are hiding, it's very safe. Currently, no traces of intelligent civilization activity have been found. Screenshots. One by one, the screenshots were released. Everyone looked at the pictures and saw that they were all kinds of delicious plants and animals, including various magi, ancient worlds, and even some unknown delicious plants that they did not understand. What? It's really a world of leisure and entertainment. You want us to cook delicious food in there? A place to relax? Come to think of it, it's really quite boring. But it's indeed a very good place. Countless people looked at the screenshots and were delighted. The world was so big and vast, but they somewhat failed to live up to their expectations. It was just food. All the living things in the world were made up of food. But in reality, they were looking forward to a corrupted civilization with intelligent creatures and all kinds of intelligent races. A vast and beautiful, extraordinary world like the sorcerer world and the ancient primordial world. However, someone said, I don't think it's that simple. The planning team must have had a deeper meaning. Whoop! The planning team had a good conscience. Perhaps there were really humans in this world. Various civilizations, we just didn't notice it. If that's the case, we have to be careful. After all, we're using the same account and the same server. If one of us dies while controlling his body, our entire server will be wiped out. It's like this. It looks ordinary, but perhaps there are some rules of the world inside. For example, the ancient tree world has the rebirth alters world law, and the world law inside is related to food. In just a few minutes of discussion, a batch came out every 30 seconds. Several batches had already come out, and more than 10 hours had passed. Many players said that they had tried to cook and make delicious food, but nothing had happened. Everyone was instantly disappointed. But suddenly, a player came out and said, FTK, something strange is happening. The food I make will glow. Screenshots. It was an extremely delicious dish. Just looking at it would cause one's appetite to increase, and it was emitting a faint white light. A dish that can glow. Everyone was stunned. Then, another person from the group 3 continued to say, You'll never imagine it if I tell you. What happened? The 3 of us were dumbfounded. The delicious food he made actually gave birth to a new life. The gourmet cells. At this time, the last person came out. His tone was even more exaggerated and extremely strange. It affected everyone's nerves. This world may be more terrifying than the latitude courtyard of the god of creation and the sandbox of spore evolution. A good scheme. I'm blowing my own trumpet. In the future, our Magus community will no longer be afraid of those spore players. What kind of terrifying secret was hidden in that food world? Everyone was shocked and immediately asked what had happened. Sitting in front of the computer, everyone's expression became strange. They had originally thought that this leisure food world was made up of gourmet creatures and plants. It was a place for everyone to cook, relax, gather, and have fun. It was a place where everyone could relax for this battle. So, wasn't simple. That world seemed to contain a mysterious mystery. Gourmet cells? What did it mean to create a new life? As for this screenshot of the delicious food, everyone's eyes widened as they waited for the 3 players to continue. The player who made the glowing food seemed to be a female player. She also explained seriously, For the exploration of that world, we have to work together. This is the first stage of the dungeon for 3 servers and 3 guilds with close to 9,000 players. First of all, I have to report to the decision makers of the district server. I've already been in the 3 hours of my controlled character. In the world of gourmet, when you make good food, there will be special things happening. This girly player was called Celine, looking for BB Dragon. She seemed to be a veteran online player. Her words were very organized, and she was very reasonable. One look and one could tell that she was reliable. However, everyone was still puzzled. Did you have a reaction when you cooked? Then why didn't it happen when other people were cooking? The female player laughed. You stinky little brothers, damn otakus. Could he really cook? Are you sure they're really making good food? Everyone, speechless. Shut up, shameless old thief. They felt countless critical hits and were extremely sorrowful. They quickly explained that they usually lived alone. Although they spent most of their time ordering takeaway, they would occasionally cook for themselves. This was the norm for many people, and it was not an exaggeration. The female player explained, I can't compare to you guys in the game. But in terms of life and cooking, you guys definitely can't compare to me. In reality, there was a kitchen, all kinds of ready-made seasonings, and meat that was bought and slaughtered for you. As long as it was a person who often cooked for himself, he would not do too badly. But in a pure wild environment, are you sure you can really cook? Everyone reacted and didn't deny it. She took a deep breath. Guliang was right. In the world of gourmet food, there was no salt, no seasoning, everything was natural. Furthermore, you chose the ingredients, which parts were delicious and which were bad. Those who were not professionals would not understand. For example, the edible part of the gourmet plant inside was the root of potato. If you picked the leaf to cook it, the result would be self-evident. There was no salt, no seasoning. It was not strange at all for ordinary people to cook and make it into a dark cuisine. Suddenly, everyone burst into tears. This game was so f***ing realistic. Even the cooking was so particular. Did trade profession players really have to be proficient in life? At this moment, the female player said, What they're making is pig food. So, nothing happened. Although I'm an otaku and love to play games, I'm also a food lover in reality. I often cook and study cooking methods. So, I spent 3 hours with 2 other otakus and made an original grilled tenderloin. And so, that dish started to shine. Screenshot. Was shining. On the screenshot, there was a line of delicate words. A dish that didn't glow wasn't a good dish. The 3 of us sat around the fire and ate it. We thought it was delicious. Then, something strange happened. The dish began to glow, and some spore cells were born on it. Using this dish as a breeding ground, like bacteria on a petri dish, the spores continued to multiply crazily. Finally, a special life was born on this dish. Another screenshot was posted. The dish on the gray stone plate was gone. In its place was a slime-sized, soft mud creature. It was very simple and cute, but also a little strange. FTK, it's so cute. This gourmet creature must taste good. If I make delicious food, I'll have gourmet cells in my food? Give birth to life? What kind of worldview is this? The decision makers of the 3 servers started to discuss and felt that it was really outrageous. They had been enemies before, but now they had become friends. This was normal. The veterans of online guilds all knew that this wasn't only true in real life. Even between guilds, alliances were formed because of interests. The world of gourmet was the superior world of the sorcerer world. Just like the sandbox of spore evolution, the superior world was the myriad heavens. For the future of the wizarding community, they had to be serious. But the following explanation completely subverted their 3 views. That player had said she had become the sludge, born from the delicacy. In another screenshot, the sludge monster made a V-shaped hand gesture. She continued, I finally understand the rules of the food industry. As long as we make food in there, food cells will be born in the food, and life will evolve. Then, we will leave the server and become that delicious life. It sounded simple, but it was extremely playable. We're all a different kind of creator. A sandbox game with infinite possibilities. Our main character server can be disconnected. It's not hard to imagine that in the future, we'll all be able to make delicious food one by one. We'll break away from being fourth-rank wizards and become delicious creatures and plants. A total of 8,000 players will form a food world full of fantasy and precious ingredients together. After listening to the story, countless people felt that it was amazing. In that case, there were still so many twists and turns in the food industry, and it was too fun to play with. Bai Xiaojun said, "This is a game that loves learning." Before this, he asked us to study physics, chemistry, pharmacy, mathematics. However, this was not enough. This was just a nerd who didn't know how to take care of his own life. Therefore, the game designer waved his hand and said that the flowers of the motherland must be all-rounded. So, it makes me love cooking. Everyone was speechless. Everyone was stunned. They felt that this player, Bai Xiaojun, had indeed understood the thoughts and intentions of the game designers. The players who wanted to play this game had all become well-rounded. Bastard! Was this the truth behind the opening of the food industry? As a good young man of the new era, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and pharmacy are all just nerds who can't live alone. Now we have to complete our last skill. Motherfucker! They had seen ruthless people, but they had never seen someone as ruthless as this lousy planner. It's a wolf slayer, lighting a cigarette and thinking about life JBG. To be honest, many of the thousands of players here were internet addicts in various popular online games before they came. They had been playing in various major online games and were indeed addicted to the game world and alienated from reality. It was not until the launch of this social media community that they could get closer to people and even let us meditate to relieve the pressure of life. I've noticed it too. When I chat with them, there are many internet-addicted teenagers in the server. They are 16 or 17 years old and have abandoned their studies to be addicted to computers and internet cafes. They don't go home at night, but now they are all passionate about learning. Their parents are crying. This game has saved many families, thank you. Yup! Many parents have written many thank you letters. In order to save internet-addicted teenagers like us in society, the planning team released such a game to guide us back on the right path. It's simply brutal. Everyone was instantly moved to tears of gratitude. It had to be said that ever since the game was developed, the social atmosphere had changed. People loved to study and no longer exaggerated. Many young people who loved internet addiction were changing. Now, not only are we passionate about studying, but we're also being allowed to enjoy life and love cooking. We've blown up his good intentions from the start to the end. Speechless. Are you crazy? You guys are poisonous. Even Xu Ji felt that there was no way he could communicate with them properly. I just started a food industry to squeeze your hairline and make you work like crazy. Why didn't you guys discuss the food industry properly? Why did you suddenly change the topic and start licking it? You're making my conscience uneasy, okay? He ate the apple, touched his exuberant black hair, and took a deep breath, as if he wanted to spit out all the depression at this time. Yes, you play a lot of games, are good at strategies, you are reasonable, and you have discovered my deeply hidden good intentions. I have always been bearing your expectations and nurturing the flowers of your motherland. At this moment, everyone could not help but sigh at the game's planning. They had invested countless manpower and resources just to make them love to learn. Their conscience was simply incomprehensible. The more he thought about it, the more touched he was. However, after a long discussion, everyone's gazes turned back. The female player continued. In that food world, we kept breaking away and becoming food species. We no longer shared a body, and we were completely liberated. Everyone reacted. In the past, he could only go online for 30 seconds a day, which was 3 hours in the game, and then someone else would come online. A body that could be used by nearly 3,000 people was a pain for countless players. But now he had become an independent life. One had to know that the time flow inside was 1 day, 1 year. He could only come online for 30 seconds before, but now he didn't have to share it with others. Heavens! The 3 servers that won the combat tournament, the benefits are too explosive. Every player in your server can have a second life, 1 day and 1 year. Jealousy changed me beyond recognition. After the group of players explored the land and found out the rules, everyone was extremely excited. Even the spore players from the neighboring world came over to join in the fun and expressed their envy. Although it couldn't be compared to the real world where 100 years passed in a day, they passing by in a year was already exaggerated enough. Although there weren't any brilliant, extraordinary civilizations or creatures, there were many people. 3 servers, close to 8,000 people. 1 day, 1 year. What couldn't he develop in there? This food world might be one of the 10,000 worlds, but it was not an extraordinary world. Instead, it was a small world. The time flow was very small, but it was enough to surprise him. A good scheme. This word flashed through many people's minds. They were even more touched, and countless people were crazily flattering him. Heh, some people criticized the game producers before, saying that the food world would definitely be full of dangers given the game's hardcore level. Even delicacies might treat us as delicacies. Go ahead, dummy fe. Wup! This was the heart of a vile person. Clenched teeth. The players in the remaining 997 servers were also. One by one, the servers began to plan to play hard, meditate, learn, fight, and wait for the second full-service fighting competition. Don't get excited too early. However, at this moment, the female player continued. After we split up, the real way of playing in the food industry has begun. In the future, we can enjoy a day and a year. In fact, this was not the case. At this moment, what is limiting us is not time, but lifespan. Although we're independent now, I think most players won't live for more than a year, which is 1 day in the game, before they're eliminated. The female player said that the food species that she had become had a very short lifespan. Only about 10 days. After all, this was not strange. Many life forms with lower structures had short lifespans. Then you'll only live for a dozen days before you leave? Everyone's eyes were wide open, and they felt uncomfortable. Of course not. The female player spoke again. This involves another way of playing, the gourmet cell. As long as I continue to create delicacies, I will be able to continuously produce gourmet cells and transform into a more powerful life form. It's just that, as a gourmet creature, the sludge monster's taste seems to have come higher. Ordinary food can't satisfy me anymore. I can only make more delicious food to reincarnate into a higher-grade gourmet creature. Continuously eating delicacies could cause one's life to transform. For example, I've already made my second dish, but I won't be able to reincarnate into my original form from that dish. Instead, after using that dish, my entire body trembled. As a slime sludge monster, I've begun the second stage of evolution in the midst of delicious food and happiness. Another screenshot was released. It was a slime jello that looked even more delicious. Everyone was terrified. He could only watch helplessly as this stinky mud evolved into stinky mud. Isn't this the advanced level of a Pokemon? The female player continued. For this kind of reincarnation, we can define it as the first, second. If that was the case, it would be a test of everyone's cooking skills. By making more delicious food, he could continuously surpass his own transformation and make himself more delicious. And use himself to make even more delicious ingredients. Continue to break through? Was the reverse cycle? Countless people felt something was wrong the more they thought about it. They wanted to cry but had no tears. This game producer wanted them to cook with themselves. At this moment, everyone somewhat understood the rules and ways of the food industry. It was very interesting, and many people even felt very satisfied. Life can evolve after eating good food. It will resonate with the nature of life and give birth to gourmet cells, transforming one's own life level and extending one's lifespan. At the same time, one will possess strength that surpasses ordinary creatures, even surpassing the limits of living creatures. Even though everyone was making a fuss, someone still concluded, "In this world, we are all food hunters and also food captives." He had finally discovered it. Xuji looked at the bustling players in his inner world. After he was no longer bashful, he smiled brightly. "I've finally used my intelligence in the right place. Instead of crazily imagining some strange things, this was a brand new attempt." He once again adjusted the rules of the world gourmet cells, the advancement of gourmet creatures. The principle of the adjustment was very simple. The essence of the food cells born from the food is to secretly put spores in the food. In the past, the spore evolution sandpit and the single-cell life evolution were all completed in one go, evolving into the final life form. After that, they began to cultivate, and their biological form could not be changed. And this was Xuji's new attempt at single-cell evolution, as the creator a staged evolution. After eating a special and powerful delicacy, a huge amount of energy would flow into the body. Xuji would take the opportunity to adjust the biological flow rate and let it return to the crazy speed of evolution of spores, which was 1,000 times faster, to achieve an instant transformation. Those delicacies contained great energy. Just like Yao, in an energy-rich environment, their life level would transform. What delicious food! They were the same kind. They were the creatures and skeletons of transcendent creatures. For example, if you were a stage 2 gourmet creature, you would have to kill the stage 2 creature, make it into a delicacy, and devour its energy to evolve. In essence, this was an evolution of devouring and killing. It was like rearing venomous insects and evolving spores. Species would kill each other, devour each other, and obtain each other's energy to evolve into stronger species. Delicious food. It was just beautifying. Those dishes could even be called a kind of medicinal pill, which was made by extracting all kinds of enemy corpses and all kinds of natural treasures. As for the taste, the higher a transcendence level was, the more energy they would possess, and naturally, the more delicious they would be. Furthermore, the foundation of this world was originally delicious species. The higher the level of the delicious species, the more delicious it would be. In essence, the food that was mixed and cooked was similar to the medicinal pill formula. The more optimized the medicinal pill's energy was, and the higher the grade, the more delicious it would be. Strictly speaking, they are all demons. Xuji's expression became calm, the skin of a small world covered in delicious food. It's an alternative evolution of a brutal small world of food. I hope they can evolve into a pretty good transcendent. In fact, it could be said that was the world of alchemy. It was a world where many pharmacists who were good at refining medicine and making breakthroughs in alchemy had only been transformed by Xuji into a world of delicious food. I want them to be good at fighting and taste good. Xuji silently touched his stomach and vomited out his true expectations. They had been so arrogant in the past that Xuji had to hide behind the scenes. They felt a little guilty and uneasy. After all, although he said that it was just a casual world in his body, he still wanted to create a small world of extraordinary level. This world was very small, but a lot of energy had been spent. In the past few days, the natural deaths of several Magi and ancient worlds had given him a lot of energy, even if there had not been a mass extinction. However, he did not feel any heartache at all and threw all of them into this world. If you can't give up the child, you won't be able to catch the wolf. Using a small to catch a big fish, push the structure and breeding of a small world in his body, turning it into a seed. Perhaps it would grow into a beautiful flower. At this time, the energy concentration inside was extremely rich. Many of the ingredients had even reached the level of level 1 and level 2, and there was even a possibility of becoming demons. The higher the energy, the more delicious it was. If they ate it, the huge energy, coupled with the 10,000 times evolution speed, would naturally transform. This was a special world of food. They could eat. A food paradise. This was the place where Xuji's dream began. As a farmer in the entire orchard, Xuji had great expectations for this world. After all, the 9 worlds of the real entity of Pangu were his own backyard, and he could basically see the master's wishes. For example, the small world of the phoenix was the wood world, where a bunch of spirits lived together and cultivated in harmony. There were no resources to strengthen them, and they grew stronger together without any infighting. At this moment, the entire forum was in a frenzy. Many people began to quickly study food and cooking, but now that the direction was pointed out, could basically make a dish in a short 3 hours, transform, and leave their original bodies. Because now, there was that baby Long Xylan who provided everyone with a few peerless secret books. Charcoal braised tenderloin, steamed bamboo rat, red braised final chicken, with peerless secret manuals in hand, and the cooking of delicacies did not require one to be unique. Many people began to follow the cooking order and create glowing delicacies, becoming the first rank 1 gourmet creature. However, they discovered that the amount of energy contained in each dish and the proportion of energy contained in each dish would give birth to different creatures. That dish was like a medium that cultivated the growth of spores and bacteria. The more delicious the food was, and the better the combination, the stronger the creature born would be. It actually gives me a feeling similar to an elf's human form. Sprites are born by absorbing the fruits of life, while gourmet species like us are born by absorbing the delicacies in gourmet plates. Hey, recipes are extremely important. In fact, the more powerful the secret recipe is, the more powerful it will be after the advancement. Shinyangi pie. Don't cook, these common recipes have been born. I can't be like you guys. The first stage is the original form, and the dishes that can transform are very important. I want to study the unique culinary skill, 9 solitary dishes. Hey, it can't compare to my northern roasting divine art. The deformed creature put its hands behind its back. Tisk, I don't care about you guys. I'll transform first. I'll go look for precious food ingredients, trees with fresh meat, delicious fish that cries, and embark on the journey of a gourmet. Rank 1 is the foundation, and rank 2 advancement is more important. I'm going to cook unparalleled food, eat it, and advance to the rank 2 hidden gourmet creature profession. All of them were discussing, and countless strange creatures were quickly born. All of them began to cook in full swing. The entire land was plowed into a flat land, and a group of chefs were studying it. Boom! One by one, bright bonfires were started. In just a dozen days, they had left their magus bodies and quickly transformed into more than 8,000 people. The bodies of the Rimagi, as they transformed, completely abandoned their bodies and disappeared. A player looked at his own gourmet body, which was in the shape of a 5-pointed star, and could not help but say, I'm a tier 1 gourmet life form, so I'm called Sea Star. I'm going to evolve into a gem starfish in the future. A player who looked like a black mouse laughed and said, Then I'll be Pikachu. It tastes very good and doesn't get heat stroke easily. A shell walked over. Then I look like the chrysanthemum beast in the Pokemon. So I'll be called Kao Biluo. They were all very excited. Ha 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 ha. A new had begun. It was as if they were on a summer vacation. They quickly established their base, built houses, and built a large wall to protect themselves. They even divided themselves into 3 large areas, which were the players from the 3 regional servers. After all, it was necessary to build high walls. They had all become weaklings, and they couldn't even defeat a low-level life form. Stage 1 creatures could evolve by cooking. Stage 2 creatures required powerful and precious ingredients as well as cooking techniques. Basically, everyone had no experience in cooking, so they could only learn from scratch. Brothers team up to hunt jumping pigs, collect stage 2 ingredients. I'm looking for teammates. I'm an old monster hunter, and my positioning is amazing. Brothers, we're of one here. We're both good at damage output and we're lacking a tank. After the man finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something and shouted, Kao Biluo, are you coming? In the central square, many gourmet creatures began to form teams to fight monsters. Very quickly, someone discovered that one could cheat. They were not good at cooking. Some people were good at cooking and studying cooking. They only needed to be responsible for getting ingredients and handing them to the chef to make themselves stronger. Even though the chefs had taken a lot of kickbacks, but even so, the environment outside was extremely dangerous. In the past 10 days, many people had hunted for food, but they had become food for other creatures and were eliminated. They had either been beaten to death in battle or died of old age. After all, the lifespan of a level 1 creature was only slightly more than 10 days. Of the 8,000, only 3,000 people were left. They could officially become chefs and become a second-rank gourmet species. They had a full 3 months of life. In fact, some of them didn't even manage to collect any stage 2 ingredients and even attacked their own people. Brother, you're actually at the 2nd rank? I'm still a stage 1, my life is short. I can't find any stage 2 ingredients and I'm dying of old age. Lend me an arm? Cooking rank 2 food advancement? That person was speechless. Don't worry. Once you break through to the 3rd rank, you'll be able to reconstruct your body. I'll give you 5,000 sand coins. What do you think? The deal was made. FCK. That's fine too. Spending money to level up is the power of money. Then this brother, lend me a leg? 50,000? At the gallery place. At this moment, the 3 grandmasters of combat, Yuan Qinghua, Noob 052, and Kexi, were currently surrounding Bei Bei and Long Silent, asking them to teach them how to cook. After all, This person was a rare cooking genius in the crowd. Get the ingredients, and I'll help you guys cook delicious food and help you guys advance. In the gourmet Chinese restaurant, Celine was a slimy slime chef. She held a wooden spatula and glanced at them. It's only because you guys can fight. Otherwise, those dark dishes you make would have been eliminated long ago. The three of them looked bitter. We think that you've taken too much commission. Celine glanced at them and pointed at the door plate of the Chinese restaurant with a cook spoon in her hand. I don't want you to think. I want me to think. In this world, the chef was respected. Without talent in cooking, they could only be hired thugs for these noble chefs hunting for ingredients. After a few days, a glowing dish rose to the sky. It was a cooking duel between two chefs, breaking through the third-tier cuisine with their own developed food. Time for the auction. Very quickly, a high platform was set up in the crowd. Bidding. The Tier 3 gourmet dish and meat. Do you want to become the first rank 3 gourmet creature? Do you want to be number 1 on the level rankings? The starting price is 5,000 sand coins. 1,000 sand coins. 1 million sand coins. In the end, a rich man spent 2 million RMB in real life to buy sand coins from major players, and the first Tier 3 food hunter was born. However, this third-rank food hunter was a weak rich man. He had a realm, but he was a fake. On the other side, we only have one life. Cherishing your life starts from me. In the square, someone shouted and gave a speech. We reject violence. We don't need to form a team to go out and fight monsters. That's too cruel. We only have 3,000 people left. We sacrificed a large number of people to build the settlement today and achieve self-sufficiency. We can't disappoint the hopes of the deceased. We can also have children. After all, many of us have evolved into the same species after eating the same dish. We can reproduce and then exchange children for food. Yes, don't be violent, be harmonious and friendly. Then, these animals completely hid themselves within the walls and began to domesticate animals, plant plants, dig cellars, and build furnaces. They planned to hide until the end of time and develop in a wretched manner. After all, it was a gain to live. As a bunch of little bee each is. The more Xuji looked at it, the stranger it became. These people were too slippery. They used all kinds of dirty tricks, cheated, and even made online and offline transactions. The first expert was actually a rich big shot. At this time, they were even divided into two groups. One group was in charge of cooking, and the other was in charge of learning how to cook and farming. It wasn't what he wanted at all. You're so shameless. It's a talent to be able to find so many leads in a game. The gathering place is the source of your fall. What I want is for you to become food hunters and embark on the journey of food. They just didn't want to level up and fight monsters. They wanted to be the hot-blooded protagonists. Xuji crossed his arms and thought about it seriously for a while. He soon had an idea. He had planned to activate this mode later. After all, he had just started planting vegetables and he didn't want to start harvesting with a sickle. But now, it would only bring them some difficulties. The towering walls of the fortress were made of tree and were indestructible. Inside, there were many small houses and there was an endless stream of strange-looking gourmet creatures coming and going, cooking delicious food. All of a sudden, thump. The sound of the ground shaking spread. Thump, thump. The ground rippled, and outside the towering wall stood an expressionless giant. He was more than 60 meters tall, and he looked at them through the wall of the fortress. He was a hunter who had seen wild food. Ah, what the hell is that? Oh my God! A 60-meter-tall giant. He's carrying a wicker basket. Countless living beings were stunned on the streets. They mumbled and their faces were wooden and filled with fear. They looked at the vast giant and half of his head was looking at them. His face was shining with a ruthless light. The giant's head was lying on the side. Everyone was frightened, but the next second, something even more terrifying happened. Voila! The giant suddenly stood up and instantly grew taller. The tall wall only reached his waist. Countless people gasped. Motherfucker! He's not a 60-meter giant, he's a 100-meter giant. He's squatting down and peeking at us. He has intelligence. Observing in secret is like a mountain man picking mushrooms, squatting down to study the mushrooms in a dark pile. Countless people began to scream, feeling as if this was a horror movie. Was he being observed secretly? He was about to become a delicacy on the table. Wasn't this a horrifying supernatural world? It was a giant that was more than 100 meters tall. He was wearing simple linen clothes, carrying a basket and a vine on his back. He looked like a farmer in the mountains, but he was very ordinary and calm. It was the second mirror image that Xuji had created. Its body size had also been reduced to a certain extent. According to the scale in real life, it was about the length of a finger. However, to ants like them, it was still large enough, with a height of more than 100 meters. Originally, according to the settings and expectations, this fantasy-filled world of exotic food have all kinds of high-level creatures and invincible fantasy life forms. These powerful life forms were a combination of Rubik's cubes. Xuji used the creatures that they had painstakingly cultivated and meditated to deal with them in turn, filling up the high-end combat power of the small world in his body. After all, they were chaotic and only had an instinctive appetite. For example, the 7 tortoises with volcanic rocks on their backs were made up of Rubik's cubes. Their bodies were as large as mountains. They moved slowly around the circular world like a pointer. Wherever they went, it would be half a summer day. It's very magical, isn't it? Such a transcendent being could actually influence a solar term? Even the gods of the 4 seasons of the primordial world had not been able to do so. They could only use the golden crow to affect the temperature. There were no big shots in the sandbox who could create such a potential species, but Xuji had done it? He did not. The principle was simple. Each of them carried a large electric heater on their back. Another example was the Dragon of Miracles, which was in charge of rainfall. It was actually a Rubik's Cube with an internal space and a watering can that kept flying. This was the law of the world. As for the sunlight, he could only use a fill light to illuminate the land below by hanging it above his central dantian. From this, it could be seen how much effort Xuji had put into it, for the 4 seasons, for the rain, and for all kinds of colorful environments, using all sorts of modern electrical appliances to decorate this world. This was already his full strength. After all, the creator was only at rank 6. He, who cultivated the 9 revolutions mysterious art, had built a small world in his back garden. It wasn't like those extraordinary large worlds from the primordial era. There weren't any gods from the heaven realm, rank 7 celestial emperors, or rank 8 gods to help him perfect the rules. He was too poor, but it was still within his current ability. He hoped that he could embellish it more beautifully. Among these powerful beings, there were also some ferocious beasts, such as attacking at night, white-haired zombies that liked to drink blood, giants that only attacked during the day and loved to eat good food. There were more than a dozen of these Rubik's Cube creatures, and they were of different levels. Of course, the last giant who loved to eat good food was naturally Xuji's mirror image. He had also snuck into the group of world bosses and took the opportunity to eat them. His original intention of establishing the food industry was to make an unprecedented attempt. He only had one goal. This was an alternative, minor, transcendent world. They hoped they would evolve into a species with potential that was both powerful and delicious. This way, not only would it bring about the power of the death of experts, it would be comparable to a mass extinction. It would also be delicious, killing two birds with one stone. Who knew that all the arrangements he had put in so much effort to make would be gone the moment they appeared? This group of people's sneaky thinking was beyond imagination. How could he not be angry? Fei Cheng Qi. Xuji's head was full of bumps as he read on. Spent money. They moved bricks and sold them for money. There was a bug in their level. Hide and farm. Then what's the point of creating the lava summer turtle and the rain miracle dragon that I've worked so hard to create? Looking at the fortress wall that they had built, it was a self-novice village in an online game. It was in good order and turned into another closed wizard community. The outer wall was smashed into pieces in an instant. Shut-ins go out and become food hunters. Experience the 4 seasons and explore the world. Boom! The wall instantly. Bang! The giant quickly smashed through the wall and stomped on the house. The ground cracked and dust rose. Wah ha ha. This giant looks so angry. Bicker's wall has been broken. The food giant is invading. There are monsters attacking cities in this food industry. Damn producer, get out here, you animal. Brutal and inhumane. Delicious cabbages, pigs and dolphins, black cows, and all kinds of delicacies ran wildly. It was like a fantasy story. The giant was carrying a huge gray vine basket on his back. He bent over continuously, picking them up one as if he was picking mushrooms, and throwing them into the basket frame on his back. Die. You have died. A series of notifications rang out, and many people's screens turned black. They were instantly filled with grief. Motherfucker, so we're really good food. Someone's coming to eat us. Ha 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 ha. On this day, the food ingredients inside the high wall finally remembered the fear of being dominated by humans. Go and grab that big cabbage that can run. It's tender and juicy. Don't worry, I haven't taken a bath for a month. Ha ha ha. I, Brother Octopus, have many legs. I just need to run faster than you guys. Some people shouted, and they ran. Don't come and eat me. I've already spent more than 1,000 life coins. There were also delicious food species with big bellies. It was obvious that they had eaten so much that they could not run anymore. They quickly shivered and lay on the ground, pretending to be dead. They kept foaming at the mouth and mumbling, "Planning team, Daddy. You guys know I've already paid for it." This boss must have a setting that doesn't eat corpses. Xuji casually picked up the ingredient and threw it into the basket. Dead body? Wah! This grew louder. Heavens, he's even picking up corpses. As expected, this lousy game producer is not like those coquettish touches outside. Seeing that we're hiding and not learning how to cook, they're coming to kill us. In an instant, the screams from the crowd became even more tragic, and the pigs' cries continued. That day, it was as if a catastrophe had befallen them. More than half of the fortress they had painstakingly built had been destroyed. Ta-ta-ta. The houses were collapsing, the Chinese restaurant was destroyed, and Silin was running away. However, she was only a chef after all. She was quickly caught by the giant. However, the giant only looked at her with a flickering expression. He did not crush her to death. Instead, he took a bite of the dish that she had already cooked. He revealed a satisfied expression and then threw her into the basket. I didn't die. Zalin's eyes widened. Soon, more than half of the fortress was destroyed. The giant picked up a bunch of the old, weak, sick, and disabled who ran the slowest and threw them into the basket. Only when it was full did he return with a full load and slowly turned around to leave. Behind him, there were broken walls and ruins. Silent hid in a pile of corpses in a basket and shivered. After the giant left, she walked for more than half a day, passing through the dense forest and arriving at an unprecedented area. She found a huge thatched house in front of a lake. When she entered the room, she saw simple wooden tables, wooden chairs, and all kinds of ancient decorations. A storyline. Xylan's eyes brightened and her breathing became rapid. However, her happy expression gradually froze because she soon realized that the person outside the house was chopping firewood and preparing to cook. I'm going to be eliminated too? She trembled in fear and curled up in the basket, unable to climb up. I have to think of a way to save my life. Xylan was extremely anxious. The large furniture and all kinds of huge chairs gave her a magical feeling. They were too mysterious, and the game was too fun. He could also eat delicious food. His 5 senses were completely real, and he could have a second life. He didn't want to die so suddenly. She suddenly thought of something, and her eyes lit up. She lowered her head and looked at her basket full of ingredients. She took out the bone knife that she carried with her. Brothers, you all died so miserably. I can only bury you. In a short while, the firewood was split and the fire was set. The giant returned to the basket. A strange slime creature. This mud monster prostrated on the ground like an ancient tribe native, kneeling and worshipping a god. He held the processed food and pointed at the fire, wanting to say, "Big brother, I'll help you cook." However, he was a little confused. They didn't understand each other. Could he explain what he meant? That's right. His tone and actions. Although there was a language barrier, his tone and actions could express thoughts. But what tone should he use? She suddenly looked at the farmer giant with flirtatious expression, then pointed to the fire and bowed, revealing an expression that was uglier than crying. Tajin, help me with the cooking? Great! The farmer seemed to be intelligent. He understood her hand gesture and nodded. Sure enough, tone is useful. Stupid human, you don't know what kind of fatal mistake you have made. Today I will kneel and worship you, and another day I will send you to the anvil. She was overjoyed and secretly proud of her cleverness. However, carefully went up to roast the meat. From time to time, she would look back at the giant and find that he was waving his fist at a towering tree, as if he was practicing martial arts. But soon, the entire forest was filled with the fragrance of delicious food. At this moment, the internet was full of complaints. You've lost your morals. It's all your fault for reproducing one after another and then eating your own children. The heavens can't tolerate this, and triggered the monsters to attack the city. Clenched teeth. The consequences of not liking cooking. I've already been eliminated. Crying. Cool. From today on, it will become a delicacy. Part of it will be fried raw, and part of it will be fried. It will be very quiet and very proud. Tears. A group of people, calculating the death count. More than 600 players had died in the previous wave. It was a heavy loss, and they had not been prepared. Some people even speculated that if the giant boss hadn't only gathered ingredients and left with a basket full of them, they would have been wiped out. We don't dare to stay in the gathering place anymore. We're afraid that the giant will come back to eat again after he's full. Clenched teeth. As expected, the food industry must have a similar worldview. They don't allow us to live like salted fish. We've built colonies to stay together for warmth and farm like crazy. Since we're bound to be attacked by large creatures, When we live in groups, we can only be real food hunters and travel around the world. Anyone to form a party? The three big bosses of the finals, Noob 052, Yuan Kingkua, and Kexi. Please carry me. At this moment, many people thought of those three. If there was anyone who had the highest survival rate and lived the best life, it would be the three of them. Soon, they pulled themselves together and cleaned up the ruins of the village. Now was not the time to think about other things. They had to find a way to move their position and survive. One by one, they picked up their luggage and set off on their journey. However, it didn't take long for a shocking post to be posted. I'm the only player who survived. I've taken a photo of the giant boss's lair. Hello everyone. I am Baby Lancelane. I've already spent more than 2 days in the giant's home. I've become his chef and I'm helping him cook. I'm not going to blabber on, so I'll take a screenshot. Screenshots. 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 The screenshots were sent out. They showed the surroundings of the giant's house and an enlarged version of the furniture inside the house. There were wooden tables, chairs, and beds. You were actually turned into a monster chef by the boss, and you're only able to survive by cooking for him? Everyone was shocked. He only eats 1 meal a day, said Bibi. Everyone was instantly overjoyed. This job was so boring. Moreover, he could also take the opportunity to eat it. With such a big boss looking for ingredients, wouldn't he be able to advance in minutes? This time, he had triggered the hidden plot and encountered good fortune. He was sure to succeed. However, this person was on the verge of breaking down. Yes, he only eats 1 meal a day, but the dishes for that meal require a large bathtub. That's right, it's not a bathtub for our size, but his bathtub that's over 100 meters long. What's that equivalent to? It's equivalent to 200 square meters. Everyone speechless. He had thought that the boss had a big body, but its appetite was like a bottomless pit. I've already become a tragic tool, Baby Lancelane said, roasting tens of skewers at the same time, constantly turning them back and forth, roasting them for over 10 hours a day. Everyone could feel her bitterness, which was worse than death. Then, something even more tragic happened, she said. Everyone was stunned. Could it be worse than this? He's starting to complain that I'm slow at cooking, and he wants me to teach him how to cook, she continued. Isn't it good? You'll be free then. However, Xilan almost cried. She had thought that things would change in the future. But she was in despair. If teach him, I won't be of any use. I'll probably be cooked by him. I'm studying hard now to study new dishes and become a more powerful chef so that my cooking skills can improve faster than his learning speed. After all, he's learning very slowly because he spends most of his time training his body and fighting wild beasts. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This boss was poisonous. This was like boiling a frog in warm water, and the girl was about to cry. Xilan said, It's obvious that his style is primitive. He can't communicate with language. Other than eating, he practices martial arts and fights with monsters every day. He's very barbaric. Everyone instantly felt that this person was already living a life worse than death. At this moment, the cute girl ran out again and laughed. Little Aunt Liang, are you learning from my disciple? As long as I push the 9 revolutions mysterious art fast enough, Dikikai will not be able to catch up with me. As long as there was a lively place, there would be this salted fish. Xilan completely broke down. Big bosses, please help. Although he had a large body, he was only at the 4th rank. When we have a tier 4 powerhouse, let's fight the boss. Let's work together from the inside and kill him. Right? Wait for us to cultivate, then we'll kill him. This giant should also be a gourmet creature. Its meat must be delicious. Defeat the dragon. our beautiful chef. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they were filled with courage. A heated discussion began on the internet, and they began to study strategies. From the descriptions, they revealed a lot of information. Perhaps there was more than one such powerful monster. Otherwise, this primitive man wouldn't need to train his body every day. It was obvious that there was an existence stronger than him that was threatening his life. As they were discussing, Xuji was sitting at the dining table with a very calm expression. La. Steaming hot dishes slowly appeared before his eyes, emitting a mesmerizing fragrance. Although it wasn't big, it was extremely exquisite. Bai Xiaosheng's mirror image was used to learn knowledge, and the second mirror image in front of him was also used to learn knowledge. However, it was used to learn combat knowledge. One studied literature, the other practiced martial arts. After all, it was useless to have a high level of knowledge, had to increase their combat experience. After all, without actual combat ability, even if they were on par with each other in strength, they would die instantly when they encountered old monsters with heaven-defying combat experience like D and Medusa. This clone had learned it through constant battle as the beginning, and it were the players. Of course, the mirror image was also learning the culinary knowledge of the culinary world at this time, becoming an excellent chef. It would cook for itself as a way to send out delicious food. Xuji sat in front of the dining table with a calm expression. He chewed on the food that was constantly being served, and he was as elegant as a gentleman in a black suit. The time inside is 1 day and 1 year. But under such circumstances, I reckon that most ordinary people will not be able to live for long. However, new people are constantly being replenished because of the competition. There are 12 months in a year when the giants attack the city. They can attack 3 times a year, once every 4 months. It gives them a sense of urgency and also trains the combat ability of my mirror image. He continued to ponder and finally spoke slowly, setting the rules of this world. God said that there must be a beast tied in the world of gourmet. 3 attacks a year, 3 meals a day, the night of the heavenly witch. It gradually turned dark, and the sandbox in the orchard welcomed night again. Outside the window at the back of Xuji's living room, there was a small town with exquisite, super small European architecture. The streets and people were in a hurry, bringing with them dust and wind. The air seemed to be suppressed by the darkness, making it hard for people to breathe. The night wind also gradually blew. 50 years of night and day symbolized the inauspiciousness of the world. Many people could not help but quickly return home. The war has begun. That world? This is unimaginable. Heavens, there was day and night every day. How was that possible? I can't believe there's such a beautiful world out there. They don't deserve such a beautiful world. In our world, after hundreds of years, the wind is getting stronger and colder, as if the end of the world is coming. In the tavern of the goddess of the night, professionals in cloaks and dark brown clothes were drinking ale, watching the hot dance of sexy girls, playing Gwent cards and chatting. Even some white-robed high priests were drinking. It's always so noisy outside the window when it's dark. Can I eat? Xuji was chewing on his food in the living room. His calm expression made it seem as if he was saying that the couple downstairs had made too much of a move. But it's true that it's getting colder and colder. It's already been a month and a half since I opened the sandbox in autumn. Looking at the time, it's almost winter, right? He looked at the calendar. Winter was coming in Tongkang, and he had to put on a coat. He was already an expert, so his hearing was too far away. In fact, due to the terrifying flow of time, their voices overlapped, making them sound like a group of flies buzzing. He closed his ears and continued to eat in the room, thinking about the matter at hand. This super small food world is really a rising star. Now that their gathering place has been scattered, a group of food hunters, who are both food hunters and food captives, can start to be self-reliant. They can go out to explore the world, research food, and advance into species with potential for food. Didn't want to play online games? To level up, killing monsters? It was time to satisfy their desires. Although it was extremely real, and so hardcore that it made people's scalps numb, after all, reality was not a game. Most people would find it difficult to survive in such a difficult jungle environment. Not everyone was like a shell master, who could eat anything with a crunchy sound. Furthermore, there were all kinds of level 1 and level 2 gourmet creatures, who would treat them as delicacies and hunt each other. But it ain't a problem even if they all died. There would be more coming in for the next tournament. After all, due to the time flow problem in the wizard community, they had decided to hold a tournament every week. Now, he just had to wait for them to develop quiet and see what changes would happen. Civilization needed time to develop. This matter had only just begun, and he could indeed let it go for now. As he thought about it, he finished tonight's dinner. This was an unprecedented feast of food, and he was indescribably happy. Good food was a very important part of life. The happiness he was enjoying now was even greater than that of the other extraordinary worlds. He had opened up a new system and advanced a civilization that he had been looking forward to. The purpose of creating worlds and developing civilizations was to become stronger, but in essence, wasn't becoming stronger for the sake of living a better life. The world of gourmet had been established, and now there were only 2 words: comfortable. It was very fresh. In the future, he would have a world as his own kitchen. He would be able to eat all kinds of brand new, delicious, and special dishes for every meal. It was simply the highest dream of a foodie. As for the Phoenix Spirit tea that he had just finished, I'm sorry. He already had something better now. He could finally no longer hold grudges and think of ways to court Phoenix again. He threw the clothes he had changed out of into the washing machine, stirred them, and then went to take a shower. The water splashed down, and he silently sensed his body. Ha! Ha 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 ha. A man was practicing martial arts in the dense forest. His blood was boiling, and he was in full swing. At this moment, he was forging the combat abilities of the ancestral wizard system. He had suppressed his realm, and was fighting with the wild beasts in the forest at the same level. His face was expressionless, as if he had no emotions or desires. He was just practicing combat robotically. It was precisely because he had no emotions that every training movement was extremely precise and repetitive, turning into muscle memory of the battle. However, this was only the appearance. His moves were empty. Next, he looked for a wild beast to fight. His melee combat skills in actual combat were very rough, and he was a novice. It was difficult for him to use them flexibly. After all, Xuji had always been practicing the wizard system, and he was a mage. Hualala. 1 day, 2 days. Life in the jungle was unusually boring. Injury, recovery, injury, recovery. In the huge house, there was a slime that was raised. It was already used to lying on its head. Battle maniac, do you know how to talk? Let me teach you. She tried to communicate with this strange giant creature, trying to convince it to turn it into her own combat power. This way, she could do whatever she wanted. However, he had obviously made the wrong decision. Although the mirror image had intelligence, it was only a tool and could not be bewitched. A person without emotions and desires would not be moved. Do you have any other clansmen? There was sound. The giant's hair had been delicately tied into small braids and then coiled into a ball. Branches were used as a frame, turning it into a black bird's nest. Slime made the ceiling, windows, and door, just like a small house. Hey, do you want to find a woman? Slime twisted his waist, and the mud piled up with difficulty. He tried to twist it into the shape of a beautiful woman. But just as he stretched out a human figure, it turned back into mud with a puff. Damn it! There are also things that I can't change into. Arrgh. She was completely driven mad and felt like she was on the verge of a breakdown. By the way, do you want to learn cooking tonight? She regained her composure and mumbled. This giant was a battle maniac. He killed people crazily, which resulted in a lot of food for her to practice on. As a true cooking enthusiast, her level naturally rose very quickly. Ta-ta. The giant ran quickly, its huge body attracting a large wolf pack, forming a dark mass. FTK, you're asking for death. I can save you if you die, but I can't die. The chef, who was lying on his scalp, shouted, "We're luring so many monsters at once. Kate them quickly." Halalala. The shower continued to spray water, making a staff. When he saw this scene in the middle of his bath, Xuji laughed carefreely, thinking he was just watching for fun. Catching a player here is like stirring up a hornet's nest. Sooner or later, someone will come and save the damsel in distress. He walked out with a white towel draped over his shoulders and his upper body bare. His body was slender and muscular, but his expression was calm. In front of me, the matter of the wizard community's final competition has been settled for the time being by opening up the food industry. I've dealt with those troublesome players, and it's considered opening up a bigger free sandbox. I've also completed my merit and completely perfected the structure of my orchard. However, things on the other side haven't stopped. The Magus world and the ancient primordial world have completely connected. He lay down on the large, comfortable white bed, covered himself with a blanket, turned off the lamp on the table, and sensed the sandbox well on the other side. Have to go in, he thought. Perhaps, in the future, the surface and the underground world will merge completely. The Great Zhou Dynasty, year 345. The mortal Liu Wenjun broke through the heavenly emperor realm and became an unrivaled emperor that suppressed the world. This was the era of Mount Shui. In less than 10 years, sword immortals gradually appeared in the world. They rode on clouds and mist, flew in the sky, turned into streams of light, and killed demons and devils, saved local plagues, eliminated evil spirits, and killed zombies. The Great Dynasty, year 351. The Great Zhou Dynasty was at its peak, and the dragon vein system was complete. The Confucians gathered the power of will to cultivate the way of Confucius. The great Confucians and scholars wrote poems and articles, which became popular among the people. The wider the range of their praises, the more power of will they gathered. This was an empire that was filled with culture and could shock the heavens and earth. There were many imperial examinations in the Great Zhou Dynasty, and they placed great emphasis on the literary world over the martial arts world. It was an honor to be able to get through the imperial examinations. Gradually, there were hundreds of schools of thought and various schools of thought. The Confucian masters could shock the heavens and earth with their literary arts and attract the wind and thunder. With their official positions, they were filled with righteousness and could scold ghosts and gods with a shout. At the beginning of March, the current top scholar of the imperial court, Wang En, sailed on the Peach River in high spirits. He recited poems with his friends and wrote The Story of Paradise in a half-drunk state. In the book, it was written that the paradise was aloof from worldly affairs, making people look forward to it. It was spread all over the country, and countless people were familiar with it. They prayed and recited. As the days passed, not only did Wang An's cultivation level gradually decline, but heaven and earth phenomenons also gradually condensed in the mansion, forming a hazy paradise. There were villages in the cracks of the mountains and rivers, and there were lifelike people farming and herding livestock. The wish power of all living beings came through the dragon vein and condensed an illusory world in the book on the mansion of the great scholar who created the poems. Unbelievable. This was, I'm thinking, so I'm here? And Beijing was in an uproar. All the scholars in the world were shocked. Many talented scholars heard the news and came to Wang An's mansion. They entered the paradise and found that it was like a real person inside. They could communicate with each other, just like the characters of the people in the Peach Blossom Village in the books. They didn't even know that they were fake. Writing stunning articles and the prayers of the people could gather the world in his own book. The mystery of the way of Confucius was beyond everyone's imagination. The 100 schools of Confucianism had never been so proud before. Although they had risen up before, they were still behind the sword immortal and martial arts. But now that they saw this phenomenon with their own eyes, they felt an indescribable pride in their hearts. A student came to ask for guidance. Wang An usually spent most of his time half drunk at his wedding. He laughed in his drunken state, a world in a book, a floating life in a tree. He didn't say anything more. The disciples seemed to have gained some enlightenment and said the other disciples, some things don't exist. When more people believe in them, they will exist. It was too profound. Everyone thought hard and gradually had some ideas. All living beings believe what is true, and what is false becomes true. This was the beauty of the path of incense. It's rare for the brush and ink to fall on the chapter. Someone exclaimed in admiration. The great Zhou dynasty was at its peak. It cultivated the way of Confucius, established the dragon bloodline, established official positions, and cultivated the incense of all living beings. This bloodline had infinite possibilities. The next day, the prime minister of the imperial court, Hernanong, heard of this interesting matter in his mansion and announced it to the world. Some people will die, but when there are many people who miss them, they will live in other people's hearts. This is the ultimate path of the Confucian sect that I have speculated undying, imperishable, and eternal in the world. I think, so I'm here. These words were too profound. Metaphysics was idealism. All the scholars and literati in the world continued to comprehend and seemed to have gained enlightenment, gradually spreading their understanding. One book, one world. It was the highest level of the way of Confucius. Writing a stunning essay would gather the thoughts and wishes of all living beings, forming a world in the book under one's own brush and ink. Perhaps this was the domain of the way of Confucius, and it could attack the enemy. However, it was not easy to form. Moreover, a world that was too powerful would require too much wish power. Only the ordinary villages in the story of paradise could easily gather and condense it. I think, so I'm here. It was the ultimate Confucian path. The thoughts of all living beings gathered to form the characters in the book. Then after his death, he'd be like the characters in the book, carving the hearts of all living beings and returning because of their thoughts. In this way, he'd truly be immortal. The stronger one's cultivation was, the more power of will they needed to gather. Thoughtless is why I am was the peak of the literary realm, the highest glory. It was a realm that thousands of scholars could only look up to. In this world, people who could reach this realm were perhaps as rare as phoenix feathers and kiln horns. In the history of the current dynasty, the scholarly saints and Confucian gods had great merit, great talent, and opened up an era. That was why they were mourned by all living beings, and were immortal. That was why they were reborn and entered the undying and imperishable ultimate realm. The way of literature and Confucianism is based on the longing of the people. Without the people, there will be no Confucianism. As long as the people lived and the dynasty was not destroyed, the power of will gathered from the thoughts would not be cut off. The saints that belonged to that dynasty would not die, and would not be destroyed, returning as heroic spirits. During an exchange between the directorates, a student praised him. But he hesitated and said with confusion, "The Prime Minister has actually reached such an extreme realm in his divination more than 10 years ago. It's admirable, but he's already dead. He's just a corpse in the grave." He who had gathered all living beings was like a small heavenly Tao that stood above the dynasty. Even if his memories, thoughts, and talents were all his own self, how could he prove that he was his true self, and not another me who looks like me? This was a problem that troubled countless people. I'm already dead. The me who gathered the wishes of all living beings, even if I have my character and talent, is it really me? Thinking about it carefully, he was terrified. Are you trying to ask, how can I prove that I am me? Then what's your opinion? The me who thinks that I think, so I am. Is it the real me or a fake me? The student hesitated, and his expression showed that he was struggling. Regardless of whether it was true or false, the various schools of thought seemed to have their reasons and evidence. Lord Prime Minister, please point out the wrong path for all the Confucians in the world. Many of the disciples spoke. Hu Renong stood at a high point and slowly spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like thunder that shook his heart. If you believe it's me, then it's me. If you don't believe it, then it's not me. It depends on the will of all living beings, and also depends on yourself. Spoke, countless people were suddenly enlightened, and their minds were hit by the shock. The power of the will of all living beings gathered, and if they believed that he was their true self, they would be their true self. If the masses don't believe that I'm not the true me, then I'm not the true me. Depends on the people. To make a decision based on one's heart. Reality was not reality, but using one's heart to influence reality. People were shocked. In the end, Hu Renong used Wang En's words. Some things don't exist at the beginning. When more people believe in it, it will exist. One of the students slowly stood up and asked again, "If that's the case, Prime Minister, do you think that your achievements in the present world will only allow you to enter the ultimate realm of Confucianism after your death?" His question was a little provocative, as if he was deliberately targeting her. "Don't need to think, it's the people who think," Hu Renong said with smile. The white-haired old man put his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. "After I die, I will be buried in heaven and earth, and a wordless monument will be erected. All the things that happened in my life were biased and unfair. After my death, I will leave them for future generations to judge." Continued. "This is not something I can decide. If all living beings truly acknowledge me, I will naturally come back to life. If no one thinks of me, I will not be. What is death? When people forget about him in history, it's true death." His voice was calm and thunderous. Countless people's expressions changed. The current Prime Minister, Hu Renong, had entered the state of Confucianism in the past few years. He had entered an incredible state. The entire capital was in shock. The next day, the Hu's Minister of Agriculture reported to the Emperor that Wang En was a world-shaking genius and could establish a school of the nation where Wang En could offer wine to the nation's son. With the help of the story of paradise, Wang An instantly became an important official of the imperial court. At this point, the path of Confucianism was completely perfected. On this day, when Hu Renong was giving a lecture to the imperial court students, someone couldn't help but ask. The farmer and woman in the origin of the peach blossom were like real people. They didn't know that they were characters in the book and were just illusions. How can we prove that we are not illusionary characters living in the books in another place? Hu Renong had never encountered a problem that was difficult to solve, but he was hesitating. He hesitated for a long time. Suddenly, he held the black book in his hand and looked at the faint sky outside the window. How can we prove that we are not playthings created by other creatures? I don't know. Perhaps our lives are an illusion. Our 1,000 years of civilization are just people in other creatures' dreams. The white-haired old man murmured. Suddenly he understood and laughed. What joy is there in getting it? What was there to worry about? Seeing Ronghua blink so fast, it's like a dream in life. Boom. His words were like a bolt of lightning on a clear day. The wind blew and the clouds surged. Heaven and earth changed color. There seemed to be a roaring golden dragon of national fortune gathering in the vast dragon veins, soaring into the sky and opening the gate of heaven. On this day, the entire capital city was shaken by the Dao lecture. The entire world believed in it. During this period, discussions were like tides, and faith was like a surging river that surged from the dragon vein. Hu Renong's reputation grew even more, and he finally entered the heavenly emperor Raongulu. The 2 rows of wheels rolled as the carriage moved forward on the muddy road. An old man in white was riding a horse carriage to the south of the pugilistic world. It was a place that the imperial court couldn't reach, the land of Shui. This period of time was recorded in history. The prime minister, Hu Renong, had entered the capital as the prime minister because of an imperial edict. He had ruled the world for more than 20 years and was busy with matters. He had never left the capital. During this period, the Nanzhao kingdom was established and a mortal celestial emperor was born. Countless major events had happened. This was the first time in many years that he had left the capital. He would not return this time. At this moment, he looked at the scenery outside the curtain of the carriage. His eyes were filled with reminiscence as he recalled everything that had happened back then. He followed the scholar and wandered around. He used the heavens as his blanket and the earth as his mat. Those difficult and carefree days were perhaps the worst years of his life. I've finally taken this step. If life is really a rotten dream, now that I'm happy, it's time for my nightmare. He looked tired and sighed. He slowly closed his old eyes and said, I'm thinking, so I'm here. This time I might die. Will the world really remember me? Death? That is the ultimate fear of all living things in the world. He was going to meet the most terrifying ancient existence in the outer realm. That existence had always been protecting his teacher, wandering know-it-all, reading books by his side, traveling all over the world, and enjoying the scenery of the pugilistic world. However, was it really just to see scenery of the martial world? That existence had already gone to see the martial Dao Duan Qianyu and the sword Dao Wen Liujian. He was waiting for the last hymn of the Confucian Dao. She was too old and time had no meaning to her. She was also open-minded enough. She was waiting for a chance encounter with herself. They had waited for him for more than 20 years, delayed for more than 20 years, and suppressed the idea of invading this world just to wait for him, to wait for his great Zhudo dynasty to enter its peak. Today, I'm here. Poor land, night. White Cloud City was located in the southern part of the Shulands. Every mid-autumn festival, there were many lively festivals and an endless stream of tourists. It was so prosperous that small streets with lanterns hung everywhere. The river next to it had a floating boat suspended in it, and the lights were brightly lit. It was Mid-Autumn Festival again. Mooncake, the best 5-kernel mooncake. It's so hot and scalding my hands. Osmanthus cake, freshly baked osmanthus cake. It has been passed down since ancient times. The beautiful legend of the laurel tree. Does everyone remember? Let's get on the flower boat and guess the riddles. Meng Mei walked along the streets and looked at the bustling stalls around her. She gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it, the 5-kernel mooncake, this kind of anti-human mooncake, was created in the end. It's the Mid-Autumn Festival again. It's rare to do as the Romans do." Medusa was very calm. She pulled the rope and walked down the street, holding the hand of a scholar who was reading a book behind her. "I heard that it's very effective to put lanterns in the river and make wishes. I wonder if it's true." The little fox Hu Haihan said, "Let's give it a try." Meng Mei said. The few of them bought a few small lanterns from a small lantern stall. They went to the river, wrote a note, and put the lanterns into the water. What Meng Mei was naturally that she hoped she could become a saint and lie down happily. Then she would take the opportunity to peek at the 2 people beside her. "Disciple, I hope everyone will live well and be safe. This one's also a salted fish, as expected of my disciple." Medusa's words seemed to be more casual, as she only said 4 words. "They're all mine." Meng Mei's was bitter. What did this person mean? Such a mystical mystery. No wonder he peeked at her. Perhaps he had to go online and ask the netizens for help to study the psychology of this origin demon god. On the street, a horse carriage slowly approached. An old man slowly walked out of the carriage. He looked around and saw the bustling riverside streets, lanterns hanging everywhere. People were coming and going in an endless stream. Among them, a woman with black hair in a ponytail was the most eye-catching. "You're the last one. You're finally here," the woman said with a smile. She had a black ponytail and was wearing a black Cheongsam-like dress. She looked exquisite and elegant. One could see a pair of ivory-like slender and delicate legs from the skirt. It had a very ancient oriental charm. Her skin was fair, and there were white jade earrings hanging on both sides like crescent moons. Yu Renong praised. No one would have guessed this was the supreme demon god of the demon world, the origin of all demons, the demon god Medusa, who was known as the supreme and vast existence that one could not listen to or look at directly. The few of them slowly sat down from the roadside stall and called for the waiter to bring some barbecue and a few pots of wine. "In truth, I really admire you, Hu Renong." Medusa poured herself a glass of wine and took a small sip. She then lowered another glass for the scholar beside her and handed him the barbecue. Xuji, on the other hand, took it very indifferently. He held the book in his hands and ate it at the same time. After all, wandering know-it-all also needed to eat normally. This was very normal, and would not attract any attention. "The taste is not bad." Xuji was very satisfied. He ate the barbecue very calmly and listened to the exchange between the 2 sides. However, he was thinking in his heart that the culinary world had just been opened and still needed to improve in order to catch up with the ancient primordial world, which had developed for hundreds years. "Are you finally ready, Confucius way?" Medusa sipped her wine and said calmly, "The longer I stay in this world, the happier I feel. This is a fertile land with an extremely superior living environment. The sun is bright, and your 24 solar terms, various wonderful festivals, temple fairs, and sunrise and sunsets are all unimaginable to us. In my hometown, which is what you call the devil world, do you know what color it is? It was a desolate and silent world with little life, 50 years of day and 50 years of night. Most ordinary creatures only had a lifespan of 30 years. They had never sun or the night in their entire lives. It was the greatest happiness to have a day divided between day and night. In our world, the only festival is the night of the heavenly witch Arthas. However, it symbolizes the night of impurity, fear, and misfortune. It needs to be prayed, and the living would hide at home and not go out. Your world's spring festival and mid-autumn festival are truly something I look forward to. He Renong quietly listened to the story, as if it was as a casual conversation between a friend about his hometown. However, he clearly understood that this was the reason why his demon god had secretly descended into this world. War, inevitable. Medusa laughed. Especially now, the temperature in our world has been dropping rapidly for the past few hundred years. Our strong people have traveled the entire world, mountains, rivers, and the edge of the world, but they cannot find the reason for the change in our world's environment. The temperature is getting lower and lower. The air in the various magic potion kingdoms was tightened, making it hard for people to breathe. Was our world going to be destroyed? No. Perhaps, in this world that is about to become a world of ice and snow, it will be difficult for living creatures to live. We must find a way out. Xuji held the book in his hand and was very calm. He held the barbecue in his hand and listened to the official declaration of war that had triggered the World War. This was about to enter the annals of history. He didn't want to interfere. He was just an observer, calmly watching history advance towards the unknown future. Although he knew that winter in Tongkang was relatively cold, it was in the south. It didn't snow, and the winter temperature was only a few degrees. However, for the sorcerer world, the drop in temperature was unprecedented. It was unknown and terrifying, and the world might be destroyed. Medusa continued to speak. She took a sip of wine and opened her red lips to eat the roasted fish. 10 years ago, I had the confidence to break through and could officiate the attack on this world. But I did not break through. Instead, I waited. I waited for you for another 10 years. Do you know why? I'm waiting for you to become stronger. Otherwise, you'll be too weak to resist the invasion of our world. Because it's wrong to invade, and I'm very ashamed. I can only make it up to you by making us equal opponents and killing each other to start a contest. After all, everyone has the right to choose their own survival. The white-haired old man, Renong, could not help but look at Medusa, at this beautiful girl. As the current prime minister, it was hard for him to imagine that the great ancient existence who had descended to this world, the magnanimous demon god of origin, did not seem to be evil. Instead, she was very kind. Moreover, she seemed to be guilty of invading this world and had her own difficulties. The cute girl, thought him, was speechless. King believed you. If I didn't know you before, I would have really been fooled by your words. You're clearly hiding it from Ermin to delay the invasion, waiting for the other side to become stronger, and then waiting for a fight to be evenly matched. You're a battle maniac. Pity the other party and not want the other party to die? The cute girls darkened. There were now two publicly acknowledged villains, a man and a woman, Medusa and Didiki. Medusa was far more dangerous than Emperor Kir. Emperor Ki basically never killed anyone personally, while Medusa had killed countless people. She was the #1 supervillain in history. He was the least qualified to say such beautiful words. The cute girl was heartbroken. As expected of the most brutal villain, smart and cunning, and still able to label himself as a kind person. Her heart couldn't stop sinking. Also, what's the situation with the Magus world now? We haven't been in contact with it for too long. Is it really in danger of being destroyed? The world is on the verge of destruction, and the temperature has been dropping rapidly for hundreds of years? I'm afraid it's true. Otherwise, Medusa would go crazy, but Ermin would not agree to start a war, right? The weather is getting cold. The Ice Age has arrived. Medusa had never revealed these things before, but now that she had heard them, she was already thinking about it. Perhaps she had to find a way to get help from the outside network, and find a way to interfere and change this war. This Gulang's mind is full of little thoughts. Her eyes can't stop turning. Xuzi, however, took the cute girl in his eyes. He was very calm. He sat at the barbecue table by the river that no one knew, but was changing the world. He ate silently as if he was a bystander, listening to the friendly conversation between the two sides. He had no intention of interfering in this planar world war. Instead, he sat calmly at the top. Tangulu, it's Tangulu. Suddenly, an old artist walked past the stall with a long stick full of candied haws. "Boss, I'd like 2." Medusa called out to him. "All right. 2 candied haws," the old man shouted. After handing over the money, Medusa picked up one for herself and ate it. She then handed one to the scholar behind her with her hand. Suji, on the other hand, was very calm. He took the candied gourd, read a book, and sat down to eat it calmly, as if the tense and depressing atmosphere in front of him had nothing to do with him. Renong looked at the scholar with a complicated expression. He suddenly sighed. How good would it have been if he didn't let this demon god discover his existence? It was said that this demon god was on the verge of a breakthrough because he had received enlightenment from his teacher. That's what made our world even more dangerous. He had no intention of returning from this trip. Even if he had to pay with his life, he would take his teacher away. He was already a newly advanced heavenly emperor. In the same realm, the other party was just a clone, and the price was his life. He might be able to save her. Medusa's expression was very calm. Your life is very delicate. There are people peddling food on the streets, and the only entertainment in our world is bars. They are rough and simple, and we have lost too much fun. It is very warm here under the sun. There are 4 seasons and day and night. We are here to avoid disaster. Medusa continued. You have already made up your mind to come here. What are you doing here? I'm well aware of that. When Hu Renong heard this, he was expressionless. The reason why Liu Wenjian is not here is because she is recuperating. After all, as an ordinary person, Duan Qingyu is not here, because he has not broken through to the Heavenly Emperor stage. However, he should be breaking through soon. You're the only one who came because you're not afraid of death. You're undying and indestructible. You've come to test my strength and have come with the determination to die. You don't intend to go back. Ha-wo-ee. Medusa sighed, as if she had seen through the other party. Not only did you test my background, but you also wanted to work with Green Vine Mother to snatch away your and Wen Liujian's master. Wandering know-it-all from my hands. After all, this existence has taught the 2 of you and created 2 eras each. He even gave me enlightenment. Of course, he's not willing to fall into my hands. The cute was speechless. Didn't. She was sitting at the side eating mooncakes when she suddenly lost her calm. She looked at Hu Renong in shock. She hadn't expected her disciple to already have such determination. She then looked at Medusa. Medusa's expression was very calm, as if she was already planning to kill her. I'm just a salted fish, and I'm going to have a day like this? Her face was full of sorrow, only his own suffering. She really didn't want to be idle, but she really didn't have the ability to fight. Fighting required talent. She did not have any fighting talent, although she was old and experienced, and with the accumulation of training over time, most people were not her match now. Medusa and the other peerless geniuses could beat her at any time. Hurenong said calmly, Mother Earth's green vine far surpasses all the celestial emperors in the world. It is only below the heavenly Tao. Its aura is powerful and has the battle strength of more than 10 ordinary celestial emperors. You are not a mortal with your true body, so you are far from being its match. Meng Mei sat at the side and ate. She looked as calm as Bai Xiaosheng and had an unfathomable feeling. She even ate the same dishes as him and acted as if they were close brothers. He had stolen so many dragon veins, so was it strange to have the energy of a dozen celestial emperors? How could one become a saint without a huge amount of energy? Medusa smiled and looked at her. I know. Her aura is so strong that it is almost comparable to my original body. As the Mother Earth of this world, her combat power should not be weaker than mine. She has always been one of the opponents I have been looking forward to. Do you think? Don't I have a backup plan? Renong's expression tightened. Boom. Suddenly, a faint sound came from the dark mountain not far away. There seemed to be a huge totem array floating in the air and carved on the mountain. A vast amount of energy gathered and turned into a huge black flame vortex that slowly rotated. In the name of the original demonic god Medusa, my people, descend! Medusa slowly opened her mouth and chanted an incantation. Layers of sound waves shook the world, and her long robe fluttered in the wind. This world. In the various magic potion countries, the powerhouses, soldiers, and epic emperor professionals all felt the call in the depths of their hearts, and they felt numb all over. On the other side of the ocean, at the gate of the netherworld, a beautiful snake-haired demoness' huge body emerged from the water and slowly rose into the air. She gently stretched out her finger and pointed forward. Boom! An exquisite gray vortex gate appeared. Soon, the black mass of magical beasts that had been tamed for countless years in the mountain range of magical beasts emitted a brutal aura. Their eyes were bright red, and they were driven away by many professionals. They gathered from the gate and piled up like mud, rushing out of the teleportation gate and running out of the earth. This was just the cannon fodder of the vanguard of the war, a species unique to the magic medicine era. A magical beast, the disaster of the magical beasts, can destroy many things in that world. Through the spatial door, he could vaguely see many powerful beings, as vast as the ocean. Even higher up were hundreds of ancient emperors. Their eyes were cold, and they emitted terrifying energy. At the highest point, there was an indescribable, vast demonic god. It was as if she was a world just by standing there. She was in the shadows, and just looking at her shadow was enough to make a celestial emperor collapse. This is... Renong's expression changed. They had hundreds of heavenly emperor-level powerhouses. Even though their auras were far inferior to those of the same level, there were simply too many of them. How many heavenly emperors were there in the primordial world? The 9 heavens of the heaven realm had not declined since the West era. It had developed for hundreds of years, produced many celestial emperors. In the 9 heavens, there were a total of 9 celestial emperors. Including himself in the mortal world, there were only 11 celestial emperors in the ancient desolate world. What's that? Countless people in the city shouted. The crowd instantly surged and ran in another direction. However, This was still the Shu land where the people were intrepid and martial arts had become a norm. The various martial arts sects that were expelled by the great Zhou dynasty gathered here, and were quickly evacuated by swordsman organizations. There were also various swordsmen who went to the mountain range to face the terrifying demonic beasts. All martial arts passages. The moon is full in mid-autumn. Demons are coming into the world. Go and resist. The sword immortals of Shu Dao are ethereal and agile. I'm afraid they'll find out soon and come to our aid. Freak. Don't cause any trouble. Terrifying auras exploded in the city as existence rushed into the sky one after another. But they didn't know that this was only the beginning. The whole street was running at a rapid speed, and soon there was no sign of people. Only a few people were still sitting in the stalls, drinking wine and eating meat. Do you understand now? Medusa smiled and looked at the magical beasts that were surging out. They were the vanguard of the invasion of the world. This is war. The power is increasing gradually. If an existence like Mother Earth were to attack from the start, my true body would be ready to descend at any time. If world-level existences like us were to end up in a battle, the gods of both worlds would not be able to control themselves. They would also end up in a battle. Medusa's words had completely stunned Hu Renong. Meng Mei's eyes instantly lit up. Why didn't I think of that? Although I was a kitten in tiger skin and could not fight, Medusa did not know that I had successfully restrained her. She was very excited and felt that it was time to brag to the netizens outside that the most powerful violent villain in history was actually afraid of her big cute sister. In this case, both sides are already restraining each other, and it's difficult for Green Vine Mother Earth to make a move. Do you want to fight me? Snatching your teacher away. Medusa smiled and grabbed Ring Know-It-All's shoulder. The expression of the white-haired old man, Hao Renong, also froze. He grabbed Bai Xiaosheng's other shoulder, and it was impossible for him to let go. NBSB. In fact, in order to save his teacher, Bai Xiaosheng, he had secretly discussed with Liu Wenjian and decided to start the war ahead of schedule. Boom. A terrifying suddenly erupted. The two's auras intertwined, and their divine senses converged into a storm. Their divine senses collided madly, but they were extremely exquisite. They deliberately avoided Bai Xiaosheng, who was still reading in the middle, and their faces became cold. They forced the other party to retreat, and then in an instant, they snatched Bai Xiaosheng. This was the battlefield. Xu was speechless. He sat in the middle and pulled the two heavenly emperors on his shoulders. He felt that they had to be careful not to tear him in half. After all, if they failed and the mirror image was shattered, they would be the ones to suffer. Viv, this meat tastes pretty good. It's chewy. A huge storm swept through the entire city. The roofs collapsed and the streets shattered. In the center of the storm, where the two celestial emperors were fighting madly, Xu Ji held a book in one hand and ate as he read. He was extremely calm. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and heavy air waves spread out. The two terrifying heavenly emperor-level existences were fighting madly. The surrounding buildings were blurred, including the ships, lanterns, decorations, tea houses. The entire world turned into a heavy, hazy, and black. Meng Mei had already retreated from the center with the little fox. In the center of the storm, the only thing that was intact was the tea table in the center. The wooden all-knowing scholar was sitting on the chair, eating and holding a book. This kind of power was controlled exquisitely. He wanted to strike his opponent without hurting him. Heavens! In order to snatch Bookworm, the two worlds are going to start a war in advance. Hu Haihan, The little fox was shocked. His face was full of disbelief and shock. If the two transcendent worlds were to go to war, he would definitely have to stand in the camp of the ancient primordial world. The battle between the supreme celestial emperors would definitely result in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Both sides had paid such a huge price just to snatch this bookworm. Meng Mei looked at her own disciple and felt that this guy didn't look like a vixen. Aren't vixens all smart and cunning? Had he protected her too well? Perhaps he had to let her go out and gain experience on her own. However, Meng Mei was also reluctant. She was afraid that the girl she had raised so painstakingly would be secretly taken by some pig. Wouldn't her heart ache to death? That's why I've been taking care of them like they're flowers in a greenhouse. As expected, raising male disciples is like raising wild animals. They can even be thrown out to be beggars. But raising female disciples is like raising a daughter. It's too difficult for me. Flower of death. Medusa smiled and raised her hand, holding an exquisite black staff in her hand. This sorcerer was extremely elegant, and a dark red beautiful and exquisite flower swirled out. It was many times more exquisite than it was 1,000 years ago. Dao arts and sorcery arts were originally sorcery arts, and there were similarities when they reached a profound level. Medusa's sorcery arts had long reached an extremely profound level, and was even comparable to Emperor Q's, who had gathered a complete system. Although she was only a clone, her combat strength was terrifying and heaven-defying. The executioner of Great Zhu, the world in the book. Hu Renong extended his hand, and the scene around him changed. A magnificent palace appeared. Who's down there? Still not going to report your name? Hu Renong had already put on the Prime Minister's black official robe, and his might was astonishing as he strode forward. In the blink of an eye, he was sitting on a high official position to interrogate the prisoner. There were already hundreds of civil and military officials around him, all of whom were strong. This was the supreme punishment hall of the Great Zhu dynasty. All the important officials of the imperial court were listening to the trials of the execution prison. Medusa was already standing in the court like a prisoner on trial. The current prime minister, here. Why aren't you kneeling? The officials of the imperial court shouted and stood up suddenly. Their Confucian aura was shocking, and it turned into heavy pressure. This was domain of the great Confucians. He turned the torture chamber in the book world into reality and attacked. The world of books was formed from the prayers of the masses. The Great Zhu's criminal law was created by the Prime Minister Hu Renong. All the scholars and citizens of the Great Zhu were required to memorize it since they were young. If there was one essay that had been passed down for generations, it would be this book of punishment. You are a Hu farmer. If one's mind isn't stable, one might be frightened by you. Medusa laughed and could not help but praise. Is this the way of Confucius? A country's fate, gathering the power of all living beings in the world, is indeed powerful. It has already surpassed the simple use of incense in the Western era. Cultivating all living beings without cultivating one's own body does indeed have infinite possibilities. And it's an extremely terrifying path. Right now, the Great Zhou Imperial Court only has a population of several tens of millions. Billions, tens of billions. The endless joss flames of living beings might be able to materialize the void into reality and evolve the true world in a book. In the imperial court, Hu Renong sat on the high ground without saying a word. Beside him, an official revealed an angry expression and announced the law. The 72nd law of the Great Zhu dynasty. Those who dare to disobey the court and refuse to kneel will be sentenced to 3 to 10 years of punishment. Boom. Chains, shackles, wooden staffs, and iron rods flew through the air. Do you know who I am in the Great Zhou dynasty? You dare to interrogate a demon god from another world? She strode forward and looked at the ministers around her. She was so excited that her face was flushed. She clapped her hands and smiled. You're really bold. This is so interesting. Moreover, these torture tools of yours look so cruel, so cruel. Her brutal, bright red aura suddenly spread and soared to the sky. She was extremely arrogant and her little face was slightly red. Looking at it. Really want it? Try it. Hu Renong's scalp went numb. As expected of a demonic god. She's a wizard, so she attacked at close range. The court officials immediately obeyed the order. Range. She was smiling. She was an old lady who had lived for more than 2,000 years. But she liked to dress like a young girl and still loved to look beautiful. At this moment, she suddenly threw down her wizard staff and 8 arms grew out from her ribs, waving her delicate and white fists. I've been cultivating martial arts since I came to this world. My Cthulhu has already simulated the true body of the wizard ancestor, and I've started to cultivate both systems at the same time. Her 8 arms slowly got into a fighting posture and beckoned. Ronghua's blink is as fast as a dream. You're really a studious scholar. I like it. I like it very much. I'd rather beat you to death and smash you into meat paste with my fists. Boom. She waved her 8 arms, and in an instant, her battle techniques were unparalleled. Her 8 arms turned into fists, palms and fingers, and all the ministers in the book world were smashed into bloody red. The cute was speechless. G was speechless. He looked at Medusa, who was waving her arms wildly and smashing people in high spirits, and was shocked on the spot. You've changed. You're the last of the traditional wizards. You threw away your staff and used your fists to hit people. Look at little Phoenix. She was also a cultivator of both Dao and body, cultivating the true body of Pangu. She abandoned her 8 arms and felt that they were too ugly. So she didn't take the path of close combat. In the end, you, a sorcerer, were so interested in learning this thing. Fortunately, this magus still had the aesthetic sense. His 8 arms could be considered as an exotic beauty, and there were no bulging muscles, turning him into a muscular magus. Otherwise, it would really be an eyesore. Sure enough, this one is really romantic. Suji sat in the middle, with a speechless look on his face as he watched the 2 top celestial emperors fight. One after another, energy vortexes that made one gasp in admiration spun and exploded, then circled around his body. After all, he was only at the 6th step. How big was the difference? A single level. Anyone below the heavenly emperor level could be killed with a casual strike. At this very moment, Xuji was watching the battle between the 2 heavenly emperors in his sandbox. To him, this was a huge and rare opportunity. After all, his actual realm was only at the 6th tier. This is a collision between 2 major systems. Xuji's gaze was lowered as he sat in the middle, silently sensing the 2 celestial emperors who were fighting madly and constantly experiencing the flow of their power. Boom! A transparent storm swirled around him. It was as if he was in an independent space-time and was not attacked. He was now at level 6, and his future goal was to become a level 7 heavenly emperor. The next step would no longer be purely about stacking energy and breaking through by relying on the energy of the major extinction. Instead, it would be the first and biggest threshold of the realm, which required perception. In other words, he had to be clear about his own path. He had to see the truth of the sorcerer world and understand the Dao heart of the ancient world. A heavenly emperor was already at the peak of the extremely high level. Even on a life planet, The top existence was a level 7 heavenly emperor, enough to suppress the world, and the gods one level higher could already start to leave the planet and slowly cross space. If he could break through to another realm, Xuji would truly be the strongest combat power on Earth. Even if a celestial emperor on Earth was exposed in reality, he would still be very calm. Of course, this didn't take direct nuclear attack into account. Unless a special system like Huo Renong's could revive and not be destroyed, only a god could withstand that terrifying instant destruction energy. This is the first time I've truly experienced the shockwaves of their battle at zero distance. I can sense how powerful they are. Xu could not but exclaim in admiration as he read and ate his food. He was in the middle of the storm of battle between the two heavenly emperors and benefited greatly from it. Constantly observing. One must know that an ordinary Tier 6 expert would never have such a heaven-defying opportunity. Two peak heavenly emperors surrounded him and fought each other without injuring themselves. Each of them displayed their own Dao techniques and observed. Xuji was naturally very attentive as he read, knowing that his level was low. After all, he had originally created the sandbox and deduced the cultivation system of the extraordinary with the geniuses of each era as his teachers. When they had perfected the cultivation system, the ready-made teachers would right in front of him, so he naturally could not miss it. Soon, he had a sudden thought. Every celestial emperor has his own path. Medusa is the death domain, Ermin is the life ripple, Phoenix is the nature and space, and the plagiarizing emperor is the all-encompassing sea and the Dalio Heaven Sutra. What about me? He was a little expectant and curious. He had broken through too quickly. Before he could think too much, he had already reached the 6th step. Even though a 7th step heavenly emperor still required a lot of energy, and it was a long journey for him, he was already at the 6th step and had the power to think about his future path. He could already on the journey. Dao arts require one to explore their own Dao path and see the truth and one's heart before one can make a breakthrough. Even though I can cultivate my physical body first and break through the Dao with force, I still have to cultivate both physical and spell cultivation at the same time. Taking two paths at the same time was the general trend. If one wanted to be invincible among those of the same cultivation level, this was a necessary path. Xu Zhizhi felt that since he had created 3 major extraordinary worlds at this time, and 3 gods had already been born in each of them, it was time him to find the path to advancement. He kept thinking. The more they fought, the fiercer they became, and their true anger completely erupted. He could still control his power before, but as he used all his strength, he could no longer contain it. Go and fight. Medusa snorted coldly. The two of them instantly exploded and rose into the sky. Let's take the chance to escape. Meng Mei pulled her disciple and Bai Xiaosheng as they ran. Medusa only glanced at him with a calm expression. She had already seen through Mother Earth's nature. The all-knowing scholar had fallen into her hands, and she would be able to get him back sooner or later. She had already received Ermin's reply and roughly guessed the true identity of this existence. Ermin's reply to her was simple. Medusa, I have read through all of your letters. The way of Go is amazing, and it is in line with the rules of the world. It is extremely mysterious. The ultimate and the truth of the world are even more shocking. After thinking about it, I felt that we are small. The world is an era and 1 yuan is 1 to 29,600 worlds. We're just one of them? Even after becoming a god, he couldn't be proud. The stronger he was, the smaller he felt. The conversation between the god of creation that you heard from the all-knowing scholar, is extremely important. It has completely opened the door for our sorcerer world's understanding of the universe. There are 3 speculations about the all-knowing scholar. First, the 600 worlds are vast and may have all kinds of heaven and earth phenomena. The all-knowing scholar is one of the laws that dents the heaven and earth phenomena. It symbolizes the recorder, the observer, and the seeker of truth. The one who obtains it is known as the all-knowing scholar, which is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. The one who obtains the person can truly step into the door of truth, which is in line with the name of the all-knowing scholar. Secondly, wandering know-it-all was an ancient and eternal existence that surpassed gods. What kind of life forms were level 9 and level 10 above level 8? Don't know. When the god of creation descended and gave us the red spider lily, he said that it seemed to be related to the laws. The all-knowing scholar is also related to the laws. Perhaps the all-knowing scholar is a level 9 or level 10 unknown existence that split into tens of thousands of clones and scattered in various major worlds. If that's the case, the all-knowing scholar could wake up at any time and use his main body to control his intelligence. Perhaps he can carefully contact the church. The third guess is that the all-knowing scholar is indeed an unknown level 9 or 10 existence. He might have been heavily injured and lost his sense of self. It was once said that there would be a great calamity in the era. The previous era was destroyed and 199,600 greater worlds were destroyed. The all-knowing scholar might be one of the ancient supreme existences escaped from the previous era to this era. However, he had already lost his sense of self. At the end of the 3 conjectures was the last paragraph of the reply. In conclusion, the 2 of us must obtain the all-knowing scholar and make him our fellow Taoist at all costs. We can expect to reach level 9 and even know the ultimate secrets of heaven and earth, the mysteries of the 2996600 and explore the last era of destruction. Medusa had made up her mind the moment she received the letter. She silently watched Meng Mei leave with Bai Xiaosheng. With your personality, I know where you are going. There is already an inescapable net waiting for you there. To Medusa, wandering know-it-all was willing to pay any price to obtain it. It might be the true essence of the path to level 9, which was above God. He was also the best Taoist friend. Tap tap, tap tap. Sitting in the carriage, Xuji was secretly taken away by the Mengmei duo. It was as if he had picked up a salted fish, and his face was full of happiness and joy. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the 2 of them, but he thought to himself, sigh, I'm still at the 6th rank. I don't know how much energy I'll need to break through to the 7th and become a heavenly emperor. I still have to comprehend the Tao heart. It's really too difficult for me. Medusa and Ushuji were fantasizing wildly, thinking that he could help them break through to level 9, while Xuji himself was troubled by level 6. He did not know about the letter at all. He's not interested in it. The players in this world are the idle Mengmei and a few red name players who are in seclusion. They are not afraid of interfering too much in the war between the 2 worlds. Do they have the ability to continue to cause trouble? I don't think so. All right. After all, in the face of the tide of war, the strength of red players was too little, and cute girls had good opportunities, but they were just idle fish with energy and no power. Xuji thought about it as he walked. Perhaps I'll have to make a trip on my own to understand my Taoist heart. He was still thinking about his own development. Boom! In the sky, they exchanged blows madly. Since things have developed to this point, it's time to start. Medusa looked coldly at the green vine mother's departure. While her 8 arms were fighting with Ha Renong, she suddenly raised a snow-white arm, which turned into a palm and opened. I, Medusa, the snake-haired banshee, the demonic god of the origin of all things, the ancestor of the magic potion world, control the death of all things, the one and only truth sorcerer, am here to down in order. Countless black electric arcs flashed in the sky, and the demonic gate expanded rapidly. In my name, my people, descend. Medusa suddenly roared. The black sky suddenly turned gloomy. The clouds rolled and turned into a black gas, almost suffocating people. The entire city, which was during the Mid-Autumn Festival, completely collapsed and turned into a boundless black sea. No. Renong roared and wanted to stop Medusa, but he could not do so in the battle between the two sides. On the other side, a huge demon god with long hair like countless tentacles twisted and danced behind him in the wind. It was huge and vast, coordinating from the inside to the outside. Suddenly, it clasped the world gate with both hands, as if a giant had grabbed the curtains on both sides. She opened her arms wide, instantly pulled open the entire demonic door. Boom. A large net of dark red light lit up in the sky. Countless dark red runes flickered and turned into a huge gust of wind that swept across the land. The exquisite vortex demonic world gate slowly expanded and pressed in all directions. Countless survivors who were fleeing from the town suddenly turned their heads. The black rainwater was as thick as a swamp and had the smell of blood. It fell on their confused faces bit by bit. Who's that? Some people, at the huge black figure, opened the gate in the sky and fell down instantly. Plop, plop. One by one, they turned around and fell to the ground. Don't. I'll die. We can't watch. After a large number of people died, someone suddenly realized it and let out a mournful roar. She's an unknown, incomprehensible, indescribable, and terrifying existence. Anyone who sees her face will die instantly. Some of them were crying hysterically. Wah! Some people wailed, their faces twisted in fear, snot and tears flowing uncontrollably. From the world gate, a beautiful head as huge as a hill poked in, and huge ripples spread out. The world gate is completely open. Disaster, death, and pain will befall you. It was pure demon world language, completely difficult to understand, but it turned into countless spirits and rushed into everyone's minds. All the people who were escaping fell to the ground, one after another. Medusa had no intention of killing or bullying the weak, but they had fallen just because they had seen and heard her. This is the powerlessness of the weak. They can only be pushed forward by the tide of history and cannot change anything. This is what war is. Medusa had a faint smile on her face. Our world is about to enter the middle of winter, and it will be a world of ice and snow. Come on, I have already given you the right to fight. She was like a tyrant sitting on a blood-colored throne, her arrogant and fierce aura soaring into the sky. You dare to disobey me? Then kill me. Descend? Medusa raised her arms high and laughed. Descend. Medusa's roar drowned out the world's cries. With a loud boom, more and more demonic beasts swarmed out of the dark red vortex world gate. Their eyes were red and brutal, and they wriggled over like black, sticky tides. Gradually, mages from various magic potion kingdoms and vocational colleges appeared. A young lady wearing a beautiful silk stocking and a man wearing a large cloak strode out. They slightly stunned. So beautiful. The world, the war and slaughter had begun. The little fox Hu Haihan's expression was bitter. Although some of them had escaped from the city, there were still many casualties. Furthermore, this was only the beginning. With that city as the center, They would gradually invade this world. War, destruction. In the carriage, Meng Mei could not help but say, war is inevitable. Where there are people, there will be disputes for survival, for benefits, for becoming stronger, and all kinds of reasons. Even a small post on the internet could cause people to curse and attack each other, let alone between countries and worlds. Meng Mei was very clear about this and explained seriously, "This is like the law of the dark forest." "What is the dark forest law?" The little fox could not help but ask. The cute girl replied, "There are 199,600 worlds. The universe is a dark forest. Every world is a hunter with hidden weapons, like a ghost lurking in the forest. In this forest, other people are hell, an eternal threat. Any world that exposes its existence will be destroyed." Meng Mei was not really stupid. Otherwise, she would not have been able to trick the previous red-named players. She was actually very smart. Hu Haihan, the little fox, was silent. He felt that this was too cruel. Then, do we have any way to stop it? Can our world live in peace with the other world? Meng Mei stretched out her finger and replied with a smile. There are only two endings. First, one side will be destroyed. Second, because of the war, they will merge and become a part of each other. Nbsb, gulp. The carriage moved forward, like a ghost in the dark night. "So we don't have a choice?" Hu Haihan said. "I don't have any now." Meng Mei smiled and said with a flash of slyness, "But we can think of a way to create it. And the solution to everything may be in another world, the demon world." The little fox did not understand. The cute girl continued, "We are bringing the all-knowing scholar with us now. Medusa will definitely hunt us down. We cannot let her catch up to us. The all-knowing scholar cannot be taken away. We have to hide. The most dangerous place is the safest place." Meng Mei giggled and said, "Let's go to the devil world. She definitely won't expect us to go to her lair." She had wanted to go there for a long time. She had been a tourist and had been around the primordial world countless times. She had long wanted to go to a new world. Hu Haihan clapped instantly, his eyes watery. "You're so smart, teacher." Meng Mei was extremely excited. "Let's go over and lay out the dragon vein on the way. After all, the incense in that world has been lost. It's such a waste that there's so much energy without anyone to collect it." She was already eager to try and cause trouble. The dragon's vein of the ancient primordial world had already been laid out. If the Magus world was added in, the commission would be doubled, and the happiness would be doubled. To become the Mother Earth of that world, just thinking about it made him excited. With the continuous collection of energy from the two worlds, it was basically a matter of time for him to become a saint. Becoming a saint depended on fate, not heaven-defying martial strength, but the brain that grasped the fate. The cute was happy. Gulu. The carriage continued to move forward. "Let's go." Meng Mei led her men and quickly jumped off the carriage. She continued to let the carriage be controlled by the Taoist spell and continued to move forward. At the very least, they could still travel by tomorrow morning. And he had secretly brought his men back, passed through the world gate that just opened, and used his Dao arts to transform into people from the world of fiend potions, and walked in with large strides. No one would have thought that he would be so bold. Voila. After taking advantage of the chaos, he successfully infiltrated. The world of potions was a completely different scenery. The sky was dark, and the moon and stars were unusually high up in the sky. Different plants and animals were everywhere. Compared to the primordial world, the plants here were unusually tall. Most of them were dark green with black branches and leaves. It was like a lush, dark, primitive forest, and it gave off a strange aura. In the magic medicine era, many things in the world had been demonized. Not only were most of the giant beasts demonized, but even some plants had been demonized. They were extremely dangerous, and they had even extended their black vines to eat people. We entered. Mengmei laughed and opened up her inner world. A huge green vine builder tree stood upright in her body. She was a celestial emperor, and her energy was not much weaker than Medusa's, so her internal space was naturally huge. The roots of the builder tree slowly pulled out of his body and buried deep into the ground. All right, the dragon vein is buried here. Let's go further. Then, they took out a spare carriage from their inner space and buried it as they walked. However, Mengmei kept muttering in her heart and swallowed her saliva. Using the dragon vein to fish for oil, I have to establish a faith and let people worship me. With organizations similar to the Great Zhou imperial court, the most suitable ones to establish a system of faith in this world are the major churches. Mercury, the goddess of wisdom, has the Church of Light, and Medusa, the goddess of death, has the Church of Evernight. She kept weighing the pros and cons, trying to get a church to defect. Previously, the Church of Light that those guys established was very good, especially their church's code of law and chicken soup for the soul. There were many praises about it and it was widely spread. Don't lower your head, or the crown will fall. I didn't have a choice before, but now I want to be a good person. Xuji, on the other hand, was indifferent. It seemed that he would have to go out for a while. Cutie Pie was still no match for Medusa. Medusa had long guessed that Cutie Pie, who was a tourist, would be curious when she saw a new world. He also knew that with her personality, she would definitely come to lay the dragon vein. I've already guessed that she would walk right into the trap. If I stay here, Ermin, who has been waiting for a long time, will find me soon. This is not a bad thing, but I don't want to enter the underworld so soon to have a discussion with this god and learn from her as desk mates. Although this is a great benefit, I'd like to use a mirror clone to explore the world and organize my thoughts about my future Tao techniques. Xuji's mind was still floating away from the world. As for how to escape from Mengmei's side, it was very simple. This heavenly emperor, she would definitely go out and find her online friends. Enough. At this time, the cute girl's eyes kept moving, and the more she thought about it, the more excited she became. I can totally sneak into the Church of Light and be the saintess can ask little brain to scare him down the mountain and bring his body, give me the light scripture, and I'll have token. And I can come in as the cross-generation saintess. It's just chicken soup. I know how to make it too. I usually watch Chicken Soup and Golden Sentences. That's right, I'll go out and ask the ancestors of the Church of Light for the token. Those animals must have prepared something for the future. Thinking of this, she already had the idea of saying some golden words. Suddenly, she coughed twice and changed her clothes into a saintess of the Church of Light. She instructed her disciple beside her, "From now on, you have to call me Saintess, Your Excellency Saintess." The disciple was dumbfounded. "Teacher, what are we doing? Although it's already too late and I've wasted half of my life, I still have to create a career for our world." Although the divine turtle lived for a long time, it still had its time. The winged snake rode on the fog and finally turned into dust. An old steed in Fuxie's hands, its ambition 1,000 li away, a martyr in his twilight years, his heart unceasingly. Mengmei said indifferently, "I don't have the time to become young. Seriously. When I understand it, I can only choose to grow old seriously." The little fox was stunned. She was moved by her teacher's words and tears welled up in her eyes. Her teacher was so philosophical. As expected of the teacher of the HU Renong. The words that came out of his mouth were stunning poems that had been passed down for generations. Xuji pursed his lips. This guy had gotten into character so quickly. He started to talk about Zen masters. Meng Mei suddenly pointed to a small pond in the forest beside them. The pond had dried up, and there were a few dead fish. My good disciple, look over there. Do you understand our current situation? Saintis, please explain. When the pond dies, all the fish die for love, Meng Mei said with a smile. Wah! Such profound words. Hu Haihan's eyes flickered with admiration. As expected of my teacher, is he referring to the current situation of our world? Who knew that Meng Mei's brows would suddenly move? She took out an umbrella from the inner space and handed it to Bai Xiaosheng, who was reading. She had an enigmatic look on her face, causing others to be unable to help but try to figure it out. Teacher, what do you mean by this? The little fox asked. It's not raining. Meng Mei shook her head. You've forgotten again. From today onwards, you have to call her Lady Holy Maiden. Saintis, what is the meaning of this? With her hands behind her back, Meng Mei pointed at Bai Xiaosheng and said, Once I fall asleep, only you and this scholar will be left. I won't be able to resist, and you are too naive. You are also at the 6th rank and can't beat him. We'll both suffer. So, I gave him this umbrella to give this scholar a piece of advice. If you can't get it up, it'll be a sunny day. This time, Hu Haihan didn't understand the golden sentence at all. If you don't hold an umbrella, of course it's sunny. Xi was speechless. He spat out a mouthful of blood. My dear disciple, you are still too young to understand the profoundness of this phrase. Meng Mei, on the other hand, was very satisfied with this golden sentence. She felt that she had completely entered the state of a saintess and was very adaptable to changes. She silently lay in the carriage and took a nap, going out to find online friends. With one less chatterbox in the carriage, it became quiet. Only the scholar and the little fox were left and NBSB. Gulp. The wheels of the carriage rolled, leaving marks on the muddy black ground. The sky was pitch black, with only the faint moonlight shining on it, dotted with a few stars. It was extremely dark. It's hard to imagine that the world rules of the devil realm are so strange. The sky is as dark as a huge black curtain. For the ordinary people of this world, 50 years of dark days is a lifetime. Hu muttered. She said to Bai Xiaosheng. It seemed more like she was talking to herself. Xuji looked up at the sky as well. The sky of the demon world is so dark. This is the environmental pollution problem of our village. The orchard was in the countryside. The sky was clear, and they could barely see the sparse stars and the hazy moon, but it was still very dim. After all, it was close to a city. However, it would be even worse if they were in a developed heavy industrial city, where only a hazy moon could be seen. The carriage was still moving forward. The cute girl had fallen asleep, and probably wouldn't wake up for at least 10 days. Hu Haihan was a woman. Although she was a fox in human form, she had already integrated into human society under the guidance of her teacher. She had to get off the carriage, go to the toilet, and take a bath. She had too much time to leave. Xuji waited quietly. Scholar, how do you solve this? She discussed it as usual. After a few days, as expected, when the carriage arrived at a lake in the forest, the carriage stopped. It's been a long time since I've taken a bath. She was stunned. She looked at her master, then at Bai Xiaosheng. She stopped the carriage and sneaked into the lake. In the blink of an eye, Xuji and Meng Mei were the only ones left. Xuji stood up and pinched the guy's sleeping face. He pulled the sides of his face outward. You're such a flirtatious fellow, even teasing me. If you can't get it up. Her face was like Crayon Shinchan, pulled out of shape. After giving the little fox's egg-shaped face a good scolding, Xuji felt that it felt pretty good to touch. He just smiled and cast a glance at the little fox who was bathing in the distance. Then, in a flash, he disappeared from where he was. On the internet. The cute girl still did not know what was going on, and she became more and more excited. I knew you must have left your original body behind. That chicken soup of the soul, the holy book of light. I'll go and dig up your grave and help you revive the Church of Light. Xiao Naihu descended the mountain. Before he turned into a human and went to look for Linda, he had indeed buried his original body and left it for Dongshan Mountain to rise again. He didn't expect that cute sister would see through everything. After chatting for a while, she successfully obtained the location of the holy book and went online. However, she saw that her disciple was on the verge of tears, and Bai Xiaosheng was nowhere to be seen. What? It's gone? She suddenly felt her face hurt. He quickly took a mirror and looked at himself. He had actually become a pig's head. What's happening? She hurriedly checked her body. Her clothes were still intact, and only then did she let out a sigh of relief. If she had been picked up, she might as well not live. She turned her head angrily at her disciple beside her. The little fox bit her lips. Teacher, I didn't look after that scholar. When I was taking a bath, he should have been reading while walking away. Teacher, your face might have been used by that scholar to practice his fist technique. The cute girl was speechless. My face. Practicing fist techniques? Would he have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex? Bastard, is he that straight of a man? She broke down and covered her pretty face. It was so swollen that it had turned into a big pig's head. She was a dignified celestial emperor, but her face had become like this. One could only imagine what kind of tragic and vicious disasters she had experienced. If it were any other person, they would have been disfigured long ago. However, in the blink of an eye, she remembered the scene of the scientists from the martial arts being beaten up. This guy had criminal record. The little fox shrunk back and explained her guess. That scholar is studying and would occasionally see some fighting skills. He would experiment on the content himself. We often see him practice some moves by himself. In other words, he's using my face as a puppet to practice his kant skills. The cute girl's self-esteem was hit. I'm a great beauty lying on the ground, but he's so calm. He even slapped my face. Meng Mei stomped her feet in anger and gritted her teeth. As expected, you're a stupid bookworm without self-awareness. This was a lifetime humiliation's super dark history. She could not help but take a deep breath. But he ran out on his own. I don't know what will happen. We must find him. Furthermore, I'll have to make a trip to a certain place to find the holy book of light and become this generation's saint of light. In the garden with green trees. This was a small world, surrounded by a vast expanse of white. Two extremely beautiful women were actuallying chess. One of them was wearing a Taoist robe and a golden crown, and her oval face was as exquisite as jade. The other one had a beautiful and gentle face, but she exuded a faint majesty and arrogance. They were two gods. It had endless power and could destroy thousands of living beings with a single move. As time passed and nations and eras came and went, countless heroes and geniuses were born. They created historical poems, but they fell in the vast history, like splashes that return to the river. In the long history of time, only the two of them had truly become the fish of history in their own era. They had truly leaped up, spread their thick wings, and rushed into the vast sky. In the long history, only the two of them were able to transcend. Go indeed contains endless profound mysteries. Ermin laughed. The ultimate is real. the world is fake. The endless ultimate is a chessboard. All the living beings in the world are chess pieces, and we may the ones who place the chess pieces. The Taoist took a black chess piece and slowly placed it on the board. How many battles have we fought over the years? She had not appeared in the primordial world because she had followed her previous plan to use rebirth from fire to become stronger and come to kill Ermin. We've already fought 4 rounds. Every round was end, death battle, and we wished we could kill each other. 2 small worlds are too poor, and we didn't have any opponents before. After we fought each other, we improved very quickly. Every time you come back, you're stronger than before, Ermin said calmly. I was no longer your opponent when you returned for the 3rd time. You've entered the realm of a mid-level god, and your combat power is heaven-defying. If it wasn't for wandering know-it-all who woke Medusa up and made one out of 109 and 600, Medusa's body break through to God, we would have been defeated long ago if we had joined forces. Medusa's main body had already broken through to God. They were just the weakest gods. This was because every part of Cthulhu's body was the weakest living creature, and becoming a god would naturally make him the weakest god. Only when they were combined would they become a true and complete life. Bai Xiaosheng is truly a strange existence. The phoenix chuckled. Her gentle and natural temperament was like a spring breeze, making people feel close to her. There was some surprise in her eyes. If it were not for him, Medusa would not have become a god. I have defeated you now, and the sorcerer world is going to fall into my hands. At this time, in the eyes of outsiders, the sorcerer's world seemed to be powerful and had a far advantage in invading the weak ancient world. Only Ermin and Medusa knew that they were the weak and on the verge of despair. Ermin continued, I've already heard of your era. As is expected of the Dao Lord who created Emperor Qi, the connate ancient god. Every time you return, you're astonishingly powerful. If they really wanted to make a strength ranking, Qi, Phoenix, the 2 of them were definitely the top teams among the gods, and they were the kind that got stronger as they fought. Every time they came back, they were so strong that it made people's scalps numb. After all, phoenixes had 4 genetic talents. Ermin. After all, although she was already very talented, she was still an ordinary god who had climbed up step by step. Medusa. They were the 3rd-tier team. Infax's combat power was not weaker than Emperor Qi and Phoenix among the gods of Cthulhu. She might even surpass them. She also had 4 genes, but it was too difficult for her to break through to become a god. Now only one evil god organization had become a god, and it was too far away from complete. Taoist Changsheng, they were the 4th echelon team. After all, although their combat power was heaven-defying, they were not gods. Dao Lord Phoenix said, You should clearly understand that if you let me become stronger a few more times, you and Medusa will not be my match, even if you join forces. You can only rush to start a war and invade the ancient primordial world as the demon world. You want to use this catastrophe to give birth to a god on your side, and then use it to change the situation and kill me together. This your only way out. Ermin smiled and placed a white chess piece on the board. Blink of an eye. The situation on the board was reversed, and she took the initiative. Yes, we have no choice but to start this war. However, in terms of overall strength, you are far inferior to us, and you will be at an extreme disadvantage. Which world will give birth to gods? Will it be your heavenly Tao that will live forever, the green vine mother that will take the last step? Or will it be our Medusa that will take the 2nd step? Or some other great emperor? Who knows? The 2 of them sounded indifferent. They played chess while chatting, discussing their own geniuses, and who would be able to break through in the end. There might even be geniuses that they didn't expect, who would suddenly rise up and take that step in the chaotic era of war. The invasion of the two worlds, death and wailing, seemed to be ignored by them. However, they were the only ones who clearly understood that they would determine the outcome of a world. In this battle, whoever produced the next god first would affect the balance of the entire world, and the outcome of the battle between the two of them. The magic potion era had already gone through thousands of years of development, and countless legendary and epic hidden professionals had appeared. This ancient land had also ushered in a drastic change that had not been seen in thousands of years. The world gate is open. That's a pure land. It's simply filled with treasures. I heard that the academies of the Magic Potion Kingdom have already sent powerhouses over. The half-orc kingdom has already invaded. In fact, the terrifying catastrophe has already begun in the kingdom of undead. The entire land was in discussion, and even more terrifying news emerged one after another. All the ancient sovereigns and great emperors had awakened. The sovereigns and great emperors from all eras, who were thought to have died of old age or been defeated in wars, had walked out from the history of 1,000 years. In the history of the Undead Empire, the first undead Lord Emperor, Necromancer Wyndham, didn't die. Instead, he turned himself into a skeleton mage. There's movement in the ancient tombs of the past monarchs of Frederick. The strongest man of the human kingdom, known as the strongest man on the surface in 1,000 years, Buffin. Morton's out. He's still alive? Yeah. Ancient epic existences that should have been hidden in the 1,000 years of history appeared in the world one after another, causing chaos in this dark land. In their era, there was no chance to become a god, and they could only sleep. This was their only chance, so they woke up and tried their best. Each of them had reached the end of their cultivation. As sovereigns and emperors, they had suppressed many brilliant eras. Their combat strength was heaven-defying, and they were among the top of their peers in the ancient desolate world. They had the talent to become gods. In the long history, many geniuses with the talent to become gods had accumulated. What they lacked was only luck. The netherworld sent a divine message. This is an opportunity, but it also affects our life and death. Ancient existences appeared one after another, and the entire land became turbulent. It was undeniable that this was the best era, but also the worst era. Allowing people to have the opportunity to become gods could also lead to the destruction of the world. This wasn't the destruction of a country, but the entire world becoming a slave, at the mercy of others. In the past half a month, there was even an ancient branch of the Saint of Light had emerged from their ancient reclusive world. They roamed the entire land and held the divine weapon of the Church of Light, the Book of Light Truth. They possessed all-rounded wisdom. The hymn of humanity is a hymn of history and courage. She started her speech, and many people fascinated by it. In the face of the tide of history, many mortals were uneasy. Even if they were the ones who started the war, even if they didn't know the grudges between the gods and thought that they were the most powerful attackers, and the other party was just waiting for the fate of falling into the enemy's hands, there were still many people who felt rough in their hearts. At this time, consoling people with a speech was undoubtedly the best way to gather incense and faith. The tide of long history. Mix in and rule the world with chicken soup. When Xuji heard the news, he was swimming like a fish in the deep sea, but he gave a very indifferent evaluation. The war outside was raging, and the vast tide of history was being pushed forward. He did not care about it and just watched indifferently. He took the opportunity to fill in his knowledge and think about how he would break through to the 7th rank in the future. Around him were fish of all colors. He was diving and swimming in a sea full of deep red coral-like luxuriant sea area. Finally, he came to the depths of a cave. Deep red coral that looked like grass was densely grown. They looked like sharp thorns, rough and dense. As they went deeper into the cave, the seawater turned into a faint whirlpool at the end, as if it was some kind of restriction. I seem to have hidden the body of great, sovereign Messiah here. He swam in the sea and gradually saw a black ancient coffin that was sealed by a special sorcery. In order to prevent the necromancers from digging up graves, Xuji had long hidden himself in the deep sea. After all, the mirror image can't be cultivated. It can't be higher than the real body's stage 6 and reach the 7th heavenly emperor realm. Xuji weighed his options in his heart. I want to gain enlightenment and make all kinds of breakthroughs. It's better to find a body. The body of Messiah from back then was better kept. Back then, Messiah was used to study the Rubik's Cube and create the Rubik's Cube system. That was how the civilization of the ancient primordial world came about. He also had an internal space sea of consciousness in his body, which was the embryonic form of the way of incense, and the first sea of consciousness in the world. Back then, it wasn't perfect, but there was no primordial spirit or body. Now, this body of Messiah had a sea of consciousness in its mind, but no primordial spirit. His combat strength was very low compared to his peers. After all, he couldn't keep up with the times. At this moment, he could put the mirror image in and use it as his primordial spirit to control his body. This was the moment. In addition, Messiah had studied hard for decades, and her main body had constantly provided energy to this little ant. Her cultivation base had reached level 6, and her sorcerer knowledge was comparable to some weaker lords and emperors. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to ignore realms and break through from the 4th, 5th, and 6th stages so quickly. But now, his knowledge had been exhausted. Now, his life was better. He had the mirror image to help him learn and accumulate, but in the end, he was just a learning machine, which saved him a lot of time to accumulate knowledge. However, he still had to rely on himself to master everything and finally take the last step on his own path to rank 7. I've exhausted all of my foundation. I'll have to explore the level 7 Heavenly Emperor path again. This body is just right. Voila. Xuji's mirror image was expressionless as it quickly surged into the body of the other. On the surface of the sea, a young man with long black hair and black eyes slowly walked out. He shook his body and instantly evaporated the seawater. Strictly speaking, this black-haired and black-eyed Messiah young man was the ancestor of all humans in the primordial world. He was also the true founder of the Sea of Consciousness cultivation system. Xuji closed his eyes and quickly checked on the after effects of this body of his, which had been in a deep sleep for nearly 1,000 years. Not only did he use the dormancy and freezing technology that the alchemy emperor used to store the 7 little witches, but he also used his own time flow. He adjusted the normal flow rate. 1,000 years was equivalent to 10 days in reality. It was equivalent to sleeping for 10 days, and all the functions of his body were intact. I'll continue to charge myself and replenish my energy like before. I'll break through to the 7th rank and become a true heavenly emperor. He suddenly opened his eyes and quickly flew out of the sea. With his main body's help, his research and cultivation speed had always been very fast. He believed that this time would also be very smooth. 3 days later, Xuji once again arrived at the edge of the sorcerer world. He was familiar with the way, secretly made contact with his main body. He then used the vast energy of his main body to continuously replenish himself and continued his research in seclusion. What he needed to do now was to cultivate his body and break through to the 7th level of body cultivation. He did not cultivate the 9 revolutions mysterious art, nor did he have 9 apertures surrounding his dantian. Instead, he cultivated the most common dantian technique of the primordial world. After all, he was only going to explore the way, and this body was just a test subject. He did not need to cultivate any powerful techniques. Body cultivation. I'll try to become a heavenly emperor first. Xuji began to make use of the endless energy and began to cultivate. I'm now a Taoist cultivator, which is the sea of consciousness in my mind. I have to change the path of my meridians and open up an inner world in my lower abdomen to act as my dantian. Time passed. The outside world was filled with endless disputes and wars, and they were getting more and more intense. 1 year, 2 years. Xuji, who was originally equipped with knowledge, was able to cultivate at an extremely fast speed under the endless and abundant energy. By the 7th year, more than 2,000 days had passed. Xuji had already reached the peak of the 6th level of physical cultivation. The energy in the meridians in his body was like a tide, surging rapidly and gathering in his dantian. The scorching energy turned into a sun furnace. Boom! A huge amount of energy gushed out, and it was as if something in his body had been broken. Xuji was overjoyed. 7th grade. Although this body was the most ordinary type 7 body, and there was nothing to be proud of when it broke through with the knowledge of a large number of mirror images and the vast energy of the main body, it was undoubtedly the first step. This was experience. His realm experience. In the future, when his body received a huge amount of energy, it would be equivalent to recultivating, and he would be able to break through to the 7th level of body cultivation without any obstacles. With a thought, Xuji stood up silently and felt his body. He clenched his fists and strode out of the forest. He looked up at the sky and said, "Now, it's time to get used to the power and cultivate another path of truth, Dao heart." The figures of people flashed in front of his eyes. The joys and sorrows of their lives, their voices and smiles. I've seen Hu Renong marry and have children. Only after experiencing the hardships of life did he understand the true meaning of incense. I've seen Taoist immortality, experienced the torture of the heavenly court, the pain of being struck by lightning, shed tears in Ocean, resisted the ancient celestial emperors alone, and found my own path in grief, anger, and pain. I also saw Liu Wenjian lose his arm in pain and enter the furnace to temper his sword. After 30 years, he turned into an old lady and returned. He was a mortal heavenly emperor, and he finally started the era of Mount Shui. That's them. What about me? Xuji strode forward and could not help but fall into deep thought. My truth, my Taoist heart. What exactly is it, the so-called truth? What was the Tao heart? For the modern people who lived in a peaceful environment, it was a very metaphysical question. Xuji observed for a while and felt that he understood his own heart, understood and determined his future path. Different from body cultivation systems such as Tao arts, sorcery arts, and incense were related to the soul and emotional energy. The spell techniques he used were affected by his emotions and his heart. Whatever the heart wanted, the Tao would be in whatever form. This was understanding one's heart. Hu Renong, Daoist Chengsheng, Liu Wenjian. Everyone's different. They've all experienced setbacks, understood their hearts, and laid down their future path. Xuji said to himself, "What is my heart?" If I were to make a comparison, perhaps Phoenix and I are the same kind of people. We are very indifferent, love nature, and don't pursue anything. From our inner world, we can see that they are all lifestyle players. Xu kept sorting out his thoughts and questioning his own heart. As a probationary creator, the Tao heart of the insect race's father, to reproduce and countless worlds, what kind of heart would be suitable? Was eternal? Was it the pursuit of the strongest power? The combination of the god of creation and then the god of destruction, who controls reincarnation? Creation and destruction? A transcendent indifference? The one and only supreme existence in multidimensional space? No, that was too metaphysical, too high-end. What did the others think? He did not know, but Xu personally felt that he had to be more down to earth. If he were to answer this question, the heart of the creator was a salted fish. As a creator, super perverted, masochistic and crazy battle maniac like Medusa? The world going to suffer. Was he as kind as Taoist Changsheng, who couldn't bear to see the people die? Then there wouldn't be a mass extinction. There would be no alternation, rise and fall of living things. A pool of stagnant water would not be a good creator. An ambitious schemer like Dikai who interfered and played with the eras by hook or by crook. He was too eager for quick success. Dikai was somewhat like the last queen of the Zerg race, a civilization that was like a natural disaster. Perhaps in order to become stronger, he would walk the path of locusts that constantly plundered and invaded. Renoyed. Those not suitable. Xu that he needed to have a salted fish's heart. To put it in a more high-end way, it was to sit and watch the sea change into mulberry fields, and the clouds roll and relax. It was like a child squatting down and looking at a group of small ants on the ground. If the war, rise, and destruction of their civilization had gone astray, they would secretly correct it. With that said, instantly lofty. As for the creator, when he saw those idiotic players provoking and causing trouble everywhere, and some of the natives wanting to defy the heavens all day long, he had to be idle. He just had to write down a small note and punish them. He just had to use water to trap those little ants, and everything was settled. It seems that I have completely undid my Tao heart. I am free, like a bird. He's not very tall, just an ordinary person. Xu was a very realistic person, and his true nature was not unique. After he understood what he was thinking, he couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Here's the problem. My personality is similar to the phoenix's. The phoenix likes to live in seclusion. However, even the phoenix has experienced a beating from society before she completely understood that she likes to live in seclusion and is above everything. Then, do I also have to experience the beating of society? He kept thinking about it. Everyone was different. Although most people would be beaten, the methods were different. For example, Hu Renong got married and had children in a miserable state. Liu Wenjian's family was destroyed, but Meng Mei wasn't beaten. Her enlightenment of Tao belonged to that rainy day, when she met her two disciples and her father, who was once a Taoist immortal. Suddenly, he sighed with emotion. This depended on fate. His Tao heart was like a salted fish. Perhaps eating an apple would suddenly make him break through. The black-haired young man looked up at the sky and said, "It's useless to think about it. Let's take our time. I haven't been to the sorcerer world for a long time. I've eaten all kinds of delicious food, and the species have changed. After eating a sparkling meal, I broke through. Yes, it's just like the food world." At the edge of the black mist forest, a fleet of carriages was slowly moving forward. Shira was sitting on the roof of a carriage, yawning in boredom while reading a novel about the legendary lords and emperors of the past. She was only 14 years old, and her skin was dark. She had a short nose, thick lips, and dark brown skin. She had inherited Mohank's father's looks. Her parents were ordinary, and she had the typical faces of the southern kingdom of Alent. She was not the fair-skinned beauty she had expected. She followed her father's caravan around, reselling the special products of various towns. In the past, ordinary people like them did not dare to come to the Black Fog Forest. Many magical beasts would run out of the forest to rob caravans. But now there were basically no more. It was said that the great origin demon god Medusa was summoned to go to the ancient barren world. This caused the current land of potions to have fewer dangers. And it had almost become a world for ordinary people. It's not just the demonic creatures, Yimo said. Many emperors and historical leaders have appeared. Many powerful cultivators have gone to the ancient barren world. Hera looked up at the sky with a book in her hand. After traveling for a distance, the carriage stopped to rest. A few members took the ingredients and started cooking. "Excuse me, can I process the ingredients here? I want to borrow some seasonings." A young man with black hair and black eyes walked out. He was carrying a huge black plant vine that was still wriggling. "Why, you?" Turned around and pointed at the young man with a trembling voice. She couldn't control herself. This person had actually walked out of the Black Fog Forest. It was a death zone. The death zone. Even though there were no more moving magical beasts in the Black Fog Forest, it was still a death zone. The magic plants that couldn't move were still living inside. He heard that a while ago. A small team of fourth-rank professionals entered the Black Fog Forest to pick up treasures, but they suddenly disappeared. That was a fourth-rank class holder. He remembered the family members of the professionals cried miserably. She took another look and her face turned completely livid. "Oh my God!" What was he holding? That's a magical plant? He was actually eating a magical plant. Was he a foodie? She ate everything. That was a part of the magic medicine, a part of the great origin demon god's body. And this man had actually eaten it. Oh, to be able to eat magic potions raw and use them as ingredients, this definitely wasn't a human. Could this be the legendary humanoid monster? It was trembling. How did we encounter this thing? Didn't they call for the front line? The more she thought about it, the more she broke down. She was tongue-tied, her chest heaved up and down violently in fear, and she was so panicked that she couldn't speak. "My name is Messiah. I'm a food traveler who is passing by. I love freedom and have seen all the local customs. Little friend, can you borrow some seasoning to cook?" Xuji looked at the little girl and was a little puzzled. He had been eating this a lot when he was Messiah. Had the times changed? What's happening? At this time, some members of the team rushed over from the side. The leader seemed to be the little girl's father. He had a full beard and was holding an exquisite silver short staff. He walked over carefully. "Father, he's borrowing seasoning to roast a magical plant," Hera shouted. After Mohank heard the news, his heart trembled. Seeing the young man's expression change, he called out to a member beside him and said in a deep voice, "Help this Mr. Messiah roast it." The men beside him carefully the magical plants and placed them on the charcoal fire. Only shouted heroically, "Everyone, don't panic. This man has no ill intentions. Be quiet." Mohank seemed to be very prestigious. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings became noisy and noisy. They were no longer afraid. They sat around the bonfire, barbecuing food and handing out seasonings. Xuji looked at him and just smiled. Perhaps he had already recognized who he was? In the past, he had traveled the world freely and casually. If he met and chatted with people on the side of the road, they would provide him with good food and wine, and he would be given some opportunities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left behind the name of the monarch and great emperor who toured the garden and enjoyed wine. Mohank had a full beard and his arms were hairy. He sat down and handed over the spice. Messiah, is that an alias? He did not wait for Xuji's reply. He flipped open the book about his daughter's past monarchs and great emperors, and pointed at the first portrait of a monarch and great emperor. He said, seriously, "The great sovereign of the fields and wine, Messiah, is the first great sovereign of the magic medicine era. He was the most mysterious and ancient, with the least number of legends recorded in history. Your profession is the hidden profession, gourmet? Is it the inheritance he left behind?" Jeeves was stunned. "I already said that I'm Messiah, but this person doesn't play by the rules? I haven't come to the sorcerer world for 1,000 years. Is my identity as the act tough King Messiah already gone? In fact, 1,000 years was indeed too long. No one could live as long as a monarch or an emperor, unless they were a god. They would not be able to survive even if they were in a deep sleep. No matter how powerful they would have to turn into a ghost and enter the underworld to survive until now. Moreover, Xuji still had a young physical body. For the past 1,000 years, there had been 173 professions in the potion system. Now there was a new profession every 5 to 6 years. Among them, there were 17 top hidden professions, and the gourmet was ranked 13th. Gourmets were said to be a powerful hidden profession developed by great sovereign Messiah, according to the legends. This was a secret inheritance. Gourmets called themselves the descendants of great sovereign Messiah, but Xuji knew very well was not the one who had developed it. It was created by a genius of a certain era, and was named after him. After all, in the long history of 1,000 years, many records had been lost and distorted by word of mouth. The truth had long disappeared in the long years. For example, Gilgamesh. This ancient hero king was known as the strongest man in human history. In the history books, it was recorded that he was a god. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to challenge the god of creation to destroy his palm and obtain the blood of eternal life. If he was not a god, how could he cut the palm of the god of creation? Even if it was a god, it was extremely unbelievable. To everyone's knowledge, Gilgamesh had to be an extremely powerful god to be able to do it. But in reality, although Gilgamesh was extremely talented and had madly tempered his body, using the explosive power of his muscles, he had only barely reached the 7th rank back then. Relying on the ant's strength gene, he had only reached the 7th rank in terms of strength. He was too weak in other aspects. After all, the system back then was too ancient and incomplete. Another example was the 3 witches. History had written that the 3 witches had worked together to develop a cultivation system and become wizards. However, people did not know the true origin of the witches. That time, there were too few men, so only women could fuse with the blood of the evil eye. That was a path that only the 3 of them could survive in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Then there was the alchemy monarch, the sky garden. All kinds of history had been distorted and buried. After all, the myths of ancient Sumerian and ancient Babylon were tossed into this era 1,000 years later. Wah! The legendary occupation, gourmet. The ancient legacy created by Emperor Messiah yelled. The surroundings were in chaos. They were extremely excited. That was a hidden, rare profession. Legend has it that great sovereign Messiah had sex with thousands of women at night. She indulged in good food and wine and enjoyed herself carefreely. Not only did she create the profession of a gourmet, but she also created the profession of a fighter. It's said that the 7th human sovereign, Masaka, who is known as the most brutal human sovereign in history, accidentally obtained the inheritance of Emperor Messiah, the hidden profession of master. The whole country recruited beautiful women. It said that at his peak, he had 3,000 concubines, and he lived a drunken life every day. Xuji's face darkened. Yes, yes, I created them. This was the brutal beating of society, with a pile of groundless dark history hanging on their bodies. Morhank laughed out loud, feeling proud of his discovery. Mr. Messiah, you're the current successor of the gourmets, right? What rank are you? Entering the black mist forest alone. I'm in my 20s this year, and I've been cultivating for more than a month. Xuji replied. Ha ha ha, Mr. Messiah, you're an interesting person? Morhank laughed and said, how is that possible? You must be at least rank 3. Xuji could not help but laugh. Roasting the magical plant skewers and sprinkling spices on them. He felt that this convoy was quite interesting. He then joined the caravan and walked together, following them for a distance. Since they could not recognize him, he cooked delicious food for the group, which caused a cheer and countless people to praise and pursue him. After all, it was still necessary to experience life and train one's heart. Over the next few days, Xuji found out that their trade caravan had been traveling between 2 cities, buying and selling. With Mohank's help, they found a remote area and started running a small Phoebe bar. Xuji, on the other hand, was very calm and at peace. He began to help run the shop, continuing his daily cultivation, cooking, and chatting with the passing customers in order to build up his Taoist heart. Welcoming the visitors and listening to their lives was in line with his path and his state of mind. However, this was a painstaking process. Xuji's time of nonchalant cultivation passed by quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years had passed. The war had entered a stalemate. Both sides were in a deadlock, with many casualties. There are only a dozen great sovereigns and emperors in the ancient barren world, but they're too fierce. They were all invincible in the same realm. Not to mention the immortal world, I heard that the disciples of Mount Shu are all mortals without any power. They already have decent combat strength at the age of 22 to 30. To be able to reach level 4, they are all super assassins. Isn't that too much of an exaggeration? Someone found it unbelievable. He's only 20 or 30 years old, yet he's already at this level. It's not an exaggeration. The old man who was drinking ale said. It's said that they need a lot of materials to forge swords. For the sake of war, they provided the resources of an entire world to Mount Shu, turning it into a bottomless pit. It's equivalent to using a huge amount of resources to exchange for time. Moreover, those mortals have used up a huge amount of resources, and they'll only be glorious for a few decades if they die of old age and illness. It's simply a waste. I heard that the great scholars of that world, Hu Renong, are even more exaggerated. They are undying beings. Some people were proud of this information. Not dead? The surrounding people were all shocked. How could he not be dead? That world is very magical, but we've already found their weakness. Their power comes from the people of their country. As long as we kill the foundation of their people, they'll become rootless floating duckweed. Yay. Hu Renong, Great Zhou Dynasty, Wen Lian, Mount Shu. Xuji stood in the bar and listened to the guests' discussions. It was as if he had seen the earth-shattering war from a distance. Sword immortals flew and turned into meteors. Great Confucians had heaven-defying combat strength and were unafraid of death. Monarchs and great emperors were also roaring angrily. Both sides were fighting each other. This was the heavenly emperor and great emperor of both sides. They were fighting with their lives for the opportunity to become a god. And also for the world behind them. Black Xuji remained calm as he listened to the war at the front line. He continued to refine his Dao heart. The goal of his trip this time was to understand his Dao heart. Another 7 or 8 years had passed, and the war was almost in full swing, but it was still a tug-of-war. However, Hao Renong and Liu Wenjian were enough to send chills down the spines of countless great emperors. This was especially so for Liu Wenjian, the fearsome sect master of Mount Shu and the mortal celestial Thurch. He had secretly assassinated more than 60 great demon medicine sovereigns and was an epic-level professional. It was extremely terrifying. This mortal heavenly emperor could affect the entire battle situation by himself. However, that was the front line. The rear was too peaceful now. Over the years, the reputation of the bar in Will City had gradually risen. However, the bar had a very strange rule. It was limited to 50 guests a day, and they had to tell the owner of the bar about their life and experiences. The rules were very strange. However, countless people went after it because the wine and dishes inside were too delicious. Mohank's merchant group grew bigger and bigger, and they became famous throughout Will City. This was a business opportunity for the ordinary people. After all, the strong had entered the front lines. As a low-leveled professional, Mohank could seize the opportunity and take off. Mohanki, a boorish and straightforward man, would occasionally take a break to eat and chat with Xuji about all kinds of interesting news. A few years ago, he was in high spirits. He made friends with the nobles in various cities and opened up trade channels. In the following years, he gradually reached the top of the power in the nearby cities. There was no longer anyone he needed to curry favor with. He enjoyed the pursuit of countless people, beauties, power, and good wine. He gradually began to complain, saying that he wanted to retire and had earned enough money, but the caravan already had 3,000 people, and they had to rely on him to support them. I realized that I can't step down when I'm in that position. There are too many ties. Countless people have to rely on me to make a living. Once I step down and lose my power, it's likely that I'll die. I have too many enemies, he said. After another 4 years, Mohanki died. Although he was generous, he was rich and indulgent. In the entire camp of the caravan, Hera's eyes were red, and there were many men and women, young and old, crying in grief. Without Mohank's connections, the caravan quickly disbanded. They divided into 4 or 5 caravans and fought for fame and fortune. The freckled girl, Hera, was soon pushed out of the center of power and even hunted down in the streets. Xuji was making wine in a bar. When he heard about this in the city, he sighed. He watched the rise of the forthright man from back then, enjoyed his life, and gradually sank into power and beauty until the end of his life. Although Xuji had seen a lot of people living such a life, he still felt a lot of emotions when he personally came into contact with them and became friends with them. In the blink of an eye, it has been more than 10 years. The path of Dao is the soul and state of mind. However, after more than 10 years of grinding, I need an opportunity to break through. I can go and suffer a beating from society. Anyway, it doesn't matter if I'm beaten to death. Xuji was very calm. He sat in front of the bar and wiped the wine glass. Suddenly, his eyebrows moved and he looked out of the window. Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. In the alley, a group of killers was chasing after him. Hera was still as short, fat, and dark as before, and she ran with a panicked expression. Boom. The 3 assassins collapsed. Shira turned her head in shock, and when she looked up again, she saw 2 striped pillars with black vine flowers on both sides, and a round arch in the middle with the words, Phoebe Bar, written on it. Hera walked in and kneeled on the ground, coughing up blood. Uncle Messiah, can you help me kill the enemies who took away my family's caravan? Hera did not have the aptitude to cultivate and fuse potions, so she had always been an ordinary person. The guests in the bar looked at him. "I won't help you kill," Suji said. The air was very quiet. No one had spoken since Hira had barged into the bar. The surrounding guests who were drinking sighed secretly and felt a little regretful when they heard what she said. Everyone knew what had happened to Morhank, the most powerful man in the nearby city, but they all knew that it was best to stay out of it. Morhank's daughter had to die. They could only pretend that they'd not see it. Hera's expression was gloomy and extremely miserable. She knew that she had a blood feud, and that Uncle Messiah had no obligation to do so. Moreover, there were many powerful people among the nobles in the city, and they were a huge force. Furthermore, he did not have enough money to pay for it. He was penniless. She had an ordinary appearance, and because she followed the caravan all year round, she was tired from traveling. Her skin was dark and rough, and her only pride was that she was far more plump than ordinary women. As she walked on the streets, many men looked at her with burning eyes. However, in the face of death, this was not something that could save them. No one would get into such big trouble because of this. Xuji stood at the bar counter, tidied up the teacups, and said, "However, I can take you in to work. No one will hurt you. Furthermore, in the future, there might be some unique people who will come to this bar. They might be able to teach you or even help you fight. You should seize the opportunity, and you should be able to get your revenge. Teach me how to cultivate. I clearly can't cultivate. More, help me." Who would go against the biggest forces in the nearby cities for an ordinary woman who worked in a bar? Hera was stunned for a few seconds, not knowing what was going on. "But what I'm going to do next is very dangerous. If you stay here, you might be beaten to death," Shuji said with a smile. "I'm not afraid of danger." Hera bit her lips and said loudly, "My father deserved to die. He had enough. He went around looking for women, but he left a mess for me to clean up. Hang this number plate at the entrance of the bar." Shuji threw out a wooden sign and saw a row of words on it. "Richard knows the past and the present. Tell a legend, the ancient Sumerian legend. Tomorrow, he will tell the first part of the Sumerian legend. Split heaven and earth goo." That would probably be enough for him to suffer a beating from society, right? Xuji's expression was very serious. "Uncle, is this a new dish from the bar?" Shira took the sign and saw the line of words on it. Her mind suddenly shook. He wants to talk about the legends of ancient Sumerian? An ancient Sumerian myth. That was the ancient Sumerian civilization. It was the origin of human civilization. The history of the creation of the world. No matter how many archaeologists tried to find out, no one knew about that lost history. It was even said that even the origin demon god Medusa and the emperor of the underworld Ermin did not know much about that period of ancient history, as it was a blank slate, and Uncle Messiah actually knew. What kind of concept was this? Uncle Yeyu. Shira's mind went blank, and her voice began to tremble. She was still the same person who would stammer madly when she was nervous. What the hell was this? Hera screamed in her heart. She looked at the calm young man who was constantly mixing drinks. It had been more than 10 years, and she had grown up from that little girl. Her father had already died of old age, but he was still young. Time had not left any traces on him. It was said that many ancient sovereigns and emperors had awakened from history and fame. Could it be? However, that was the most ancient emperor of the magic potion era. An ancient existence from 1,000 years ago should have died long ago. It was impossible for him to wake up. After all, it was impossible to live for 1,000 years, even if he was in a sleep. But Great Sovereign Messiah was the most mysterious in history. The customers in the surrounding bars were a little shocked. They kept demanding things and eating, pretending not to hear anything. "Uncle, you love good food and wine. Are you the real great sovereign Messiah in history in charge of the garden and wine?" Hera was stupefied, and her chest heaved up and down as she asked. She knew it was impossible. Even if the real great Messiah lived here in seclusion, she would not admit it, let alone admit it in front of the countless guests in the bar. She immediately reacted the moment she asked. "I should have asked in private. If my uncle is really a great sovereign, he might admit." However, the next second, "Yes, it's me." Xuji stood in front of the bar counter, wiped the wine glass, and nodded at her. Hera was dumbfounded. Her mind was completely shocked. He admitted it immediately. He actually admitted to it. Oh my God, he didn't play by the rules at all. Didn't seem like the master in those stories. The surrounding guests' faces turned blank. A great sovereign was serving them? They were so scared that they quickly lowered their heads and continued to eat and drink, pretending not to hear. The more they knew, the faster they would die. Hera's eyes were wide open. She opened the book with trembling hands. When she opened the first page, her fingers were shaking so much that she could not hold the page. Her breathing quickened. "Uncle Messiah, great emperor, great sovereign Messiah. Why didn't you tell me earlier that he was the first monarch of the magic potion era?" Xuji turned around and continued to mix the wine. He put the bottles on the wine rack and said without looking back, "A long time ago, I came across your father and daughter's caravan as soon as I was born. I told you about it at the time. Your father didn't believe." Xuji continued to tidy up the teacups with his back facing her. Shira looked at his back and felt a sense of and laziness. It was as if time had never left a mark on him. All the years and history seemed to have nothing to do with him. It was as if he had been isolated from the world of mortals. These were Hera's inner thoughts. She had never thought that she would meet an ancient and great existence in the historical myths, who had even been her uncle for many years, in her ordinary life. It was a bizarre feeling. Perhaps only great monarch Messiah would be so lazy that she didn't go to the front lines to fight for the opportunity to become a god after waking up from the old days. Instead, she was a bar owner here, a garden tour, and fine wine. However, she was suddenly extremely curious. Even this ancient existence, great Emperor Messiah, said that he might die? What he trying to do? Was it about history? She seemed to have already guessed something. However, she was not afraid of death, nor did she regret it. As an ordinary person, it was a supreme honor to be able to follow the most ancient emperor, no matter what she had to experience. On this day, Xuji asked Hera to settle down. At night, a piece of news had been silently spread throughout Will City by the people of that time. The mysterious boss of Phoebe Bar is actually Great Sovereign Messiah. In addition, they would be telling mythical stories. Tomorrow, they would be telling the first chapter of the ancient Sumerian civilization's history. The creation of the heavens and earth? Many people didn't believe it, but it didn't stop them from joining in the fun. The next day, people arrived on time. It's said that when the world was created, giant beasts were rampant. The Bugape clan was weak and could only struggle on whilst at death's door. Xuji sipped his wine as he sat at the bar. His voice was calm and had a lazy magnetism to it. It gave people the feeling that they were in deep sleep, and anyone who heard it would feel as if they were deeply immersed in it. Their eyes were dazed, as if they were following the sound back to the river of time and seeing that scene. In the distance, Hera was serving wine and food to everyone. How did the people in ancient times survive when they were weak. That's right, it's a giant beast. Although it didn't transform into a demonic beast, but when he talked about the arrival of the great beast of wisdom, holding Gilgamesh in his hand, walking through the mountains and rivers, and giving the three treasures to civilization, the vast and huge giant was extremely shocking, as if he was there. This is unbelievable. Civilization is the power of the intelligent species. The fire seed, the blood of power, the sword of Damocles, this sword, in our later generations, the meaning of the hanging sword, the sword of crisis. So this is where it came from. What kind of creature is that great beast of wisdom? Could it be the god of creation that the original demon god Medusa had met? Sure, stressness. How could god of creation be a great beast of wisdom? It's terrifying to use the word beast to describe the god of creation as a giant beast. Gradually, Gilgamesh, the hero in the story, began to grow old. Many people had a deep understanding of the loneliness and dullness of time, and there was an indescribable loneliness. She heard him lying on the chair in his twilight years, reminiscing about the past. There was a sense of loss and sorrow. The hero king also has an era when he passed away due to old age. AI. It's an indescribable sorrow, and it's suppressed in the heart. No matter how amazing you are for an era, you're still a piece of yellow earth that can't withstand the passage of time. But that can't be right? How did Gilgamesh die of old age so quickly? The audience was extremely emotional. But as he continued, countless people were shocked again. Then, Gilgamesh consumed the blood of power and actually lived a second life. Then, he showed his swift and ruthless means, killing his own son with his own hands, wiping out the entire tribe and becoming the leader again. Countless people were infected by the blood and killing. As expected of the epic hero king, a formidable character, he killed his son, but that's too brutal. In that era, where were the moral concepts? I think it's reasonable. Everyone was mesmerized by the story, but all of a sudden, the story stopped. Tomorrow, we'll talk about Chapter 2, the era of the city-state. Xu said lightly. The chapter of the creation of heaven and earth ended very quickly, but the impact it gave was too great. The mysterious giant beast appeared, descended into the mortal world, and bestowed the treasures of civilization. As for the hero king, it's over? Is there a mistake? I'm just at the most exciting part of the 100 million chapter song. I'm begging you, tell me more. What kind of existence are almighty beasts and great beasts of wisdom? Was it also an intelligent civilization? Perhaps it was the same as the strength beast, Finba? Was it possible that in the end, Beauty Su would have to fight against the race of the great beast of wisdom? Kill each other and walk towards destruction together? I want to hear the rest. Please, I'm begging you. I'm really sad when I'm listening to you. Countless people began to cry out and complain. They felt that it was a wonderful scene. That era was too rotten. It was as if they had been brought into that era, filled with the vicissitudes of time and magnificence. Moreover, a huge mystery had appeared. How did Gilgamesh's Sumerian civilization cause the great flood that destroyed the world? Was a natural disaster? Was it a man-made disaster? The current age of potions was separated by ancient Babylonian myths. In fact, the people of this era no longer knew how the Sumerian civilization had gone extinct. According to the legends, it was a flood, but was it true? Among the current potions archaeologists and major academies, some claim to have found traces of the Great Flood, while others had found evidence to refute the claims. This, an unknown history. Just like the super-ancient civilization on Earth, the Atlantes. The ancient technological civilization that was once glorious was only a legend. How did it get destroyed? No one knew, and there was only a rumor of a great flood that fell from the sky. But whether it existed or not, people could not help but investigate. The ancient, mysterious history is too terrifying. The truth is hair-raising. What will Gilgamesh, the so-called strongest man in history, do next? In short, he single-handedly destroyed an entire era. It's indeed something that we later generations know. Everyone was still unsatisfied and continued to discuss, feeling that this opening was too shocking. In just a few days, the entire bar had become famous. It was said that the ancient Emperor Messiah had appeared and told the true myths of the ancient Sumerian civilization, attracting many people from neighboring cities to come. Emperor Messiah, Ivy was very respectful. She carried the plates and arranged them properly. The disturbance seems to be getting bigger and bigger. I'm fine. Shuji laughed. Then, he calmly began to its second chapter. Sumer City-State Era Chapter 3. The Era of the Three Kings. He said all this because he didn't want history to completely disappear in the passage of time. Just as Gilgamesh had said, the hymn of mankind was the hymn of history. A civilization without history was destined to not last long. Not only did he have to talk about history, but he also had to correct some historical errors, such as his age of Messiah Vias. The days passed, more and more people came. People from more than a dozen cities came to listen to his name and became the most loyal audience. They were immersed in the shock of being in this place. At that moment, they were already talking about the second twilight years. The hero king had used the power of the entire nation to lure the great beast of wisdom, as expected of the hero king. The history of humanity's struggle against nature is a history of courage and hymns. How bold! This hero king tried to steal the power and civilization of the great beast of wisdom. Did he succeed in the end? Our current humans are so smart. The theft must have been successful. People kept muttering and felt very proud. This ambitious and ruthless man made people look forward to him. However, what happened next overturned all of their imaginations. The great beast of wisdom, that vast giant, was actually the legendary god of creation. At this moment, everyone held their breath. The turn was so shocking that even Hera, who was holding a plate, was stunned. She dropped the plate on the ground with a loud crash, and then the entire bar remained silent. The great beast of wisdom that appeared at the beginning was actually the god of creation. Gilgamesh was waving his sword at the god of creation. This was the reason for the destruction of the Sumerian civilization. Some of them were horrified as they thought of the future. This was a mistake that led to many more mistakes. The Sumerian civilization's rotten glory was short-lived. This might be the true text of history that would lead to their extinction. That's the god of creation. But at that time, no one knew this concept. It was just that, as a species of almighty beast with intelligence. Gilgamesh had thought that it was an intelligent, almighty beast from the beginning. No wonder later. This is too terrifying. It was that period of history that made us recognize the existence of the god of creation. That's why we have a sense of respect in the later generations. The true history of the Sumerian civilization was revealed, shocking everyone. Gilgamesh was a proud man. When he found out the truth and understood the god of creation, he almost broke down. But he still did not lower his head. Xuji said faintly, and his eyes flashed with emotion. It was as if he was recalling that period of time when the hero king had questioned him. He asked 3 questions in that life. Suddenly, cold snort came. That poemer. For the sake of the bar business, you actually made up a story and dared to slander the ancient hero king, spreading rumors that we humans had once disobeyed the god of creation in the ancient times. A handsome man with red hair and a black robe came out and looked at Xuji. His eyes were wine red, and a faint blue mist was wrapped around his body. It's the rockfire person, Yug. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but recognize the other party. Many people swallowed their saliva. This was a peak-level Kazi emperor, a legendary expert. He wasn't at the front line, so why was he here? Regardless of whether they believed it or not, the degree of truth still needed to be considered. However, they were indeed intoxicated by it. Moreover, some of the processes were completely consistent with certain historical records. However, Yug was an inflexible legendary master who hated evil. The bar owner, Messiah, was in trouble. Perhaps they would not be able to hear the rest of the story. Yug surveyed the surroundings. Once the powerhouses like us are not behind, all kinds of ordinary people, monsters, and people who are pretending to be ghosts will secretly come out. A few months ago, a saintess holding the holy Book of Light had been appraised. It was indeed true. But now, a great sovereign Messiah had appeared. Was he talking nonsense? To disturb the people's hearts? He had, or less, heard a part of it. At first, he was just as mesmerized as the others, but gradually, the more he spoke, the more it struck his mind. Was this the truth behind the flood? He didn't believe it. No one knew about the most ancient Sumerian myth, not even the current demon gods and the god of the underworld. This poet was just a rumor, trying to please the crowd. I won't kill you, but you're pretending to be the most respected ancient emperor Messiah and even made up history. You'll at least have to die. Dark blue electric arcs flashed around his body, and his eyes were as bright as stars. He quickly ran forward. Xuji merely glanced at him indifferently and continued. Although the Sumer era was the era of one person, it was because the hero king was too dazzling that people ignored the other two hero king. They were able to survive by consuming the blood of power, and their elegance was not inferior to any of the current great sovereigns. At the last moment, they also made an amazing performance. Xuji had just finished speaking when he reached out his hand and a hazy figure appeared before his eyes. Let's go. A voice rang out, and a bronze-skinned woman, as handsome as the sun god, appeared. Everyone's faces were fierce. What kind of person was this? Just by standing there, he gave a horrifying, barbaric aura. He was like the king of courage on the plains, with an indomitable determination. History will remember this great moment. Year 175 of the Sumerian dynasty. The Sumerian people will slay the great beast of wisdom and return with the blood of eternal life. She roared. He rode on a giant beast and led his army into the distance. Yug's expression changed. He could feel the immense pressure and the endless morale of the army. This tone seemed to be the best in the world. It gave him an indescribable heroic feeling. His entire body was trembling, as if he had met a king and was submitting to him. He had desire to follow her into battle. This was her personal charm. Is this Ishtar, the king of the plains during the era of the 3 Sumerian kings? Everyone was stunned. What was an aura? This was the aura. The figure was filled with determination, and it gave off a sorrowful and unwilling determination that made unable to help but sing a sad song. At this moment, an even more stunning person appeared. It was a scholarly man holding a walking stick. He was in a daze and had his back to the crowd. Without kindness and morality, he'll be no different from a beast. Kill me. The sadness in the words instantly filled their hearts. The Sumer Forest King's suicide made people feel a sense of brilliance. This was the difference between a man and a beast. This is an image of reconstructing history? Yug's eyes were wide open as he looked at the scene in disbelief. He did not know what to say. The two people in front of him were both extraordinary, and they gave off an indescribable and terrifying aura. They were all heroes, people who were destined to heavens. He had seen similar auras on ancient sovereigns and great emperors. But now, one was barbaric while the other was refined. Now, let history record the courage I have at this moment. In the next moment, an even more terrifying scene appeared. A burly figure covered in white slowly half-squatted before leaping up. With a long sword in hand, he charged towards the vast giant that pierced through the clouds. Voila! The lightning illuminated his figure, leaving a mark in the eternal legend thousands of years later, dominating the world and all living beings prostrating themselves. What of peerless demeanor was this? The hero king, Gilgamesh. In that story, it made people instantly recognize that it was the legendary strongest hero king. How possible? He reenacted history? When Yug saw this, he felt as if he was being suffocated by an indescribable fear. When he saw the three blurry figures, it was as if he had returned to when he was a weak ordinary person. When he saw the peerless experts, other than shock, he could only look up to them. A fabricated history would not have such real people. Was this a story or real history? Yug was bewildered. He looked at the unknown, mysterious poemer, and fell into a state of confusion. He was confused by the cruel history text, and shocked by this man who knew the past and the present. To the weak, it was just a story. To the strong, they knew what it meant. All of this, is it really not a fantasy you created, but real history? He could not help but ask. If he's not the real person, how could he have such a temperament? Xuji's face fell silent for a moment, then he suddenly stretched out his hand. Fine, I'll let you witness the true ancient hero king. Xuji took out an exquisite wizard's cane and held it in his hand. Under the shocked and confused gazes of the entire bar, he calmly spat out a few words. Rose pyramid flower. Suddenly, sharp thorns appeared in the void, and a black rose appeared. The world turned into night. An ancient figure walked out slowly. He held the human path saint sword like a god and swung it at Yug. Boom. The next second, the sword fell. What a beautiful strike. At this moment, the wind stopped, the rain stopped, the leaves stopped swaying, and the people were instantly speechless. It was as if the sound of the world had disappeared, and even the gods held their breaths and closed their eyes. This was Medusa's forbidden spell of death back then. The rose pyramida flower that summoned the souls of the dead. She had once summoned the remnant soul of Gilgamesh, and now Xuji had naturally mastered this sorcery. Gilgamesh, Xuji said. A terrifying scene appeared. A handsome figure condensed in the void, as if he had returned from the vast and majestic river of ancient time. His clothes were dyed red with blood, and his face was determined. Holding the holy sword, he leaped up and swung it fiercely. He was roaring, an unknown voice. What was this historical shadow of the ancient era saying? No, new. The history of mankind's struggle against nature is a history of courage and hymns. However, countless people thought of this and believed it. It was too terrifying. That kind of indomitable spirit at the peak was deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. If humans were weak, then Gilgamesh had stood in front of the mortals during the era of the embarrassment of the human race. He had written a hymn for history, carrying out the courage of humans to fight against nature, and had resonated with countless people. This sword was brandished with the spirit of an ancient civilization. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if the heavens and earth were stunned by it. This aura, how is that possible? Yug's face instantly turned pale. His entire body burst into orange flames as he used all his strength to resist. However, the surging sword momentum was like a surging river that had passed away. It seemed to contain the entire spirit era, the will of the entire Sumer civilization. It swept out like an invisible sword. Boom. The glass and cups in the entire bar were shattered as if a typhoon had swept through. The entire bar had become extremely Raggle-like. The majestic aura caused the entire scene to explode. After the sorcery, the most ancient hero king gradually disappeared. But it was forever imprinted in the eyes of everyone. Who's that? The ancient hero king? The strongest man in ancient history? The most amazing monarch in history was too domineering, too persistent, and had a terrifying spirit that no one could compare to. In their days, they even seemed to see the lost and prosperous civilization of the ancient times. This is a forbidden spell, Gilgamesh, the death domain of the original demonic god Medusa. Blood seeped out from the corner of Yug's mouth, and his entire body was covered in transparent wounds from the sharp aura. His mind was filled with disbelief. Who was he? How could he know the sorcery of the original demon god Medusa? He's not telling a story, he's actually telling history. This thought came to his mind, and the way he looked at Xuji began to be filled with reverence. He stood there in a daze, as if waiting to be dealt with. Over the years, many ancient sovereigns and emperors had awakened from history. There were also many fake ones, causing a lot of chaos on the earth. He had dealt with many of these imposters. Previously, he had dealt with the saintess who had been preaching everywhere. Her words were indeed very similar to the actions of the ancient Church of Light. The result was indeed true. Could it be that this sovereign messiah was also? Xuji ignored him and continued to act as a bard in the bar as he did before. He drank a glass of hard liquor to his heart's content and looked at the guests around him. He told them ancient story in a flat tone. This ancient emperor, the most amazing and shocking. He was able to reach that level alone in the most primitive, without any cultivation system. If he were to be placed in today's world, his achievements in his life would not be weaker than anyone else's. Even the position of the current god that is above the world, he will definitely have a place. The surroundings were silent. The hymn of humanity was the hymn of history. He was born in a different era. Their minds had been completely shaken, like small boats in a huge wave. Xuji continued to speak nonchalantly. His eyes were deep and serene, and there was a look of reminiscence in them as he reminisced about the past. Back then, when the age of sorcerers was still around, Medusa, who was not the current origin demon god, was the great sovereign of the Rose of Death dynasty. He admired this powerful figure very much. She condensed the soul of the hero king and engraved it in the world. He had gathered the spirit of an entire civilization and turned it into a powerful, forbidden spiritual sorcery, Gilgamesh. This was her strongest trump card at that time, and she used it to fight against the great wizard monarch Alchemy Emperor Grantham. Alchemy Emperor. The surrounding people were no longer calm. This poet, who called herself Messiah, had once again revealed the terrifying truth of history, which was unbelievable. This was the forbidden sorcery, Pyramida flower. Gilgamesh's origin. This was such a terrifying spell. It was actually opened by the current original demonic god Medusa. The history is long and unattainable. However, they also seem to be connected with the history of the ancient times. This feeling made people feel the unique charm of time. This kind of personally witnessing characters in mythical heroes, the heaviest of history, was unimaginable to ordinary people. But how could he be defeated? That's what was written in history. Back then, Medusa, the great lord of death, was defeated by alchemy Emperor Grantham, which started the alchemy era. But now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I don't think it's possible for me to lose to such a powerful sorcery. I don't think it's possible. There was no way Gilgamesh would lose to this forbidden spell. This is impossible. Even if he's a remnant soul that has lost his sense of self, this hero king still has the spirit of the Sumerian civilization. That kind of spirit, roar, and hymn of the entire people fighting against nature. How can he be defeated? The alchemy monarch might be terrifying, but there are very few historical records about him. Who is he? In the bar, the surrounding people didn't know what to say. Wave after wave of historical truths shocked everyone. The beautiful ancient history simply made people curious. The years of civilization. Everyone's eyes were burning as they waited for him to continue. Their ears perked up for fear of missing a word. Even Yuk, who was standing beside him, was shocked. He recalled the invincible heroic figure just now, and a deep shadow of defeat was imprinted in his heart. The undefeatable aura might affect him for the rest of his life, and become a shadow of his breakthrough. However, it was precisely because of this that he had an even greater desire to know. Xuji opened his mouth again. Forbidden sorcery Gilgamesh, the great alchemy emperor. That's a later part of history, and we'll comment on it in the future. Now, let's continue to talk about the last glory of the Sumerian civilization. He would talk about it in the future. Countless people could only suppress the burning desire in their hearts and wait for the future. Back then, Gilgamesh was defeated. Xuji continued. He asked the god of creation 3 questions. The first question he asked was, after the 3 questions were asked, all the customers in the bar were so stunned that they could hear a pin drop. Xuji was calm as he sipped on his glass of wine and silently waited for them to digest the information. God only took 7 days to create our world. The others fell silent. The shock in Yug's heart was like waves, wave after wave. He no longer believed in Gilgamesh's previous heaven-defying abilities. He had immediately stepped out to refute and swindle them. But who knew that the real ancient illusory image of Gilgamesh would appear and reveal a shocking secret? The forbidden spell developed by the original demon god Medusa and the secret of the alchemy emperor had madly impacted his heart. But now, the 3 questions and the impending flood had completely crushed his understanding. Who was we? It was inevitable that she would become great sovereign messiah. But who was the most mysterious great sovereign messiah 1,000 years ago? He was not someone who could not see the big picture. He took a few steps back and bowed deeply. Frederick Human Kingdom, teacher of the Royal Academy, Rockfire Man Yug, greets the last great sorcerer monarch of the Babylonian mythological era, the first great monarch of the magic potion era. Saya. I'm fine. Shuji's voice was flat as he continued to explain, great sovereign messiah, I have offended you previously. Yug couldn't help but speak again. Angering a great sovereign's might was very important in this era of magic medicine. The sovereign was supreme, and the lives of commoners were like ants. It was very important. After all, everyone below the great emperor realm was an ant, including emperor-to-be. It doesn't matter. Shuji spoke again and continued to talk about the history of the Sumerian civilization. In the bar, it was rare for him to have the interest of being a bard. He calmly told everyone about the history of this world. He was not a violent person who would stomp on and madly slap people's faces if they offended him. It was normal for this emperor to be expert to be suspicious. Only an evil expert would ignore him if he wanted to get rid of the rumors. He had provoked him only for the sake of the peace of the human kingdom. It was not intentional, so why would he seek revenge? Regarding this, he was still very reasonable. Just as he said, it was more appropriate to have a salted fish heart. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yug took a deep breath, and his face was filled with guilt. He knew that he had offended a great emperor, and it was already a miracle that he was still alive. He took a step back and blended into the crowd. He became an ordinary bar guest and began to listen to the stories of the bards. The people around were shocked and scared. Such an emperor-to-be and legendary master could easily destroy several cities around them. They hurriedly wanted to give up their seats, but Yug waved his hand. In front of an ancient great emperor, he was no different from these ordinary people. If he put on airs, it would only make him feel more ashamed. Back then, God saw that the people on earth were guilty of great crimes and was determined to destroy the Sumerian civilization. He sent down a world-destroying flood to destroy all living beings. However, the god of creation felt the kindness of the king of the forest, Enkidu, and ordered Utnapishtim to build Noah's Ark to escape the great flood, which would destroy the world. At this moment, the black-haired, black-eyed youth had a calm and lazy expression, and his voice was still indifferent. If it was before, Yug would have thought that this was a fake who didn't have the heart of a strong person. After all, every epic emperor had killed their way up, bathed in blood, and experienced countless years. Their temperament couldn't be concealed, and they could see through the real one with a single glance. However, at this moment, this faint aura and the black-haired, black-eyed young man who was the storyteller in the bar gave Yug a profound and unfathomable feeling. He vaguely had a fierce aura, as if all living things would bow down in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. As expected of the first-generation demon medicine monarch, his temperament was restrained to such an extent. As he thought of this, he shrunk his body further away from the customers in the bar. At this moment, he felt that he, as an emperor-to-be, was no different from those ordinary customers. Weak, sad, and would die in the passage of time like them, becoming an ordinary yellow grave. Being able to hear the most ancient sovereign emperor talk about the blank history of Sumer's mythology 2,000 years ago did not make him proud at all. Instead, it was supreme honor. His eyes were burning with passion, and he was completely convinced. Xuji, a glance at Yug, who was curled up in the crowd. Was this person a masochist? Why do you have a look of admiration on your face, as if you want to kneel down and listen to my story? As expected, each place had its own people. Under the leadership of Medusa, the masochist pervert, there were many such people. He smiled and looked at the people around the bar. That's all for today. Tomorrow, we will talk about the age of the Babylonian tribe, the decline and rise of the Great Flood. The three witches. In a short 3 days. The birth of the ancient sovereign Messiah and her ancient legends spread like a hurricane across the land of potions. Many people in the kingdom of undead, the half-orc kingdom, and the human empire could not believe it. He was the first great emperor lord from 1,000 years ago. Know the past and present? Could it be that he had a fortuitous encounter? Unbelievable. You've already reached the age of the three witches. Medusa's teacher, Circe? Who is this person? Even the origin demon god Medusa, the teacher of the demonic god of all things, the primogenitor witch, dares to fool around with her. The entire world was in an uproar. They all sent people to verify, and some experts even left the battlefront of the bitter war between the two worlds and went there in person. In a bar in Will City. At this moment, the entire Will City was already filled with people. Many experts didn't dare to squeeze into the bars. and they used all sorts of methods to transmit their voice and project the images in the bars so that they could be heard throughout the city. Ordinary people didn't dare to enter the bar. The people in the bar were all top emperor-to-be experts from the three kingdoms. A rough-looking green-skinned orc, a human professional, and a skeleton necromancer in a black cloak. In the bar, a black-haired and black-eyed bard was telling a story, and an ordinary woman was serving wine and dishes. They're all experts. Hera shivered as she carried the plate. Speaking of which, Medea, one of the three ancient witches, used the blood of the evil eye and narrowly escaped death. She started the wizard era with the other two witches. Xuji extended his hand, and an ancient mural appeared in front of everyone. Could it be? This is the legendary ancient mural, The Three Witches. The surrounding people were shocked. The mural depicted three women stepping on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. They surrounded each other and held a torch in their hands. In the end, as time flew by, the three witches fought for their entire lives and finally, they walked towards decline. In their lives, Shuji explained indifferently. Shira, getting more and more excited. Oh my God! It had only been a few days. What had happened? She carefully, a skeleton mage. She recognized this man. He was the necromancer Andrew, a thug who had killed countless people and turned the entire human city's population of 3,000 into an army of undead. When he was studying, he had once seen the story of this person. He had become a horror story in many human countries where parents told their children and made them stop crying. He had never thought he would see the real person here. You're a vegetable. She was so nervous that she couldn't speak and stuttered. You're so cute, sweetheart. Are you my dish? Can I eat you? Andre's skull-like eyes flashed with a dim light as he told an awkward joke. She screamed madly in her heart. Oh my God! This was not a joke. He might really eat me. Hera, you're a strong girl, so you'd better work hard. He doesn't dare to eat me. Please, please, please eat. You can't eat me. Hera said hurriedly, stammering. Thank you, he said. The necromancer only smiled and turned to look at her. Black flames flashed in his skull eye sockets. He was curious as to why an ordinary woman was in a bar, and why she was stuttering and stuttering. Although he hadn't entered a human kingdom for many years, wasn't this a great taboo for Ea? Tender. This skeleton mage didn't eat, but he still politely placed the dishes on the table. Mr. Orc, Sword Saint, you meet. She was so scared that she lost her mind. This was the commander of the half-orc Imperial Army Bika. He was so tall that he was sitting on the table as a small bench. It was said that he was a terrifying existence who had killed more than 1,000 human experts. She then walked up to a handsome man in golden armor, her eyes twinkling like stars. This was Yug, the dream lover of countless girls, the hero of justice. You're your wine? She walked over with a plate. I can't be scared. This is too embarrassing for my messiah. She quickly recalled the man's bruised face and frightened expression, and she immediately calmed down. She understood what she meant. There would be customers coming to their bar, and it would be his opportunity to cultivate and find a master. Whether he could ask these experts for help to take revenge would depend on him. Hera. She waved her fist. When this ordinary girl was nervous, she would stumble and try to adapt. Xuji sat in the bar and looked at Hera, who was in the shop, looking like she was going to work hard. He smiled knowingly. He continued to talk out the long history. If Gilgamesh's era was the origin of the human race, and because of the hero king's heaven-defying combat power, their rise was not difficult. Then the wizard era was the era of ordinary people. This chapter of The Three Witches was very sorrowful. Without the hero king's protection, the ordinary people could only protect themselves. They had lost their heroes, and in order to protect their tribe, there were almost no men left. A group of women already walked out and were ready to die. History was engraved in the mural of the three witches. The three of them held torches in their hands and passed on the torch of Gilgamesh's civilization, becoming the next generation of human heroes. The mural recorded the great courage, nature, and the wild beasts. Sentence. After countless days and months, we've had enough. Our husbands are dead, our fathers are dead, and our sons will also die in the future. We're left with ourselves. There's no one else who can protect us. The only one who can do so is ourselves. Woo. There was so much bitterness in his words that many people in the bar even shed tears and felt a myriad of emotions. This is the meaning that great sovereign Messiah explained to us. She gifted time to civilization. Isn't it the same now? The war at the front line touches everyone's heart, and it is a song of praise for history. Over the next few days, Xuji continued to explain, and history continued to advance. He had already talked about the grudges of the three witches, and when they reached old age, the three of them gradually passed away. Hermes, the god of wisdom, had descended 3 great miracles from the heavens. A monument of fresh flowers from the heavens, blood rain, the elegy of God. All the experts in the bar were in an uproar. The entire Will City was now filled with travelers from other places. Many powerful beings from the continent had gathered nearby. They were not in the bars, but used spells to project the young storyteller inside. When they heard this, their faces were filled with shock. Mercury, the legendary god of wisdom and the god of the Church of Light, has finally appeared in history for the first time. So terrifying. The 3 great miracles, the miracles that changed the entire earth, covered the world. Even the current emperor of the underworld, Ermin, would find it difficult to create such a terrifying miracle. So, the god of wisdom isn't the image of a peerless woman with perfect figure? Xuji's face darkened as he listened to the discussions. He wanted to correct this kind of history and clear his name. Someone else quickly asked, "Then, where did the god of wisdom and the land of the gods that disappeared go?" "Wup. They only appeared in the Magus era and disappeared in the magic potion era. There were ancient gods in the ancient barren world, but the ancient gods in our world seem to have disappeared. Bees. During the war at the front line, the 3 kingdoms had put aside grudges. Now, the powerhouses of the various magic potion kingdoms were getting along well. At this moment, 2 skeleton mages were playing Go. The sound came from the ancient barren world. "I'm done for today. I need to think of a way." Hera had been managing the caravan for a long time, and she would stutter when she was nervous. It was a natural habit that she couldn't change, but it didn't mean that she was stupid. She quickly began to communicate with the experts, telling them about Uncle Messiah. The other party listened very seriously, and even wanted to know more about this mysterious ancient emperor. Thus, she inadvertently talked to the experts about her situation. "I didn't expect you human cities to be so dirty." Some orc masters sneered. "Those people didn't care about your father's years of cultivation. They were like white-eyed wolves. After they died, they seized power over the entire caravan and even wanted to kill you. Shame us humans." Yug's expression was cold. The people round him kept talking. If it was any other time, they would help out according to their mood. But now, they naturally went with the flow. Your body's aptitude for fusing potions is too poor. But there's a hidden profession that doesn't look at aptitude. As long as you have enough money and hard work, it's possible. An old man muttered to himself. Soon, she became the disciple of an emperor-to-be of the human empire. Hera was moved to tears. Looking at the experts around him, he finally had someone to help him after all the suffering he had gone through in his life. In my eyes, the major forces in the nearby cities are just insignificant things in their eyes. She turned her head and looked at the young man who was tidying up the wine rack. She was extremely grateful. She knew whose face this was. In less than half a month, a group of powerhouses in the bar had exchanged their experiences in teaching their disciples, guided Hera, and provided her with various resources. She had quickly become a second professional. Go on. To take revenge. Come back, let's drink together. In the bar, the experts were drinking and laughing heartily. They looked at the maid who brought tea and water and saw her off. They looked at each other. The world of mortals is very simple. Love and hate are clearly distinguished. It's not that complicated. If you want revenge, you have to work hard. Weren't we the same in the past? Many of us here were able to get to where we are today because of hatred. That's how we rose from being ordinary mortals to shock the entire kingdom and have a great reputation in the entire era. She doesn't know how great of an opportunity she has. In our era, there are only about 20 monarchs and great emperors in the 3 great kingdoms. We are the strongest below the great emperors. However, in the 1,000 years of history, too many have awakened. In this era, they are all fighting for the position of God and lighting the divine fire. Great sovereign Messiah is too mysterious, but no matter what, listening to history is enough to let us understand many things. The powerhouses communicated indifferently. After seeing the girl off, some of them turned their heads and looked behind the door of the bar. Their bodies trembled involuntarily. Every time they glanced at the calm storyteller, their eyes were filled with fear and admiration. Great sovereign Messiah. The more history she spoke of, the more it exceeded everyone's imagination. I've finally taken my revenge. On the other side, Hera looked at the bodies of her enemies and cried. She felt like she was in a dream. That night, Shuji comforted the miserable-looking Hera, quietly sorted out his heart, and recuperated. Society's brutal beating should be coming soon, right? Shuji cupped his chin with a calm look on his face. Ermin and Medusa know about the existence of the all-knowing man. I talked about history so openly and knew about the past and present. They should have guessed that the all-knowing man. It's on my body. Shuji, on the other hand, lived his days in a carefree manner. He talked about a piece of history every day. Of course, it was only for a short period of time. The remaining powerful cultivators did not leave either. They were drinking and conversing in the bar. Ermin and the others were busy, so they would probably some lords and emperors over to capture him. He had fought too few people of the same realm, so his Dao heart had not been tempered. He was waiting for society to beat him up. The Neth world. Ermin and Daolord Phoenix were playing chess. Ermin suddenly raised her eyebrows as she heard the voice transmission. She smiled and said, "I have something to do. Please excuse me." Daolord Phoenix nodded with a smile, then continued to look at the Go board. Emperor Ermin walked out and came to the Elais garden. She saw an emperor under her command. It was Albert, the first professional who had developed the potion, the disciple of the Holy Book of Light and Saint Linda. "Are you saying that Emperor Messiah, who enlightened you, has reappeared?" Ermin listened slowly and frowned. He knows about the past and present. Maybe he has a big secret? Yes, Albert said. By Xiaosheng, that first thought. That great sovereign Messiah might have found wandering know-it-all and obtained too much information from him, since he knew who had it. He had to take Bai Xiaosheng back. But is it really that simple? Ermin's heart sank. If it was someone else who showed such a strange and knowledgeable display, she would definitely believe that they had obtained the all-knowing scholar. She would immediately send people to capture the other party and take back the all-knowing scholar. But Messiah, this great sovereign, is indeed mysterious. How can he live for 1,000 years? It's still such a brand new young body. Ermin's expression gradually turned serious. Why? Why did he have to find Bai Xiaosheng and not anyone else? Albert said, I've met Emperor Messiah before, and we're old friends. According to the portrait, it's indeed her. Should we have the emperors capture her? Things seemed to be developing in the way Xu Ji had imagined. But you can't. Ermin suddenly revealed an unprecedented look of shock. As if she had thought of something, she suddenly said, Messiah is too mysterious. I've already guessed some of the truth. Don't act rashly, don't do anything to him. She? Why didn't you hit me? He had already laid down and posed, waiting for society to beat him up and train him. At this moment, Ermin had sent Ebert away and could not help but write to Medusa. Medusa, I was tied down by the Dailords and could only send you a letter. Previously, you sent me a letter asking me about wandering know-it-all's background. I may have already understood it by now. Richard, do you still remember that 1,000 years ago, the two of us constantly explored the sky, looking for my master Grantham, who explored the eye of the storm, Deguntis, hoping to enter the land of gods, Achilles, but we found nothing. It was as if Mercury, the god of wisdom, and the gods had disappeared into thin air with the land of gods. The shock that we felt at that time became a thorn in our hearts. Were they dead? Encountered an accident? Today, I've connected the two together. The omniscient and omnipotent Bai Xiaosheng and Mercury, the triple-level great god of wisdom, may have already guessed the answer. Messiah is Bai Xiaosheng and Hermes. After Ermin wrote the letter, she sent it out. She then returned to her chair and continued playing chess with the Dailord. Realm. Dark auras gushed out. At the boundary of the two transcendent worlds, two huge mountains stood tall. The ground on the mountains was bright red, as if it was dyed with blood, dyeing the surrounding world bright red. Whoosh. A cool breeze blew. Broken swords were stabbed into the ground, and the sleeves stained with blood were fluttering in the wind. It was as if the wind was carrying endless sorrow. This land was like a sword tomb, and each sword and tomb told the story of the dead. Magic staffs, western greatswords, and armors were scattered all over the ground. They were almost everywhere. They had already been buried in history, becoming a spray of water that no one knew. This was war, the two worlds. It was cruel and merciless. The two huge mountains were opposite each other across a world. It was the bridgehead of both sides, and it was filled with vicissitudes and sadness. No one knew how many strong warriors had been buried there. The battle had already started for decades. To the ancient primordial world, the demonic realm's foundation was too terrifying. Not only were they severely lacking in top-tier celestial emperors, but they also lacked experts at the bottom. However, the Great Zhou dynasty and the Mount Shu sword sect were able to resist the terrifying attacks and invasions of the other party by relying on their terrifying system characteristics and endurance. The night air was getting colder. Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. They're draining the pond to catch the fish. Won't last long. In another 10 years, the ancient barren world will be defeated. Medusa's huge body stood behind the teleportation gate, her long hair dancing in the wind, and she exuded a violent aura. She was a real living, vast demon god. She looked at him from afar. What about the heavenly Tao of primordial world? Right now, her divine body was working together with Ermin to keep the Downlord busy. Cthulhu's main body was here, controlling the heavenly path of this world. Over the years, she had fought several battles with the heavenly Tao and ended up in a draw. This feeling of being bathed in blood, dancing on the edge of death, and meeting a worthy opponent in battle was truly a blessing for her. Their top combat power was holding them back, and the battle below was also ongoing. It's already a sure win. Our combat strength far exceeds theirs. I can't think of any possibility of them turning the tables. We just need to do our best to reduce the number of casualties and slowly grind them to death. Medusa's expression was calm, and she was leading the war. Previously, as she had guessed, Mother Earth's Ivy indeed couldn't hold back her inner curiosity and brought Bai Shaosheng to her own potion world. However, Mother Earth's Ivy actually let Bai Shaosheng go. This was beyond expectations. Mother Earth Green Vine, you're so calculative. You actually beat me at my own game and checkmated me. Medusa muttered, her eyes flashing as she pondered. She clearly knew that if the all-knowing scholar was still with her, we would definitely kill her and take back the all-knowing scholar at all costs. However, she just let Bai Shaosheng go. Although she is still living a carefree life in our world and traveling around, we can't do anything to her. After all, this Mother Earth Ivy's combat power is ridiculous. She's not much weaker than me. She's the strongest and most ancient being under the way of heaven in the ancient barren world. She's also the teacher of the way of heaven. I've fought with the way of heaven and know how terrifying it is, let alone her teacher. Ermin and I have been pinned down, but we don't know what trump cards she has. We can only send a large number of lords, emperors, to kill her with heavy losses. If 1 or 2 people go over, they'll just be sending themselves to death. This was a terrifying scheme, all of which were interconnected. She had lived for 2,000 years and thought that she was extremely intelligent and strategic. But she had been tricked. The all-knowing scholar had disappeared, and she didn't dare to announce it to the entire land of magic herbs. This was because it was possible for the other sovereigns and emperors to hide it after they found it. After all, the all-knowing scholar was a heaven-defying treasure, and no one would not be tempted. The sovereigns and emperors in the ancient history were all ambitious and could not be trusted. She and Ermin could only order some of their trusted subordinates to search for it secretly. Green Vine Mother Earth. This 1,000-year-old monster is astonishingly intelligent. He was actually able to fool even me. What kind of concept was this? This was because the other party had predicted that she would do this, so she beat her at her own game. In other words, she thought she had seen through the other party's heart, but in fact, the other party had seen through her heart. Her actions were transparent in her heart. In her mind, the image of the cute young girl who was eating candied haws, jumping around, and looking like a salted fish flashed. This is the game in Go. The Green Vine Mother pretended to be stupid and adorable on the outside, but she was actually so terrifying. She's worthy of being the master of the heavenly Tao. If we can't spare her now, we can't spare her in the future. Eh? Medusa suddenly let out a soft gasp and reached out in the void. She had received a letter from Ermin. It was news about Bai Shaosheng. We kept searching and finally found Bai Xiaosheng's location. She revealed a rare look of surprise, a happy expression like that of a quiet girl who was reading a book. This was good news. When she saw that the letter was in the hands of Great Sovereign Messiah, She only paused for a few seconds. Then why don't you send people to encircle and annihilate him? If we use the troops we prepared for the Green Vine Mother on Messiah, it's fine if he doesn't resist, but if he does, we'll kill him directly. His combat power will definitely be far inferior to the Green Vine Mother, and the price won't be too high. She revealed a cold and bloodthirsty look. In order to obtain Bai Shaosheng, she had to return to her side and chat with him at night. This was already her goal at all costs. However, as she continued to read, her face gradually froze and revealed a hint of shock. Ermin has already guessed Bai Shaosheng's identity and background. Emperor Messiah, who appeared out of nowhere, actually has a huge secret. Her true enemy be wandering know-it-all or Mercury, the god of wisdom. This series of information medley rushed into her mind. That is impossible. Ermin, was he overthinking? Have you fallen into some kind of misunderstanding? Suddenly, a thought appeared in her mind. She stood up and paced back and forth, struggling in her heart. No, I underestimated the enemy too much. I've already suffered a loss from the Green Vine Mother. If I had been more careful, I wouldn't have lost Bai Shaosheng. Ermin's caution and speculation are the best solution. I'll see what Ermin has to say. It was no wonder that she was surprised by the contents of the letter. Mercury, the god of wisdom, was a shocking mystery. 1,000 years was a long time. She had done a lot of research with Ermin in the underworld, exploring various geographical locations of the sorcerer world, and naturally speculated the combat power of this god. The 3 miracles, the monument of fresh flowers, the rain of blood, and the world's lament could be done by Ermin now. But the cost was great. But if it was Ermin, would she spend such a huge price to 3 mortals? He wouldn't. There was only one possibility. For the god of wisdom, this was something that could be done easily. It was as simple as wearing shoes or putting on a coat. In other words, the combat power of the god of wisdom was far above that of the mid-level god Ermin. What level was that? It might be a level 9 god, which was above level 8 god in the legends. It was a domain that involved laws. After that, the god of wisdom just opened his mouth without any magic fluctuations, and the terrifying Cthulhu evil god collapsed instantly. At that time, their realms were low, so they couldn't understand it. But now Ermin was a mid-level god. Thinking back, she still couldn't understand it and couldn't sense of magic power fluctuation. What this mean? Hermes, the god of wisdom, was definitely not a simple level 8 god. It was very likely that he was unknown, legendary, mysterious 9th grade. When she was not a god, she did not know how powerful gods were. Now Ermin knew that a level 8 god could cross the world and travel to all the worlds. The higher the realm, the greater the difference between heaven and earth. What did it mean to have a level 9 god? The head of all gods. It matched the god of wisdom status as the leader of a group of level 8 gods in the land of gods. And what exactly was level 9? They had no way of figuring it out. It was like they were looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. If they didn't walk out of the world in the well, they wouldn't be able to imagine what kind of existence it was. Back then, Ermin's voice had been very bitter, but it still lingered in Medusa's ears. When I thought that, had become a god, standing shoulder to shoulder with the gods of the land of gods and walked out of that ancient well, I realized that I was already in an even bigger well and was still looking at the night sky as a lowly frog. The more powerful you are, the more you will understand the greatness of the god of wisdom, Hermes. That once glorious history, the traces of the ancient god of wisdom's existence, had disappeared. The 2 of them in the future could only remember and look up to it in the netherworld. Having guessed to this extent back then, they were already clear. Hermes, the god of wisdom, might not only be a native god of the sorcerer world, but also a god from all over the universe. The Land of Gods was an organization where countless level 8 gods from all realms gathered. The Magus world was just a small world under its command, yet such an organization had disappeared and died. What was the opponent? A great tribulation that could destroy an era? Or was it another god organization? The truth behind this was too terrifying. Horror, fear, and shock were no longer enough to describe the feelings they had after defeating Cthulhu. And now, Ermin is telling me that we have a guess about the doubts we had back then. The truth about Mercury, the god of wisdom. Her expression gradually turned cold. It was hard for her to the mystery of 1,000 years ago. She continued reading. Medusa, why did I make such a guess? First of all, when did the god of wisdom, Hermes, disappear? The church was the end of the wizard era. The last time we met was when he led us to declare war on the Cthulhu evil god. At that time, he said, "The land of the gods has been resisting the invasion of other worlds. The god of war, ours Enio, have died in battle. The evil god of Cthulhu has descended into this world, and he has no time to deal with it. He can only shatter his body and hand it over to us." Richard's faint tone was mixed with sadness, like a warrior who would never return. Then he disappeared. After we dealt with the evil god of Cthulhu, the wizard era was over, and we built the underworld. As a level 8 god, I began to explore the gods of the Land of Gods, Achilles, hoping to meet them. But I got nothing. We guessed that we might have met with misfortune. While we are fighting the Cthulhu evil god, they might also be fighting the world or force behind the evil god. The land of the gods has been destroyed, and the god of wisdom, Hermes, is most likely dead. But when did great sovereign Messiah appear? It was also at the end of the wizard era, the time when Hermes died. Is it a coincidence that both of them disappeared and reappeared at the same time? Medusa's expression gradually changed. Indeed, one died and the other reappeared. The timing was completely locked. That's the first reason. The second reason is that Hermes, the god of wisdom, is known by the world as the great Mercury of the threefold. He knows everything. He once gave the 3 witches alchemy, witchcraft, and meditation, which opened the wizard era civilization. And Messiah mysteriously appeared. Once she appeared, she also brought knowledge and wisdom, opening the magic potion era civilization. Is this another coincidence? Medusa, slightly when she saw this, and her heart rippled slightly. It was indeed a coincidence. Hermes, the god of wisdom, had led the mortals on earth to start the wizard era. And after the death of the god of wisdom, great sovereign Messiah appeared out of thin air and led to the beginning of a new era of potions. Then, after doing everything to guide the mortal civilization, he disappeared into thin air. It was very much like the style of the god of wisdom, Hermes. We are getting closer to the truth. 2 people, maybe 1 person. Medusa's expression was completely frozen. She kept thinking, and a thoughtful look gradually appeared on her face. Ermin means that Hermes, the god of wisdom, has encountered a great change, and his level has fallen greatly. He has long descended to the mortal world, and in fact, he is the most mysterious great sovereign Messiah in history. She thought about it and felt it was impossible. Many things were unreasonable. For example, how could the body of a god easily descend to the mortal world? As an ancient, eternal being of the 9th rank, no matter how weak it was, how could it be so weak? However, she more or less believed him and continued to read. Ermin was smart and had a higher vision, so she might be able to see through many things. Ermin continued to write. The god of wisdom naturally wouldn't be so weak. He should be dead. My personal guess is that Messiah is an intelligent reborn from the god's corpse. What kind of existence was a rank 9? No one knows. Perhaps after death, there will still be various abnormalities in the world and the birth of various divine objects. So, at that time Messiah, the corpse that gave birth to the god of wisdom, had the knowledge of Mercury, the god of wisdom. It was omniscient. Moreover, it instinctively began to fulfill its duty according to the remnant will left behind by the god of wisdom Hermes, and started the next magic potion era. This was his last wish. Is that what we saw? And then, after Messiah fulfilled her duty, she disappeared? Medusa muttered. Perhaps they were rapidly approaching the truth of history. Ermin continued to write. This way, we can explain another mystery. Why is he still immortal after 1,000 years of sleep? It's because his body is likely to be a very small part of a level 9 existence's incomplete body. It's not strange that he has all kinds of strange abilities. Then, what's the matter with Bai Xiaosheng? Wandering know-it-all is not a living creature, but a mirror image of some kind of living creature. I now think that it's a comet left behind by the god of wisdom. This matches up with my guess in the letter back then. The wandering know-it-all might be a remnant thought left behind by some powerful death person. It's some kind of natural imagination, omniscient and omnipotent, similar to the god of wisdom in our world. And now, this powerful being who has died is our deceased wisdom god. Hiss. This, how is that possible? Medusa's heart trembled violently with a clang. She took a deep breath and her expression began to look a little unnatural. It continued to write, Messiah was born. At that time, his body contained the all-knowing scholar. However, when Messiah was asleep, the all-knowing scholar left for some reason and wandered around the universe. We only met him. At this time, the all-knowing scholar returned to Messiah's body. He knows everything again. Regarding this point, I also have evidence. An all-knowing scholar needs to exchange knowledge of equivalent value. But in the hands of Messiah, wandering know-it-all did not need this. He did not need any conditions. What was the reason? Why was Messiah the only special one? Perhaps it was because of them. They were one. It was a rank 9 ancient being, and one of the things that were born from the corpse was intelligence, while the other was knowledge. This, simply. She was completely out of it and could no longer suppress her shock. The shock in her heart was like a tide, beating layer by layer and surging madly, but it fit perfectly. It might seem unbelievable, but it perfectly explained the beginning of the ancient wizard era, the Cthulhu evil god incident, the whereabouts of the land of gods, and the appearance and disappearance of Mercury, the god of wisdom. So, this is the entire historical truth of our Magus world. The text of history. Medusa held the letter in her hand, her heart pounding. Her gaze seemed to penetrate the endless land and see the black-haired and black-eyed young man who was talking about history in the bar of Will City. No wonder he's so clear about it. He himself, it's the real history. Medusa's mind was blank when the truth of the sorcerer world's history was laid out in front of her. This? Unbelievable. However, Ermin's description was closely linked. All the scattered clues perfectly pointed to the same unbelievable and terrifying truth. In the thick fog, the mystery of Cthulhu's descent, the mystery of the disappearance of the land of all gods, the mystery of the disappearance of the god of wisdom, Hermes. Allah. He had obtained a complete explanation. Medusa's heart trembled, and a storm raged in her heart. She sorted out her thoughts according to Ermin's words seriously. That means, after the death of the god of wisdom, Messiah and wandering know-it-all were born from his corpse. One had the 7 emotions and 6 desires, while the other had memory and wisdom. When they were separated, the all-knowing scholar was traveling around the world, and in the end we met him, and now they were fusing again? Have they become complete living beings? The existence of wandering know-it-all was previously speculated to be the mirror image left behind by an existence that surpassed the gods. The cat girl's wisdom and omniscience could be perfectly explained by saying that it was left behind by Mercury, the god of wisdom. As for the god of wisdom, Hermes as a level 9 existence, the head of the gods, who traveled all over the world and involved himself with the terrifying law of wisdom. It was not surprising that wandering know-it-all knew so much. It's time to give it a long thought. Medusa had already understood what ermine meant. Hermes, the god of wisdom, was an ancient existence who had saved the sorcerer world. He was the head of all gods, and even a legendary 9 creature. The sorcerer world was just a small world under the land of gods that he ruled. What about the ancient primordial world? Bai Xiaosheng was walking around. Could it be that the primordial world was also under this rule? Above the gods were these level 9 creatures that formed an organization and ruled the worlds? She couldn't help but think, feeling that the unknown was very scary. But no matter what, now that the 2 worlds were fighting, this ancient existence had once ruled countless worlds and was above all of them. This battle was too important for him. Bai Xiaosheng, what should I do in the future? Medusa's expression froze, and the figure of the black-haired and black-eyed great sovereign Messiah appeared in front of her. Her expression turned grave, and no one knew what she was thinking. At the edge of the black and red bar, there was a black clock tower, and the cold night wind blew. The weather is getting colder. Xuji sat on the top of the tower, wearing a black cloak. He looked down at the entire ancient Western European city from afar. On a cold night of 50 years, many people were wearing thick scarves and gloves as they walked on the streets. Hera, why don't you go back and take over the caravan? Shu Zi asked. You've already gotten your revenge. The caravans and power in the nearby cities have lost their owners. If you want, they can all return to you. Uncle Messiah, you want to drive me away? I don't want to go back and run the caravan. I want to stay by Uncle's side. Hera was pouring wine for her. After she started cultivating in the potion system, her skin became fair, and the freckles on her face disappeared. She turned into a beautiful and plump girl. The improvement of one's realm was essentially the evolution of one's life level. No expert was ugly. Even if a pig was trained to a high level, it would still become extremely beautiful. Of course, Liu Wenjian was not one of them. Although he had been tempered and cleansed by the sword, his appearance was still relatively ordinary. Due to the uniqueness of her power system, she was still a mortal. I'm not chasing you out. You can as long as you want. It's just that everyone has their own life and their own pursuits. She laughed. He was still more considerate of this girl who stuttered when she was nervous. After all, he had watched Xuji grow up, and his personality was more like Xuji's. He was stubborn, but he was brave and responsible. However, it was very difficult for her to walk the path of an expert. Her cultivation aptitude was very ordinary, and it was even difficult for her to cultivate in the past. She might as well take advantage of the present and enjoy life. After all, most people in this world were ordinary people. My pursuit in life, is to follow Uncle. I'll be there to witness your glory. Shira laughed and replied seriously. After all, the merchant group that inherited Mohank's father is boring. The 2 worlds are at war. If we lose, there will be no tomorrow. I find this power struggle so boring. Ji was speechless. Uncle Messiah, can I ask you a question? He asked. She poured a glass of wine for him and hesitated for a moment. In the end, she couldn't help but speak. You can ask. Xuji sipped his wine. The people in the bar are full of doubts. They want to ask, but they don't dare to. Have you really lived for 1,000 years? Hera's voice was soft and weak, and she could not help but say, You're not a god yet, are you? Xuji laughed and took a bite of the fruit. Yeah, I'm not. God, I'll die of old age too. I just used some special means to enter. Deep sleep. To the entire world, nothing is truly eternal. Even gods are not truly immortal. The lifespan of gods also has an end. It's just that it's very long, and they haven't reached the cycle of life. Hera thought about it carefully. Like the history you talked about? The great hero king, the 3 witches, and the alchemy monarch? Yes, they all disappeared in history. Then, what about the origin demon god who obtained the blood of eternal life? That's another form. There's no ill your life, but you'll still be killed. Shuji's eyes softened and he stroked Hera's soft hair. Don't think too much about it. You're different from your lecherous father. You're too young and have your own path. There's no need for you to stay by my side. After you get your revenge, you can do what you want. Don't listen to the nonsense of those emperor-to-be in the bar all day long. Shira enjoyed getting closer, and her face became redder and redder. When her hair was being touched, she squinted at this black-haired and black-eyed ancient mysterious great lord. He was handsome, and his eyes were like the most dazzling stars in the night sky. They glowed with a silver light as he looked down at the entire city with a hint of indifference. Uncle Messiah's appearance had never changed since she was a child. Shira had seen many strong people in bars, but Uncle Messiah was different, especially different. He didn't have the unparalleled pressure of a master, nor the decisiveness to kill like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Even the righteous hero Yug had a bloody and fierce look in his eyes in order to protect the people. Only this great emperor didn't have that. He was as friendly as nature, making people unable to help but get close to him, giving him a warm and relaxed feeling. You're talking about history. You're trying to attract many experts here. There are already many emperors to be in the bar. I'm afraid there will be great sovereigns soon. She pouted her lips softly. You said before, you might lose your life. Were you waiting for them to find you? Hera was not stupid. As the oldest and first great sovereign messiah, she must have a shocking secret. Otherwise she would not know so many terrifying historical truths. He had deliberately spread his secret in public, waiting for the other monarchs and great emperors to find him. From the beginning to the end, he had been deliberately creating everything. Yes, I'm waiting for a... Shuji paused and did not say anything about the beating of society. I'm looking forward to a chance encounter with fate. People always need to go through some things to understand what their hearts are. Uncle, do you want to understand your heart? Hera stroked her hair in shock. As an ordinary person, she didn't understand why he would take the initiative to die in order to understand his own heart. Was this what an expert was like? In order to become stronger, understand his heart, he was willing to give up his life? She didn't understand. It didn't stop her from admiring him. That's amazing. Xuji's heart was calm. He had been waiting for so many days, but why had no one come yet? The sexy god of creation was being beaten online. But what about the beating of society? Xuji waited, and finally, he could not help but ask the intelligent subbrain what they were doing. Only then did he get the secret communication between the two of them about the letter. He was dumbfounded on the spot. Xuji was speechless. Are you too poisonous? I'm already lying in a position where I'm going to be beaten up. I'm talking about history and causing a storm in the city. I'm exposing that Bai Xiaosheng, the hostage, is in my hands and I'm ready to be beaten up. In the end, you guys were so careful and vigilant, and your imaginations ran wild. It's really too difficult for me. Xu took a sip of his wine, sat on the chair, grabbed a fruit, and took a bite. Why do all of you like to fill in the blanks in your heads, and even fill in the blanks so completely? This setting seemed quite interesting, but now, as compensation for not hitting me, this background setting is now mine. He had thought so much before. He was full of mistakes, and he was secretly thinking about how to fix the loopholes in the land of gods all day long. Mercury, the god of wisdom, had disappeared for a long time. Most importantly, he did not dare to appear in front of Ermin. After all, he would give himself away the moment he appeared. Who knew that the last loophole in the sorcerer world had been fixed? It's perfect. Xu had strange expression on his face. That saves me the trouble of building the land of gods. Can finally not use my subbrain anymore. Anyway, the settings in your brains are more perfect, right? You guys are right. I, the great Messiah, have hidden such a deep secret, and you've found it. You're so intelligent. From today on, I am the will born from the corpse of Hermes, the god of wisdom, the great sovereign Messiah, who is in charge of the garden and wine. I have successfully disguised myself. Xu suddenly felt that such a life was very relaxed. There was no need to pretend anymore. In the past, he would sit on the chair in front of the courtyard all day long, gnawing on an apple, thinking about how to cover up the lie about Mercury, the god of wisdom, and how to build the extremely difficult map of all gods. It was as if a huge rock that had been pressing down on his heart for a long time had been lifted. His entire person relaxed a lot. It was simply easy for him to act on his own. However, was it that difficult to get a beating? Since they don't want to hit me, perhaps he had to find a way to get a more brutal beating. Forget it, since I didn't succeed. I'll just follow my heart and let nature take its course. Xu's gaze turned serious. It was still a little difficult to break through to become a seventh-tier, great emperor of Taoism. It all depended on luck. Some people could break through after a difficult battle, such as Medusa, who had been beaten up by the alchemy emperor in the past, and had broken through to the 7th grade before she died. Perhaps was why she was obsessed with being beaten up and became a battle maniac. Even more experts needed all sorts of life's tempering, says Wen Liujian and Hu Renong. They had to roll around in the mortal world, experience pain and despair, and climb back up. Of course, there were also lucky stars like Meng Mei who gritted her teeth and worked hard for half her life without any hope. Before she died, she began to give up on herself and traveled around the mortal world. However, because of a chance encounter with an old friend, she had some insights in the heavy rain and quietly broke through to the next realm. If you desire it, it can't be lacking. If you give up, it will quietly come. The Taoist heart and the truth were really mysterious. They were loyal supporters of Murphy's Law. And what could Xu do? To be honest, he was also in despair. He didn't know what he needed to experience now, but he knew that he wouldn't break through if he waited obediently. He also understood his own weakness. He had only cultivated for a little more than a month, and he had already reached level 6. Compared to the powerhouses from the other transcendent worlds, he had too little experience. He also lacked the experience of fighting against those of the same level. But now, he was being stopped. He could only give up. He thought a moment and calmed down. Since this method isn't right and won't cause any waves, then quickly finish the last part and leave. Xu spent the rest of his time very leisurely. He continued to talk about history in the bar. correcting the truth of the sorcerer world in the magic medicine era, and making some contributions when they were still slackers to make their civilization more complete. After all, he was happy to see the world's push. In a bar in Will City, a bard continued to tell a story. Speaking of which, Grantham, the great alchemy emperor, opened the door to the truth of alchemy, studied alchemy airships in the air, defeated Medusa, and imprisoned her on the other side of ocean. Okanos, the land of Night Gorgon Alchemy Island. What? The crowd was shocked, and the surrounding emperors-to-be were all silent. They were shocked once again, and each time was more shocking than the previous. Xu's narration was getting faster and more refined, and the impact was getting more and more shocking. It turns out that Medusa, the original demon god, had also been imprisoned for hundreds of years. This. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Why did the forbidden spell Gilgamesh fail? It was buried deep in their hearts. At this moment, the decryption was like a long-brewed wine, slowly brewing a moving fragrance in the constantly increasing expectations. At this moment, the bottle was opened, and the moment he drank it all, he felt extremely comfortable. Before their eyes, this terrifying history had been revealed, and it had indeed made everyone gasp in admiration. It had far exceeded their expectations. Could the alchemy skills of the alchemy monarch allow him to fight someone one realm above him? As a Tier 6 legend, he possessed Tier 7 epic combat power? This simply appalling. As expected, the most wise and powerful alchemy emperor in history. However, everyone had another question. Was it really a good idea to call Lord Medusa the Great in a bar like this? Although they were talking about the real history, they were already talking about the current rulers. This was the original demonic god Medusa, the supreme primogenitor demonic god. They suddenly began to feel nervous. With Medusa's cold and stern character, the way this great Lord Messiah had died, they had already expected this. He would definitely. He died a tragic death. He might even wish he was dead. As a demon god, he had far too many ways to torture a person's soul. They were still emperor-to-be, and had no choice. What a pity! Great sovereign Messiah is going to be. It's good to talk about the truth of the past, but perhaps I should wait for another 1,000 years. After the supreme existence of this generation leaves, it would be better to announce this part of history. How long do I have to wait? But we were already gone by then. As for the eternal demon god Medusa, would she really die? In fact, it's the same no matter when I explain it. Let's go. Otherwise, we will be implicated. I also want to leave. The terrifying temperament of that ancient existence. Just thinking about it is terrifying. That's right. It's said that the original demon and god Medusa once invited great Emperor Pethan to admire the flowers together. She smiled and said that the purplish-blue flower was red, just like the rose. In the end, great Emperor Pethan insisted that the flower was purple with hint of green. What would happen in the end? How could the origin demon god be wrong? In the next second, they turned hostile, and he was beaten up on the spot. Someone's voice was filled with fear. Just thinking about it made his body tremble. I've also heard of this matter. It's even more terrifying. It said that it's just an excuse. It said that the supreme demonic god had long taken a fancy to Emperor Paihan's unparalleled combat power and tried to find a way to fight with him. In the end, Emperor Paihan's combat power was very weak, and he was blown up alive. This made her very disappointed. This is too scary. Many emperors-to-be were shocked. No wonder all the great sovereigns and emperors in the past 1,000 years hid their strength and went into deep sleep. There's only one reason. They're afraid this supreme existence will come to find them. This is the fear that dominated the entire magic potion era for 1,000 years. The original demon god Medusa is pressing down on the heads of countless powerhouses. Just thinking about it made his scalp numb. Great sovereign Messiah, if you reveal it like this, his end will be much more terrifying than before. I'm not leaving. I don't think it's necessary to be so brutal that I'll get bystanders involved. Anyway, this is definitely the most important thing in my life. I'm witnessing history. What a joke. Just wait for your deaths. If great sovereign Messiah provokes you like this, you'll die. I took off all my clothes and ran 10 laps around Will City. Some half-orc emperor-to-be laughed and walked out of the bar. There were many rumors and slanders in Will City, and they were all filled with regret. This was a historical seeker, a monarch and great emperor who would give up his life to restore history. Messiah's mysterious origin was gradually being praised by people. Perhaps in the distant future, it would become a new historical myth. On this day in the bar, she would become a god, to become a legend. However, everyone knew that the fate that awaited him was that many ancient sovereigns and great emperors would personally come and encircle and annihilate him. Let's see how long he could last. It was even possible that the great Lord Medusa had personally made a move to blow him up into a mist of blood. A portion of the emperor-to-be gradually left because of their timidity. The entire bar started to thin out, but there were still people who insisted on listening. Uncle Messiah. That night, the bar was closed. Hera was cleaning the table, her face gentle and bitter. How about we stop? Is this the reason you were born? Bring the truth to this world. No wonder you said that. Someone will come to find you sooner or later. But even at the cost of their lives, is the text that is meant to correct history really that important? It's fine. I'm waiting for him to come. Shuji simply replied calmly. It's best to talk about this 1,000-year history with beginning and an end. Hera smiled bitterly. Was this what a martyr was like? A magus who pursued the truth, disregarding death? She suddenly stopped talking and waited silently in the bar, waiting for the unknown crisis to come. As an ordinary person, being able to witness the truth of history was already the happiest thing in her life. Another day passed. Will City was bustling with noise and excitement, becoming the most lively city in the vicinity. Xuji continued to talk in the bar, talking about the history that followed. He had already talked about the twilight years of the alchemy emperor, his legendary escape, and finally his second life, when Dongshan Mountain rose again. He's still a teenager when he returns. In the bar, many people had already imagined the scene and were shocked. The great monarch's real body is a slime. Yes. He made a promise to the 7 little witches and a man to become the strongest in the world, with the body of the weakest first-rank monster. He worked hard and finally realized his unattainable dream. It's hard to trace back to the difficulties and setbacks he had experienced in the long history. The alchemy monarch is the most sentimental person. He doesn't want to become a god, but he wants to wait for them to return in the mortal world. The next day, they talked about the death of the alchemy monarch. Year 84 of the Kingdom of Babylon was the fall of an era. It was the saddest year. The experts of all the sorcerer schools, regardless of whether they were enemies or friends, silently toasted each other. Even the great Lord Medusa was filled with emotions. At that time, there were countless conspirators and usurpers in the kingdom, but no one disturbed or attacked during the 100-day ceremony. They waited quietly for the alchemy emperor to enter the tomb. Even Medusa did not choose to attack. They respected this great emperor and didn't want to interfere with him entering the tomb. The heavy feeling of history hit him in the face. Someone choked up. Year 884 of the Babylon Kingdom. That was the year of legend. They respected this unprecedented great wizard emperor. His greatness, wisdom, and ability had completely established the glory of the entire world. The one that left the deepest impression on me was that sentence. The wizards represent the exploration of truth and the pursuit of knowledge. Give me endless knowledge and I can move the entire world. They had been waiting for this piece of history for a long time, even risking their lives. These emperors-to-be were looking forward to the truth of history. They wanted to trace back to the ancient times and learn about the 1,000-year-old empire that had once stood on this land. They were like readers who were trying their best to catch up with the latest chapters, and their endless anticipation turned into sweet wine at this moment. Handodis. He hated that he could not drink it all in one gulp. Cool. It was simply too good. Knowing the truth of history. So what if he was killed? For a moment, this irrational thought appeared in their minds. The text of history was a fatal temptation to many people, but then they frowned again. Someone couldn't help but say, when the alchemy monarch died, the god of wisdom reappeared in history. To send off the alchemy monarch. Yeah, throughout history. It's amazing and mysterious. Hermes, the god of wisdom, what kind of ancient existence is he? He traveled through time and went through the footprints of history, witnessing the great era of heroes. However, after the magic potion era, he completely disappeared. Our magic potion era has been going on for thousands of years. The Church of Light that serves existence is at its peak, but there are no traces of his appearance. Great Sovereign Messiah, will you talk about Mercury, the most mysterious god of wisdom in history, and the true mystery of history? The surrounding people discussed with heated gazes, and they had another expectation. They had already fallen in love with drinking leisurely in bars and listening to the stories of the ancient times. It was very relaxing, there were no wars, and they lived in harmony. It was as if they had become ancient wizards who pursued the truth, constantly seeking the truth. At the end, can you talk about this one? Someone asked. The most mysterious truth of the sorcerer world, Mercury, the god of wisdom, and the real secret of the land of gods? Xuji smiled. What want me to say? According to the crazy imagination of Herman and Medusa. Xuji shook his head. A play was not nonsense, and an adaptation was not made up. What he wanted to talk about was real history, not those made-up stories. Therefore, he naturally skipped that aspect. However, Xuji's smile became unfathomable in the eyes of the crowd, as if it were some kind of foreshadowing. Xuji's words, the crowd looking at each other. Tomorrow, Babylonian Mythology Chapter 17, The Evil God Era. Over the next few days, Xuji explained calmly about the era of Thulhu. This was an era of gods and the fall of wizards. It was close to the end of Xuji's explanation of history. He was very detailed and very serious. He was a poemer driven by interest. On a whim, he talked about history in the bar here, but he also talked very happily. The audience listened very happily. These emperor-to-be had lived for hundreds of years. At this time, they had completely put down their anxiety and desire to become stronger. They were relaxed and extremely relaxed. It was a good day. Xuji felt this was an interesting journey. The story continued, and gradually, people felt the sadness of that era, the fall, and even the willingness to sacrifice their own lives. In the end, when he was in Ermin, the hero-like hero struggled to move forward, and his emotions reached the peak. Countless people shed tears. He's dead. Woo-woo-woo. They were all dead. The half-orc King Emily, Circe, the first of the three witches, Charlotte, who pursued friendship all her life. History will remember that era. The ancient sorcerers who pursued the truth created the underworld for us. The sorcerer civilization accumulated the dead for thousands of years and added countless lost lives to one person, just to make one person a god. Some people cried bitterly, as if they had seen 1,000 years of the history of the human hymn. Xu Ji spoke calmly, as if he was also reminiscing, and left the last words this era to close the curtain. In the end, Ermin became a god and defeated the evil god of Cthulhu. Medusa obtained the blood of eternal life and occupied the body of the evil god of Cthulhu, becoming the demon god of origin Medusa. The surrounding people were shocked. This was the true truth of history. In the entire city, the experts in the inns, bars, and rooms were completely shocked when they heard this. Their expressions changed drastically, with extremely complicated and panic. This is the origin demon god's true origin. Unbelievable. The original demon god Medusa was also a human? Countless people and powerhouses in Will City were shocked. However, if they continued to talk about the history of those in power with Medusa's personality, this great sovereign messiah might, Xuji said calmly, intending to complete this part of the journey. He would finish what he started, and finish what he started. Tomorrow, the last part of history. It also symbolizes the end of this period of time. The first chapter of the age of magic medicine. Messiah. That was my era. Everyone's faces trembled when they saw this great sovereign messiah. After endless brewing, an unstoppable thought completely exploded. Who is great sovereign messiah? Piece of news quickly spread to many cities in the magic medicine era. Great sovereign messiah was talking about the history of the past 1,000 years. She was coming to an end, and was about to talk about her own era. Talk about your own era? Using my era's great sovereign messiah 1,000 years ago as the final end of history? Many people's expressions changed. They felt a sense of heaviness from it. They also felt that this great sovereign messiah who had awakened from ancient times was mysterious and powerful. He was actually talking about the end of his ancient era 1,000 years ago. Then, he was already talking about the era of great sovereign messiah. Would he talk about his life? Tell her the secret of her years of life? Tell her she really was. Why do I know about the past and the present? If you don't go and listen to this ancient history of 1,000 years, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Some experts had calm expressions. I'm going. Even if I have to die, I'll still go if the demon gods send great sovereigns to capture and kill great emperor Messiah. I'll be dragged into this. This risk is worth it. Countless people were in an uproar. At first, some people had already made up their minds to escape and not get involved in this mess, but they couldn't hold back their curiosity and quickly rushed back to Will City. Curiosity killed the cat, and it could also kill people. The name of great sovereign messiah had resounded throughout the continent of the Potion Age. The history of the past had turned into a vast picture in the eyes of the people now. However, Xuji was very calm that night. Messiah was the beginning of the magic medicine era, and it was also the end of his history lecture. The magic medicine era that followed was not too far away. People naturally had a clear record of the magic medicine civilization that had never lost its people, so he did not need to explain it. Messiah's era is very short. I'll leave the bar after tomorrow's talk. Xuji spoke up at the dining table. Where going to you're done? At the table, Hera became extremely nervous and even began to stutter. Aren't we waiting for the ancient monarchs and emperors to come and attack Uncle? It's very likely that they won't come again, Xuji said indifferently. No matter how many secrets I reveal and how much they'll be jealous of me. Point blank. Won't come? What's the meaning of this? It was the sovereigns and emperors. They were afraid. Her eyes flashed with disbelief as she looked at the back of the black-haired, black-eyed young man. She kept sorting out her thoughts. Did this mean that the other overlords and great emperors of the ancient magic potion era were all afraid of him? Great sovereign Messiah? What about the origin demon god? There's no need to be afraid, right? Hera kept trying to figure out the meaning in her mind, and like the other emperors-to-be, she burst out with strong expectations. Anticipation. I'm looking forward to the truth tomorrow. Her eyes were burning, and her delicate body, which was tidying up the wine rack at the front desk, began to tremble. Like the other audiences and all the other masters, she was looking forward to the historical era that was told on the last day. It was the era of Uncle Messiah, the emperor who suppressed the whole world by himself. The next day, it was still a dark night. The night on this land lasted for a full 50 years. Forever shrouded in the depths of darkness, the entire Will City was already packed with people. There were an unprecedented number of people, and some of them had even reached the peak. The powerhouses from half of the magic medicine continent had gathered here. It was simply unimaginable. Such a golden age had not happened in 100 years. Only the previous monarchs and emperors who had ascended the throne had such a grand occasion. At this point, Xuji had already been talking for quite some time. At that time, the king of the half-orcs, Brahm, went all the way into the human territory and used genetic medicine to continuously transform humans into half-orcs. He gradually gathered an army of tens of thousands of half-orcs, infected and assimilated them all the way, and launched a surprise attack in a thunderous and decisive way. The capital city was quickly conquered, and the great Emperor Wesley escaped. At this time, Albert had rushed over from the border. His impulsiveness had destroyed the last hope of the entire human race. The extinction of the human kingdom is imminent. The surrounding people, quietly and seriously. However, at this moment, a living being suddenly descended from the sky in the mountain range that they were surrounding. No one knows where he came from and where he went. He was the most mysterious emperor in the entire history of potions. At that time, he was not trying to save mankind, but to unify the whole world. Shuji's voice was calm, as if he was telling the story of someone else. Oh my God. Was he going to continue like this? Some people listened for a while and felt that something was wrong. This was just from the perspective of a bystander, and he had no intention of revealing his identity. They had been looking forward to it, but in the end, they didn't reveal any key secrets. Many people were not satisfied. This was too much of a tantrum. Detestable. It's really like this. I've guessed that it will be in the same style as the previous stories. It will talk about it, but not in detail. From the perspective of Bard, it will also not talk about the true origin of the alchemy emperor, where he came from, or the specific method of how Emperor Ermin became God. Then, why not? Could there be something else? Perhaps it's the most terrifying secret in the history of the world that we can't hear. Even though they had already guessed this, they still felt heartaches. He had risked his life to come here just to listen to the grand ending, to reveal the historical truth of the entire world, to reveal the secret of great sovereign Messiah. In the end, he did not say anything. On the other hand, Shira listened very carefully, Her ears perked up for fear of missing a word. To her, her uncle's true identity was not important. As an ordinary person, she didn't care about the shocking secrets of the world that he was hiding. Instead, she wanted to hear about that era, the glorious era when her uncle Messiah suppressed the world. The young man with black hair and black eyes continued to speak in the bar. He pacified the entire era, but he did not rule the world. He did not have the ambition of power. Instead, he traveled the entire world, loved wine, and visited gardens. As the poemer spoke, he suddenly saw something interesting, and his eyes turned into a smile. A translucent spirit flashed, and a translucent spirit appeared in the bar. It was a white-haired old man. His face was withered, but his eyes were not as turbid as the old man's. Instead, they were like the most dazzling stars. Hera had never seen anyone with such bright eyes. "Ebert, it's been 1,000 years since we last met. You've aged so much that you don't even look like a man anymore," Suji said. The Serapeep trembled. Was this the legendary, historical story had just been mentioned? The most powerful human knight of that era? Albert and Messiah. In the most ancient era of myths and legends, two characters recorded thousands of years ago had appeared. The surrounding people were stunned and felt as if they had lost their sense of reality. Not good. As expected, someone has come. Someone finally came to their senses, and as they looked at Ebert, their expression gradually froze. This was the second potion's emperor in history after the age of Messiah Albert. He had long been serving the gods of the underworld, so he was definitely here to denounce the gods. With Medusa's character, Great Lord Messiah would not be able to escape death. If I had known, I wouldn't have come to listen. We're dead. We're really dead. The bar started to become chaotic. Many people were shocked and terrified. They started to shiver in fear of the demonic god's deterrence. They had originally thought that they would be lucky, but in the end they still ran into him. Uncle Messiah. Hera's face turned ashen when she saw who it was. In the end, the origin demonic god was indeed ruthless. Albert made a round of inspection at the bar. The experts of the three kingdoms lowered their heads in the bar, pretending to drink and eat. There was even a skeletal necromancer, who gulping down large mouthfuls of wine. He was terrified and very quiet. The entire bar was silent, as it was an ordinary restaurant. Albert merely smiled. He was not here to fight, but to convey the message of demon god Medusa. Moreover, the meaning of the request was extremely strange to him. "I didn't expect it to really be you." Ebert laughed bitterly and looked at the young man in front of him. "You said that I'm old. That's only natural. I gave up my body, turned into a dead soul, and slept in the depths of the netherworld. That's how I could live to this day. I'm not like you, who still remains young." Xuji looked at the old man, as if not much time had passed. It had only been a little more than 10 days. Albert hesitated for a moment, then said, "Demon god Medusa asked me to come and ask you if you still remember the few nights when we were together with the stars in the sky." The emperors-to-be, who were eating with their heads lowered, their minds were blank, and some of them had crashed. It was not the terrifying scene they had imagined, where the entire city would be blown up, and the shockwaves would kill them. Instead, it was a rather calm tone, as if old friends were reminiscing about the past, and not coming over to denounce them. "Didn't you say that you would die without a doubt? Did it come up to kill?" So great sovereign Messiah and the demonic gods knew each other. Their expressions became complicated. They felt that it was strange. Moreover, they still remembered the few nights that they had spent together. Why did it sound like a girl who had been let down by a man? However, in the next second, they quickly threw away this thought and denied it in an instant. How could that bloody and murderous demonic god be considered a girl? Even a man wasn't as fierce as her, alright. This just be a coincidence. It was impossible for anything to happen. He might be asking about something. As an emperor to be expert, he was relatively calm. Xuji also fell silent for a moment. He knew he was indeed asking about something. The others didn't understand the meaning behind it, but he did. Medusa was asking herself if she had shared her memories with the all-knowing scholar, and had seen the scenes of her and the all-knowing scholar studying together at night. Sus. She was incomparably fierce on the outside and exposed her soft heart to Bai Xiaosheng to learn together. If he saw it, then he would kill him to silence him and take back Bai Xiaosheng. And so Xuji replied, "What night? We don't know each other." The surrounding emperors-to-be continued to drink in the bar as if they didn't hear him. However, they were already starting to lose their calm. He was a little mad. How could you not know him? Otherwise, with the Godfiend's personality, he would have beaten you up a long time ago. The great Lord Messiah had remembered the long history of 1,000 years, but she could not remember the night he had spent with Medusa. His memory was so strange. They were all trying to figure it out, and something was wrong. Although they felt that it was impossible, it was indeed a little strange now. Could there really be some vague relationship? We wanted to run. We don't hear it. The more you know, the faster you die. They were all on the verge of a mental breakdown. The necromancer, the tall, green-skinned half-orc, and the human swordsman with the greatsword, none of them dared to stand out. They stood up and continued to pretend to drink and eat. The bar, very quiet. But who knew that Albert would continue to say, "You don't remember those few nights." "This is good." The demonic god said, "Only your heart belongs to Medusa." Everyone, speechless. They roared in their hearts and were completely driven mad. Even if he could not remember the night they spent together, his heart belonged to her. These were clearly the words of a crazy woman, but before he could react for a few seconds, Ebert continued, "And great sovereign Messiah, you belong to Ermin." Everyone's faces were completely wooden and dazed. They all gasped. It turned out that not only Medusa, even the underworld monarch had been let down. Their chopsticks fell to the ground, and they were so scared that their legs soft and they shivered. This was too terrifying. Were they two boats? Xuji was speechless, but he instantly understood the underlying meaning of Medusa's words. They had already discussed and agreed to split the loot. They would split the treasures of this ancient Nime existence equally. He, the great Messiah, belonged to Ermin and his heart. In other words, the wandering all in her body would belong to Medusa. "I understand. I won't agree with what they're doing," Xuji replied. The people around them perked up their ears to eavesdrop, and they were even more devastated. He couldn't believe his ears. Bastard! They were heartbroken? You don't even want this? Those were two utmost beings. Beside him, Shira was also putting away the chopsticks and pretending to hold the bowl. She was so scared that she stuttered again. "Wah! Oh my God, what did I just see? This? The original demonic god Medusa. The primogenitor demon god who gave us all our power. Previously, Emperor Paihan had been beaten to death after saying that the purplish-blue flower. Uncle Messiah actually. That's amazing." Shira covered her mouth with her little hand, her eyes full of surprise and disbelief. Uncle Messiah is this powerful. Not only is she a demon god, but she also has the underworld monarch. Albert asked the next question. "Great sovereign Messiah, great demonic god, let me ask you one last question. Do you think? Can we win this battle? The surroundings became more and more deathly silent. There was no more sound. The mystery of Messiah had risen to a higher level. Two supreme ancient existences were actually asking for his opinion on this war. Everyone's eyes were burning as they waited for Graverin Messiah's answer. According to the current situation, the gods of both sides were holding each other back and fighting. The land of potions had far more experts than the other side, so victory was inevitable. However, Great Emperor Messiah said, "Victory or defeat is between the two." This moment once again shocked everyone's minds. Does that mean ancient barren world still has a trump card? Doesn't that mean the front line could be attacked at any time? Many of the emperors-to-be had strange expressions. I must report this to the two supreme existences. Albert immediately moved as well, with a grave expression on his face. He knew that since the two demon gods had sent him here to ask, it meant that the other party's words, it was credible, it was valuable as a reference. After all, this was a war that involved the world. "I'll take my leave first." Albert disappeared from the bar. The surrounding emperor-to-be felt relieved and their bodies went soft. It was too terrifying to walk on the edge of life and death. At this moment, the long history had ended and the truth had been revealed. However, the true identity of great sovereign Messiah had not yet been revealed. He himself was a huge new mystery in the long history. In everyone's mind, it brought about an even greater, unknown mysterious fog. Who was great sovereign Messiah? They were two supreme gods. Their hearts were completely manic. This was like a pit that had not been filled up, and new pits were dug out one after another. Even Lord Demonic God seemed to have unclear and vague relationship. Great sovereign Messiah, farewell. I'll also take my leave. The front line might be in trouble. I'll go take a look. In the end, they left because their little hearts couldn't take it anymore. Also, history had come to an end, and the bar was about to close. There was no need for them to stay here. The crowd in the bar disappeared without a trace. It's over. Xuji got up calmly, looked at the empty bar, and slowly walked door. I've finished talking about the era of great sovereign Messiah, and it just so happens to be a perfect ending. I should get up and go somewhere else. Since I can't understand my heart, I'll stop for. Well, it's time to get down to business. Uncle, where are you going? Hira's voice trembled as she quickly rolled up her bag and wanted to follow behind. Go to the front line, the Blood Realm, and read a piece of history. Xuji said, if you're coming, you can come along. What history? Hera didn't understand. Xuji laughed. To witness the present history. This is an end and a new beginning. The war between the two worlds was about to break out completely. It would be decided very soon. Was it a new life? Or destruction? Who won and who lost? Victory? How could he be so fast? They've been fighting for more than 10 years. Hera's body trembled. She remembered what Uncle Messiah had said. Was there really a problem at the front line? You must know that the other party is far weaker than us. In reality, what Xuji said was right. The primordial world was at a great disadvantage, but they had a group of players. There was a forum outside that was posting wildly. They had been planning in secret for a long time, and were stirring up trouble. Since the history lesson was over, it was time to go and take a look. The war of the two worlds was the real business and the desolate and dark night. The cold wind was biting. A black carriage with engravings on it sped forward. The interior of the carriage was made of thick and luxurious animal skin, and were small and exquisite furniture on both sides. It seemed to have been transformed into a small room. Xuji was eating his food leisurely in the carriage. Next to him, Hera sat quietly and helped peel fruits. She kept taking out fine wine and cups from her space ring and placed them on the table carefully. Uncle Messiah really knows how to enjoy life. Hera kept arranging the things seriously, thinking that he was indeed the great who was in charge of the garden and wine. While preparing, Hera could not help but ask, "What happened?" Xuji took a bite of the fruit and said in an airy voice, "There's another world, the primordial world. Earth-shattering changes are happening there. They were going to make a big move, and they had an earth-shattering plan. We've finished talking about our history in the bar. You can go to the Blood Realm and witness the current history. After talking about the past history, you'd witness the present history?" Hera's eyes widened and she shouted, "We're going to the battlefield? Witness history? Are you saying that they can actually threaten us? Didn't they say that that world is very weak and that they have very few epic-level emperors?" Xuji said, "No matter how difficult the situation is, it's possible to create an incredible miracle. There have been many miracles and twists in history, just like the history of the alchemy, Emperor's later years." Hera didn't react. However, the alchemy monarch's mysterious later years and his various heaven-defying rise were indeed admirable. Xuji was eating the fruit, and the sweet juice overflowed from his taste buds. He continued, "It's hard to explain. You'll know when you get there. Their world may seem weak, but it's not to be underestimated. They were still at their peak, advancing triumphantly, unlike the magic medicine era. Although they had developed for 1,000 years, they had also fallen into a bottleneck. This is also one of the reasons why the demon god Medusa wanted to start a war. She wanted to break through a pool of stagnant water." Hera was stunned. She really couldn't understand the world of the big shots. Must I kill him? Wasn't it good for both sides to be at peace? Xuji cast a glance at her. The so-called slaughter, war, death. This was not just the will of the demon god. It was the will of all the strong Tevaders, including the demonic medicine monarch and the heavenly emperor of the ancient barren world. They're also indulging in all of this, longing for death, and understanding the meaning of their lives. Why did it turn out like this? Hera shivered in disbelief. Did they agree to this disaster? Xuji looked up at the dark sky outside the carriage and said, "It's very cruel. This is reality. In the extraordinary world, only the people at the bottom and the middle are experiencing hardships. The people in power at the top, the monarchs, the great emperors, and the gods naturally benefit to varying degrees. No matter which expert it is, they all yearn for a hearty battle. They all have an invincible heart and believe that they are invincible in the face of adversity. They've already reached the peak of their cultivation, and what awaits them is merely aging, and being submerged in the long river of history, becoming a spattering snow-white spray that rises and then fuses with the river. They've been in deep sleep until now, waiting for this period of time. They're waiting for the day when the wind rises and they'll soar up to 90,000 li. To jump out of the rolling history, become a bird, forever embedded in the sky, become a god overlooking the entire history of the river, watching the rise and fall of each dynasty. Supreme, boundless power, and a long and boundless lifespan. That's what they want." Lightly. This is the truth of the world. Boom. Shira's mind seemed to have exploded, and she was shocked. She might not have been able to understand it before, but now that she had heard about the long history, she seemed to understand this pursuit. Don't think too highly of the strong. They're also mortals, like your father, Morhank, who is pursuing the strength of the merchant group. He rules a few nearby cities and has many beautiful women. Their only goal is to be better. Shuji's voice was extremely calm. but there was a certain charm to it. Immortality, power, eternity, level 8 mythical life. Hera seemed to understand and quickly asked, "This is an opportunity. They are all sovereigns and emperors in history. They once suppressed an era and were unrivaled in an era. They have countless trump cards. They don't believe that they are going to die. They are going to transcend. But, Hera suddenly quieted down. She wailed, her body shaking uncontrollably. You don't believe that you'll die? No matter how strong they were. There are always people who have to die. They are unique in a certain period of history. But in the current history, they will not be the only ones. You've already seen through many things. This battle will depend on the people on both sides. Xu Ji explained seriously, who will be able to transcend and become a member of their supreme existence. Xu Ji looked out of the carriage window. Or perhaps this battle was too intense. The war between the two worlds would not only give birth to one god. Xu shook his head. How many? He wouldn't understand. However, it was definitely the greatest energy feedback in history. If they wanted someone to transcend, Xu Ji would also receive a reward. In a sense, they had the same goal, so he only needed to ignore them and watch from the side. Dao Jin. There was still a problem that he wanted to figure out and worry about. As for the ancient world, there were a few red-named players and a bunch of netizens. How could they just wait for death? They were already stirring up trouble in the dark. At this moment, Hera couldn't help but say, Uncle, what's going on between you and Lord Demon God, and your secret? Who is it? Her heart was really craving for it. Like tens of thousands of ants crawling on the ground, scratching her heart. Was helpless. It was a misunderstanding. However, with Medusa's character, she naturally did not care about other people's misunderstandings and opinions. And was he? According to Medusa, Ermin's explanation, it wasn't easy to explain. That's nothing you should know right now. Xu Ji replied, Oh, I understand. Shira nodded and didn't ask any more questions. She continued to serve tea as a servant. This group of guys is up to something again. You guys are really bold. After consoling Shira, he sat in the carriage and ate while projecting a translucent image in front of his eyes from his sub-brain. It was the Spore Evolution Game Forum, and posts were being sent out crazily. He turned upside down. With their personalities, how could they just sit back and wait for death? At this moment, a post was pinned to the top. It was a declaration of war post. Epic war, brothers. Beat the war drum. Online crusade against Medusa, his old rival. Reverse the desperate situation. Xu Ji smiled. It had indeed started. Let's go take a look. Just as he was about to read the thread and silently observe the enemy camp to investigate the player's every move, an unbelievable message was sent by the intelligent sub-brain. Someone is exploring the location of the Zerg Queen's orchard. Who's messing with me now? Xu Ji's expression gradually froze, and he was instantly stunned, feeling that it was strange. The intelligent sub-brain had blocked all the exploration methods that players could think of. And there was no way to locate the location of the orchard in reality. One should underestimate the technological abilities of the high-tech Zergs. But how could he find the location? In fact, it was not as if there were no loopholes to exploit. After all, in order to break the shield and travel through worlds, Phoenix had created space travel. This special method of jumping over the shield and locating the position in front of him. Could it be the law of causality? In a luxurious room in the capital, the decorations were elegant. There was a large pink bed, a few dolls placed on the side, and a small cloakroom next to it. It was filled with branded bags, shoes, and all kinds of expensive luxury goods. Next to the cloakroom was a figurine wall, with all kinds of exquisite and out-of-print figurines, which added up to 1,000,000 yuan, not to mention the luxury cloakroom next to it. The life of the rich is so peaceful and boring. Since I was young, I've always had a smooth journey in everything I did. It's really vexing. Can't you just let society beat me up and torture me a little? The cute girl murmured, I really want to get beaten up. She suddenly shouted. She was wearing white pajamas with a cute bear pattern on it. She stretched lazily and sat in front of the computer, tapping on the keyboard. I didn't expect that my luck in real life would brought into the game. As soon as he entered, he heard the Tao Lord who created the world preach on Tao. He became the green vine Mother Earth, then became the creation wood, protected all living beings, and took Taoist immortals as his disciples. It's simply an extremely strange journey. She was the only one who knew how lucky she was. She was born into an extremely wealthy family. She was beautiful and tall, and her external conditions were simply unparalleled. She was the dream of many people, and after she was born, her father's career advanced by leaps and bounds. When she was 8 years old, her father took her to see a fortune-telling master. He said that she was the kind of person who had a heaven-defying fortune and monstrous luck. From then on, her father doted on her. Her father had indeed saved her from all kinds of dangers along the way. Her father could not wait to treat her like a god of wealth, serve her with incense and fruits every day, and serve her well. I'm God's most pampered little kid. Meng Mei crossed her legs and said very seriously, I think I'm one of the luckiest people on earth. I have no more dreams in real life. Only this unknown, real-world game makes me interested. Alchemy Emperor, the racer of Mount Haruna, Xiaoku Downhill, and then the red-named players like Long Wuming. These famous players. He was indeed more powerful than her, entered the academy earlier than her, and was smarter than her. But none of them could outmatch him. This luck. There were countless geniuses in history, but many of them had died. It was not enough to just have one's own talents. There was also luck. In the long history, which of the kings who could rise to power was not astonishingly lucky? Raoxe. For example, Liu Bang showed his emperor's appearance when he killed the snake, and he was the son of the Red Emperor. No matter whether the legend was true or false, his luck must be heaven-defying. He did have his own talent and wisdom, but without heaven-defying luck, how could he have all kinds of hidden geniuses and generals assisting him? From that poor background, he would not have been able to reach that step. One's luck was very important, even more important than one's talent. He was the kind of lucky person who could pick up a martial arts manual, even if he fell off a cliff. Those African people, no matter how hard they work, they are nothing more than thunderhammers. Slimes are worth 10 rose coins. A person's luck is too important. How can they compete with me? Meng Mei mumbled to herself. Suddenly, she walked to the window with her hands behind her back and said arrogantly, especially after I established the dragon vein and gathered a fortune. My fortune seemed to have turned into a golden dragon, which made my luck even stronger. If I'm considered lucky, I'm now very lucky. I'm God's most beloved child. She's the girl that the God of creation loves the most. That's why I'm going to pursue my male god. The better her luck was, the more it was reflected in the game. In reality, it was also reflected invisibly. It was as if the draconic providence of the primordial world was added to his body in reality. It's as if our two worlds are in the same world. I can feel the great Zhou dynasty's blessing on my luck Dao. What an amazing game! Meng Mei looked at herself in the mirror. She was getting prettier, and her body was getting better. She turned one round in front of the mirror and smiled. Also, I feel that the closer I to the south, the more I can feel that mysterious pull. Should I drive there and follow the feeling? Meng Mei held her chin. Anyway, the local Mother Green Vine often goes out to watch movies and travel everywhere. Ji was speechless. This person had too much drama in his mind, and he was still doing crazy things. Could she really follow her feelings and find my orchard based on her luck? Luck? Is there such a thing as metaphysics? He took a deep breath. Speaking of which, I've worked so hard for so long without comprehending my Tao heart. But this guy has comprehended his Tao heart the moment he came here? Xu Ji had noticed a long time ago. At that time she had thought that it was just a moment of luck. She did not expect that everything would be so smooth. Medusa had set a trap for her to jump into. In the end, under various coincidences, the danger had turned into safety. She was still carefree in the other party's world, being a fake saintess. Is there really such a thing as destiny in this world? No matter where you go, you can turn danger into safety? Sitting in the carriage, Xu Ji felt a headache coming on. So he asked the intelligent subbrain. The intelligent subbrain said in a mechanical voice, "On a life planet, the thoughts and prayers of countless living beings will gather and form the consciousness of all living beings. This is what you often call Earth's consciousness, Gaia. It will inadvertently favor some living beings and become the son of destiny. This is also what you call the chosen one of destiny. Earth's consciousness really existed?" Xu Jining choked for a few seconds. She had not thought of this. "Yes, it's only natural," the intelligent subbrain replied. "This is like the incense system of the current primordial world. It has converged into the heavenly Tao. If it can be achieved in the sandbox world, it can naturally be achieved on this planet as well. However, there are no transcendent beings on this ordinary planet. The consciousness of all living beings gathered on this planet is very ordinary and hazy. They are the lowest existence, without self-consciousness." Xu Ji naturally understood this. He had gone to the cinema to enjoy incense offerings, but he had ended up absorbing too little. The intelligent subbrain continued explaining. "Some extraordinary planets have many powerful beings, so the consciousness of the planet will be stronger. Even more powerful ones will form a conscious life form and become a demon through some kind of opportunity. That is also a form of life. It is called an ionic life form, which is the heavenly Tao of a planet. The consciousness of a planet is very powerful." Xu Ji asked. "The Earth is not a consciousness. It's impossible for a group of mortals to produce a heavenly Tao. The true heavenly Tao is very, very rare and powerful. In the entire universe, there are many life forms. 99% of them are carbon-based or silicon-based life forms. Many of them are rare unique life forms, ion-based life forms, karma-based life forms, and even some unknown forbidden life forms in the universe. They are so terrifying that they can instantly destroy any top-level 9 or 10 civilization. They are not to be trifled with," the intelligent subbrain said. "We, the Zerg, are merely the pinnacle of carbon-based life forms. We can simulate any physical life form with any structure, but we also have our limitations." She nodded. He had known for a long time that the talents of the Zergs were heaven-defying. They had unlimited potential for development, but they were not invincible. The previous Zerg's Queen Mother had gone wild and flew into a certain high-dimensional world, only to be blown up alive. Farming was the way to go. According to the classification, level 1 to level 7 were low-leveled civilizations. Those with level 8 existences were middle-tier civilizations, which meant that they could start to cross planets. The extent of the jump was a qualitative change. A civilization that had a level 9 existence was a level 9 civilization. And that was already a rare advanced civilization in the universe. After that, he didn't dare to figure it out. Shuji did not mind. After all, he had been staying at home and growing his own crops. Back to the matter at hand. In other words, this is similar to the heavenly Tao of the primordial world, where the joss flames of all living beings gather. However, over the hundreds of millions of years on Earth, the heavenly Tao that was formed by the consciousnesses of countless living beings was too weak and dispensable. The truly powerful ones are the native heavenly Daos of the transcendent planets, which are some form of life. Xuji felt that perhaps those extraordinary planets in the universe really had a saying that they were heaven-defying. So Mengmei is indeed quite lucky. The reason why she could have such smooth journey in the sandbox world is because of this sandbox. It's also on Earth, a part of Earth. Originally on this ordinary Earth, her luck wasn't that good. At most, she would be rich and reach the peak of her life. She wouldn't become the son of heaven's mandate or become a god or an immortal. However, she had created an extraordinary sandbox world herself, and she instantly showed her power. After figuring all this out, Xuji did not know whether to laugh or cry. He also completely understood many of the rules. It really did have Earth's consciousness. She's not the only one. There are dozens of people on the entire planet who have been blessed. The destiny that she has been blessed with is only average. The intelligent subbrain replied. However, she has superimposed the incense of the ancient primordial world on her. The power of a country has formed a dragon vein, and she has superimposed the great fortune of the ancient primordial world on it. Naturally, the fortune has been strengthened. This person is getting more and more. But you don't have to worry about it. Xuji thought for a moment and said, a person's luck is also a kind of talent, just like talent. So what if Mengmei becomes a saint? It's equivalent to becoming one of my people and indirectly using and controlling Earth's consciousness. The stronger she is, the more likely she'll be able to absorb the favor of the fate energy. Although it was weak, it was still a planet with life. Who knows, it'd be useful in the future. After all, this was an existence similar to the heavenly Tao of Daoist Changsheng, just that it was much weaker than Daoist Changsheng. However, it couldn't bear the fact that it was huge, an entire planet, not a small heavenly Tao of a small orchard. He might have to pay attention to this player, Mengmei, and get some luck from her. Earth's heavenly Tao? Xuji thought about it for a moment. He had built a small sandbox for himself, a supernatural world. Perhaps knowing this would be very helpful to him. In the room, Mengmei didn't know that the game's operator had his eyes on her, and thought that her real identity was very confidential. She crossed her legs and happily posted in front of the computer. Epic War Brothers beat the war drum. Online crusade against Medusa, his old rival. Reverse the desperate situation. At that moment, the entire forum was extremely lively. By our reporter, Mengmei's Dragon Evolution. Recently, due to the harsh environment of our neighbor, the sorcerer world, with all kinds of sewage discharge and garbage not sorted, has caused the atmosphere to be weak and the entire world to become cold. They have invaded our world. I, Green Vine Mother, once again declare that the territory of our ancient primordial world is sacred and inviolable. To be honest, the difference in combat power between the two sides is huge. But the big shots of the Red Name players and I are not to be trifled with. Clenched teeth. Back when he was the evil god of Cthulhu, he had set a trap and beat Medusa up, bringing her back from death. Now he can naturally beat her up again. The cute girl's words were very arrogant. No matter what, morale could not be lost. Even if she had to boast, she had to do it. The surrounding people were still discussing, how do we fight? The difference in military strength was huge. Confused. That's right. There are too many monarchs and emperors on the other side, and we have too few heavenly emperors. Although each of us is powerful, we can't handle a group of gay men. Funny face. Furthermore, aren't the hidden cards left behind by the potioneers back then useless? 1,000 years of development has completely completed the potion system. And they can't even understand the current Cthulhu evil god. Medusa isn't stupid. After occupying Cthulhu's body, she will definitely take it for herself without leaving any flaws and let others snatch it. Oh? The discussion was huge. They were familiar with the system of the potion era, and it had even been developed by the players. However, after 1,000 years, it had transformed into something they didn't recognize. There were hundreds of classes alone, and it was an extremely mature system. It's fine. We already have a plan to learn how to save the other world, Meng Mei posted. Learn how to save the world. Everyone was stunned, not understanding what he meant. This, again? Is there anything that can't be solved by studying? If there was, she would learn twice as much. However, the other party had already come knocking on their door. What was the point of learning now? How could he turn the tables by relying on excellent knowledge, pioneering peerless divine arts, similar to the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art? You guys are too young. You definitely can't think of what we're going to do. If you can think of it, does that mean Medusa can think of it too? In order to stop the enemy, even if we have to pay with our lives, we will not hesitate. After all, we're already too old. We've lived for more than 900 years and are reaching the end of our lifespans. We don't have many years left. Since we're going to die of old age, we'll make the last contribution to the land we once lived on. We'll protect this pure land at the cost of our lives, the cute girl said affectionately. We are players. We're not afraid of death. We also love this land deeply. We laughed for it, and we also shed tears for it. What happened in the Western era is very touching. Everyone, please witness our deaths. There was a moment of silence. Counting the time, Meng Mei and the others had already gone in for 9 days. Don't worry, you'll see the screenshot soon. I'm going to start a live broadcast now. Screens. A picture was quickly posted. The war has begun. Witness our death. Blood realm. The ground was soaked in blood, and the soil was blood red. Heavenly Emperor Dozan stood quietly on the soil, and his overwhelming aura rushed over, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. He was a celestial emperor who was extremely powerful. He had always been in charge of the azure heaven of the 9 heavens. The origin of the Dozan Emperor was very ancient. He could be traced back to the time when the world was created. He was the most primitive ancestor of the ancestors of sorcery, and the teacher of the 12 ancestors of sorcery. He was also once known as the god of battle. His combat power was unparalleled, but at this time, he was guarding the immortal world and the common people of the mortal world. As long as I'm here, I won't allow you to take even half a step in. Tiantu's body was covered in blood. He roared in anger and unwillingness. His voice spread to the heavens, causing the entire earth to shake. Hehe, you're indeed very strong and extraordinary in the battle, Emperor Heavenly Graham. I have to admit this, but so what? You've already been killed by us. How many of us can you stop? You're too old. You've lived from the time when your world was created until today. You're already on the verge of death, so what can you do? A monarch from the ancient magic potion era had a cold look in his eyes. So what if you're the only one who has successfully cultivated the 9 revolutions mysterious art other than the heavenly Tao? We've already made preparations. We can't find your acupuncture points, but we can test them one by one. Another monarch said in a cold voice, "Even if I die of old age, I will drag you down with me." Emperor Tiantu made his move. Kill. This was practically the last battle of the sky map. He was fighting 13 demon emperors by himself. His 8-armed true form was frantically bombarding them. It was as if the sky was collapsing, the earth was cracking, and the entire world was shaking. The battle emperor's combat techniques were unparalleled. His 8 arms were killing non-stop, and his leg techniques were amazing. He had opened up the 9 great battle formula, and he used all his strength against the 13 ancient demon medicine heavenly emperors alone. You're exhausted, but you didn't carry all living beings in your inner world? Are you afraid of being crushed and the lives you'll bring with you dying? A cold laugh rang out. What a joke! Before you die, you're still worried about those mortals. Mortals are just ants. No matter how many of them there are, it's useless. This way you, who don't have energy, can kill them easily. The monarchs and great emperors all spoke coldly. They were still naturally on guard and silent. The other party's system of combat strength cultivation was difficult. The upper limit was very high. His combat strength was 3 to 4 times that of their own at the same level. Their own combat strength at the same level was already very terrifying, but the other party could actually fight all 13 of them at the same time. It was simply outrageous. They had also heard of the other party's history. Tiantu and the emperor fought for God, but the emperor lost his head and was buried under Mount Changyang. He was one of the most ancient heavenly emperors. Boom. All of a sudden, Heavenly Emperor Dosun swung his fist. Chaotic light surrounded his palm. A great emperor monarch screamed and exploded into a mist of blood. However, he was also severely injured. He only killed one of us. If we continue to kill him, he won't be able to hold on for long. The demonic medicine sovereign and the other great emperors didn't seem to be afraid at all. They didn't have the mood to mourn the death of their kind and continued to speak calmly. On the battlefield, the other heavenly emperors were enraged by this scene. They wanted to help, but they were stopped by the demonic medicine emperors. Don't worry, it'll be your turn soon. This heavenly emperor, one of the most powerful beings, is dead. You don't have much time left. This was an ambush. They had paid a great price to stop the other heavenly emperors, and many of them were either dead or injured. However, this price was worth it. They wanted to kill the heavenly map battle god where he stood. Boom. There was a violent collision, and terrifying light spread out. The heavenly map war god's true body of the ancestor of sorcery kept shattering. Death and rebirth alternated. No matter how strong his recovery ability was, it was also destroyed in the battle. Another 2 demon medicine sovereigns had died. The heavenly map war god was on the verge of death as well. He was not a Dao immortal after all, and he did not bring many living beings with him. I'm not willing to accept this. The sky painting, Emperor roared, his hair disheveled. His eyes were clear and hot-blooded. This expression made countless people sad and moved. I've lived nearly 1,000 years. Am I going to die today? He was already on the verge of death. With a final roar, his blood splattered all over the ground. Before he died, he once again killed a potion's emperor. With a strong sense of unwillingness, he said, "If it wasn't for my old age and abundant physical strength, I might not be your match." Voila. His blood fell. His body was broken, and he had completely lost his vitality. The war god, he Countless people on the ground cried out in grief and kneeled on the ground, their wails shaking the world. This ancestor of sorcery was dead. He was an unrivaled hero in ancient times, but unfortunately, time had taken away his youth today. This ancient celestial emperor who guarded the celestial heavens had been in seclusion for hundreds of years, but he still chose to attack. He dragged his old body and stood in front of the entire world at the most desperate moment, fighting for all living beings. He could have escaped, but some people were choked with tears. Since the creation of the world, sky-painting great emperor was one of the most ancient existences. He was honored with the title of ancestor of sorcery. His achievements could shake the world. He founded the ancestor of sorcery, overthrew the era of innate ancient gods, and built the prosperous ancestor of sorcery celestial court. But his achievements were stolen. The Danchin cultivation method he opened up was body cultivation, another system that Ren Zhu had created many years ago. Known as the Two Mother Scriptures, it laid the foundation for the later generations. Many celestial emperors followed his path. It could be said without him, there would not be a body cultivation path in the entire world. Demons, monsters, demons, Buddhas, immortals, and gods destroy the character to become a human. Witchcraft speak of the word defying. At this moment, some of the sorcerer tribe's old men were shouting, screaming, and crying. This was the Enden era, and many people were crying. If Tianju didn't fight with the emperor for God and cause a ruckus in the heavenly palace, he wouldn't have been suppressed under the Changyang mountain for 500 years. There's an ancient rumor that the heavenly painting emperor is one of the ancient primordial treasures that created the heavens and earth. A stone in the victorious East immortal continent is psychic, and every time it receives the beauty of the heavens and earth, the essence of the sun and the moon, it will feel it for a long time and thus gain spiritual connection. The inner immortal fetus will turn into a stone man. If it wasn't for the god of war, who lost his precious golden cudgel and relied on the 9 revolutions' mysterious art's inextinguishable golden body, how could he have fought so hard? An old man of the sorcerer tribe burst into tears. That's right. This ancient existence went through 81 difficulties before he cultivated into the battle god. In their grief, the atmosphere gradually changed. Shush. Xuji and Hera stopped their carriage on the bright red ground and watched the scene from afar. Hera covered her mouth and shouted in shock. That god of war is a heroic and selfless celestial emperor who protects all the living beings on the earth. He's not afraid of death, but he still wants to drag his old body to block the invaders. Hera started to feel sad. Yeah, he's unarmed. If he didn't lose his weapon, the Jingu staff, Xuji laughed and did not deny it. That's selling his character. Character setting? What is it? Hera didn't understand. Xuji did not answer. He knew very well what kind of people red names were. They were all cunning old foxes. Their current behavior, probably like those celebrities who, in order to gain more fans, sold their public persona like crazy. They had a studio operating behind them to attract the worship of fans. Xuji's teeth immediately ached. He took out a personal biography, Legend of the God of War, which was now extremely popular in the primordial world. He flipped through it continuously, reading 10 lines at glance. It was a sad story of one's growth. If you add a hero character to yourself without permission, the background story will blossom. Woo! Heavenly Emperor Tianju has slipped away. In the entire primordial world, in the mortal world, there were old people and children holding the legend of the god of war as they walked out. They were crying hysterically. Their sorrowful cries and beliefs gradually turned into invisible threads that flew into the sky. In the heaven realm, ancient existences wailed sorrowfully as their thoughts turned into clouds and mist. Gradually, the dragon veins of the great Zhou dynasty gathered and trembled. They transformed into a golden dragon that soared into the sky. It was shining, and billions of strands of immortal light were dazzling, illuminating the entire dynasty. Boom! Countless thoughts gathered and condensed into a figure of order. It gradually solidified and turned into a living being of flesh and blood. This was an unparalleled and majestic figure. His black hair was dancing in the wind, and he was wearing a golden battle god armor and a purple gold crown. He was wearing cloud-walking shoes and holding a golden staff that contained endless light and fire. It was as if the entire world would be pierced open with a slight movement. It's the war god. He has returned. Many people were in tears. The faces of the other great emperors were filled with shock. Impossible. Only the great Zhou dynasty's Renong can be reborn, undying and imperishable. His achievements will be engraved in the hearts of all living beings. This is impossible. This was absolutely impossible. The amount of energy needed a heavenly emperor was too much. The incense and thoughts of the countless ministers, experts, Confucians, and living beings of great Zhou dynasty can only be provided to one celestial emperor, Hu Renong. There is no way they can provide a second celestial emperor. The heavenly map war god only smiled slightly and touched this peerless divine weapon, secretly adding, "Character setting, you're really good." Is it the power of will from the faith of all living beings, a divine weapon of virtue condensed from it? I'm alive again! He leaped up and waved his rod in a domineering and fierce manner. We were born free. Who dares to be high and mighty? Who dares to fight me? I think, so I'm here. The moment this war god rose into the air, his eyes exploded with brilliance. Boom! A bolt of lightning streaked across and illuminated his figure. It was as if the domineering air of the divine map and the emperor fighting for God had once again been imprinted in the eternal 1,000 years of history. I'm reborn. His heart stirred, and he could not help but. A screenshot. The great emperors of the magic medicine era in the distance looked at this scene in shock. The war god was the most ancient heavenly emperor existence. It was unexpected that he could be reborn. This was almost impossible. Not to mention that this great emperor god of war did not cultivate the way of incense. It was also very difficult to achieve a great achievement in the hearts of all living beings in a short period. Time. That was a supreme glory almost no one could achieve. This is impossible. It was impossible. Even if it is done, the great Zhou dynasty can only accommodate one heavenly emperor. How can we resurrect a second heavenly emperor now? A great emperor had sneaked into the great Zhou dynasty and killed many people who worshipped the incense. He knew how the great Zhou dynasty worked, so he could not believe what he saw. No matter how he thought about it, it was impossible, but he had done it. The ancient barren world has too many terrifying trump cards. Perhaps this is just the iceberg. At this moment, the demon medicine monarchs and great emperors finally panicked. The battle god who had come back to life was obviously different from before. He looked much stronger, and his old body was restored to its peak condition by the wish power of the masses. God of war, you've been revived from death. Is this a setup that you've already prepared? You want to defy the heavens? A skeleton undead emperor spoke, loudly rebuking in anger. They were already beginning to feel afraid. At this moment, Meng Mei was live streaming on the forum. Screenshots were quickly sent out. It even formed into a slideshow turning into a continuous scene, like a movie theater. This was a special function that had recently been added, Spore Evolution Forum, which provided a continuous display of screenshots. The consecutive images made it seem as if they were a live Xiangxia movie that was broadcasting the war between the two worlds. When the netizens saw that Heavenly Emperor Doshan and Heavenly Emperor Tiantu had fallen into a trap and were surrounded, they became nervous and their hearts tightened. The unyielding will of Heavenly Emperor Tiantu had touched their hearts. What the FTK? Was he really going to die? Confused? AI! It has been 900 years since then. Although it has only been a week, I can still remember the red name player Bale clearly. I didn't expect him to be able to achieve this. Although his life was coming to an end, he could have retreated. But in order to protect the land, he stood up, emotional. There's also a fair side to red names, and they've changed. They had turned over a new leaf. Tears. Everyone in front of their computers saw this scene. A bloodied celestial emperor ancestor of sorcery laughed as he fought. His eyes were clear and filled with passion. It was a moving sight. He couldn't pretend to look like he was trying to save everyone. The scene changed quickly. Soon, the Dosan Emperor was getting more and more severely injured. Before he died, he killed a few great emperors of demonic medicine monarch. His broken body quickly fell to the ground and lost all signs of life. Woo. Many emotional people started to cry. They took white tissues in front of their computers and silently wiped their tears. He's changed. He's a good person. Woo. I've never given you a good person card in my life. You're the first one I gave you. Crying. AI! I always thought that the players were all idiots, their minds full of coquettish ideas. I didn't expect such a heroic scene. As expected, we're still very courageous at the critical moment. This, him for humans. Many people felt that the red names had already been cleared. Thinking about his achievements, his life was full of ups and downs. He was always on the path of being beaten up, but he did bring benefits to the entire ancient barren world. He created the ancestral sorcerer lineage, overthrew the later ancestral sorcerer heavenly court, and defeated Emperor Kui. He played a part in all these, and that was why the Eastern era was prosperous. Someone even consoled. Don't be sad, everyone. This is a very satisfactory ending. Yes. This player's second life was very exciting and he died a glorious death. However, just as everyone was reminiscing and sighing with emotion, the atmosphere suddenly changed. In the forum post, a screenshot was posted. A god of war in golden armor was resurrected. He held the Jingu staff and laughed wildly. There was even a screenshot of his own first-person account that was posted with the following words. You can't imagine the joy of rebirth. I've lived a second life. The players were speechless. Piffed. They all spat out a mouthful of blood. Their faces darkened on the spot, and they fell into a brief silence. This was a screenshot from when he was alive. For us to reminisce? But could this be a conspiracy? Why did it feel like something was wrong? They subconsciously looked down, and sure enough, the following screenshots were quickly sent out. The battle god had returned to his youth. He was radiant and bursting with a strong fighting spirit. He was madly fighting against the celestial emperors of the magic potion era, looking extremely mighty. They finally came to their senses. It's probably so sad because it's absorbing the incense. Your King poisonous. What an animal. Scum. Her character has collapsed. They were completely furious. The evidence was already conclusive. There was someone here who would cheat them of their tears without saying a word. This actor's acting was superb. He was definitely a super movie king. Not only did he deceive the natives, but he also deceived them. If there were incense in front of the computer, they would also contribute it. They wailed in grief and resentment. "I'm so angry. My mom asked me why I flipped the table. Don't trust UFA king idiots anymore." Clenched teeth. "I'm also stupid. I'm too young. I've suffered losses in the past, and now I'm still being deceived by you." Crying. The screen instantly exploded with comments. Countless people were sitting in front of their computers, grumbling. They were so angry. However, what was going on? How could he have survived? Just like the monarchs and emperors, they knew that it was impossible for a second heavenly monarch to be reborn. Mengmei evolved into a dragon and said, "Ha ha ha ha. Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Countless people were having a headache. Mengmei typed, "This is my learning to save the other world." Next, our reporter, Mengmei, will give a detailed explanation of the war strategy for this world war. Right, I forgot to tell you. This plan is planned by me behind the scenes. If Medusa is the commander of the demonic realm, I am the commander of the entire immortal realm. We will each lead a world and play chess on the same level. What was the meaning of this? Everyone was shocked. Wasn't Mengmei a salted fish? How did he get to this height? Mengmei sat in front of the computer and smiled. She typed on the keyboard and said in high spirits, "It means what it means literally. I'm in charge of giving out orders. Tiandao, several red-named players, and ancient lords of heaven, as my underlings, are in charge of carrying out the orders." Except the battle, everyone's mind went blank. Mengmei was the commander of this war. This was an even greater than the resurrection of the red name player Belle. The previous cute girl was very lazy. In the Taoist Changsheng plan, a few red-named players were the main ones. She was the one who carried it out and personally went to teach her disciples, Taoist Changsheng. She had always been a bystander at the edge, but this plan was planned and led by her. How did she do it? Why would a few red-named players listen to her obediently? Did she have the ability to do so? Perhaps there was. And the resurrection plan of this heavenly Emperor Tiantu in front of him. Was she the one who was secretly leading it? The cute girl crossed her legs and continued to type. "I am the mother of the Earth's dragon vein, and the founder of the entire incense system. I enlightened my disciple, Hu Renong, and established the great Zhou dynasty. I'm the dragon vein of the dynasty, and I've long understood the secrets of the incense. Otherwise, how could Baal have been resurrected? For hundreds of years, he had traveled the entire land, haha. Do you really think I'm on vacation?" Everyone was shocked, and an unbelievable thought appeared in their minds. This person was pretending to be a salted fish. Could it be he was thinking about the dark red name players again? Previously, she had caused the red name players to suffer a huge loss, perishing together with her and being imprisoned as various treasures. No one had forgotten how cunning and sinister she was. She was simply the true successor of the idiotic netizens. Things were getting complicated. The current red name player, Belle, has indeed fallen into a trap. Whoop! Although Belle took the opportunity to reincarnate for a second time and shed his old age, he's still a god-level heavenly emperor who's worshipped by the people. He can only act according to others' wishes in the future. Otherwise, the incense offerings will be cut off at any time. This is an open conspiracy. Baal doesn't want to die. He knows this, but he can only do this. Countless people analyzed the scene they had just seen. They were not stupid. There were many smart people in the world. But they were itching to know the truth. Cute girl, you guys are too much of a conspiracy theory. What do you mean pretending? He was indeed a salted fish. As a farmer and a leisure player, I traveled around the mountains and rivers. Although my combat power is not as good as those red-named players, I have already become a geologist. I have been constantly modifying the terrain and spending hundreds of years. I had my disciple bring me around the mountains and rivers to study the Earth's dragon veins and advanced the dragon veins to version 3.2. Screenshots. A screenshot was sent. In the picture, there were dense lines of dragon veins forming an exquisite pattern that looked ancient and experienced. Mengmei said, "You guys probably don't understand this thing, right? This is a netherworld formation." The gasped. Was this the spell formation that had gathered the souls of the entire Magus world and allowed Ermin to become a god? The cute girl continued to explain, "This is the map of the dragon vein of the Bane of the Bayou divine region. It's too big, too big. As for conspiracy theories, get lost. I never thought of using the netherworld to create a formation and blood sacrifice all the living beings in the land to become a god. Although I can do it at any time now, I don't want to kill people to become a god. It was just a simple scheme." A few hundred years ago, I secretly contacted the racer of Mount Haruna and asked him for the top-secret information of that time, the formation of the netherworld as a reference for the construction of the vein. The secret of creating a formation in the netherworld was an alchemy secret that even the Cthulhu evil god of that time didn't know about. I also discussed it with the alchemy emperor and continuously improved it, forming the current structure of the dragon vein. It doesn't absorb souls, but it can more efficiently absorb the Joss flames of all living beings. The thoughts of the living beings on the surface will follow my roots and enter the underground, gathering in the dragon vein. This was the embryonic form of the dragon vein. The construction of the dragon vein is not as simple as you think. You can just bury my vines. To be able to do this, I'm definitely superior to everyone else in the field of arrays. Even the alchemy monarch of the past could not keep up with the current era. There's just one thing. When I was touring around and modifying the dragon's vein, that bastard wandering know-it-all took the opportunity to steal a lot of the alchemy research results in this area. Angry, after all, after overthrowing Emperor Qi, I was thinking that I should ambush a group of red-named players to prevent them from messing around. They had to have a way to contain them, or even deal with them. The two bosses outside also agreed to secretly help. This is the reason. Dragon Vein 3.0. Everyone was speechless. You've been busy with this in secret. He didn't care about anything. He was very enthusiastic about getting kickbacks. Come to think of it, the racer of Mount Haruna and the cute girl must have been contacting each other in secret for a long time. The racer of Mount Haruna was also researching the alchemy lifeform domain in the ancient tree world, so he was not doing much. As for Cutie Pie, she had been studying alchemy arrays since the primordial world. Everyone's alchemy specialization was different, detestable. These big shots are secretly communicating with each other, and we outsiders have no idea. FSTK, this is too wretched. Woo-woo-woo-woo. When be as outstanding as them, stand at the same height, and have a group of big shots secretly planning together? Secretly causing trouble? Thinking about defying the heavens all day? To defeat the god of creation? Looking forward to it. And many people were not stupid and had already thought of many things. Mengmei continued, the current system is based on the body of the primordial humans, which can open up the inner world. There are two major systems. The inner world was opened in the upper Dantian and the mind. For Dao cultivators, they collected Joss flames from all living beings to cultivate. The inner world was opened in the lower dantian and lower abdomen. It was body cultivation, which was to hammer and forge the dantian and cultivate in the furnace. The system of body cultivation, the dantian meridian technique of the lower abdomen, was created by several red-named players. After that, it was further deduced to the peak with the help of Taoist immortality, and the body cultivation was mastered. The 9 revolutions mysterious art. Then the Joss flame system of the upper dantian and sea of consciousness was created by me. Everyone was speechless. Mengmei explained very seriously. I had thought about the consciousness sea system in the past. Later, I guided Renzu to open up the consciousness sea and gather the way of incense to create the first incense era using the gods as incense to cultivate. He also gave me great inspiration, and I secretly discussed it with him. Later, an ancient era ended. As the mastermind behind it, I did Yu Renong to start a second incense era using the living as incense to cultivate. The highest level of physical cultivation was the 9 revolutions mysterious art, and the highest level of Dao cultivation was the dragon vein. I personally think that even though their individual combat strength is inferior to the 9 revolutions mysterious art, their overall strength and potential won't be any weaker than the 9 revolutions mysterious art. It's another form of immortality. Everyone was sweating. A conspirator. Mengmei was the real mastermind. She had been calculating for hundreds of years, trying to push the path of the incense system to the peak and create a cultivation method that was not weaker than the 9 revolutions mysterious art, the incense dragon vein technique. He knew none of these players were simple. Countless people were heartbroken. Mengmei continued, "Don't think of me as too wretched. I'm just a salted fish. As you can see, I don't have any combat power, but I'm a basic dragon vein. As long as I, Green Vine Mother Earth, die, the entire incense system, the Great Zhou dynasty, and even the current immortal world will no longer exist. Because the dragon vein has also been established in the immortal world to cultivate Taoist techniques. They are basically living on the body of my creation wood world. My creation wood has changed from its indomitable form in the Western era to another form. It is hidden in the earth and has formed the real Green Vine Mother Earth. The red-named players have long been eliminated by the era and can only follow me. Eat my ass? Stupid humans, science and technology are the primary productive forces. You can't just fight. I have the core technology and the patent is with me. As long as you use my dragon vein patent, you have to give me a commission." He really didn't know what to say. Did Mengmei use her IQ in the right place? Or did he use it in the wrong place? Did this salted fish work hard just to become lying salted fish? However, another screenshot was quickly sent. It was a young girl in a white dress. She opened her arms and was bathed in countless rays of light behind her. She was like a god in the world. A few large words were written on it. The European king was still alive. The cute girl replied, "I'm lucky." He was also smart. What right do they have to fight me? These people were speechless. This person, she was so shameless. Previously, the racer of Mount Haruna had sent a screenshot of the Sun Girls, Corium goddess, and countless people had worshipped her. Corium has made me stronger. Now, the cute girl had followed suit and sent a screenshot of the lucky girls, goddess of luck. However, even more people laid down and started typing on their keyboards in front of their computers. Detestable. This kind of talented young girl who could beat people up was simply against the rules. Licking, I've decided that in the future, I'll pay tribute to Mengmei's ranking for every exam in the dormitory. I won't fail any subject, Manual Dog Head. Believe in Mengmei and get eternal life. Believe in cute little sister, resurrect on the spot. Eh? It seemed to be true. Look at Bale, he's already resurrected. Destiny date JPG. Yeah. In an instant, the scene became lively, and the cute girl would probably become the hottest picture for a while. Those who believe in me will have eternal life. Believers resurrected on the spot. Many people had already thought that the goddess of luck, Cutie, and Mother Earth would probably be made into brands and posters in the future. Mengmei, on the other hand, sat in front of the computer and typed on the keyboard calmly. It's just that I've lost a lot after getting this power. The world is fair, it's an equivalent exchange, just like the truth that Magi pursue. Only I know what kind of sacrifice I'm making now. She muttered to herself, I'm not pure anymore. There were so many people on her. This time he's really become a burly man. On the forum, countless people were still licking her boots and praising her in all kinds of ways. Mengmei was relieved and continued. You guys are very civil. The one who is the best at sucking up will be put in an important position by this empress if he comes in the future. The gods of luck will take care of him. Everyone was speechless. They were a little shocked on the spot. It would have been fine if he hadn't said it before, but now that he had said it, they didn't dare to say anything. If they continued to boast, they would really become bootlickers. I've been hammered by a stone, all right. This was very awkward. Just as they were hesitating, Mengmei continued, cough, cough, you guys can lick later. Now, let's get back to the main topic. As the war commander of the primordial world, I will naturally be the one in charge, because I understand the incense system the best. After all, I was the one who led Hu Renong to open up the Earth's dragon vein. I have long since made plans to counterattack, and that is what you are seeing now. First of all, we've fallen into the wrong perspective. Think that the ancient barren world's development can't compare to the magic potion era. It was also very difficult to become strong in a short period of time. This was a mistake. Have you all forgotten what the system of the Great Zhou dynasty is? It was incense. Incense was the foundation, and all experts stood on it. But where did incense come from? Li people's life. Many people had neglected the essence. The Great Zhou dynasty's system was a system of living beings. The more people there were, the stronger they were. In the past, the Great Zhou dynasty had a population of tens of millions. Because of the prevailing culture of literature, most of the scholars reached the level of a first-tier Confucian scholar when they reached adulthood and opened up their inner world. This way, tens of millions of people were a huge number, but they could only provide a deity position of a heavenly emperor. Sun million? 1 billion? 6 billion? A population that surpasses Earth's? Everyone's mind quivered. He actually had such a move. Yes, the essence was the incense system, and quantity could make up for quality. The enemy has a lot of monarchs and emperors. We can't make up for it with our number, but we can make up for it with the number of mortals. As long as we can accumulate enough, we can resist the gap. It formed a terrifying incense logistics. I, the commander of the heavenly court, have secretly given my disciple, Hu Renong, the current prime minister, the opportunity to initiate the Great Zhou dynasty's policy, the plan of reincarnation. Our policy encourages the second, third, and fourth child. You don't even have to work. You just have to be responsible for giving birth, and you'll get subsidies. However, once the population increased, it would cause many problems, such as famine, employment, education, money expenses. But that's not a big deal. If you give birth, our imperial court will be responsible for subsidies. When faced with famine, the imperial court would help the peasants farm, the imperial astronomer would be in charge of praying for rain, and the Ministry of Agriculture would be in charge of farming, casting spells, and making clouds and rain. Furthermore, the red-named players came from the sorcerer world. They used a microscope to study plants and imitated hybrid rice, creating rice crops with extremely high yield. The entire dynasty has new babies being born every day, and they're getting stronger by the day. After everyone heard this, they wondered, is this the farming game? A good Great Zhou dynasty was being madly farmed by a weak and cute girl like you who can't fight to give birth to children? It had been 50 to 60 years since Medusa's arrival, her acquaintance with wandering know-it-all, and the outbreak of the war. The population had multiplied for 2 to 3 generations, and each generation had multiplied several times. Cute girl, cough, cough, cough. Actually, this is a very simple plan. It's just a national policy of reincarnation. Not only the mortal world, but the immortal court is also full of mortals. Everyone, take a look at the current population statistics report. Screenshot, urban and rural population ratio statistics table. Everyone down and was stunned. There were actually 300 million people in the primordial world. The 9 heavens realm, all the blessed paradises, and all the places in the mortal world were packed to the brim. The most efficient environmental survival plan had been realized. Screenshots. 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 The screenshots were quickly sent out. It was a classroom in the village. There were many 4 to 5-year-old children reading and studying. They were speaking in a clear voice, and there were gray-robed scholars giving lessons. The screenshots were stacked on top of each other, and he could understand the children's words from their mouth shapes. Oddities don't always change. Look at the octants for the symbols. The sound of the book seemed to drift out of the window of the classroom and into the distance. Mengmei asked, "Do you understand? This is the learning to save the otherworld plan. It's not enough to just give birth like crazy. Only scholars and Confucians who can sense the world and read enough books can have stronger incense offerings. Thus, in order to have more powerful mortals and lower-class masses, a theory in our national policy that the country will be strong if the youth is strong. Now, in the Great Zhou dynasty, people are taught how to read at the age of 3 and go to primary school at the age of 5 or 6, memorizing the text. The cute girl typed. In the Great Zhou dynasty, the way of Confucianism is to establish a heart for the heavens and earth, for the sake of the people, in order to inherit the secret art, bring peace to the world. I hope that everyone in the world will be like a dragon. I hope everyone in the world can live as long as Tao." Everyone was speechless. One by one, they became heartless learning machines. These cute children had gone bald at such a young age. Everyone held it in for a long time, feeling bitter and hateful. What a sin! You're a demon! So this is the true of reading to save the world. Shocked. This game is indeed a cross-era game that constantly advocates that we love to learn. Every time we solve a problem, it's enough to be learning-loving. From the rise of the alchemy emperor in his later years, Ermin defeating the evil god of Cthulhu, to Taoist Changsheng defeating Jiki. One thing after another, he said it was a coincidence. I don't believe it. The evidence is irrefutable. Game producers, get out here and get beaten up. Cutie, Medusa, I can't beat you, but I'll farm you to death. Everyone was to study. All of them were bald-headed strong. One Punch Man. Medusa has been kicked out of the group chat by the administrator due to excessive language. Animal, cute girls are indeed awesome. He has brought the pain of studying, the strengthened version of 9 years compulsory education, to the other world. Sound breaking. What if the brat makes a scene, fights, and kicks the blanket away? It must be because he had too little homework. I'll just open a few more courses on calculus, from introduction to burial. Everyone felt that it was great and instantly understood. In the current Great Zhou dynasty, the establishment of the dragon's vein and the formation of incense was a system of worshipping the divine tablets. The strong celestial thirch was worshipped by all living beings and mourned. He would be immortal and walk towards the end of this system. I exist without thinking. Of course, he was not immortal. His weakness was the people of the Great Zhou dynasty behind him. In short, as long as the dynasty was not destroyed, the people would not die. Someone hurriedly said, "The Great Zhou dynasty is a perfect golden age. A dream utopia. Cultivators wander between the cities and the countryside for the daily use of the people. There are no tyrants or corrupt officials. Happiness is abundant, and we coexist. It is a perfect, ideal country." Whoop. This imperial court system of incense and dragon veins was very perfect, and this system would not give birth to tyrants and treacherous officials. It was too terrifying. It's not any weaker than the 9 revolutions mysterious art. Medusa, it's really too difficult for me. I didn't expect that the salted fish, who has been staying with me and touring the world with me, is actually the commander of the celestial world. She taught a bunch of children who love to learn. If I had killed her back then, nothing would have happened. The cute girl evolved into a dragon and said, "Pfft. I'm afraid of death. How could I not have a backup plan when there was a dangerous and abnormal battle maniac beside me? I had guaranteed my own safety at that time." Proud. Everyone came back to their senses again. That's right. Thinking back to the situation at that time, how could a cute girl who was so afraid of death not run? This was a bizarre thing to begin with, and it was not like she could not escape. Medusa was going to sleep, so she could take the opportunity to escape at any time. This, a mystery. Moreover, she was now alone in the demonic realm. With her personality of being a salted fish that was afraid of death, she was not so bold, okay? Was this some sort of plan? You're so bold. You dare to wander around in front of Medusa. What's the secret? Xiao Naihu asked. Mengmei coughed. It's very simple, because I can't kill him either. Everyone was stunned, but they instantly understood what he meant. The cute girl, Greenvine, the Mother Earth. She was the master of the heavenly Tao, the person with the greatest merit in the entire primordial world. She was the creator of the Earth's dragon veins and the founder of the Great Zhou dynasty. Her prestige was no less than Hu Renong's. To be able to gather the wish power of all living beings and resurrect was a matter of course. No wonder he was fearless. Someone couldn't help but ask, but is the resurrected self that was gathered by the wishes of the people really me? And not another person with his own memories and wisdom? The cute girl replied with, smile, after. Few versions, it's already Dragon Vein version 3.0. There are many improvements. I can already imprint the soul in the depths of my dragon vein luck. With the power of the people's prayers, the one who resurrected is naturally the person himself. Everyone is completely shocked. If Mengmei was really crazily studying the dragon vein and was already ready to take advantage of the situation to perfect the system, would she really be immortal? Wouldn't that be heaven-defying? An existence that could rise from the ashes like a phoenix. Mengmei started explaining again. It's not that exaggerated. You will still die because joss flames are poisonous. The incense was poisonous. It was a difficult to understand. The cute girl was helpless. She looked at the computer screen and typed on the keyboard. It's like this. After all, it's already a deity position worshipped by all living beings, a god that gathers joss flames. The power of wishes of all living beings and the gathered joss flames will gradually erode a person's consciousness and lead them to the will of all living beings, turning them into perfect existences, as they imagine them to be, becoming the people in their impression and living on that. The greater the gap between the impression of the masses and the image of oneself, the faster the process of assimilation. For example, our heavenly painting emperor wrote his life biography, The Legend of the God of War, and added settings without permission. Sooner or later, he will become the god of war in the book and gradually lose himself. I estimate that he is only 200 years away from being completely assimilated. By then, it will be no different from real death. In other words, Baal would soon become the image in the book, not himself. He would only have 200 years left to live. That's no longer my true self. Instead, I'm a fake self in the eyes of the masses. Many netizens who were good at philosophy speculated. One day, I'll be smoothed out by the world and live on in other people's impression. He was a true god of all life, a puppet that protected all life. The people of Dawn had entrusted their will and hope to him, and he had become a hero, similar to the heavenly Tao. After Mengmei said this, everyone understood the disadvantage. That Baal, wasn't he just courting death? She had even added so many settings to herself, and she was rapidly becoming another person. No matter how selfish he was now, he would eventually become the selfless god of war in everyone's imagination. The existence that jumped out of a stone with the golden hooped rod in hand. Mengmei continued, also, don't die so easily. Joss flames are poisonous. Every time you die, the power of will of all living beings will gather and be reborn. The faster you lose yourself. To escape from this situation, according to my conjectures, there is only one method to become a god. Once you become a level 8 god, you'll transcend and leave the system of incense worshipped by all living beings to become an independent existence. Baal was so reckless because he wanted to use these 200 years to take a gamble and become a god directly. Everyone immediately understood their current plan. But Mengmei was different. She occupied the dragon's vein, so there was a high chance that she would become a god. In other words, she was not afraid of death, so she was very wild now. Everyone's teeth ached. This commander was a salted fish. He was acting all high and mighty with the netizens outside, slacking off, and even going to the other party's world to have fun, leaving the red name players who could fight and the various lords of heaven fight and kill. Mengmei was speechless. You're asking me why I'm going to the devil world? It was because he wanted to build a dragon vein. It was a trip. I'm going to be Mother Earth there. I told you when I asked the little brain for the Bible, I didn't lie to you. Everyone broke out in cold sweat. It seemed like Mengmei had not lied to them from the beginning to the end. She was really a salted fish. What she was doing now was really just building the dragon vein and then going around freely. Then you're not afraid of death. But what if you bring wandering know-it-all and your disciple over? What if they're really caught? Someone asked. It is necessary to build the dragon's vein. I bet Medusa will let me build the dragon's vein in the sorcerer world. She is also envious of the energy accumulated by the incense. At most, she will send a large number of great sovereigns to capture me and threaten my life, me to build the dragon's vein for her use. Walked into the trap? Everyone seemed to have understood something. Mengmei became a little confused, but she's not coming to catch me. I'm already prepared to be beaten up. It's so difficult for me. However, I'm still building the dragon vein and continuing to be my farming party. G. Speechless. It turns out that we all want to be beaten up by society. It was a bit strange that he wasn't beaten up even under such a coincidence. The cute girl continued to explain, "My ultimate plan is to build a dragon vein in the sorcerer world and become the Mother Earth of the two worlds to stop the war." It was a win-win situation. After all, we were very emotional about the sorcerer world. We had witnessed its growth with our own eyes. Both worlds were our homes. Why don't we work together and invade the other worlds? Wasn't it wonderful? Anyway, there are so many worlds in the universe, 20 to 600 of them. Wouldn't it be better to go to other worlds? The ultimate plan. Was he going to build a dragon's vein in the sorcerer world? Everyone was puzzled, but Meng Mei did not intend to continue talking. Instead, she let everyone watch quietly. Screenshots. Our reporter, Meng Mei, has evolved into a dragon and is reporting for everyone. She continued to broadcast the battle live on the forum. In a sense, this could be considered a big battle for the players in the game. A new era had taken place. Perhaps it could be called the new game version information film. The expedition to the demonic world. An epic battle had begun. What would the fate of Medusa, Ermine, Daoist Changsheng, Hu Renong, Liu Wenjian, and all the major players be? A dispute between two worlds. In what form would it end? Meng Mei didn't say anything more, but she left one last sentence. The world of incense is a world of keyboards, a world of dancing and ink. As long as there is a keyboard, public opinion will be directed, and the will of all living beings will be enough to gather infinite power and infinite possibilities. If the heavens don't give birth to keyboard man, the path of typing will be like the long night. The Great Zhou Dynasty, year 404. The demonic world had completely invaded, and the world was in chaos. The people were in deep waters. The opening of the immortal world caused immortals to descend one after another. The governors of various states and counties rose to resist. The sword immortal of Mount Shu appeared and suppressed the chaos. The martial arts sects and families worked together to strike. The Nanzhao state of the Wu tribe had sent out countless magus priests and warriors wearing the barbarian clothes of the Miao territory with golden rings to fight. In the Yunshan Lake, demons that had once eaten humans were born one after another. These ancient tribes left behind by the innate ancient gods were also bathed in blood. Outside the great Zhu's Pingyang city, the city was in complete chaos. The screams inside the city were endless. The elderly and children showed despair. Outside, there were demonic creatures gradually surrounding the city. Some monsters with pitch-black scales slowly moved around the city. It was a dark mass. Black blood splattered. In the sky, a sword immortal descended from the sky and cut a bull-headed demon in half. Be careful. The eldest disciple of Mount Shu raised his head slightly and looked at the other sword immortal with a serious expression. The Pingyang County Governor, Shangguan Jucheng, is still not awake. Difficult. A Mount Shu disciple beside him revealed a bitter expression and quickly descended. The local governor was attacked by the powerful demon during the demon disaster. His body was invaded by the demon key. The demon Zoras were violent and chaotic. There was a kind of pressure that they had inherited part of the characteristics of their origin demon god. Without the Shangguan County governor guiding the dragon vein, it would be difficult to activate the grand formation of Pingyang City. The famous Confucians of the local Confucian sect, and the Confucians of the Shangguan family were left to help. Puchi. As the two of them spoke, their swords glowed with a cold light as they quickly killed demons one after another. At the front line of the bloody realm, the top heavenly emperors from both sides were fighting each other. They were guarding their own realms to prevent each other from invading their own worlds. Otherwise, when a heavenly emperor descended, it would be a brutal massacre. They were all trying to stop this. However, even though they were restraining each other's experts, they were unable to stop the invasion of the other's lower and middle-tier experts. One after another, Tier 6 epic experts rapidly surged over with the goal of invading. Galoe. The Devil World clearly understood that the weakness of the Great Zhou dynasty was the people at the rear. As long as they destroyed the Great Zhou dynasty and cut off the dragon vein, the resistance at the front line would collapse on its own. I hope sect leader can win. The eldest disciple of Mount Shu stood on the city wall and looked down at the dark mass below. His face sank. Pingyang City is the main node of the Great Zhou dynasty's northern continent's dragon vein. It must not be breached. We must defend Pingyang to the death. Blood stained the ground outside the city. The capital of the Great Zhou dynasty. The East Province is in danger. Is it about to fall? The atmosphere in the imperial court was heavy. The current emperor of the Great Zhou, Zhou Chang'an, was wearing a golden robe with dragon patterns and a dragon crown on his head. He sat on a dragon throne. The fate of our Great Zhou, it's constantly weakening. Zhou Chang'an closed his eyes. In the Great Zhou dynasty, we are worshipped by the incense. Negative emotions spread, and there are sighs of fear everywhere. Naturally, the incense offerings are greatly reduced. Zhou Chang'an hesitated for some time and suddenly said calmly, I absorbed the dragon vein to cultivate. Although I'm only at the 6th heavenly passage realm, with the dragon's blessing, my battle prowess is close to a heavenly emperor Dongxu. I want you to personally lead the troops. You can't. Your Majesty, you can't do this. The ministers around him tried to stop him. The demon world, obviously waiting for the emperor, take action personally. They will then take the opportunity to kill the emperor. Indeed, this was a conspiracy. If the emperor is assassinated, the people of the dynasty will become even more depressed and depressed. Without any incense, our Great Zhou will be doomed. Could it be that Yi Kong has unparalleled martial power, and he really wants to see the people and subjects live in pain? Zhou Chang'an slowly leaned back on the dragon throne, showing signs of struggle. His gaze slowly passed through the anxious and worried officials. It was as if he had once been the first prince, close friends with the Hu Renong, and they had discussed the future of the court. At that time, the two of them were still thinking about how to suppress the Jianggu swordsmen. Unknowingly, they had helped each other and had reached this point. What is a king? He asked in the study. In the study, Hu Renong was reading while thinking. His calm voice rang out. The king is the leader of the people, and without the people, there will be no king. He was slightly stunned, and then he understood. Let's go. He looked down at the great Confucians dissuading him, and suddenly stood up, revealing a shocking determination. The emperor guards the gate of the country, and the sovereign dies. Nanzhao. On the street, a couple was walking hand in hand. The handsome face of the Mount Shu disciple, Xiao Yao, flashed with gentleness as he looked at the girl in front of him. I worked so hard to escort you back to Nanzhao. Do I really have to do this? A trace of uneasiness reverberated in his heart. My mother's path is also my path. Don't stop me, he said. The young girl gently held the young man's arm. The Mount Shu disciple forced a smile. but he could not help but feel bitter in his heart. The days I spent with you were the best times of my life. We are a small country of the sorcerer tribe. We can't resist like the great Zhou dynasty. I can only merge with the dragon's vein. This is the only way to save the countless people of Nanzhao. Soon, the woman in white was deep underground. She looked at the earth dragon vein in front of her and slowly walked in. She was surrounded by dark green vines. Boom. A woman with dragon vines wrapped around her legs, and a snake's tail slowly walked out. She held an exquisite cane in her hand, and the roots of the vines quickly dragged her to high altitude. She looked at the man in the shadow in front of her. Expert from the devil realm, tell me your name. It was a handsome man with red hair and a black robe. His eyes were wine red, and his body was surrounded by a faint blue mist. I'm a teacher in the Royal Academy of the Federic Human Kingdom. I'm Yug, the Rockfire Man. Just as Exuji was leisurely riding the carriage towards the Blood Realm, the emperors-to-be in the bar had already set out for battle. Yug's expression was calm as he looked at the woman in front of him. You're all very powerful. I've brought a group of elite disciples here, but I'm the only one left after only a week. I can see your determination. The hymn of humanity is the hymn of history, and it also applies to you. Why don't we attack the great Zhou dynasty? She asked. The emperor of the great Zhou Chang'an has already sent a group of men of sacrifice over. They are as powerful as I am. Yuk smiled and bowed slightly in a gentlemanly manner. Come on, mighty one of the ancient barren world. I want to fight you. Boom! A huge flame burst out, and his entire body was enveloped in flames. All of Nanzhao's citizens quickly fled, as if a natural disaster had descended. Heavens! That's the fire demon beast, the entire ancient barrens. The dark sky was filled with staircases of red clouds, and a golden cudgel that stirred the sky was pointed at the sky, as if it was tearing the whole world apart. Kill! A god of war roared, his muscles bulging as he charged forward. The sky was stirred into a vortex, and countless electric nets converged and twisted, quickly surging toward the other monarchs and great emperors in the world. He's really alive. Countless people saw that the god of war had been reborn, and they couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Many people began to cry, and countless sounds interweaved together. They knew what this meant. If the front line collapsed, it would quickly form a chain reaction, and the entire land behind that was resisting the demon disaster would be completely annihilated. The primordial world would be destroyed. They clutched the legend of the god of war tightly in their hands, squeezing so hard that they wrinkled, as if they were trying to grasp all the tension in their palms. God. They finally couldn't help but cry. They knelt on the ground and cried out loud. They were touched by the life inside and felt that it was both a song and a tear. There was, in the story, after he overthrew the rule of the innate ancient gods, the achievements of the ancestral sorcerer immortal court were stolen. And the description was the most touching. When 500 years is just a lie, and the fruits of victory are growing in someone else's garden, how will we face despair when we have to carry the burden of hardship? After overthrowing the imperial court of the innate ancient gods, he was still suppressed at the foot of Mount Changyang, and his 12 disciples still betrayed him. However, he still pulled himself together. The word witchcraft could shatter the sky, crush the earth, and destroy the world tree. Only then could one be considered a human. We were born free. Who would dare to be high above us? He was suppressed at the foot of the mountain and roared again. I want that day to not be able to cover my eyes. I want that land to never be able to bury my heart. I want all living beings to understand the will of shamans. I want the creation wood to disappear. This passage in the legend of the god of war was refined and domineering, full of an indomitable momentum. In the end, he stood up, united with the ancient gods, taught Dao Changsheng, and once again attacked the heavenly palace. From the moment this battle god biography was serialized, people couldn't sleep at night and followed the updates every day. It was so good. There was a resonance that resonated from the bones, mixed with too much sadness, joy, and tears. Those classic sentences were unforgettable. They laughed and cried because of it, and were immersed in emotions. This called a hero. To resist, to break everything that was binding you, that was a true warrior. Countless people cried out in grief. When had they ever read such a refreshing article? The biography was a web novel with more than 1,000 chapters. It was about the rise of the youths, treasure hunting, face slapping, and acting tough. It was about the suppression of the dark forbidden zone and the catastrophe of heaven and earth. They simply couldn't stop and followed the updates every day. This battle god's character image and experience had been shaped very well, and the wish power of all living beings was more and more concentrated, which was why it was so much that it was frightening. Tai. It's so touching. Hera was also flabbergasted. She held the legend of the god of war that Suji had handed over. She was instantly addicted to reading the first chapter. She was now a third-grade professional and could read 10 lines at a glance. Modern online novels were invading the world of the indigenous experts through the players' channels. Even people like Shu Wei and the burning sore heavenly emperor were chasing after them every day. What a sorrowful life. So this is the kind of person who has the heavenly battle god diagram. Hera was so touched that she kept reading the books. It turns out that it's not only our history that's wonderful. Theirs is wonderful too. Xu Ji held his breath and suddenly laughed. Those are all artistic embellishments and beautifications, but they are indeed roughly the same. There aren't many changes. These people, poisonous. In order to achieve his goal, he had to use all kinds of tricks. He had finally corrected the sorcerer world's history and replied to the text of history. But they were distorting the history of the other side of the primordial world. Artistic embellishments? 666. I can become stronger by writing web novels. He's plagiarist. The netizens outside were probably going crazy. He was so excited. However, Xuji only watched indifferently from a distance. Is the situation going to be reversed? Hera suddenly asked. Xuji shook his head. It's not that simple. Although more than 200 great sovereigns have been born in the 1,000 years since the magic potion era, there are also some heaven-defying monsters. Their combat power is not inferior to that of the ancient steel emperors such as the god of war, Xu Wei, and the heavenly thunder emperor. It's just that they have not made a move. Because the advantage is too great, they have been waiting and watching. But now they should be unable to sit still. As expected, in the next second. Battle God? I admire your life biography. A gentle male voice suddenly reverberated in the air. The air suddenly turned a faint red. A man's figure seemed to have transcended some kind of space-time restriction. He took a step forward and slowly approached. Who is it? Belle asked in surprise. A man covered in blood appeared. All the sovereigns and emperors of the magic medicine era were so scared that they almost lost their voices. The Blood Emperor? He's actually still alive. The Blood Emperor was a taboo existence in the entire land. He was an arrogant emperor who had once dared to challenge the original demon god Medusa. Everyone thought that he was dead and had been blown up alive. They didn't expect that he had once survived under the hands of a demon god, escaped with serious injuries, and hid until today. Finally, someone who can fight has appeared. Bel's face was filled with fear, but he suddenly laughed arrogantly. He was very unhappy. We're all players and we've been getting along well. Only Mengmei thinks about setting us up all day. She doesn't do anything but take our kickbacks. It's a good time to vent her anger. Let the bastards have a taste of my big stick. If you like to fight, how about adding me in? However, in the next second, the heavenly map battle god's expression gradually froze, because another terrifying ancient existence had appeared. And I, Brahm, am included. This was a half-orc emperor who was 8 meters tall. He was emitting a murderous aura, and was known as the most powerful man in the history of half-orcs. Not only that, a third great emperor monarch also walked out. He was a vampire-like man with a green face and sharp fangs. He was the only hidden profession and the ancestor of vampires. He had once established a short-lived vampire dynasty, and even after countless years, his ancient legends were still there. 3. Bale's expression gradually froze. He deeply understood how terrifying it was for an existence in their potions system to have combat strength on par with him. After all, he had cultivated the heaven-defying 9 revolutions mysterious art. Were their combat powers on par with his? If the 3 of them had grown up in the primordial world and cultivated their systems, they would not have been inferior to Dao Changsheng. This was the restriction of the potions system. Although it was easy to break through, resulting in many powerhouses, the ceiling of combat strength was too low. All 3 of them had broken through the limit of their potions, and were independent existences who had broken through the ceiling of their combat power. He realized that he had underestimated the powerhouses of the magic medicine era. The waters ran deep. Blood Emperor, you hold this god of war back. Let's not kill him if he can resurrect. The half-orc said coldly and moved quickly. Now that the other Sky Kings are being held back, let's go to the other side of the battlefield and kill the other Sky Kings who are being held back. Kill those who can't resurrect. Yes, I'm going to kill some of the less famous ancient celestial emperors. It shouldn't have been remembered by all living beings. As long as it's killed, it'll be completely dead. The vampire's eyes were cold as he joined the battlefield. The mortal heavenly emperor, Hu Renong. These current heavenly emperors are not easy to kill. Go kill Xue, Fenteng, these ancient heavenly emperors. They're already very old, and their blood qi has already weakened. Let them die in this era. The Blood Emperor's face was calm. We have observed for a while. The people of Daybreak do not have an unlimited number of incense offerings. It takes too much to resurrect them once. The massive power of will of tens of millions of people can only resurrect once. They can't resurrect continuously and need to accumulate power of will. For now, 1 or 2 times is still sufficient and can be squeezed out. But gradually, the time for resurrection will become longer and longer. 1 month. 1 year, 10 years. Bale's expression became serious as if he was facing a great enemy. He looked at the 3 of them, who had the same combat power as him, and observed them in the dark. These people are in trouble. In the distance, the other heavenly emperors who were fighting revealed shocked expressions. Yes. He had a trump card, so how could the other party be so as to reveal it all? Many experts of the primordial world and grotto heaven realms stood in silence at the distant entrance. They didn't know what to say, and their faces gradually turned pale. Every red name player was a good fighter. His battle power was the same as Long Wuming. They were the 2 top red names. However, Long Wuming, 1 sword and turtle breath, and the others were also tied down. none of them could escape. The devil world also has too many trump cards. After 1,000 years of accumulation, 3 terrifying monsters had appeared. He didn't make a move before. The situation in the blood realm at the front line was reversed. The other side also had many backup plans and suppressed everyone almost instantly. Many people wailed in despair. This was it was a dead end. So what if he had secretly prepared a few celestial emperors that could be resurrected? They only need to hold you back and kill the other celestial emperors who can't be resurrected. Then, the situation of the battle will be reversed in an instant. As for who could be resurrected or not, it was naturally up to those with low reputations to kill. This was as a terrifying impasse. In the end, the time was too short, and their foundations were very weak. If they were given another 100 or 200 years, they might not necessarily lose to the other party. I really can't ask the heavens to lend me another 500 years, if it wasn't for the fact that our era hasn't recovered from the West era. Back then, we also had 13 innate ancient gods. During the era of the 12 ancestors of sorcery, there were many powerful celestial emperors, but they were in decline. Time, if only we had more time. Countless lives were begging and wailing together. They were filled with suffering and sorrow, and it was a moving sight. Hera also looked miserable. Standing in the distance, she sighed. They are too short on time, and their people are very sorrowful. They are united and have the will to rather die than submit. Xuji's expression turned strange, and he said softly, "That's because there's a group of hired internet water army inside who's secretly setting the pace. They cry very miserably and shout with all their might. They've been specially trained, and there's no lack of Grotto Heaven realm old monsters among them. Tears are flowing down their old faces." Internet water army? Hera was stunned and didn't understand. She realized that she had heard many strange words in the blood realm. Selling character designs, hiring internet water army, leading the way. It seemed to be some kind of professional and mature industry chain. What was this? Could it be some special conspiracy? At this moment, on the other side of the blood realm, all the living beings were wailing. They did not have enough time and wanted to borrow another 500 years from the heavens. Their thoughts gradually gathered into a mournful emotion that shook the heaven and earth. It was as if they had traveled through time and produced an amazing power. The next second, the sky of the entire blood realm trembled. A vast and distant snow-white river of time appeared in front of them. There were ancient existences that seemed to walk from the past to the future. The body turns into a root and the heart into a flower. A lotus in the blue sky for all eternity. Boom. A green-robed man appeared on the spot. He was handsome and had long black hair that draped over his shoulders. He was ethereal and carried the peerless demeanor of the most powerful demon Thurch since ancient times. He gave off an extremely terrifying aura. Who is this? Impossible. There has never been any news of this heavenly monarch. The Blood Emperor's expression changed. He had not expected such an unknown situation to occur. He looked at the man who had appeared in front of him. That green lotus had intertwined Taoist connotation, giving off an indescribable sense of horror. It was extraordinary. It was as if he was not the celestial emperor of this era, but had followed the end of the long river of history, and arrived at the lower reaches of time, descending into this future era. In the next second, the river of time in the sky surged again, and a strong voice of obsession resounded through the sky, gushing down like a spring. Boom. I'm the one who makes the decision, and I'll make the decision for all eternity. Sever the past and the future. At this moment, an even more stunning person appeared. It was a scholarly heavenly emperor. His back was facing the masses, and his entire body was filled with Tao patterns that emitted a resplendent golden light. The expressions of the Blood Emperor and the others changed again. They were silent and shocked beyond belief. These people had terrifying auras and were the heroes of their era. They were destined to be the protagonists of their era. Why would they appear here? Each of them was stronger than the last, more extraordinary than the last, dazzling and resplendent. How did they come to this era? From the long river of time to this era to help? Their faces turned ugly. No one could imagine what kind of bizarre method the Great Zhou dynasty had used to achieve this. The body turned into the root and the heart into a flower, a lotus in the blue sky for all eternity. I'm the one who makes the decision. I'll make the decision for all eternity, cutting off the past and the future. Ah! Everyone in the primordial world shouted and instantly became excited. The mountain peaks in the distant boundary region were cheering. They were the king, emperor, and the broken heaven emperor. They were the two most talented heavenly emperors in the ancient Western era. In their era, they had been suppressed by Taoist Changsheng, so they were not famous. In fact, they were already the most powerful heavenly emperors of that era, far beyond the current heavenly map war god, Thunder Heavenly Emperor and others. Otherwise, they would not have chosen to converge the Tao at that time. We pay our respects to the Cyan Emperor. Greetings, Emperor Duan. A few Grotto Heaven realm elders wailed and knelt on the ground with tears in their eyes. The Blood Emperor and the others held their breaths, and their expressions became strange. What had happened? Why do I feel like someone is secretly plotting against me? The crowd in the distant blood-field realm felt that there were a few experts who were crying especially fake. They were all shocked. The two people in front of him were not weaker than him. However, in the next second, another ancient heavenly emperor appeared. It was a young man in white, and his body was emitting mixed yuan qi. His eyes had a wild temperament, as if a pair of deep black eyes were slowly opening, seeing through the heaven and earth and the secrets of the world, making people feel palpitations. He slowly said, "The heroic heavenly emperors will eventually fall under my body." As soon as he finished speaking, the sky darkened and the sun and moon lost their light. Just how powerful was this person? Just by appearing there, he was already emitting a terrifying aura that made the other three feel terrified. This is the mastermind behind the dark forbidden zone of the ancient Western era, the Supreme Heavenly Emperor, Longhong Emperor Jiki. Someone screamed in fear, his mind filled with disbelief. He has monopolized each era. Today he's helping us. Everyone looked at the scene in shock. They could not imagine what had happened. What is that river of time in the sky? The ancient celestial emperors have come from the past to the present, to this time and space, to fight for our Eastern era? It was an unimaginable scene, as if an ancient legend had reappeared in the world. The heaviness of the legendary years was unimaginable. It's a setup, a world-shaking setup. Ha 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 ha. Our primordial world is saved. We're going to return to our former glory. The heavens have blessed our primordial world. Many people shed hot tears. They were extremely shocked and would never forget this scene. At this moment, the three ancient celestial emperors descended from the river of time. Tao patterns bloomed on their bodies as they instantly disappeared. Boom! A great battle instantly broke out. Hera's face was filled with shock, and her mind went blank. A miracle was created in the primordial world just like that? What had happened? Selling character designs, hiring internet water army, leading the way. Could it be that these three incredible, ultimate divine arts have created the miracle before us? Hera was flabbergasted and found it unbelievable. That's the river of time, the heavenly river of the celestial heavens. It has the power to trace back to the past. At this time, a luxurious and exquisite carriage stopped. It belonged to the Church of Light. The saint slowly pulled open the curtain and got off the carriage. Messiah, who are you? I'm the game's GM, which means I'm the one silently observing this war between the two extraordinary worlds. Can you say that? Of course, he couldn't answer that way. Xuji only looked at the cute girl in front of him. She was dressed in a gorgeous, light white, luxurious, and exquisite robe. She held a light staff in her hand, which was inlaid with beautiful blue gems. She had clearly taken control of the Church of Light's initiative. He had never doubted her ability. For Cutie Pie, it was only natural that she had managed to get to this point after obtaining the Holy Book of Light's token. Coupled with her ability to shoot her mouth off like a charlatan, her golden words, and her terrifying 7th rank aura, the Church of Light would even be very happy, because the ancient monarchs and emperors had awakened. With the war imminent, they had an ancient holy maiden of light who had awakened from history, which was a great blessing. Who are you? Mengmei asked again, her voice becoming very calm. She brought Little Fox, who was dressed as a holy maid, along. Arg, you're the holy maiden. Hera hid behind Xuji and called out carefully. Xuji smiled and pointed at the battle in the distant Blood Realm. The three celestial emperors who had descended from the past to the future asked. The long river of time? Yes, it's the river of time. Mengmei replied with a smile. That's a special rule of the heavenly court in the ancient barren world. They not only have the heavenly Dao and Tianhe, it was a world-class scenery, flowing through the 9 heavens of the heavenly realm, flowing down through the 9 heavens. It was a vast stream of white water with speckles of stars, flowing since ancient times, passing through the past and present. That terrifying phenomenon involves the laws of time and connects the past and the future. It's extremely terrifying. The Great Zhou Dynasty, the immortal world, is terrifying extraordinary world with terrifying potential. Given time, they'll definitely surpass our fiend herb world. We must quickly eliminate them. Hera looked at the saintess with admiration. The saintess was indeed the saintess. Her vision was very far. As expected of one of the greatest forces in our potions world. Isn't that the so-called sky river of the primordial world you're talking about? Xuji said. You. Mengmei's face revealed a shock that was difficult to suppress. This sentence contained too many meanings. The first was that already knew his identity, which was Green Vine, Mother Earth. Second, he knew the true secret of his long river of time. The heavenly river was not the true river of time. It could not summon the ancient emperors to help in this era. The heavenly river was actually her dragon vein, which was the main river where the power of all living beings gathered, the river of incense. It seemed that they had come from ancient times to the present, but in reality, they were just like the god of war, writing personal biographies for the 3 ancient emperors. They were created by the power of will. It wasn't him. It was just a combat spirit in a shell. After all, the combat power gathered by the power of will had nothing to do with one's identity. The stronger one's combat power was, the more people would know about it, and the stronger the heavenly emperor would be. Of course, it didn't mean that it was heaven-defying, just because it was written. It was related to the amount of power of faith gathered. The stronger a great sovereign was, the more faith he could gather. In order to gather a true MQE, the amount of energy consumed was immeasurable. In fact, it was impossible. Up to this day, the primordial world had a population of over 300 million, yet only 6 god thrones could be born. The faith of 50 million living beings was condensed into one god throne. Di Qi, Hurenong, Tian Tu King Emperor, Duan Tian Emperor, and the last spot was reserved for her. This strategy, instead of resurrecting the other current heavenly emperors, the number would not increase. It was better to use the deity positions to create the illusion that 3 heavenly emperors would join the battle and use the long river of time to attack the morale of the other party. Even so, there was no possibility of resurrection for the others. Su Ji said, "Are they the real ancient great emperors, or are they just war spirits who protect the immortal world in their outer shells?" The cute girl was shocked and raised her head abruptly. She looked at the mysterious black-haired and black-eyed young man who was smiling at her. She was still very thick-skinned and quickly laughed. "I think so, I'm here. They're the existences that everyone has entrusted their thoughts to. If you think it's real, he's real. If you think it's fake, then they're fake. The reason I built the Sky River is to build a historical gravestone for people to remember the heroes of ancient times. It's a historical grave to honor all the ancient heroes and offer incense. Not only can it collect incense for the second time, but when it encounters danger, it can also call upon the heroic spirits of history to protect all living beings. That will be the ancient gods. They're selfless, brave, hot-blooded, and not real living beings. They'll decay like the ancestors of sorcery." Mother Greenvine spoke indifferently. "Even if the current heavenly map war god has selfish motives, so what? He will be assimilated sooner or later and become a guardian god in the future. People will only remember the glory of the god of war. What do you think of this Tian He, the first great lord of potions in ancient times Messiah?" Mother Earth's Green glanced at Su Ji and said calmly, "Or rather, Bai Xiaosheng? Or should I call you the supreme god of the Church of Light, the ancient existence that countless believers of light believe in, the god of wisdom, Hermes?" Xiaosheng, Mercury. Hera's body trembled violently. Her eyes were so fierce that she turned her head to look at Uncle Messiah. "Oh my God! Could Uncle be Mercury, the god of wisdom? The supreme god worshipped by the Church of Light Mercury?" And now, the Saint of the Light had recognized him as the supreme god? A god descended? Her mind was struck by disbelief. Her uncle had always been very mysterious, but she didn't expect his real body to be so terrifying. Su Ji looked at the cute girl quietly, and his brain was a little tangled with Hera's. This person? Was her brain poisoned too? Gods don't descend to the mortal world. They will only descend when they die. However, the cute girl said calmly, "You know a lot of history, and Medusa did not lay a hand on you. She did not even snatch the wandering at all." With her battle maniac and possessiveness, her mouth was full of me. She had completely changed. Then, the only person she fears, I've thought about it for a long time, and after thinking about it, only the god of wisdom can do it. Also, there are many similarities between wandering know-it-all and the god of wisdom, according to the ancient history of the sorcerer world. There was a great disaster in the land of gods, and the god of wisdom might have died. She was also constantly analyzing, her eyes fixed on the young man in front of her. Just like Medusa, he had analyzed that after the death of the god of wisdom, the remnant soul had split, and Messiah was as a new life born. Ji was speechless. Was this the legendary saying 3 men make a tiger? I'm here without thinking. When more people believe in it, it will become true. Meng Mei became more and more certain. Can you tell me what kind of terrifying enemy Mercury, the god of wisdom, has encountered? Xu was silent. Meng Mei laughed, her eyes burning as she looked at Xu. Are you really omniscient? Do you know who I am? Meng Mei, on the other hand, was very nervous. It can't be exaggerated this extent, right? Could the god of wisdom, Hermes, such a high-level and terrifying ancient existence, understand the definition of a player? Do you know where we came from? You're the green vine mother. Xu replied, You're the green vine mother. Mother Earth. Hera was completely excited. The saintess of the Church of Light was the green vine mother of the ancient barren world. The identities of both parties were too terrifying. Meng Mei heaved a sigh of relief. He'd not know. These days, he had gradually understood the horror of this game. It might be a game created by the great God of creation, who really exists in reality for Earth, and to open up the universe for us. Even the powerful God of did not know about it. It seemed that this was indeed a game created by the God of creation to hide their identities. Mother Earth's expression was very serious. I've set the stage. I wonder if Great Sovereign Messiah is interested participating? Xu was stunned. Could he say that he did not know? Do you really think I'm omniscient and omnipotent? However, he was still very calm and his expression did not change. I hope that you can help me. Mother Earth, the god of wisdom has once guided the mortals the earth. You don't want to see the suffering of all living beings in the two worlds, do you? I want to stop this disaster. I hope that you can agree to my request and give Bai Xiaoshimi. I will make him the true god of wisdom, Hermes. Xu smiled and looked at her. Meng Mei had been sneaky for so long. What was she up to? She had been doing things behind people's backs, and had many little tricks up her sleeve. You want to let the all-knowing scholar become the god of wisdom, Hermes? It seemed to have become a little interesting. Xu even thought that he could listen to her plan. He had wanted to get beaten up by society before, but he had not in the end. Perhaps the opportunity was in the cute girl's hands. She wanted to become a know-it-all and become Hermes. Was this opportunity? He had a premonition. Meng Mei pursed her lips and continued, You are a new life. You are no longer the god of wisdom of the past. You should not miss the past. Instead, you should become an independent individual. You can hand over the all-knowing wisdom that once belonged to the god of wisdom to me. He has the ability to save the entire world. I can give it to you. Xu interrupted her. With that, Xu opened up his inner Danshan and sea of consciousness, and a hazy figure appeared in front of him. It was the all-knowing scholar, who had been reading all this time. You're indeed a dumb scholar. The little fox, Hu Haihan shouted. Her little face was full of joy. During this period of time, she had lost the dull scholar, and she had always felt empty in her heart, as if something was missing. You... Meng Mei also looked at him in shock. That was the all-knowing scholar, a person with endless wisdom. Even Medusa would risk her life to get her hands on him. The reason why the war between the two worlds had been brought forward was because of him. So simple, and he's handing it to me? Great Sovereign Messiah, thank you. I thank you for all the living beings in the world. However, she quickly became calm and steady. She immediately brought Bai Xiaosheng and her disciple to get into the carriage and left. The carriage rolled quickly and left the Blood Realm. Behind it, the celestial emperors were still fighting. As expected, I don't need to explain. He already knows about my plan. The cute girl was shocked. She turned around and saw that the young man with black hair and eyes was still watching the battlefield with Hera. Xu watched her leave. In reality, Meng Mei was thinking too much, and he was not clear about her plan. The intelligent subbrain was not omnipotent. It couldn't peep or read the thoughts of every living being, nor could it control their actions. Even the surveillance could only be done selectively. For example, people like Ermin, Medusa, and Dikai were usually chosen to be monitored. Now, he was naturally monitoring Cutie Pie. However, Cutie Pie was very calm in the monitoring. She was just farming, developing the Church of Light, and full of golden words. It was a very simple and ordinary action. It was hard to know what she was thinking. It seems that things have become a little more interesting. She wants the all-knowing scholar, so I'll just hand him over her. In any case, the all-knowing scholar is in her hands. I can immediately know what she wants to do and can take it back at any time. Suji, very indifferent. The sky was covered in a faint blood-red color. The blood realm gradually moved further away, and lush forests and trees appeared. Master, are we not going to watch the battle? Hu Haihan was worried. No need to look. Their strength equal, so they must be in a stalemate. After all, that wasn't the real Emperor Qi. The people that the wish power of all living beings can gather is very limited. They aren't real living beings. The cute girl closed her eyes slightly. She looked at Bai Xiaosheng who had returned to her side. Even she did not think that it would be so simple. I should be able to succeed. She kept muttering to boost her confidence. The reason I traveled the earth and established the dragon vein incense system was to protect the people at the bottom. The experts at the top can kill each other, but they can't kill the innocent people of Dawn. But the civilians of Dawn are the targets of the powerhouses. Hu Haihan couldn't help but say, it's an era where everyone cultivates. Although most of them are only at level 1, there are too many of them. When they accumulate, then break through to become gods. Every time a major extinction occurred, the ones who died the most were the mortals. Usually, 70% to 80% of the mortals would die. Because they were the weakest, they brought was enough. The death of an entire world's mortals, in addition to a few celestial emperors, basically make a person become a god. That's why I want to establish an incense system to protect the mortals. Mei smiled and said, look at the primordial world now. The powerful ones are all trying their best to protect the mortals and the people. If this was the Western era, will the celestial emperors protect mortals? Hu Haihan gave it some serious thought. I won't. This was a very realistic answer. There were too many mortals. They were like weeds with strong reproductive abilities. After one batch was harvested, another batch would grow. This was Diqi's philosophy, and many experts also had the same thought. At their level, the life and death of mortals were already very light. Meng Mei said, back then it was my silly disciple, Dao Changsheng, who was like this. Even the broken Sky Emperor did not protect the people. The reason why he stopped the ancient Sky Emperor was because he wanted to protect the future of the strong. The strong could only fight for the past. He did not do it for the sake, like mortals. The little fox was silent. Meng Mei said faintly, if I'm not wrong, the magical herb land is going through a great calamity. The great sovereigns and emperors are being stopped by us. After a few times, some of them will turn around and kill all the living beings in the land of potions. They want to suck all the mortals in the world and become gods. The little fox's hair stood on end. She knew that her teacher's reasoning was inevitable. It was just like how the 12 old ancestors of sorcery left Daliocean and were ready to slaughter all living beings. The old heavenly emperors were so afraid of death that they could disregard everything. The lives, mere mortals. Had his teacher already thought of this? So, teacher wants to create an era for mortals in the Eastern era. A perfect transcendent world? Hu Haihan asked. In our world, no one will kill all living beings in order to become a god. Hu Han continued. In the magic medicine era, the people will be massacred and they will be caught up in internal strife. A catastrophe will befall their world and we will have nothing. Hu Haihan was excited. Teacher, you're like a hero. If we want to cut off the past and the future, we'll cut off the great tribulations of heaven and earth in the past, just like Emperor Duan Tian, so that the people will no longer be affected and die, one by one in the catastrophe. We'll definitely win. I'm not that great. I just want to do something. The cute girl touched her disciple's hair. Also, do you know why I managed to convince Great Sovereign Messiah? Hu Haihan was confused. Yeah. No matter what, the other party would not be convinced. They had actually given the most precious treasure, the wandering know-it-all, to the enemy commander. Because he knows everything and my plan, so he gave it to me. Meng Mei said, my plan is to build a dragon's vein in the land of magical herbs, so that the strong people here won't die. They could absorb Joss flames and even fight among themselves for the position of immortal god, fighting for believers and faith. This way, the higher-ups of that world will fight and kill each other, but the lower-class people of that world will also become incensed, and they won't suffer the terrifying catastrophe of death. It protected the innocent people at the bottom, causing them to fight among themselves again. The little fox's eyes sparkled. She was in awe of her teacher. Meng Mei laughed. As for those bastard powerhouses, if they want to fight, let them fight, killing each other and fighting for the deity position. As long as the commoners were not harmed, and the few powerhouses who obtained the deity position in the end were all immortal monsters, they would be able to become deities sooner or later if they kept killing the immortal monsters to obtain energy. After all, the great tribulation of the world was a one-time plunder of the lives of all living beings, and the Joss flames were a continuous and endless supply. This way, the commoners of both worlds will not die. Although the war between the two worlds in the transcendent world is still ongoing, and the celestial emperors on both sides are still fighting, they will die, and our commoners will have nothing. The disaster will no longer belong to mortals. Meng Mei laughed. If they want to become gods, they have to pay a price. They may die, but death is theirs. That's the awareness they should have. As for us mortals, we only need to watch the gods fight in the sky. Teacher, your painstaking plan is because of Brother Daoist Chengsheng's. Are you dead? Hu Haihan asked. The cute girl was stunned and fell silent. Only she knew that Daoist Chengsheng was really dead. With the same memory, the same combat skills, and the power of the will of all living beings, Tiandao was just another similar flower, another god of war like Bel. The condensation of all life was not the true self. That silly boy. If it was me, I would never be so selfless. I would be a salted fish. As Meng Mei reminisced, her mood became exceptionally calm. If I could stop it, I would definitely give that disobedient child 2 tight slaps, then lock him in his room and not let him out. To hell with protecting living beings. The little fox Hu Haihan was stunned. He did not expect his teacher to curse like that. Only Meng Mei herself knew that she had lost the most back then. 3 heavenly emperors had died. 2 of them were loved ones, and she had raised them with her own hands. The clear-eyed young scholar, the immortal Taoist, and the death of her gentle and harmonious brother Kinglian had instantly caused her to lose 2 close relatives she had been with for decades. Back then, she had been stabbed in the heart, and it was so painful that she almost couldn't breathe. She had completely fallen into self-blame and grief. Back then, I had the same feelings as your father, Mu Yuancheng, she said in a low voice. Now that she thought about it, she felt a little relieved. I suddenly felt like I didn't know what to do. I was all alone in the world. I walked on a strange land and looked at the people of the new era. I ran desperately, running desperately, trying to find everything that was familiar to me. Everything I'm familiar with is flying away from me. She looked at the luxuriant and dark green trees that streaked past. At that time, I was too old. I really felt like I was done for until I met your father, Mu Yunsheng. At that time, it was as if I had met my soulmate. At the last moment, that persistent man lost many wives and children, but he still had an obsession. He supported and protected the two of you with all his might. You made me admire you, and I was encouraged by you. Then, I adopted you too. I gradually recovered my vitality and became a living salted fish again. After all, not everyone could be so heartless as to face the death of their loved ones. Speaking of which, I've always been very lucky since I was young. I never needed to work hard to obtain it, but I gradually realized that it was a curse. Everyone around me would die, but I lived the longest. She laughed. You're really a 1,000-year-old tortoise. Teacher, the little fox pulled her master's hand. Don't worry. Your teacher, I have always very lucky. In the past, I didn't have to do anything and everything went smoothly. I've managed to live safely to this day and arrived at the utmost being. Not only am I lucky, I'm also very hardworking. I'll definitely succeed. The cute girl was very serious and touched her head. Her plan sounded complicated and extremely complicated, but it was actually quite simple. It was nothing more than building dragon veins in both worlds, forming incense and protecting the people so that the experts would not kill them and plunder their energy. Her initial goal in coming to the magic potion world was to bring wandering know-it-all here to gather the Church of Light. Bai Xiaosheng has a lot of uses. I used him to gather incense and pretend to be the god of wisdom Hermes. Meng Mei cupped her cheeks. At that time, I directly thought that wandering know-it-all is an omniscient and omnipotent existence without emotions and self-consciousness. He's very similar to the god of wisdom and can be perfectly disguised. He has no soul emotions and can be used as a basic blank template that can accommodate the power of the prayers of the incense. Back then, come here to cause trouble. They were here to spread their religion and get their first deity position to let other great emperors and sovereigns see the benefits. As for the first deity position, who should he choose? This, a problem. But she quickly made up her mind. Of course it was Hermes, the god of the Church of Light, who was the most famous and had the most believers in the whole land. Who knew that it would be lost for such a long time? What's even more ridiculous is that the all-knowing scholar is actually a part of Mercury, the god of wisdom. It symbolizes wisdom. I can't even tell if it's real or fake. While Meng Mei was thinking, she secretly brought Bai Xiaosheng back to the headquarters of the Church of Light, in Dantis. Within the White Palace of the rich and beautiful Empress, many saintesses in white robes were entering and leaving. In the depths of the hall, they followed the faint, white magic street lamp to the depths of the Earth Hall, which was also the core of the main dragon vein. Can you really summon the mortal body of the god of wisdom, Hermes? Olina, the previous saintess, couldn't help but ask as the totem magic circles glowed. Of course. The cute girl smiled with certainty, showing an elegant and dignified posture. She naturally wouldn't say that the god of wisdom was likely to die, which would cause the Church of Light to collapse. She explained that the god of wisdom's mortal body had descended with the power of a 7th-rank epic emperor. In fact, the Church of Light was more powerful than she had imagined. The quality of faith was very high, and it was even an organization that was born for faith. In almost every town, the townspeople had the habit of going to the church to pray every weekend. There were many fanatical and devout believers, and some were even willing to give their lives. In comparison, the quality of the same number was 3 times that of the primordial world. This deity position should be the most powerful one so far. Meng Mei took a deep breath and asked Bai Shaosheng to stand in the middle of the dragon vein to control the various dragon veins that were buried. Whoosh! The terrifying aura slowly gathered like a tide. Boom! 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 The countless higher-ups of the church, who were watching, knelt down to worship. Wisdom, light and wisdom. O great and merciful Lord! In the prayers of the hymn, the earth's dragon veins gushed forth, and the totem patterns on the ground gradually darkened in color and became brighter. Awois. The image of the God of wisdom in the church is already perfect. There is no need to write a book to strengthen it. Meng Mei could not help but take a deep breath. She looked at Bai Xiaosheng and smiled. Moreover, he doesn't have his own emotions or logic. The living will give him emotions and wisdom. The incense he gathers will give him a special transformation, turning him into a complete living being. He is not the real God of wisdom, but the God of wisdom in the minds of all living beings. Woofers. At that moment, the great sovereign Messiah's body had already left the front line with Hera and was traveling aimlessly. He had already told Hera he was going to go deep for a while. Xuji was even planning to observe the situation for a while longer. If there were no unexpected circumstance that required him to go in again, he would give up the body again and throw it back into sleep. He would use it again when something happened in the future. Messiah always been a super backup. After all, with the help of Messiah's body, he had broken through the bottleneck of a level 7 body cultivator. To break through the bottleneck of a level 7 Dao cultivator, he needed to understand his Dao heart. There was an 80–90% chance that he wouldn't be able to comprehend a Dao heart using Messiah. Since he had not achieved his goal and could only achieve half of it, he had snuck out and was eating fruit in the yard. Be healthy. Xuji threw wandering know-it-all over to him, and as expected, he lured the snake out of its hole and obtained the cute girl's plan. Perhaps the gathering of the power of will from the incense could allow wandering know-it all to experience the life of the God of wisdom and the God of the Church of Light. It would be a complete life experience. It's indeed the best opportunity to comprehend the Dao heart. In addition, you can take it back in the future. He quickly understood that this was his opportunity. This was equivalent to training one's Dao heart. It was much more perfect than he had expected. Moreover, there was no need to worry about hidden dangers. The living beings gather the incense of all living beings did not have their own intelligence. They were not even living beings, but a mechanical program with their own memories and behavior templates. Just like the god of war, the current Baal still had his own will, but he would gradually be assimilated in the future and completely lose himself. The incense is poisonous. Xuji evaluated seriously and said, "This is an unprecedented system of extraordinary potential. Its growth is too terrifying. The power of will and incense can have infinite possibilities, but it has not been completely developed yet. I wonder if there are any more negative defects. In fact, with the current situation, it could even be called a god-tier civilization with the potential to become a creator was not an exaggeration. The faith of all living beings could already create things out of thin air, create people and create worlds. However, it was more unreal. The emotions of all living beings converged, and they could not create real living creatures. They were still an amalgamation. If Cthulhu could be said to be an amalgamation of bodies, in that case, the incense deity position was the amalgamation of the soul's emotions. To become the god of wisdom with such an equation, It's really possible to gain enlightenment by accepting the worship of a church of light in the sorcerer world. Suji felt that it was very wonderful. He could cultivate on his own and had his clone to help him with his knowledge. Wu Dao's clone could even help him now. At this very moment, Cutie Pie was watching the birth of the god of wisdom. This was a historical moment. As a player who witnessed all of this, what was the most important integrity? Screenshot. Posting. She quickly went out and posted. Sanction once again, The Iron Straight Man by Xiaosheng. I've already live-streamed the progress with you. The all-knowing scholar may be the remnant of the god of wisdom, Hermes, after his death. I want to use him to control the Church of Light and use this power to protect the poor people on the whole earth. I don't care about the big shots fighting above, but you can't hurt the innocent. Cute girl, you're awesome. Everyone gave him a thumbs up and felt that he was very good. Mengmei was a salted fish, but she had a scale in her heart. If you want to become a god, you can kill and fight, but that's your business. Why should you attack the poor? Just because they were easy to bully? Did she eat your rice? Mengmei could be considered to have inherited the will of Taoist Changsheng back then. And she did not wish for the tragedy from before to happen again. In the future, the strong would fight for freedom. They would pursue strength, glory, and all kinds of dreams. It would be a world of great struggle. They hoped that everyone in the world would be like dragons, but they couldn't attack the ordinary people. Once in a while, they would exterminate the ordinary people. That would be too abnormal. If the war between the two worlds did not involve the mortals at the bottom, then the storm would not be too big. You guys can fight however you like. Cute sister, you blew it up. Many netizens started to boast. Mengmei laughed. Cough, cough. Let's get down to business. Before this, all of you big bosses, the racer of Mount Haruna, and the others established the Church of Light and turned the god of wisdom into a woman. According to the impression that everyone has of him, he must be wearing women's clothes. Screenshots. In the picture was the statue of the goddess of wisdom. Countless netizens were speechless. They cheered, thinking that the iron-willed Bai Xiaosheng would also have such a day. Become a beauty? Furthermore, Mercury, the god of wisdom, had defeated their Cthulhu, and they had gotten their revenge. Was speechless. He felt his teeth hurt on the spot. The beating of society may come late, but it will never be absent. In the end, he had to pay something and experience setbacks in order to temper his Dao heart. Women's clothing. This can me stronger? Can this allow me to comprehend my Dao heart? He into deep thought. Although wandering know-it-all was not under his control and was doing things on his own in the sandbox, once he returned to his body, his memories, epiphanies, knowledge, and even his Dao heart would all rush back to his mind, including the memories of being the goddess of wisdom. The goddess of wisdom changed her clothes, ate, dressed up, and even took a bath to rest when she was tired. There were all kinds of memories of a woman's life. He did feel good. He quickly stared at wandering Noel in the church and entered his clone's body. Boom! And after a flash of light, the wandering know-it-all, who was originally a mirror image, absorbed the joss flames of the masses, and his form gradually changed. After the hazy white light, a god of wisdom in a white robe descended. He held a white book in his hand, and his eyes were filled with endless profoundness. He gave people a feeling of erudite wisdom and was abnormally divine. It's all right. When Xuji saw this scene, he gradually retreated. At the critical moment, he had changed his reconstructed appearance and become androgynous. After all, the god of wisdom did not distinguish between men and women. Otherwise, such a sexy look would really hurt his teeth. FETK. Why is it so different from the image in the minds of all living beings? Meng Mei's eyes widened as she roared in her heart. She looked at it carefully and found that it didn't seem to be a woman. She became more and more desperate. She looked at the other priests and said seriously, "Everyone, seems that the situation has changed. The descent has been a mistake. We have to dress the god of wisdom in women's clothes. This is his true appearance." The members' Church of Light glared at him. They had already been angered by the shameless of this ancient saint of the light many times. How could the descending god of wisdom change his appearance? Everything would be based on the image of the god of wisdom, and they even had plans to replace the statues of the goddess of wisdom. Meng Mei could only show an embarrassed expression and let go of this thought. As the era developed, some people gradually realized that regardless of whether it was the primordial world or the world of potions, there was an invincible great emperor in every era. He was far stronger than the other genius great emperors of the same era. He ruled over an entire world and was invincible. Other than physical cultivators breaking the Tao through force, the primordial world spoke of the heart, and the fiend herb world spoke of truth. They were all related to the state of mind. Geniuses of the same generation would always have to fight each other in the same realm. Even if they had the same talent, the gap would gradually open up because of the victory and defeat. The winner would gain confidence and advance courageously by defeating their old enemy, while the loser would have a shadow in their heart, and the gap would grow bigger and bigger. The most typical example was Medusa and Lilith back then. As arch-enemies, they used to have the same qualifications. But because of a victory, Lilith completely fell into depravity and was stuck in her realm. She died of old age in depression and disappeared from history. While Medusa had come this far, every era had a great emperor who could suppress the world. This seemed to be a predestined fate. But what about the current era? The great emperors of the ancient era were the symbols of invincibility. Many of them fell into a deep sleep during their peak and woke up to fight in this era, where there was a chance of becoming a god. The realm above emperor was god. In the words of the ancient barren world in the east, they were saints. The pursuit of jumping out of their own era had already become the eternal goal of all great emperors. Even though these great emperors had no idea that they were in a certain someone's orchard in the country, they were still small people in a bottle. This is a brilliant era that has never been seen in ancient times. The endless history of 1,000 years is gathered today. It's not just the land of potions. It's said that the ancient barren world has been summoning powerful cultivators from the past to the present. We've all entered the golden age of our time. The great emperor of their era is the great emperor of mortals, Liu Wenjian. It's said that he has been recuperating all this time. His current battle prowess is infinitely close to the heavenly Tao, and he has suppressed all the existences of the current era. Many people knew that what the river of time had summoned was not his true body, and his combat strength was not as exaggerated as they had imagined. If it was really the legendary Emperor Diki, the two ancient existences, Dao Chengsheng and Medusa, would probably not be a match for him in the same realm. As for Liu Wengyun from the primordial world, after cultivating the 9 revolutions' mysterious art in her longsword, her combat power had indeed reached an extreme level. She had crushed the likes of the battle god and become the invincible celestial emperor of the current generation. However, she was gradually entering her old age, so her combat power was exaggerated, but there were too many limitations. If the invincible emperor of the ancient barren world, the sect leader of Mount Shu, has appeared, What about our magic medicine era? The unrivaled great emperors of this era are all gathered here. Who can truly suppress this era? It's the half-orc Brahm? Was it the Blood Emperor? Or the ancestor of vampires? Who is the number one since ancient times? After several days, news from the Blood Realm kept coming. The monarchs and great emperors fought each other, and every few months, a historical great emperor would fall. That was an era that had once suppressed the unrivaled. The people who had been unrivaled all their lives had actually been defeated. The news of their fall gave people an inexplicable sense of loss. It was simply unimaginable. They had all grown up listening to their stories. People were debating, but they didn't know that a crisis had quietly arrived. This was an unprecedented golden age, and it would also be a terrible disaster. In the Blood Realm, there was a majestic blood mountain where ancient existences were resting. A terrifying aura was surging, and it was frightening. However, there were already epic emperors who were secretly communicating. We've been attacking for a long time, but we still haven't taken them down. The casualties are too heavy. Although we killed some of the enemy's celestial emperors, we plundered the energy in their corpses. It's less than expected. Why don't we? That's right. Mortals should pay for this era. After all, we're fighting at the front while they're enjoying their lives at the back. They're just wild grass-like creatures. After harvesting a patch, in less than 200 or 300 years, they'll grow back to fill the entire land. The monarchs and great emperors sneaked back and forth from the front lines. Boom. At the outer edge of the Blood Realm, there was a vast dark red mountain range. Under the dark sky, a tower-shaped building stood on the ground. The top of the building shot out a white beam of light that pierced into the sky like a lighthouse. That was a watchtower. There would always be some grotto heaven powerhouses of the ancient barren world line who wanted to sneak around the front line and infiltrate the world behind. They had stopped many legendary powerhouses these days. Hualala. All of a sudden, strange birds with bright red markings on their foreheads flew across the ground, looking a little eerie and strange. What's that? There were many houses of different heights around the sharp watchtower. The legendary powerhouses were guarding the front line. They suddenly looked up at the sky and quickly became alert. It's fine. That's the familiar of Burkiko, the emperor of the dark prison from 400 years ago. It's an invincible emperor lord. Someone recognized it and heaved a sigh of relief. They were the second line of defense at the front line. Their work was dangerous. If the enemy's great sovereigns broke through, none of them would survive. Wait a minute. It's one thing for the emperor of the dark prison to return to the rear, but why would he bring his own subdued beast? There aren't any enemies. Some people's expressions changed drastically as they felt that something was wrong. Whoosh. The pitch-black birds with dark red foreheads were like silent waves, slowly but firmly covering the sky. They slowly swarmed over, bringing with them endless death. Ah! Some people scream in disbelief. Emperor, why did you? The body of an emperor to be collapsed. He lay on the ground, still looking at the sky in a daze. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He was already prepared to die in the hands of his enemies and leave behind his funeral arrangements. However, he never thought that he would die in the hands of his own people. Because you are weak, you can't carry out your own ideas. A middle-aged man with a strange bird on his shoulder was surrounded by black paint. He walked forward step by step, and wherever he went, the entire land began to bleed. People were killed, and corpses piled up into a river. Not far away, in the Blood Realm, the great sovereigns and great emperors already noticed something. But they ignored it and continued to prepare for the war. What did the people have to do with them? The long years had long faded their hearts. They might have been hot-blooded when they were young, but as time passed, the cries of an era gradually became irrelevant to them. They be cold. Just like the 12 ancestors of sorcery of Daliocean, they aged in their hot blood and then walked towards decay. To them, the energy that the Dark Prison Emperor had obtained from killing all living beings would at least be shared with them. They could even make the Dark Prison Emperor bear the infamy of killing all living beings, then kill him and take the energy he had collected. Everyone was in need of energy, and the accumulation required to become a god was too much. If he could bring back the power of death and annihilation of all living beings, whoever could snatch it and kill some celestial embers would have a high chance of becoming a god. Once they became gods, they would be the victors of the war of the two worlds. Ah! In the mountain range, a powerful emperor-to-be, with a long spear in his hand and a faint blue light all over his body, was fleeing. His face was covered in blood, and he looked terrified. Why? Why did it turn out like this? No, he roared miserably. In the war between the two worlds, we should work together. We have been bathing in blood and fighting. For the sake of our family and the country behind us, we risked our lives. Who knew that the ancient emperor actually, the other legendary and emperor-to-be sentries on the front line behind him were all dead. They had fled to cover him, and he had to pass this news to the whole world. The great sovereigns and emperors who had protected them from the alien world had betrayed them. He was running with all his might. Escape. He had to escape. Let all the experts and citizens of the country escape. A terrifying catastrophe had descended, and all living beings would die. He could not even imagine how many people would survive. It's no use. Boom. The emperor-to-be's escaping body suddenly exploded and turned into a pool of blood mist, which then turned into extremely pure energy. This is the big mortal. Even if you've reached the legendary level, just a slightly stronger mortal in our eyes. Rather than letting you die of old age, marry and have children, work and live the rest of your lives as ordinary people, and finally disappear in the passage of time, there's no meaning to life. As a mortal living being that can be seen everywhere, it's better to provide power to us, who were once ultimate existences, so that we can pry open the door of the gods. The Emperor of Dark Prison's expression was calm as he calculated. The harvest from the beginning was good. The stronger the life form, the greater the energy. The Emperor-to-be and legends guarding the border were a very good harvest. Our world is different from the primordial world. Their system is powerful, but cultivation is difficult. However, we have more experts. Over the past few hundred years, too many Emperor-D and legends have been born. Under the same system, the benefits we reap are countless times greater than theirs. He strode forward. This era is too unfamiliar to me. My country has already been destroyed. I don't have family, friends, or anything I want to protect. I don't feel any burden when I kill. A day later, Yug returned from the ancient barren world, covered in blood. It was a result of both sides' suffering. He had fought very fiercely in the Nanzhao kingdom in the ancient barren world, for his world and his family. His other comrades, Emperor-to-be, and disciples in the bar had all died without hesitation. He had lost a lot, but he did not regret it. In a war, someone had to be sacrificed, right? However, he had also made a breakthrough and successfully stepped into the realm of Great Emperor from Emperor-to-be. However, he still let the couple go in the end. He only seriously injured them, and they would not be able to join the war for a short time. However, he still risked the crime of treason. Letting go of the couple was because Yug saw a shadow of himself in them. Perhaps I'll return with serious injuries again after this mission. Just like before, I'll need to relax and recover for a while. Perhaps I go to a bar and listen to history again. However, Emperor Messiah's history has ended. He kept thinking. Back in the bar, most of the emperor-to-be and legendary experts had returned from the front lines and were recuperating with injuries. This is... When Yug arrived at the sentry post, his expression froze. His eyes were filled with the blood of the dead. These are the traces of the dark prison emperor, Burko. He tightened his collar and felt cold sweat all over his body. He quickly walked to the land in front of him. His mind was blank as he looked into the distance. That's the direction of the Federic human kingdom, my academy, Empress Federic. It's just a small human country, Federic's capital. The sky quickly turned pitch black as countless shadows surged over like bubbles in boiling water. The shadows that were bubbling and falling were terrifying, strange birds. Yug had finally arrived. He looked at the city in the distance in silence as the disaster wreaked havoc. His face had become dull and numb. He looked up at the dark sky. This world is really dark. I have just returned from that world, but I actually miss the beautiful sun. Eyes were calm. He suddenly thought what his original cultivation goal was. It was to see the sun. In the eyes of the mortals of that world, it was unbelievable, but it was an extremely difficult thing for this land. Many people lived for 50 years from birth to death, because most people only lived for 30 years. He was born in the dark and had never seen the light. In order to see the scenery of the day, the legendary sun shining high in the sky, the blue sky, the white clouds, and the sun, he bathed in the warmth of the sun. Only then did he embark on the path of cultivation. However, a woman's figure appeared in his mind. Was it for the sunshine? Or was it for the girl who was like the sunshine? That's why I chose fire, Firerock Yug. Unfortunately, I've just broken through. Give me a little more time. Boom. The sky was quickly ignited, turning into layers of magnificent burning clouds. The dark night sky was quickly dyed from dark to golden red. Yug clenched his fist in the air, and the rocks on the ground melted rapidly, turning into a huge lava giant. Boom. The flames that soared to the sky quickly ignited, and the body of the giant lava stone man pierced through the clouds. Its body, which hundreds of meters long, was like a giant in ancient mythology as it strode forward. The emperor of the dark prison, Bosk, stood in front of the royal palace and smiled. Kneel down and I might spare your life. The calm and elegant Queen Federic did not move at all. She held a golden scepter in her hand and wore a golden crown inlaid with sapphires. She sat quietly on the throne, trembling and slightly closing her eyes. The Federic human kingdom will never be destroyed. The Emperor of Dark Pripton sneered. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the dark sky in the distance. This is... Kacha! A fiery light surged into the sky. Emperor of the Dark Prison, Burkiko, I want you dead. Yug growled, as if he wanted to vent all his anger. Boom. The flames that soared into the sky illuminated the magnificent palace in the dark night. Queen Federic held her scepter and looked at the night sky outside. She murmured as she watched the battle between the two sides that were engulfed in flames. She had no fear of death, nor did she want to blame Yug for returning without permission. Her hands suddenly trembled as she found a diary. Potion calendar year 971, 3rd of July. I once again met Miss Miley of the Federic royal family in the slums. She is currently sponsoring some pitiful children. Oh my God, she smiled. This was the first time in my life that I was eroded by a young girl's smile. She was simply too beautiful. Her smile was like the sunlight that I had never seen before, like the unparalleled sun, so warm that I'm intoxicated. Ah, like a bard singing a poem, the Empress mumbled with a face full of emotion, but she didn't notice that her face was gradually covered in tears. Miss Millie, who is as beautiful as the sun. I am the protects the sun. Am your destined prince. Will definitely protect you and help you build your utopia. Holy light city, Dandis, the edge of the Tower of Dawn. Mother Earth's Ivy, who was checking Hermes, suddenly trembled and looked up at the night sky. It was as if she could hear the faint cries of living beings and the gathering of tragic resentment. The intertwined dragon veins on the ground allowed her to see the final tragic scene of the capital city of Frederick. The entire capital had turned into a huge vat of black lava. Queen Frederick, who was wearing a golden crown on her head, held the corpse of Hero Yug from the Royal Academy and disappeared into the golden flames that filled the sky. They were like two beautiful butterflies that were trying to extinguish the fire, dancing towards the golden sun and walking towards eternity. In the end, it has still begun. She was silent for a moment. Finally, she closed her eyes slightly and stayed in the world of potions. She grabbed Hermes' arm and said, "If I didn't change the primordial world and make the strong and the mortals form an indispensable bond, since the war broke out until now, our world might have the destructive power of a heavenly emperor was too terrifying. If no one could stop them, they could easily destroy a country." This was why both sides trying the other side's heavenly emperor from descending into their own world. At this moment, countless emperors-to-be and legendary masters who were fighting for their homeland didn't expect that these ancient epic great emperors would attack the mortals on their own land. This catastrophe completely erupted. But it was happening in an unimaginable way. It wasn't an enemy from another world, but a local lord or great emperor who had initiated the descent of a major extinction. Cry, there is no right or wrong in this world. The only thing wrong is your weakness. He walked quietly on the earth. A human kingdom was quickly destroyed, with countless casualties. Even though it was a small kingdom on the border, it still caused a huge storm. It was said that the Dark Prison Emperor had also suffered some minor injuries and was rushing to the next kingdom. Instantly, everyone on the land felt threatened and blood stained the ground. We are going to be destroyed. All the countries will be destroyed. Some people started wailing. No monarch or great emperor has come out. They are all silent. We don't want to die. The great God of worship. At the same time, countless believers of the Church of Light were also begging for help. They were also wailing and begging for the great God of wisdom, Hermes, to save them. And, light city, Dendis. The square was surrounded by pale white buildings, and the statue of the God of wisdom was in the middle of the fountain pool, which had been rebuilt. The God of wisdom held the book in one hand and looked up at the sky from the fountain. The whole holy statue glowed with a faint yellow light. A few children were playing around by the fountain, holding short gray wooden swords and playing the game of king and hero. The white-robed believers continued to move to the side. Hualala. The fountain was surging, and birds that looked like pigeons were pecking at their white feathers on the stone floor. No one saw the only god they believed in, Hermes, sitting at the edge of the pool, quietly reading a book. He was wearing a long snow-white robe and a delicate white crystal necklace around his neck. The man was so handsome that he didn't look like a creature from the mortal world, but a god from heaven. He's just like a scholar, He still likes to read, and he's holding a book in one hand. Hu Haihan was sitting on a long bench in the distant square. Huranoasesi, because we are the same person. Meng Mei was sitting at the side of the square, occasionally going out to check the forum. She had already found the rhythm, typing in an instant and coming in again. She could communicate quickly, but not miss too much time. It's different now, but it has intelligence and it's mysterious and mighty. People can't help but submit to it. I communicated with it, and I felt like I understood many things. The little fox, Hu Haihan, watched from the side with a longing look in his eyes. He's too scary, too scary. How could he have such shocking intelligence? He's constantly deducing and integrating the knowledge in his mind. Because it was the God of wisdom. In the supreme doctrine of the Church of Light, humans were like beasts. Humans did not have the ability to think at the beginning. It was Hermes, the God of wisdom, who gave the people on earth the power of thinking. Only by giving wisdom to people could they think, create a civilization, and be free from beasts. Meng Mei said softly, "Now, this enhanced version of all-knowing scholar is the real complete version. The wisdom and thinking of all living beings gathered on him. She was the only one who knew how terrifying this special life form was. He had the all-knowing Bai Xiaosheng's mirror image, the image of wisdom that the people gave him, and a terrifying number of Joss flames. The combination of the three led to the birth of special existences. The potion world's half-orcs, humans, undead empire only had a population of about 60 million. On average, 2 out of 3 people were believers of the Church of Light. Some of them even had families that were believers of the Church of Light since they were young. Their families had been passed down for generations, and they went to the church to pray every weekend. He had a total of 1 million followers. The quality was 3 times that of the people of the ancient barren world. That was 120 million people's faith. Due to various reasons, he had become a special existence. He's trying to fuse the knowledge in his mind. Can the ancient heavenly monarch Jiki compare to him? It's said that the ancient heavenly emperor Jika was also very good at deduction. Hu Haihan said in surprise. He learned other people's unique skills and could even see through it with a glance. Meng Mei thought about it seriously and hesitated for a long time. It can't be compared. After all, he's not a living creature. Although his deduction ability is very good, he lacks some intelligence. In other words, he's like a supercomputer made from the thoughts of all living beings. It's more than enough to integrate, but it can't create new things. The terrifying thing about that monster, was not that he would secretly learn it. After all, after he secretly learned it, it would at most be similar to the original. The reason why he was scary was that after he secretly learned it, he would come up with something new and then be more powerful than the original. Then he would beat you up. This was his heaven-defying ability. Emperor Qi is the Dalio Heaven Sutra. Its new and integrated version. However, his is also a fusion of knowledge, so it's at most a weakened version of the Dalio Heaven Sutra. Meng Mei thought for a moment. Sigh, after all, it's a life without its own logic. Although it can simulate reality, speak, and communicate. However, if he is not a real person and has his own thoughts and creativity, this kind of deduction ability that is comparable to a supercomputer should be comparable to the real Gui. The only reason he was not as good as DKI was that he was not a real living being, and his calculation ability was on par with DQI. But even so, it was still very powerful. As expected, this is the true God of wisdom, but my good disciple, don't be enchanted by him. Meng Mei's face was serious. He is a perfect living being, because he is the God of wisdom in the minds of all living beings. He is the convergence of their expectations. so he will naturally fit the minds of all living beings perfectly. His logic, wisdom, and language are all given to him by all living beings. But, however, I feel that he is a real person. Huaihan couldn't help but say, he is not a living being. A real person will change his attitude according to the environment, time, and experiences. He will grow with setbacks. The human heart is difficult to fathom, but he is different. The cute girl stared at Hermes carefully. He is the perfect existence in everyone's impression. He will never betray everyone. But I feel that this kind of living being is the real living being. Hu Haihan thought for a moment and could not help but retort. He's not as despicable as human nature. He's a complete existence that surpasses humans. All the beautiful ideas and fantasies of the masses are gathered on him. Who wouldn't like a man like him? Meng Mei was stunned for a moment, then she slapped her on the head and smiled. Don't think about love. We're still the three-man group from back then. Bai Xiaosheng is still a nerd. I just changed my identity. Suddenly, the cute girl sensed something and looked at Hermes. He's already here. Hermes nodded, put down the book, stood up, and disappeared. He calmly said, "My people, those who believe in me will be spared from danger. Let's go meet that emperor of the dark prison, Birdscale." He was a living being condensed from incense, so he naturally the earth's dragon veins and quickly rushed to a certain place. Under the gloomy sky, Emperor Berkey of the dark prison arrived in a new country. This was a small half-orc country, and the strongest being suppressed was only a legend. However, their masters had also gone to the front line to participate in the war, even guarding the watchtower, and had just died in his hands. What a pitiful creature. He smiled. Huala. He waved his hand, and strange birds gathered in the sky above the town to form a black wave. Kill! Leave a single one. His cold face was calm. The mortals of an era are nothing more than fleeting clouds. When they come to this world, they laugh and die of old age, like weeds growing everywhere. 30 years of life is meaningless. They can be killed casually, but they will reproduce again. Whoosh! On the broken ground, corpses piled up like mountains. Emperor Berkey of the dark prison strode forward and looked at the wailing of the people. Many believers knelt on the streets with their families, and the church was filled with people praying. They looked at the statue of the god of wisdom high up in the sky, closed their eyes, and cried in suffering. They prayed devoutly to the Book of Wisdom, the God of wisdom of Achilles in heaven. We willing to call you Father. Grant us the wisdom to be free from the beasts, and grant living beings the right to think. May your knowledge exist in the words in the book, just like it exists in our hearts. May your wisdom be the authority of power, a symbol of supreme power. A faint hymn gradually resounded throughout the town, and countless creatures prayed in despair. The church's prayer hall could no longer hold the fountain in the center of the town. The elderly, children, women, and men knelt on the ground piously, shouting and trembling with their eyes closed. How lamentable, he suddenly said as he descended. Boom. Instantly, the people present trembled even more. As if hearing the voice of the devil, he closed his eyes tightly and didn't dare to open his eyes to look at everything outside. He knelt on the ground and prayed louder and louder, as if he wanted to end his life by praying like this. He shook his head and raised his arm high, brewing an endless black light. This is how the lowly mortals, in times of danger, only know to pray, to spiritual sustenance, to hope for someone to save them. They also want to save themselves. A voice suddenly rang in his ear. It's a pity that they can't. No one wants to rely on others. In this world, most of the people are mortals who can't cultivate to become professionals. Many things are already destined from birth. They want to choose, but they don't have a choice. This world doesn't have a system like Mount Shure, so they can only pray to me for a place to rest in their hearts. You. Emperor Bosque's face gradually turned dull, and he turned his head in vain. He saw a god of light in white holding a book with a gentle smile on his face. Liao Wu was standing quietly 3 meters away, and he couldn't even sense his existence. She was like a silent ghost. Emperor Berkey's hair stood on end, and he felt a lingering fear. If he had wanted to ambush him, he would have died in an instant. This scene instantly made him think of someone, the sect master of Mount Shu, Liu Wenjian. That terrifying mortal celestial thirch was also without any aura. All of her combat power was in her weapon. Like that assassin, his heart turned cold, and he couldn't help but look at the book in the man's hand. Was this book the same? You are the god of wisdom, Hermes? He was silent for a few seconds before he said, No, you have the aura of a creature of faith from the ancient barren world. You're not a living person. So that's how it is. Was this the last resistance of the Church of Light and the land? Colluding with the ancient barren world's ancient existences is a crime that deserves 10,000 deaths. Although he spoke like this and acted very fiercely, he still had the intention to retreat. He could feel the terrifying aura of the other party. He had gathered too many Joss flames, causing his combat strength to be extremely terrifying. He knew very well, almost all the mortals in the entire land of magic herbs worshipped him. The incense in the primordial world was scattered, but the land of potions was now gathered together. He was much stronger than the previous Heaven Map War God. He was definitely a top monster, on the same level as the Blood Emperor, the ancestor of the vampires. It's the god of wisdom. Great God, you have finally come to save us. The mortals on the ground opened their eyes and roared madly. They revered and knelt down. When a living ancient legend appeared in front of them, when the supreme god that they believed in and were willing to give up everything descended, what would they do? They were already incoherent, and the hymn was even more intense. In the long history, who had the most appeal? Who had the most respect? Without a doubt, it was the legendary god of wisdom, Hermes, who had descended to the earth and given the mortals 3 great pieces of knowledge, giving them the courage to fight against nature. The entire Church of Light existed to worship this god. The cute girl arrived quietly. Seeing this fanatical and unimaginable faith, he could not help but be dumbfounded. He immediately gave a live broadcast to the netizens outside, using a short cane as a microphone. Everyone, this is a historical turning point in the magic potion era, a surge of history. Please remember this scene clearly and witness the charm of history. History is with us. In the sky, white-robed, God looked at him quietly. All sinful people, as long as you pray to me and pledge allegiance to my country, I will forgive your sins. Poochie. Let's go. Emperor Birdsnow turned to leave. Behind him, Hermes, who did not have a strong aura, did not seem to have any intention of making a move. He slowly opened the first page of the Book of Light and spoke softly. Wisdom is the power of all things. In the next second, his aura finally bloomed, and the entire world seemed to be squeezing. Hermes was like Liu Wenjian, an assassin. He would only release a terrifying aura the moment he attacked and pulled out his sword. The moment one saw the sword was the moment one's enemy perished. He lowered his head in daze, and his consciousness gradually blurred. His entire body was squeezed until it was distorted, and he was even pressed into a ball. It was almost impossible for him to make sound. He's that strong. Bang. He was completely crushed into a bloody mist. Hermes's expression was calm. With a slight shake of his body, he disappeared. Ah! The people in the nearby cities looked up at the sky and suddenly cried tears of joy. The believers knelt down and prayed. Ifakkia. Meng Mu was also stunned. After a long time, she slowly let out a breath of air. That exaggerated? Records. Magic Potion Year 1103. At war with the ancient barren world, the epic emperor slaughtered all living beings. The god of wisdom, Hermes, descended and saved the believers from danger. Blood Realm. The Blood Emperor and Brahm were playing chess quietly. I seem to hear the cries of the masses. They are crying helplessly, begging for help from their king. Brahm laughed. It's just like how I used potions to transform many humans into an army of half-orcs and kill their way into the human kingdoms. You underestimate me, the Blood Emperor said. Although I'm human, I'm known as the Blood Emperor. In my time, my hands were covered in blood. I even dared to kill in the underworld. He knew that the other party was goading him. The mortals who tried to protect the land would become the target, public criticism, and would be killed by the surrounding monarchs and emperors. Unfortunately, the other party had miscalculated. He had long been indifferent to these things. The pitch-black wind surrounded the entire land, and the monarch great emperors closed their eyes before suddenly opening them again. Their pupils contracted violently. The emperor of the dark prison, Bosque, he's dead. They felt the aura disappear. As far as they knew, there was no monarch or emperor in the land behind them. How could they stop him? Who killed him? An ancient monarch hiding in the dark? Could it be the most mysterious great sovereign messiah? One divine sense after another collided and communicated with each other. They thought it was unbelievable. There shouldn't be any monarch or great emperor who would risk being killed for the living beings of this era. They were all ancient emperors who had been sleeping for hundreds of years. In this era, if they were killed, they would be back to their former glory in less than 200 or 300 years. Although they were struggling and hesitating, they still hardened their hearts for the possibility of becoming gods. After all, they had long seen through the life and death of mortals. Everything has already been decided. No one can reverse this era. They discussed among themselves and decided to send out a few monarch great emperors to investigate the truth. I'll go and find out who's making a move on us. The Pale King spoke. He was a skeleton king in battle armor. I'll go too. This era belongs to us. We're more familiar with each other. The Bright Knight Empress also spoke. She was the current empress of the mortal kingdom, and her life could be written into a legend. I'll go too. Great Emperor Mokri, the black silken sovereign, had also come out. He was very calm, but his eyes were bloodshot. This was a terrifying black sludge that didn't have a human shape at all. He had used magic medicine to transform himself beyond recognition. I'll go too, said Peter, a half-orc emperor. Boom. Soon, 4 great sovereigns and emperors flew toward the sentry post. Under the dark and gloomy sky, in the dark red mountain range, they saw the bloody scenes of the previous massacre. The broken corpses of the emperor-to-be and legendary masters were on the watchtower. The earth was covered in blood and dead silence. Let's split up and look for him. We'll keep in touch. They quickly separated. Bright Knight Empress didn't go looking for him. Instead, she waited for everyone to leave before sitting down in front of the watchtower. This woman, who looked to be in her 30s, had a beautiful and familiar charm. She looked at the sky quietly, took out a bottle of wine, and drank it quietly. Are we really going to? Suddenly, the king of Palinus was silent for a moment and walked out of the shadow. Bright Knight Empress looked at him in surprise. She did not expect him to stay. After a moment of silence, she took a sip of wine and handed it to him. We have no choice. Emperor Silk Snow also walked out from the shadows and looked at the two. They looked at each other in a daze and suddenly laughed helplessly. You also can't do it? They? People. No one expected the other to think the same way. As the sovereigns and emperors of this era, they were the most familiar with the terrain and connections of this era. When they asked to attack, they didn't choose to go after him. Instead, they let him go on purpose. No matter who the other party was, going against all the past monarchs and emperors of the entire magic potion civilization was courting death. They waited for a while, but the last one, Peter the half-orc monarch, didn't return. Apparently, he really planned to slaughter this era and stand with the ancient emperors. The king of Silk Snow walked over, and this ball of white sludge monster took the bottle and started drinking with the two. You guys, if we have slept with them for a long time, will we be like them? Suddenly, the pale king said, we can fall too. Have you heard of the ancient barren world? Daoist Changsheng stopped Daluocean alone. Huh? There's no right or wrong in this world. There's strong and weak. The three of them chatted. They didn't stop him or help him. They just hid in a corner and waited. This was the only thing they could do. They couldn't give up their lives. They didn't want to be called heroes who gave up their lives. The higher one went, the stronger one's realm was, and the more death one saw, the more one feared death. As he drank, a large amount of gray-white water suddenly flowed out of Mokri's eye sockets like melted wax torches. It was my fault. It's all my fault. Mokri raised his head and laughed bitterly as he drank. Emperor Mokri, calm down. Bright Night Emperor that something was wrong. The other party seemed to have lost some of his beliefs in truth and had fallen into despair. This was very terrifying. There were too many examples of people being unable to recover from this. She tried to stabilize the other party's emotions. It was my fault. It's my fault. Mokri's tears flowed down from the corner of his eyes. This emperor was crying very miserably. I have suppressed this era, and I have suppressed all of you as well. I am invincible in the world. Back then, I said that if you submit to me, this era will belong to me. I can't stop them. He started to cry loudly. It's me. I'm too weak. He cried bitterly. Suddenly, a hand gently touched the forehead of the white sludge monster. A living being was approaching the three great sovereigns without a sound. We are great emperors. He was stunned and slowly turned around. A white-robed god was holding a holy Bible. He looked like an ordinary priest with no breath, like a kind father. Everyone is guilty. Pray to God. God will forgive you. God will carry your wishes. God will save all living beings. This was a prayer scripture from the Book of Wisdom. Moshiri was like a child on the verge of a breakdown. He was numb for a few seconds before he fell to his knees. Like a believer in a church who prayed on Sunday, he began to recite holy hymns and prayers. Almighty God, I have failed to live up to your grace. I have used the wisdom you have given me to commit the most evil sin in the world. The Bright Night Empress and the Pale King, who were standing next to him, felt their blood run cold. They could vaguely feel that the truth that suppressed the most powerful Thimokor, the truth that he collapsed, it was faintly stable. He was bathed in pure white light, comforting the snot monster that was crying bitterly. He was like a god in a sacred mural teaching the mortals on the earth with a sacred charm, a white-robed god without any aura. The Bright Night Goddess looked up and muttered. All of a sudden, the Bright Night Goddess' eyes became straight and looked at the sleeve of the white-clothed god. There seemed to be a gray crystal necklace hanging on it. It was the most powerful precious artifact of Peter, the half-orc emperor who had just left. Her entire body was trembling. The great god Hermes, the mortals pray to you for God's forgiveness. Plop. Bright night, Empress knelt down. The white-robed god lowered his head and gently stroked her hair to comfort her broken heart. He began to read the holy book in his hand like a benevolent father. Soon, the three emperors knelt on the ground like children in pain and listened to the Lord's orders.